A lighthearted and humorous story with no female lead, no angst. Master picks up food, you turn the table. Master chants incantations, you chat. Master rests, you sing. Master stays in bed, you bang on the pot. Master lives a long life, you die young. Master buries you on the hillside. Master raises a cup, you don't drink. Master chatters, you don't speak. Master holds a banquet, you leave the table. Master summons the soul, you scatter the pigeons. Spring comes again on the hillside, but we are forever separated by the netherworld and the underworld. Chapter 1. The First Millennium, Please Treat Me Kindly. Beneath the Peach Blossom Mountain lies a quaint temple known as the Peach Blossom Temple, where resides a celestial being named Tao Mian. Originally not named Tao Mian, he was simply a time traveler. He inadvertently bound himself to the eternal life system, thus living for a millennium while still in the Qi refinement stage. One day, the celestial being emerged from his dilapidated temple, carrying a bag of feed to nourish the chickens. Feast well, my feathered friends. If you fill your bellies, perhaps I shall return with a lovely hen, and then I'll have eggs to enjoy. Despite living for 1,000 years, Tao Mian had yet to descend the mountain, primarily due to his ignorance of any cultivation techniques, as the system had yet to provide him with any. The system he possessed, aptly named Leave a Hand, formerly known as the Shared Cultivation Master Forever Leaves a Hand Eternal Life System, mandated that if he wished to cultivate, he must first acquire a disciple. The disciple would then be responsible for the arduous path of cultivation, while he would merely share the burden, always remaining a step ahead. This system appeared to be an absolute blessing for the indolent, a veritable art of relaxation. It was, however, a conundrum where one might find such a disciple. Would it be won through a lottery, fished from a refuse bin, or perhaps purchased with phone credit? He had waited for a millennium, and still, no disciple had appeared. If this continued, he might have to forcibly adopt the 3 chickens he had raised as his students. Frustrated, Tao Mian questioned the heavens, his impotent rage only eliciting a few flaps from the chickens in their cage, feathers flying haphazardly. It seemed that under Tao Mian's influence, everything within the Peach Blossom Temple emanated a sort of longevity buff. For instance, there were sparrows aged 300 years, chickens 600 years old, and even a flying cockroach that had lived for a millennium. Indeed, if humanity could endure for 1,000 years, it would still have to contend with cockroaches for that duration. Tao Mian suspected that with an additional 2,000 years of cultivation, he might even ride a cockroach into town. The first to despair was a great gander, who had lived for 250 years and could no longer bear existence, longing to leap into the pot for self-termination. Initially perplexed by the gander's thoughts, Tao Mian later realized that it had seen off countless beloved female geese over the 2 centuries. Such a profound love is often not long-lived. Moved by the gander's unwavering devotion, Tao Mian fulfilled its final wish. After orchestrating a grand farewell ceremony with the chickens, ducks, dogs, cats, and cockroaches in the courtyard, he stewed the gander. Even the tigers in the mountains wept with envy. The gander's demise was indeed fragrant. Tao Mian even penned an elegiac couplet for the gander. The gander is grand, a pot cannot contain it. However, he could not think of a suitable second line and decided to leave it be, knowing that future generations would provide their own commentary. A century later, he bid farewell to the dog, followed by the cat. By the 400th year, the courtyard of the Peach Blossom Temple stood empty. Reluctant to spend his days in the company of cockroaches, Tao Mian ventured to the foot of the mountain to retrieve 3 chickens. These chickens appeared domesticated, yet there were no nearby households to claim them. It was unclear from whence they had come. Tao Mian stuffed each one into a sack, opting for kidnapping over purchase. With chickens in hand, he still had no disciple. Thus, he wandered about the mountain's base, awaiting the moment when someone might abandon a child. Another 600 years passed, and just yesterday, Tao Mian celebrated his 1000th birthday. He crafted a cake the size of his fist, adorned with 1,000 candles. He made a wish, hoping that the coming year would treat him kindly. As he blew out the candles, a gust nearly ignited the mountain. Would the dawn of his 1000th year bring any change? With little hope, he opened the system panel. Name, Tao Mian. Age, 1000. Realm, Qi Refinement, Level 1000. Cultivation Technique, none. Disciple, none. Evaluation, Happy 1000th birthday, handsome but useless longevity. Practitioner. On the first day of his 1000th year, there was indeed a change. He finally advanced to the Qi Refinement Level 1000, achieving a long-awaited milestone. However, what did it matter? Without any cultivation techniques, He was left breathless even while feeding chickens. Frustrated, Tao Mian shut the system panel, choosing to ignore his troubles, resigning himself to another millennium of existence. Suddenly, a melodious notification chimed, seemingly descending from the heavens, reaching Tao Mian's ears. Could there be a change? Skeptical, he reopened the panel and was met with a bright pop-up. A disciple with potential has been detected. Please proceed to Peach Blossom Creek. Peach Blossom Creek flowed gently from the mountain, crystal clear. Tao Mian, overjoyed, spun around in delight, quickly carrying his favored black and white Lu Kuei chicken to the creek. As the water rippled, a wooden tub floated down from halfway up the mountain. Tao Mian thought to himself, this scenario seems familiar. That he crouched by the creek, allowing the water to soak his straw sandals as the tub drifted to the shore. Inside the tub lay a glistening little infant, yet to open its eyes, scrunching its unattractive face as if preparing to wail. Tao Mian pinched its mouth shut. Could this truly be his disciple? Before he could voice his doubts, the system provided an answer. Congratulations, you have acquired your first disciple. Disciple name, Gu Yuan. Background, only son of the former sect master Gu Yuanhe of the Qingmiao Sect. Potential, superior water, spiritual root. Background, internal strife within the Qingmiao Sect, the current sect. Master Li Hashan was once a disciple of Gu Yuan. Gu Yuanhe treated him like a brother, yet driven by greed, he plotted against Gu Yuanhe, leading to his demise, usurping the sect master position and forcing Gu Yuanhe's wife to marry him to at that time. Gu Yuanhe and his wife had one son. To preserve the Gu family's lineage, Gu Madam sent her son away while she took poison to end her life. The confidant who assisted her was pursued and had no choice but to place Gu Yuan in the tub, setting him adrift down the creek, before taking his own life to escape the pursuers. The above is the relevant information about your disciple, Gu Yuan. Please nurture him with care. Congratulations on unlocking new rewards. Cloud Piercing Sword Technique, X1. Ming Chuan Blade Technique, X1. Finally, he had Cultivation Techniques. After a millennium, he had finally emerged from the shadows. Tao Mian's smile widened as the system messages continued to flood in. This Gu Yuan, despite currently appearing as an unattractive infant, possessed remarkable potential. Moreover, given his tragic background, his father murdered, his mother committing suicide, Tao Mian felt compelled to etch the word tragedy upon the child's forehead. As for the untrustworthy confidant who had set the child adrift, Tao Mian was grateful that he, a benevolent and charming immortal, had come to the rescue. With a gifted disciple and newfound techniques, the cloud sharing could finally commence. The weight of vengeance resting upon the child's shoulders was a matter for another day. Flowing with the current, he embraced the unfolding fate. Each individual has their own destiny, their own path to cultivation. Now, you bear the surname Gu. Tao Mian lifted the child high, cradling him under his arms. Based on my extensive experience from reading 200 web novels in my past life, I am certain you will achieve great things in the future. However, your name is lacking. Gu Yuan, old homestead, always looking back. It could trap you in your past memories for a lifetime. Let's change that. I shall give you a name that is sure to serve you well. Yigou. What does that sound? It rolls off the tongue and is grounded in reality. Since you remain silent, I shall take that as agreement. The child, Yigou, opened his eyes for the first time, gazing upon the beaming visage of his 1,000-year-old master, Tao Mian, and let out a few coos of delight. Agreed? Wonderful. From this day forth, you shall be my greatest disciple, Yigou. Do not worry, as long as I have 2 bowls of soup, you shall have 2 pots to wash. Yigou chuckled in delight, his joy boundless. Tao Mian was also smiling. For his birthday, wish had come true. The heavens had indeed bestowed upon him a disciple. The first day of his millennium treated him quite well. Chapter 2. Expanding and growing stronger, creating new glory disciple. Move the recliner a bit. I'm about to roast under the sun. The peach blossoms on Peach Blossom Mountain bloom and wither, and after 9 years of spring and autumn, the master remains the same indolent yet charming figure. While the disciple has grown tall and slender like a willow branch. Under the tutelage of the slothful Tao Mian, Yigou reluctantly treads the path of an ordinary person. As a 9-year-old child, he rises each morning to prepare breakfast for his master, feed the chickens, chop wood, cook lunch, weed the garden, chop wood again, flip the napping master onto his back, and prepare dinner, a never-ending cycle. Yigou is about to voice his protest. He slams the kitchen knife onto the cutting board, embedding it halfway, and turns to glare at Tao Mian. Master, you promised that when I turn 9, You would teach me martial arts. I have taught you, haven't I? Tao Mian, reclining with a large fan covering his face, rests his hands behind his head. What have you taught me? Yigou stares in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Truly, as the chosen one with boundless power bestowed by his parents, he already possesses the early semblance of a charming visage capable of captivating countless maidens. Aside from chopping wood and cutting vegetables, what else do I know? Impatience. I've told you. The master has imparted to you the chopping wood sword technique and the vegetable cutting knife technique. Master them well, and they will be of great benefit. Young people simply cannot endure hardship. Yigou, feeling indignant, spreads his hands, palms facing Tao Mian. My hands are calloused, and you accuse me of impatience. Impatience refers to your mentality, not your diligence. Tao Mian lifts the fan from his face and shakes it a few times. My dear disciple, every word I say, you must fully comprehend. The child turns his face away, sulking, seemingly oblivious to the lesson. Tao Mian opens one eye, gazing at Yigou's slender back, and quickens the pace of the fan. Every strand of your hair is in rebellion. It appears this method of education is ineffective. The child isn't absorbing anything. Yigou is generally good, but his temper is poor. He needs coaxing. Very well. Tao Mian closes his eyes again. You go inside, beneath my bed. There are an old pair of shoes. In the left shoe, there are 3 coins. Go to the liquor cellar Li at the east end of the village and buy a pot of wine. The liquor cellar is known as Li. Villagers often refer to vendors by their trades. Li is infamous for his stinginess and bad temper. Yigou is reluctant to go. His master is instructing him again. Are you really not going? Tao Mian asks languidly. Ah, master, my life is fleeting. I possess a set of unparalleled ancestral sword techniques. If there are no successors to inherit them, will they not be lost? What a pity. Yigou's ears perk up, and he jumps up, rushing toward Tao Mian's chamber. Rest assured, master, I shall handle this trivial matter for you. Tao Mian smiles with his eyes closed, placing the fan back over his face, harboring some mischievous thought. Before long, hurried footsteps echo nearby. It is the anxious Yigou. Little disciple, take that stick with you. Just as Yigou is about to leave, he hears his master calling from behind. Although puzzled, he takes the usual 3-foot-long peachwood branch with him. This branch, picked from the peach grove, serves as his makeshift sword for practice. While his master teaches him to chop wood and cut vegetables, he cannot aim to excel merely as a menial laborer. As the footsteps fade away, Tao Mian covers his face with the fan and drifts back to sleep. An hour later, the disciple returns. Master. Ah, you're back. Tao Mian turns his head, seeing Yigou's bruised face, and chuckles. Master, you still laugh. You never listen to me. Yigou stomps his foot, fists clenched tightly. Tao Mian glances at the branch in Yigou's hand, noticing a clear break. It appears the young disciple does possess some strength. Yigou, I ask you. Tao Mian speaks leisurely. Did you fight back when they struck you? I did. The liquor cellarly has 2 thugs. They were so tall and strong. The child stretches his arms, one high and one low, to depict his opponents. Did you win? I won. You did not win. You merely fled. No. You used the branch to defend yourself. That liquor seller is not to be trifled with. Just a few days ago, he severely injured a thief. So, I'm quite impressive then. Yigou, bewildered, opens his hands and curls his fingers. Of course, the chopping wood sword technique and vegetable cutting knife technique are not learned in vain. I am not boasting. Once you master these 2 techniques, you will stand unrivaled in the world. Really? Yigou feels a sense of being deceived. Yet seeing Tao Mian's earnest expression, he realizes he had previously underestimated his master. It turns out that his master is indeed a transcendent figure. Yigou's gaze becomes resolute and excited, and he clenches his hands, promising his master, rest assured, master, I will diligently practice both techniques and uphold the honor of our school. Good, you have ambition. Then I shall entrust everything to you. Expand and grow stronger. Create new glory. Go, go, go. With the disciple's promise, Tao Mian comfortably reclines back. The fan begins to sway. Disciple, later you should go to my room. In the right shoe, there is a silver coin. Go to the liquor cellar Li and buy another pot of wine. Ah, master, are you still sleepy? When your master instructs you, you must go. I refuse. Yigou's temper flares again. He whipped my leg with a whip. I certainly will not go. You need not say anything. Just show him the silver. Did we not agree to expand and grow stronger? Do not abandon it halfway. Yigou, unwilling to be untrustworthy, reluctantly takes the silver coin and descends the mountain. This time, it took only a brief moment for the child to return, his face filled with disbelief. Back already? Master. I'm back. Yigou displays the 2 pots in his hands. As you instructed, I I showed him the silver right away. The liquor seller seemed to see me for the first time, grinning like it was worth nothing, and even gave me an extra pot. Tao Mian chuckles with his eyes closed. Disciple, pour the wine and take a whiff. Oh, Yigou obediently follows, pouring a small cup and bringing it close to his nose. The scent is so faint that it is almost imperceptible. Master, this is essentially water, isn't it? How much did he dilute it? No way. I must demand an explanation. Tao Mian lazily rolls over, basking in the sun. Impatience. You possess a silver coin. You should seek out a better tavern for your wine. Yigou nods, half understanding. His master is indeed wise. At that young age, he did not grasp that when his master spoke of wine, it was not merely about the drink. By the time he truly comprehended the deeper meaning, 7 more years had passed, and the peach blossoms bloomed once more. Now 16, Yigou still rises each day to prepare breakfast, feed the chickens, chop wood, cook lunch, weed the garden, chop wood again, flip the napping master onto his back, and prepare dinner. He has transformed into a graceful young man, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, causing the village maidens to blush at the sight of him. Oblivious to it all, his life revolves solely around Peach Blossom Mountain, Peach Blossom Temple, 3 chickens, flying cockroaches, and his master. On his 16th birthday, Tao Mian prepares a cake for Yigou, adorned with 16 candles. Make a wish, disciple. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Wishful spirit cake. Only the one who wishes will know. Yigou smiles, his character having transformed drastically from childhood to a more reserved demeanor. Then I wish for the peach blossoms to bloom every year, for my 3 chicken brothers to remain healthy, and for master to enjoy joy and peace. Yigou contemplates making another wish, but his master has just stated that only 3 wishes are permitted. More than that would be ineffective. He could only quietly bury the remaining feelings deep within his heart. Early the next morning, a pair of unfamiliar man and woman knocked on the door of Tao Hua Temple. Master, I will open the door, called Tao Mian, who was in the yard, engaged in a clever battle with a cockroach. Without waiting for a reply, he took the initiative to open the door. 2 unfamiliar faces gazed at him, their eyes revealing uncontainable joy and excitement. Young master, we are here to bring you back to the sect. That day, the youth conversed with the 2 unexpected guests for a long time, scarcely uttering a word, while the 2 spoke eagerly. It was not until noon that the youth finally said, I must go prepare a meal for my master. You 2 may return for today. Young master, how can you do such laborious work? Allow us to take care of it, they insisted. No need for that, the youth replied, a rare gentle expression gracing his face. My master is quite particular. He even disdains the meals he prepares himself, let alone food made by outsiders. The youth then bid farewell to the 2 and returned alone. He prepared lunch, pulled weeds, chopped firewood, turned his master, who was napping in the yard, onto his side, and made dinner. After dinner, Tao Mian usually retired to his room to rest, reciting scriptures until he fell into a deep slumber in less than 5 breaths. After washing the dishes, he returned to his own room. However, that night, Tao Mian did not come back. He had asked nothing during the day, yet seemed to know everything, as he questioned the youth. Yigou, are you leaving? The youth set down his dishes, faced Tao Mian, and knelt, the moonlight casting a sorrowful glow around him. Yes, master. I must avenge the deep-seated enmity. Otherwise, I would have no face to meet my parents in the underworld. Fearing to sadden Tao Mian further, he added, Tao Hua Mountain will always be my home. Once I have avenged my grievances, master, I will return here to cook and chop wood every day, without regret. Yet, Tao Mian remained heartbroken, having never seen such sorrow on the youth's face before. Beyond the mountains are more mountains, and beyond the peach blossoms are more peach blossoms. Yigou, you are destined to chase the distant peach blossoms. Master. The youth gritted his teeth, raising his head with fiery determination. If you are willing, come down the mountain with me. Whatever fame, wealth, and glory I acquire will be yours to share. Tao Mian shook his head. I only desire the peach blossoms here. At their parting, Tao Mian gifted his most cherished possessions to his eldest disciple, a millennium-old peachwood sword, 2 manuals of martial arts, one titled Chuan Yun Sword Technique and the other Ming Chuan Blade Technique, and his prized Lu Gui Fei, a nourishing tonic. Finally, there was a promise. Though I wish to avoid the mundane world, should you ever find yourself in difficulty, send me a letter. After bestowing many gifts, Tao Mian only took back one thing. The name Yigou was given to you when I rescued you from the bathtub, fearing you would be difficult to raise. However, as your master, I have read many texts and foresee that you will surely achieve greatness. You may return the name to me. Tao Mian's generosity did not stir the youth's expression. But when Tao Mian sought to reclaim the name, tears welled up in the youth's eyes as he bowed deeply. Master, take care. From that day forth, there was only Gu Yuan in the world, and no longer Gu Yigou. Chapter 3. Master and Yigou in the first year following Gu Yuan's descent from the mountain. Tao Mian named it the Year of Yigou. It was a year of favorable weather, and the village experienced an abundant harvest. Wang Yadu from the west side of the village sent Tao Mian a bag of rice and 2 baskets of eggs. She inquired about the whereabouts of the young Taoist Gu. Tao Mian jested that the young Taoist had eloped with a girl, and he would eventually bring him back to serve his sentence according to the sect's rules. Gu Yuan frequently wrote to Tao Mian, stating that he could not yet return to Qingmiao Sect, as the time was not ripe, and he could only stay outside, biding his time. He practiced the 2 martial arts daily, not neglecting his training. Lu Guifei accompanied him, living a vibrant life, and even securing 2 hens. Tao Mian was certainly aware of Gu Yuan's diligent practice. Thanks to him, Gu Yuan made remarkable progress in martial arts. Having a disciple is indeed a blessing. Tao Mian mused lazily in the sun, one hand holding paper and the other a pen, pondering what to write to his disciple. Learning is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will regress. Gu Yuan, when practicing martial arts, be sure to apply yourself diligently and keep up your efforts. Also, remind Lu Guifei to take care of her health. In the second year of Yigou, the village enjoyed another bountiful harvest, with the protection of Taowan Mountain. This little village remained peaceful and serene. Wang Yadu continued her routine of delivering rice and eggs, asking when the young Taoist Gu would return. Tao Mian replied that the young Taoist was being pursued by the 6 daughters of prominent families and could not leave without marrying. Wang Yadu laughed, playfully scolding, "Taoist Tao, you are jesting again." Gu Yuan's letters grew scarce. The courier visited several times without bringing news from Tao Mian. As winter approached, a light snow fell. Tao Mian went to the village to fetch a pot of wine, intending to enjoy it warm. Just then, the courier called out at the village entrance, "Taoist Tao, you have a letter." Tao Mian thanked him and returned to the temple with the wine and letter. Once in the warm room, he rubbed his hands together, placed the wine on a small table, and opened the letter first. The 2 hens, fortunate creatures, enjoyed the cozy warmth of the room, gathering around Tao Mian's feet. The letter from Gu Yuan was hastily written, the characters nearly flying off the page. The gist conveyed that he had begun to develop his own influence and had made some friends. His first target was Dong Lianjun, a trusted aide of Li Heshan, who had caused much harm to the Gu family. Dong Lianjun was a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, wielding formidable strength. Gu Yuan had crossed paths with him once while masked and had suffered a setback, nearly losing his life. He hoped for his master to come down the mountain and assist him in uprooting the Dong family's power. Gu Yuan detailed the Dong family's common weapons, martial arts, and how they had harmed the Gu family, leading to the deaths of his aunt and uncle. Tao Mian read the letter repeatedly, seeking any mention of Gu Yuan's well-being or Lu Guifei's. There was nothing. He calmly folded the letter back to its original form, opened a square wooden box filled with thick stacks of papers, and placed the latest letter on top, smoothing it down with the back of his hand before closing it tightly and setting it aside. Tao Mian reclined on the couch, a small table before him adorned with 2 small dishes and a cup of clear wine. He scattered some rice, calling the 2 hens over to dine. The following morning, the door of Taohua Temple was knocked upon again. Tao Mian stretched and slipped on his straw sandals to open the door, revealing a stranger, a young man. The young man had come as a substitute for Gu Yuan to fetch his master. He had expected to see an elderly Taoist with gray hair, worrying about how to ensure the old man would reach Qingmiao Peak safely. To his surprise, he found a handsome young man, appearing to be just over 20. He wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. Young Taoist, I am Qingqi. May I ask where Master Tao Mian is?" Tao Mian glanced at him, bending down to let the 2 hens out, allowing them to roam and strengthen their muscles. "I am Tao Mian. You are?" Qingqi's mouth fell open, his eyes wide. "No, it can't be. Young Taoist, forgive my bluntness, but you look younger than Gu Yuan. He looks old." Tao Mian regarded Qingqi with a somewhat friendlier gaze. "You young man, you have quite a way with words." Qingqi was still in shock, while Tao Mian had already returned to his room to retrieve the belongings he had prepared the night before, including a peach branch he had readied early on. "Let's go. I will descend the mountain with you." The 2 600-year-old hens would take care of themselves, and the over 1,000-year-old flying cockroaches needed no concern from him. In this second year of Yigou, Tao Mian left the place he had inhabited for over 1,000 years for the first time. He would not return until the peach blossoms bloomed the following year. Gu Yuan worried that Tao Mian would not take care of himself while away, repeatedly reminding Qingqi to look after him. Qingqi felt that this Taoist Tao was not very particular. He followed his lead on where to eat without question. not inquiring about Qingmiao Sect or Dong Lianjun, remaining exceptionally calm. He felt uncertain, for Tao Mian appeared far too youthful, raising doubts about whether his brother had been misled. The inn typically consists of 2 rooms, though occasionally, due to a shortage, guests share one. Cheng Qi slept on the floor, while Tao Mian took the bed. Tao Daozhong mentioned his habit of rising early to meditate, to which Cheng Qi replied that he would not disturb him. The following morning, Cheng Qi awoke to find Tao Mian seated in a dignified posture, eyes closed in meditation. Not wanting to disrupt him, Cheng Qi quietly stood up, but accidentally stubbed his toe against the table leg, causing him to yelp in pain. The noise startled Tao Mian awake. He wiped the non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth, still bleary-eyed. "Breakfast?" Cheng Qi asked. That day, he wrote to Gu Yuan, urging him to find another assistant, as this young Taoist priest seemed rather deceptive. That evening, assassins dispatched by the Dong family infiltrated their inn. The attackers injured several individuals, making their way to the bedroom. Cheng Qi, startled from his sleep, drew his sword to confront them. Yet, one among them was swifter. The clash of blades reflected the moonlight outside, filling the room with an icy chill. Cheng Qi counted 3 assailants. He hesitated to join the fray, fearing his intervention might complicate matters further. After 3 agonizing screams echoed, the 3 attackers, bleeding profusely, fled through the broken window. Candles flickered to life in the room, lit by the young Taoist, who placed a withered peach branch on the table, revealing a patch stained with blood. Remarkably, the peach wood remained untainted. "I spared their lives, but they shall never cultivate again," Tao Mian declared. "Are you injured?" Cheng Qi inquired, noticing that Tao Mian's attire remained pristine, his hair crowned perfectly in place, resembling a lotus untouched by mud, impervious to the mundane world. As Cheng Qi looked into his eyes, he realized how misguided his initial assumption was that Tao Mian was merely in his early 20s. While youth may preserve one's appearance, the eyes betray the passage of time. In the days that followed, Cheng Qi clung to his benefactor, no longer needing to intervene as Tao Mian repelled wave after wave of pursuers. Occasionally, Tao Mian would feign sleep, allowing Cheng Qi to take the lead. Initially perplexed, Cheng Qi soon understood that this was perhaps Tao Mian's way of honing his skills. If he faltered, Tao Mian would emerge from beneath the covers with the peach branch, swiftly resolving any troubles. Their journey continued until they reached a secluded villa beside Qingmiao Peak. Gu Yuan, under the alias Ruan Su, was the villa's master, slowly building his influence under the watchful gaze of Lihe Mountain. Tao Mian was discreetly ushered into the villa, and that night, the master and disciple engaged in a lengthy conversation that lasted until dawn. The next morning, when Cheng Qi knocked on the door, it opened from within. It was Tao Mian, preparing to depart. Cheng Qi heard Gu Yuan's voice, declaring, "Master, your disciple shall surely make a name for himself and repay your kindness 1,000-fold." Cheng Qi saw the smile on Tao Mian's face, which seemed tinged with fatigue. "Disciple, my only wish is for your safety," he replied. Gu Yuan had schemed for a long time, and Tao Mian was the final piece of his plan. With his arrival, all of Gu Yuan's strategies would be set into motion. He orchestrated everything, ultimately preparing for confrontation. Dong Lianjun arrived with 20 golden elixir cultivators and 30 foundation establishment practitioners, believing this force would easily dispatch the remnants of the old sect leader's followers. However, unexpectedly, a jade-faced Taoist in a green robe emerged, wielding a 3-foot peach branch. Moving like a dragon in flight, striking down the attackers with astonishing agility, leaving them in disarray. Dong Lianjun was caught off guard, reduced to a state of utter disarray. The assailants spared lives, opting not to take lives, but to cripple their powers instead. Clutching his chest while spitting blood, he rasped, "Who are you? Why do you assist that little thief?" The figure under the moonlight responded with a calm demeanor, "I am his master." The news of Gu Yuan, the orphan of the old sect leader, seeking to reclaim his sect with the protection of an immensely powerful master, spread like wildfire among the sections. As spring blossomed, Gu Yuan wished to keep his master by his side for a while longer, but Tao Mian declined. The peach blossoms atop the mountain bloomed. "Disciple, I must return," Tao Mian announced. Gu Yuan, though unwilling to let him go, feigned generosity. "Master, whenever you wish to take a stroll, I shall send a sedan chair to fetch you." Tao Mian smiled, replying, "My straw sandals are humble, they do not warrant a high chair. Disciple, do bring Lu Guifei back to the mountain when you have the chance." Thus, Tao Mian departed, unencumbered by the wind or clouds, impervious to anyone's attempts to halt his passage. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Mountain, tranquility was soon disrupted as visitors repeatedly encroached upon his peace. Tao Mian dealt mercilessly with offenders, but refrained from abandoning his cultivation as he had done previously. Typically, he would leave them battered and bruised before tossing them out of the courtyard. Over time, intruders grew weary of the futility of their pursuits, leading to a gradual decline in violent confrontations. Occasionally, when Tao Mian sought companionship for drinking, he would drag them from their corners and seat them on stone benches, pouring wine to share. In time, those individuals even aided him in chopping wood and feeding chickens, allowing Tao Mian to enjoy his leisurely life. Gu Yuan's letters became increasingly infrequent, as his disciple was now a busy man, a fact that his master understood. However, Wang Yatu at the village's edge continued to inquire each year. Wang Yatu, once a little girl with horned braids, had blossomed into a graceful beauty. With suitors increasing in number, yet she remained wistfully waiting. Tao Mian, stop waiting, he advised her. Little Gu Taoist has chased after the distant peach blossoms. Wang Yatu, perceptive yet stubborn, only shed tears upon hearing his words, resigning herself to the truth. The peach blossoms on Peach Blossom Mountain bloomed and fell again, and years passed. Wang Yatu eventually married and bore a daughter, living happily with her husband. Tao Mian sat on the threshold, shaking a rattle to entertain the toothless child, while Wang Yatu, now a mother, had softened, gaining clarity on many matters. Is Tao Daozhong still waiting? She asked. Tao Mian, with eyes that seemed to stretch into the distance, retained the same visage as many years prior, replied, the mountain is here, and I am here. Neither the mountain nor I shall depart. Those who leave are not pursued, nor are they awaited, only memories linger. Over the years, Tao Daozhong ventured out only a few times, each instance to aid his disciple. Whenever he descended from the mountain, Gu Yuan's adversaries would prepare with utmost diligence to face him. The Peach Blossom Immortal had never tasted defeat. The outside world spoke of the deep bond between Tao Mian and Gu Yuan, while Gu Yuan's enemies sought to sow discord between them. Little did they know, Tao Mian held no interest in such external turmoil. He merely cherished the memories of those 16 years. Master Tao never interfered with his disciples' decisions. He did not even embody the typical role of a master. When not out and about, he would lie in the courtyard, basking in the sun and napping. Only once did Tao Mian express anger towards Gu Yuan. Hua Xinglan, a right-hand man of Lihe Mountain, prompted Gu Yuan to seek his master's intervention. Tao Mian single-handedly stormed the Hua family, incapacitating Hua Xinglan and his sworn brother. Upon leaving, he took 2 of the masterminds with him. However, an hour later, Gu Yuan dispatched another group, annihilating the entire Hua family. Upon discovering the news, Tao Mian was furious, forcefully pushing open the door to the villa's study. Gu Yuan and his trusted subordinates were in the midst of discussing important matters, their conversation abruptly interrupted. Gu Yuan dismissed his subordinates and personally brought a chair and tea for Tao Mian, who refused to sit. Gu Yuan, he said, when you were young, I brought you to the mountain to witness the peach blossoms budding and the grass sprouting, guiding you to cultivate tranquility and absorb the spirit of the mountains. The Hua family consists of 18 souls, including children and the elderly. Did you consider your master's intentions when your blade fell? Why do I venture into the mundane world? Why do I only cripple powers but spare lives? Disciple, if you seek revenge for your parents and wish to claim the sect leader's position, I will not obstruct you. But I fear you may become ensnared in a struggle with demonic forces, ultimately leading yourself to ruin. Tao Mian's earnest words fell on deaf ears. As Gu Yuan dismissed them, Master, you are too naive. The Hua family harbors cruelty and treachery in their bloodline. If I do not act decisively today, you shall pay your respects at my grave tomorrow. Lihe Mountain once treated my Gu family with ruthless intent. I was but a child in swaddling clothes when they sent 8 waves of pursuers, vowing to eradicate us. Children grow, learn to harbor hatred, and seek vengeance without hesitation. I know this all too well, for I have walked this path. He concluded, Master, I am already ensnared. Where is hell? I glance around, and it seems hell is everywhere. Tao Mian was escorted back to his room by Cheng Qi in his later years. Cheng Qi would often reflect upon that scene as if it had occurred just yesterday. He trailed half a step behind Tao Mian, perceiving him as a porcelain vase adorned with icy patterns, with fissures that threatened to consume its integrity at any moment, like a spider's web. Lu Guifei could no longer endure the strain. After leaving Taohua Mountain, its vitality had diminished significantly. As an exceptionally long-waiting chicken, Tao Mian granted it a grand burial, placing its ashes in a small box no larger than a palm, leaving Qingsha Peak with him. The once jovial Tao Daoling had suddenly become quiet and taciturn. Apart from occasional conversations with Wang Yadu, he spent nearly all his days behind closed doors. Correspondence from Qingmiao Sect had ceased to appear. After 5 or 6 years, the long absence of letters was abruptly interrupted, first becoming semi-annual, then quarterly, bi-monthly, and finally monthly. Wang Yada learned from a traveling merchant that the Qingmiao Sect had a new master, a young man with the surname Gu. The doors of Taohua Temple were frequently opened again. Tao Mian received the latest letter, in which Gu Yuan rambled on about matters concerning his sect. Initially, he discussed significant affairs like the change of the sect leader, but now it was trivialities such as relocating trees at the mountain gate and squabbles among the chickens, each account extending into lengthy narratives. Without fail, he concluded with, "Master, I have sent someone to bring you to enjoy a life of ease." Tao Mian deemed it unnecessary. If his disciple was struggling, he would lend a hand. If his disciple thrived, there was no need for him to make an appearance. Upon arriving at Qingmiao Sect, he was met by a throng of people clamoring for his attention, and he had been there once. Tao Mian disliked such spectacles. Days passed, and Wang Yada's maid had reached marrying age, and another letter from Qingmiao Sect arrived. It still contained trivial matters, but the ending was different this time. Gu Yuan expressed a desire to meet Master. Tao Mian discerned an unusual significance in this, and felt a wave of panic. He hurried to Qingmiao Sect overnight. Having no time to pack, along the way, he contemplated the letters from these years. "The peach blossoms I nurtured have withered. I will not replant. When will Master come to take a look? The fish in the pond were taken by a cat. I couldn't bear to chase it away. And now it has harmed the family of koi. Master, please come and see this cat. You have always gotten along well with such furry creatures. I have engaged in virtuous deeds, having committed numerous wrongs in my youth. I do not blame Master for being harsh with me. This morning, a silver hair sprouted at my temples. Perhaps Master still looks as he did in my childhood. When we meet again, I hope Master does not mistake me. The peach blossoms have finally bloomed. How I wish to see Master." The Qingmiao Sect was in mourning. The sect leader, Gu Yuan, succumbed to chronic illness and ascended to the heavens. Tao Mian rested his hand upon the dark, heavy coffin, recalling the day he had cradled an infant from the bathtub. The sunlight was warm, and the mountain sparrows chirped. He said, "Let us return to Taohua Mountain." Chapter 4. Good area. So this is the grave of Yigou? In the peach blossom grove of Taohua Mountain, the immortal Tao Mian stood side by side with a little girl, whose height barely reached his thigh, in front of a mound of earth. The little girl sported messy braided hair, unmistakably crafted by someone's hand. You should call him Senior Brother Yigou. Tao Mian held a branch of peach blossoms, adorned with delicate pink flowers. He lightly tapped the girl's head with the branch, causing several petals to detach and drift slowly down. The little girl remained furrowing her brow, displaying a look of perplexity. She had listened to 2 hours of stories here, and whenever she attempted to escape, Tao Mian would grasp her head and pull her back, time and time again. Who could have imagined that she initially became Tao Mian's disciple merely for a meal? It is truly difficult to eat your family's rice. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Tao Mian used the branch in his hand to dust off the gravestone, remaining silent. After Gu Yuan's death, he wished to bring his disciple's body back to Taohua Mountain, but the people of Qingmiao Sect refused. Chengqi also came as a mediator, stating that it was against the rules. Tao Mian argued, "What rules? You exhausted my disciple, and now you want to leave him here to guard the mountain." Chengqi, perspiring profusely, explained to him that at that moment, the peach branch in Tao Mian's hand was already resting upon his neck. This was also the late sect leader's wish. Tao Mian did not believe it, but Chengqi nodded vigorously, insisting it was true. Gu Yuan, fully aware of the burden he had placed upon Tao Mian, felt unworthy to meet him again. He secretly bequeathed several estates and profitable shops to Tao Mian as a form of retirement support, ensuring his future comfort. As for himself, he chose to be buried at Qingmiao Sect. Gu Yuan did not believe that his heavily burdened soul would have another life. However, he expressed hope that if there were to be a next life, he would reunite with Tao Mian. These words were conveyed to Chengqi by Gu Yuan during his final days of illness. At that time, Gu Yuan did not know that the notion of reunion would bind Tao Mian for another millennium, causing another to miss out on a lifetime. A conflict emerged between master and disciple. Naturally, Tao Mian was heartbroken upon hearing this, and Chengqi, unable to bear it, sought to offer some words of comfort. Unexpectedly, the little Tao Daolang wiped her eyes and asked, "Could we perhaps leave a leg for him to take back to Taohua Mountain?" Chengqi, he thought Tao Mian was joking and respectfully escorted the individual back to Taohua Mountain. Tao Mian, clutching a hefty stack of property deeds, drifted like a wandering soul from one end of the village to the other. The villagers believed that Taohua Temple was on the verge of collapse and that the little Tao Daolang was about to renounce his vows. prompting many to come seeking to arrange marriages for him. Frightened, Tao Mian did not venture outside for a month. The first experience is always unique. Gu Yuan's death left Tao Mian unable to move on for many years. He hoped to take on another disciple to divert his thoughts. Yet the system remained as silent as before. Tao Mian mused that perhaps the time had not yet arrived. The true moment would come several decades later. Compared to his good brother, Qingqi was undoubtedly long-lived. One day, Tao Mian received an invitation to celebrate the 80th birthday of the sect leader of Qingmiao Sect. Qingqi's intention was to coax Tao Mian, who had been secluded in the mountains, to step out, and Tao Mian, wishing to seize the opportunity to reconnect with old friends, found the reunion quite natural. Qingmiao Sect had now become the foremost sect in the world, with Qingqi continuing the glory established during Gu Yuan's tenure. For the grand birthday celebration, various cultivation sects presented lavish gifts. Tao Mian wrote a letter, stating that he was impoverished, and if they were willing, he would entrust a manor under his name to Qingqi for management. Qingqi saw through Tao Mian's intent to exploit his labor and said, "I desire nothing. Just bring a branch of peach blossoms." Tao Mian, being a straightforward person, brought nothing extra apart from himself and a branch of peach blossoms. Sect Master Cheng even personally welcomed him at the mountain gate and treated him with utmost hospitality. Within the sect, rumors circulated that Tao Mian was the illegitimate son of the former sect leader. Tao Mian thought this was quite amusing, and he promptly proposed the idea of inheriting the sect to Qingqi. Qingqi was nearly 80 years old. Amidst the clinking of cups and the flow of brilliance, Qingqi, his vision clouded by intoxication, raised his cup to toast to his old friend, saying to Tao Mian on his right, "I have aged, yet you, little Tao Daolang, remain the same." The wine at the banquet was sweet, and Tao Mian could not help but indulge. He clutched the wine jug tightly. Vaguely hearing Qingqi's sigh, Tao Mian widened his eyes, striving to find the shadow of that young man from years past in the elderly figure before him. "You have not aged, neither has Gu Yuan. In my eyes, you shall forever be full of vigor." The immortal of peach blossoms tapped his finger on his brow, and Qingqi laughed heartily, wiping the moisture from the corners of his eyes as if casually. Everyone believed that the sect leader and the little Tao Daolang were engaged in pleasant conversation, and the banquet was lively and boisterous. While Tao Mian slowly set down the wine jug, a year after the grand birthday celebration, Sect Master Cheng passed away. After great joy came profound sorrow, leaving the hearts of people within the sect unsettled. Fortunately, Qingqi had made arrangements in advance. A decree from the sect master changed the course of a young man's life. Qingqi was also buried within the sect, beside the former sect leader Gu Yuan. The day after the burial, it was discovered that in front of both tombstones, a vibrant branch of peach blossoms stood. It was 3 days after the burial of Sect Master Cheng that Tao Mian encountered Lu Yuandi. 20 years later, the name Lu Yuandi would resonate throughout the human realm. As a legendary empress, her beauty and power would draw countless admirers. She remained unmarried throughout her life, never revealing her affections to anyone. The world believed her to be wholly devoted to her spiritual path, severing all ties of love. Yet, in the final moments of her existence, she inscribed upon a stone wall with a branch of blossoming flowers, "From now on, do not linger in longing." The identity of the person she cherished became a mystery, vanishing along with her remains. Presently, however, Lu Yuandi is merely a petty thief caught red-handed by Tao Mian, forced to toil on Peach Blossom Mountain. Initially, Tao Mian harbored no particular thoughts about Lu Yuandi. Had she not attempted to abduct the ancient black chicken, Wu Changzai, who had lived for 6 centuries, Tao Mian would not have resorted to binding her upside down. After a verbal reprimand, Tao Mian untied her, preparing to release the young girl. Suddenly, the dormant system activated. Detected a human with apprentice qualifications, within 10 steps of the host. 10 steps? Tao Mian swiftly advanced towards Lu Yuandi. As Lu Yuandi stretched her shoulders, she shivered in confusion at this person's erratic behavior. "If you wish to apologize, I might consider it." Before Lu Yuandi could finish, she saw Tao Mian bend down to embrace Wu Changzai, tears brimming in her eyes. "Wu Changzai, surely, you are to be my next disciple. Do not worry. I shall spare no effort in nurturing you to become the finest chicken essence within 100 miles. Lu Yuandi. System. Reminder to the host. Non-human disciple cultivation function not yet available due to level restrictions. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your second disciple. Disciple name, Lu Yuandi. Background, descendant of the former imperial family. Qualifications, superior wind spiritual root. Background, Lu Yuandi is the legitimate daughter of Emperor Lu Feng of the previous dynasty. General Li Li usurped power, supporting a puppet regime, altering the national title. Lu Yuandi's father and brothers were slaughtered. Empress Su entrusted her to a palace maid, who led Lu Yuandi to flee. During the chaos of war, the maid became separated from Lu Yuandi, who was subsequently taken in by an elderly beggar. The beggar unfortunately passed away, and Lu Yuandi wandered to Peach Blossom Mountain. This is the profile of disciple Lu Yuandi. Please nurture her diligently. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked rewards. Filing Sword Technique 1. Using Heart Method 1. Dash and Whip Technique 1. So the disciple is Lu Yuandi. As Tao Mian's disappointment poured forth unabashedly, Lu Yuandi's anger flared. Though she did not comprehend the source of the madness, she felt an overwhelming sense of being undervalued. Tao Mian's face fell. You are quite perceptive. You truly are. All right, my dear girl. Tao Mian gently patted the back of the young girl's head, calming her down. I have good news for you. Do not get too excited. From today onward, you shall be my second disciple. I am not called second girl. I have a name. My name is Lu Yuandi. Very well, Lu second girl. Though infuriated, Lu Yuandi remained clear-headed. Although she was uncertain about the purpose of this so-called apprenticeship, having a place to stay and food to eat was reason enough to accept. Will being your disciple include meals and lodging? Of course. Natural mountain scenery, clear waters nearby. 5-star treatment, a noble experience. You seem to be deceiving me. Nonsense. I, Tao Mian, a man of integrity, never deceive children. Tao Mian. The one from the poem Mian Mian Si Yuan? It is I, the one who yearns for slumber. Chapter 5. The teachings of the master. The first lesson Tao Mian imparted to second girl was that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You must learn to appreciate labor, my dear. Tao Mian returned to his recliner, comfortably fanning himself. His disciple, second girl, chopped wood nearby, gritting her teeth in frustration. She wished she could bite off a piece of flesh from Tao Mian. She realized her error. If she hadn't gotten lost in the first place, she would not have come to Peach Blossom Mountain. Had she not come, she would not have stolen chickens. If she hadn't stolen chickens, she would not have been caught by Tao Mian. If she hadn't been caught, she would not have been forced into a 6-hour workday. All those claims of 5-star treatment and noble experiences were mere fabrications. Only Tao Mian enjoyed the benefits. Impetuousness. Is Master truly enjoying himself? Master is in communion with the universe, transcending earthly concerns. You are too young to grasp the profound secrets therein. Lu Yuandi rolled her eyes dramatically. Child, do not be discontented. Your elder brother, Gu Yuan, also walked this path step by step. I am not deceiving you. Gu Yuan, despite his talent, humbly sought guidance. Your innate abilities pale in comparison to your brother's by a tenth. Do not be arrogant. Tao Mian shook his fan, closing his eyes with a sigh. You are indeed the weakest cohort I have ever taken on. Lu Yuandi would not heed his ramblings, suspecting that Gu Yuan may have been duped by Tao Mian into working hard. This fraud of a celestial being. Are you truly the master of Gu Yuan, the former leader of Qingmiao Sect? Absolutely. If you doubt it, you may inquire with his neighbor. Qingmiao Sect Master Chung passed away not long ago. Alas, Tao Mian lightly tapped his chin with his fan, leaving no evidence to corroborate. Shall I have him send you a dream? Lu Yuandi shivered at the thought. No, I cannot bear it. The afternoon sun was warm, coaxing a languor upon the body. As Tao Mian drifted in and out of sleep, he recalled that it had been over 3 months since second girl ascended the mountain, chopping wood, fetching water, cooking, and feeding the chickens. Her foundational skills were nearly established. He retrieved 3 blue-covered manuals from within his robe and tossed them to the young disciple. Disciple, I present you with 3 gifts. Lu Yuandi clumsily caught them, one in her hand and another held in her mouth. These 3 tomes of techniques should be diligently studied in your spare time. They will be immensely beneficial. Tao Mian's languid voice echoed, and Lu Yuandi felt the crisp warmth of the pages under the sun. The stillness of her heart suddenly rippled with excitement. For me? Indeed, unparalleled techniques. Lu Yuandi was ecstatic. At last, she could protect herself from harm. She cherished the covers of the 3 books. Opening the first page of Filene's sword technique. Little Tao, she had always been informal with Tao Mian. How does one pronounce these characters? Tao Mian suddenly rolled over, turning his back to her. The master is asleep. You cannot possibly be illiterate as well. I am not illiterate. I simply cannot comprehend. A moment of silence ensued, punctuated by Wu Changzai's soft clucking. Lu Yuandi clasped her fists and took a large step back. Master, I will not forget your kindness. We part ways here. Wait. Suddenly, I have gained insight and can read. Do not deceive me, little Tao. If you deceive me again, it shall be impolite. How can a celestial being's matters be called deceit? Come, I shall explain it to you. Lu Yuandi wanted to flee but found herself unable to escape. 4 Tao Mian stood in front of the door. Little Tao, the Taoist, may lack in many areas, but she excels at emotional appeals. You would leave? You could bear to leave? Think of Wu Changzai. Think of your master. Think of the pots and pans and axes you shared daily. Lu Yuandi's temples throbbed. She was ready to scale the wall to escape. Very well, very well. I shall not deceive you any longer. I truly can read. I will teach you. Lu Yuandi withdrew her right leg from the wall's edge. Truly? Tao Mian, irritated, nodded emphatically. Truly. It was proven that the deceitful celestial being was initially reluctant to teach purely out of laziness. After demonstrating the techniques, Tao Mian felt as though his skin had been stripped away. The rest you must comprehend on your own. I am exhausted. Lu Yuandi nodded, picking up the branch that Tao Mian had casually discarded and began her practice. Tao Mian's claim that second girl lacked talent was disingenuous. This second disciple, with a superior wind spiritual root, was a rare genius. After merely one demonstration, Lu Yuandi learned with remarkable skill. The young girl wielded her sword beneath the moonlight, her movements fluid as flowing clouds, petals fluttering at her feet. The peach blossom celestial, in a daze, seemed to see his elder disciple once practicing swordplay beneath this very tree, their two figures gradually overlapping, year after year. Master, little Tao? Tao Mian awoke from his reverie. A dream of years past. The young girl now stood as a graceful figure, bathed in moonlight, gazing back. Little Tao, you are lost in thought again. Lu Yuandi chuckled mischievously, leaping forward. Look at my sword. The master will always remain the master. Tao Mian effortlessly deflected his disciple's swift attack with a mere push of his palm. Lu Yuandi, though a girl, wielded her sword with remarkable ferocity. Should one fail to evade her strikes, the consequences would be no jest. With one failed attempt, Lu Yuandi swiftly pivoted for another strike, yet once more. Tao Mian deftly sidestepped her, pinching the sword's tip between his fingers with apparent ease. However, Lu Yuandi found herself unable to break free. Truly, the young Tao was formidable. She laughed heartily, showing no signs of anger despite her defeat. Yet Tao Mian saw through her flattery, knowing that while she praised him, she was plotting an assassination against him in the dead of night. Little girl, you think you can deceive your master? You have much to learn. Since he began teaching Lu Yuandi, the spirited young girl had been full of energy each day. Rather than diligently studying the sword manual, she insisted on dragging Tao Mian into practice with her. Tao Mian, ever the lazy one, preferred to lie down than sit up. Unable to force him verbally, Lu Yuandi resorted to a cunning plan, sneaking into his room at midnight to launch surprise attacks. It was enough to drive anyone to madness. Consequently, Tao Mian found himself unable to sleep, for Lu Yuandi was rather clumsy in her attempts, and one careless moment could lead to the peach blossom temple changing hands. Thus, the young Tao priest was reluctantly drawn into the fray. Fortunately, during the day, Lu Yuandi still had to fulfill her duties, granting Tao Mian some opportunities for rest. Lu Yuandi was a wild-spirited girl, unlike Gu Yuan, who had grown up alongside Tao Mian on Peach Blossom Mountain. She hailed from outside the mountain, forever gazing longingly. With half her heart wandering, Tao Mian knew that one day, Lu Yuandi would leave. Like Gu Yuan, she bore a mission from birth. The young Tao master was uncertain how much Lu Yuandi understood about her origins, but he was aware that, regardless of her knowledge, her character would inevitably lead her to seek her roots, and she would embark on a path of vengeance. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuandi had turned 17. Recently, Tao Mian noticed that her assassination attempts had lost the decisiveness of her childhood. She had learned to expertly conceal her presence. Anyone other than Tao Mian would be oblivious to her existence. Initially, Tao Mian believed his disciple had matured and learned to respect her master. Gradually, he realized that Lu Yuandi was silently bidding him farewell. She said nothing, but Tao Mian understood that her departure was imminent. Master, I am leaving, the girl said, her small bundle slung over her shoulder, one hand gripping her sword as she took her leave. Her tone was casual, as if she were simply stepping out to fetch a warm pot of wine for Tao Mian. Standing beneath a flourishing peach tree, the overlapping blossoms and shadows rendered him indistinct in Lu Yuandi's eyes. Yuandi, your master will always be here, Tao Mian said. Lu Yuandi felt a novel sensation upon hearing her full name, but something was subtly shifting. She understood that beyond this door, she could only be Lu Yuandi, the girl who had been playfully manipulated by her master, leaving the innocent girl behind on Peach Blossom Mountain. Suddenly, she gripped the hilt of her sword tightly and bowed deeply toward Tao Mian, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Master, I am leaving. At last, she called him master. As Lu Yuandi descended the mountain, she passed through the village at its foot. Two young children sat atop a large stone at the village entrance. clapping their hands and singing a familiar tune, a song Tao Mian had once taught her. Peach blossoms red, willows green. Carps leap ashore, spring waters lap the banks. My heart drifts far and wide. Gone I shall be, gone I shall be. Where do the flying weeds return? Lu Yuandi covered her mouth with one hand, her delicate brows furrowing tightly as the tears she had held back began to flow freely, wetting her hands. Chapter 6. How to fit an elephant into a refrigerator in several steps. Lu Yuandi's path to the throne consisted of 3 steps. The first step, descend the mountain. The second step, eliminate Li Li. The third step, ascend the throne. This seemingly ludicrous plan was Lu Yuandi's true intention, though the second step was somewhat more complicated. However, it posed no issue. Disguised as a boy, Lu Yuandi infiltrated the military camp. Her first task was to gain the favor of Li Li, a man known for his suspicion and distrust of others, relying most on his military advisor. Lu Yuandi's initial approach was through the advisor's naive nephew. She orchestrated a scheme to lure the young fool into an enemy trap, only to rescue him herself while feigning injury, executing the plan with seamless finesse. The gullible nephew fell for her ruse and sang her praises to his uncle. The cunning advisor, aware of his nephew's dim-wittedness, remained skeptical of Lu Yuandi. Nevertheless, he could not ignore the selfless young man who had come to their aid. Soon enough, another opportunity presented itself. A small squad found themselves trapped in a valley, surrounded by pursuing enemies. Just as it seemed they would be annihilated, an inconspicuous soldier miraculously led everyone to safety. This soldier was Lu Yuandi. With both bravery and wisdom, she had successfully made her mark. Following this, it was only natural for her to earn the advisor's trust, and before long, Li Li too took notice of the young lad. However, earning Li Li's trust proved to be a far more arduous task. Lu Yuandi shielded him from blades, tested poisons, and offered numerous sound strategies. Yet Li Li remained indifferent, maintaining a detached demeanor. Resting at the side of the camp, Lu Yuandi found herself gnawing her thumb in frustration. Just a tent away lay her foe, and yet she felt utterly powerless. Victory was within reach, but once Li Li returned to the royal city, any hope of approaching him would become insurmountable. With a sense of despair, she appeared to have lost weight, her cheeks noticeably thinner. The advisor's nephew, a young man named Wu Yu, had unilaterally decided to befriend her, frequently gravitating towards her side. Initially, Lu Yuandi had played along with his foolishness, but now she found herself growing impatient. Despite his apparent simplicity, Wu Yu possessed a remarkable acuity at times. He sensed her unease and offered his concern. Little too. If you have any troubles, seek me out, he said, addressing her by her military alias. What could you possibly resolve for me? She retorted. I can help you think things through. Wu Yu, perhaps spoiled by his upbringing, was a carefree individual, unconcerned with matters that would resolve in time. He couldn't offer practical assistance, but he could certainly provide some amusement. In a few days, a celebration would be held for the general, and local officials were to present a group of beautiful women for entertainment. Wu Yu, with his innocent perspective, imagined beauty solely in terms of dancing. I will speak to my uncle and ensure you can join us, he assured her, confident that his uncle would be receptive. Beautiful women? Lu Yuandi pondered, her mind racing. Li Li was a man of extreme discipline, devoid of the vices of indulgence, which was why he had swiftly ascended to power. However, after months of grueling warfare, murmurs of discontent had begun to circulate among the soldiers. Allowing outsiders into the camp, particularly beautiful women, was likely an attempt to quell the unrest. Outsiders. Lu Yuandi's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. Wu Yu continued to chatter about the exquisite beauty of the women. Lu Yuandi interrupted him. Which camp are they in? Huh. Wu Yu instinctively glanced westward before quickly averting his gaze. I mean, little too. You can't have any ill intentions. Those beauties are certainly for the general first. Westward? Lu Yuandi smirked at Wu Yu's naivete, rising to dust off her knees. Rest assured, I will defer to the general. The celebration in the military camp was rather modest. The dancers would perform a single round and be selected by the generals to return to their respective places. These dancers were provided by the locals, and, while they paled in comparison to the courtesans of the royal city, one stood out remarkably that night. The beauty, veiled in a sheer fabric, approached with a slender waist and delicate features, moving with the grace of a lotus flower. Though her dance was not as refined as the others, her enchanting figure lent her a unique charm. Her eyes sparkled like fallen stars, and with a wave of her long sleeves, she captivated the souls of all present, including Li Li. As one dance concluded, another was about to begin, but Li Li could hardly wait, making a beeline for the most striking beauty at the center. The latter, blushing and lowering her head, timidly followed the general's stride. This bashful lady was none other than Lu Yuandi. Her plan for the night was meticulously crafted. She had rendered one of the dancers unconscious and donned her attire to successfully blend in. Every dance move was mimicked from those beside her. And though the lead dancer had noticed her odd demeanor, she refrained from speaking out. If Lily had not selected her, she would have sought an opportunity to substitute herself. However, fortune favored her, as she was indeed chosen. Lily escorted her back to his tent, but made no further advances. Instead, he positioned her in the center of the tent while he leisurely poured himself a drink and settled behind the table, sipping slowly. Lu Yuandi kept her gaze lowered, fearful of making any sudden movements. It was rather peculiar. The seemingly intoxicated general at the banquet now appeared to be utterly sober. He scrutinized the beauty before him for a long moment before casually uttering, "Disrobe." Lu Yuandi's hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Was Lily attempting to humiliate her? To him, she was no more than an object, to be shattered at will. She could not fathom how a true dancer would react in such a situation, but she resolutely refused to comply with Li's command. A dagger pressed against the inner side of her arm, a parting gift from Tao Mian. Tonight, she intended to use this blade to exact vengeance upon her foe. She merely awaited the opportune moment. The atmosphere grew tense, with neither party daring to move. Li's demeanor was equally strange. He neither forced her nor expelled her. He simply smiled with an air of calm, as though unveiling a long-standing deception. "You belong to the Lu clan." Lu Yuandi's drooping eyelashes trembled slightly. Lily rose again, placing his hands behind his back, and approached, stopping a few steps away. The royal Lu family possessed lighter-colored eyes than ordinary folk, while others might not discern this. He was all too familiar with her lineage. Lily seemed to recall a past event, chuckling softly, his laughter tinged with unmasked pride. At one time, to eradicate her entire clan, he had summoned all individuals with unusual eye colors, prying open their eyelids, confirming their identities one by one, and executing them without hesitation. Were there any innocent lives lost in the process? Perhaps, but what of it? Regrettably, despite such meticulousness, one fish had slipped through the net. "Your Highness, the eldest princess. I never anticipated our reunion in such a setting." Were the late emperor to know, he would surely lament. The daughter he endured torment to protect was, in essence, so foolish as to walk into a trap. Lily clucked his tongue, expressing his regret. Lu Yuandi lifted her face, her expression frozen like frost, her gaze icy. "Have you finished your spiel? If so, it's time for you to depart." The dagger slipped from her sleeve, perfectly landing in her palm, its blade surging with purpose. Lu Yuandi lunged directly for Li's vital points, acting decisively. Yet Lily was no novice. He parried the oncoming force of her strike with a palm and retaliated with a fist aimed at her. Lu Yuandi evaded. But the cumbersome fabric of her attire caused her to be slightly off balance, and she was struck by the force of his blow. Cough. A soft cough escaped her lips as she struggled against the dull ache coursing through her body. What followed was a true contest of masters. The Philian sword technique thrived on speed, its myriad of complex maneuvers dazzling to behold, each move lethally precise. A moment's carelessness could lead to a merciless demise. However, Li's martial arts were equally extraordinary. His experience was his greatest asset, a stark contrast to the inexperience of young Lu Yuandi. In terms of talent and skill, Lu Yuandi surpassed Li, yet the chasm of experience proved fatal. As Lu Yuandi, fresh to the world of combat, clashed with the battle-hardened Li, the outcome of their struggle seemed preordained. Li delivered a straight punch aimed at her face. Having already sustained various injuries, Lu Yuandi was unable to evade. Her body retreating involuntarily, she plunged her sword into the ground for support, one hand pressed against her heart, gasping heavily, while she mockingly laughed. "What a pity." Li approached, towering over her as she lay defeated. "What is it you lament? That you lack skill? That you cannot avenge the Lu clan? That the last royal bloodline is about to perish here? You see, it's not merely pity, it's tragedy." Lu Yuandi shook her head, a smile returning to her lips. "You mean nothing to my regrets." Li's face twitched momentarily, his expression betraying a flicker of irritation. Even as death loomed, she remained defiant. Lu Yuandi no longer responded to him. Her hand, half concealed in her sleeve, stealthily grasped a thunderbolt talisman. This talisman, drawing upon the life force of its wielder, could spell doom for those ensnared by its power. The unfortunate would lose their lives, while the fortunate would be grievously injured. Yet, the wielder would face a fierce backlash. Their very soul shattered, with no hope of rebirth. Once unleashed, there would be no turning back. Both she and Li would descend into the underworld together. "I merely regret not witnessing this year's blossoms bloom," she murmured, prompting Li, confused, to lean closer. with a flick of her fingers. The talisman revealed a glimmer of yellow. Li Li's eyes widened in shock. Lu Yuandi's lips, stained with blood, curled into a haunting smile. Tears welled in her eyes. Yet her gaze was frenzied. She intended to ignite herself as pyre, consuming her enemy in flames. Even if she were to transform into a sorrowful specter, she would not hesitate. You are mad. That is the Thunderbolt talisman. Li Li attempted to flee, but Lu Yuandi clung desperately to his right leg, ignoring the sharp pangs in her chest as her fingers grazed the blade, drawing blood. As the talisman slipped from their struggle, Lu Yuandi extended her arm, her gaze dimming, tears cascading down her cheeks, yet her smile remained. A hand, foreign to both of them, appeared in her line of sight, gently retrieving the Thunderbolt talisman. Yuandi. The voice, tinged with a sigh, elicited disbelief from Lu Yuandi as her eyes widened, fresh tears spilling forth. Like a child who had been wronged, she buried her face in her arms, sobbing on the ground. Master. Chapter 7. With a master present, Tao Mian had arrived. The Peach Blossom Immortal had long been worried. Having witnessed the misfortunes of Gu Yuan, he found it difficult to remain at ease once Lu Yuandi departed. The once spirited Wang girl had transformed into an elderly woman with frail legs. Clutching her cane, she sat beside Tao Mian on the wide threshold, smacking her parched lips. Little Tao, Wang girl has become Wang, old lady, while you seem to grow younger, transforming into little Tao. The old lady's eyes crinkle with delight at the thought. But you seem troubled. I am not, Tao Mian denied without a moment's thought, his response somewhat juvenile, incongruent with the mature, composed image of a 1,000-year-old immortal. He coughed twice, attempting to rectify his earlier words. I merely find it difficult to adapt. This statement seemed to imply concern for Lu Yuandi, making Tao Mian feel increasingly awkward. What kind of disciples do others teach? What kind of disciples have I taught? One after another, they yearn to venture beyond the mountains. What is so enticing outside? Strife, hatred, deceit. Those beyond the mountains are adept at deception. Wang old lady squinted her eyes. Today, Peach Blossom Mountain basked in brilliant sunshine, enveloping her in warmth. Peach Blossom Mountain, a land of unparalleled beauty, captivated all who entered. In her youth, she was enthusiastic and energetic, along with her husband, establishing a tea stall to welcome passers-by. They praised the grandeur of Peach Blossom Mountain and the clarity of Peach Blossom Creek. They would gather wildflowers broken by children along the roadside, crafting poetry and reveling in camaraderie. Some sentimental visitors, inebriated, would shed silent tears. Here, the mountains, rivers, and people were pure and untainted. Visitors from beyond the mountains could not bear to carry the burdens of the outside world into this sanctified land. They would always say, just a little longer, wait a bit more. When everything ends, we shall return here and never again engage with the mundane. Yet, Wang old lady had never seen anyone return. Your eldest and second disciple, old lady Wang, speaks slowly. She was always soft-spoken in her youth. And they are both from beyond the mountains. Little Taoist priest, the fate that lies beyond those mountains is indeed intricate. Tao Mian fell silent, letting out a slow sigh. My youngest grandson left Taohua Mountain this year to go to the town. Old lady Wang did not press Tao Mian further, but shifted the conversation to family matters. The child, with a wild heart, has gone to learn a trade from his master, determined to make a name for himself. Alas, his absence does not render the household destitute. It is not as if we cannot manage with one less pair of chopsticks. The world outside is harsh. The master is strict, and mistakes lead to a rap on the palm. He is stubborn. If he cannot succeed, he will not return home. As for me, my legs have failed me, yet my heart yearns for him, and sleepless nights stretch endlessly. Eventually, I had his father borrow a neighbor's cart to take me to the town. Upon our first meeting, my grandson wept. How could one who travels far not long for home? He cannot return, so I must go to him. At my age, how many days of life can I expect? Each meeting is one less. Old lady Wang, recalling her loved ones abroad, couldn't help but shed tears. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, and her cane inadvertently struck the ground with a thud. Therefore, little Taoist priest, she is not enamored with the scenery beyond the mountains. She simply cannot return home. The next morning, Tao Mian departed the mountain, having prepared the chicken feed, sufficient for several days. His chickens possess a commendable sense of self-regulation, eating at set times without overindulging. Should they overeat, he would have no choice but to stew them with tears in his eyes. Just as he had done many years ago, Tao Mian left Taohua Mountain with a light heart. He sought Lu Yuandi, but she had gone to great lengths to conceal her whereabouts. Even Tao Mian, her master, had to exert considerable effort to uncover her location. Upon reaching the military camp, he bound a soldier to serve as his guide. After ascertaining the basic directions, he heard distant sounds of conflict. The noise was faint, nearly imperceptible to others. Yet Tao Mian keenly detected it. Paying no heed to the hapless soldier bound before him, Tao Mian swiftly moved towards the source of the sound, only to witness his disciple preparing for mutual destruction with the enemy. Little Taoist Immortal was greatly alarmed. His eldest disciple, Gu Yuan, intended to eliminate everyone, while the second disciple, in a fit of fervor, aimed to take herself along as well. Tao Mian began to reflect on where his teachings had faltered. He appeared silently, and Lu Yuandi was the first to notice, bursting into tears immediately. Tao Mian was taken aback, feeling utterly helpless. Lu Yuandi had never cried in front of him before. Do not cry, do not cry. It is but a trifling matter. Did I not say that Master would always be here? Lu Yuandi stammered. I thought it was you who no longer wanted me, that you would not leave the mountain. Was this a misunderstanding? The Master intended for her to have a solid foundation. Why must she bear everything alone? Tao Mian hurriedly consoled his disciple, entirely ignoring the other person present. Lili transitioned from shock to scrutiny, astonished that Lu Yuandi's master had actually arrived. Who are you? Lili demanded sternly, declaring that anyone associated with the remnants of the Lu family would bear the consequences. Ah, I almost forgot about you, Tao Mian exclaimed, finally realizing he had left Lili hanging for quite some time. You need not worry. I will not harm you, the little Taoist priest said with an innocent expression. Lili felt belittled for no reason. Then do not expect to live, he retorted, but before he could finish, a shadow flitted past. Instantly, he found himself in a state devoid of all senses, aware yet unable to feel anything. Panic surged within him. What had he done? Chapter 8. Kindred spirits. Tao Mian did not perform any unnecessary actions. He merely affixed a talisman to Lili's forehead. It appeared to be an ordinary piece of paper. Lu Yuandi stifled her tears. She was not one to cry often, and after her outburst, she felt a sense of embarrassment. Wiping her eyes with her sleeve, she approached her master, Little Tao. What has happened to him? His senses are gone, but he is not dead. He glanced back at his disciple's face. Do you wish for him to die? The master can take care of it. Draped in a clean outer robe, which Tao Mian had handed her, Lu Yuandi clutched the collar tightly around herself and shook her head. Do you intend to let him go? No. Lu Yuandi stepped forward, lowering her gaze coldly upon her adversary. Little Tao, do not interfere. I will handle the rest. She was unwilling to stain Tao Mian's hands with blood. He did not belong to the mortal realm and ought not to engage with the mundane. It was her presence that had drawn him into the earthly quagmire. From that day forth, Lu Yuandi resolved to stand independently and grow strong. She could not remain a weeping child behind her master forever. Tao Mian gazed at his second disciple for a long while, then gently patted the top of her head. Yuandi, may you find peace and happiness. A simple and earnest admonition nearly brought Lu Yuandi to tears once more. She quickly bowed her head. I will, Little Tao, do not worry. Tao Mian intended to linger a while longer, as he was concerned for Lu Yuandi's safety alone. However, Lu Yuandi insisted on his departure, stating, Little Tao, hurry back to Taohua Mountain. The mountain flowers will soon bloom, and Wu Changzai is still waiting. Tao Mian understood her intent, nodded, and turned to exit the camp. He departed without a trace, and aside from the soldier he had incapacitated, none in the military camp realized he had come. It should have been a smooth exit. But unexpectedly, a young man appeared on the scene. The youth appeared anxious, as if searching for someone. He seized Tao Mian's wrist, inquiring if he had seen Wang Er. Tao Mian was momentarily taken aback. He had deliberately lowered his presence, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice him. Yet, the youth was remarkably perceptive. Who was Wang Er? Although unsure who Wang Er was, Tao Mian, as a seasoned trickster, casually pointed in a direction. He should have gone that way. The young man showed no sign of doubt, gratefully shaking Tao Mian's hand before hastily departing. He seemed rather naive. Tao Mian cast a final glance in the direction the youth had taken, then exited the military camp himself. Lu Yuandi, being young, was prone to being taken advantage of. Yet she was inherently wise. She would not repeat past mistakes and could draw lessons from her experiences, growing at an astonishing rate. The second disciple did not disappoint the profound expectations of his master. Upon returning to Taohua Temple, Tao Mian found, as anticipated, that Wu Changzai had indeed fattened himself. Tao Mian extracted him from the chicken coop, demanding an explanation. How can you have grown so fat? Look at the chickens of others. None bear a figure like yours. I tell you, if this continues, no one will want you except me, and you will have to stay here to retire. Wu Changzai strutted away, clucking dismissively, completely ignoring Tao Mian's bizarre remarks. The world outside was tumultuous, yet life within the mountain moved at a languid pace, unhurried and unperturbed. While Tao Mian basked in the sun, dozing and tending to the chickens, the outside world underwent subtle changes. Lu Yuandi initially refrained from killing Li Li. Instead, she employed a curse to control him. She sought to utilize Li Li to vie for her position within the military and establish her own power. During this time, she reconnected with individuals from her father's faction, seeking their assistance to reclaim the imperial authority, ensuring that the realm remained under the Lu family. Those who toil earnestly are rewarded by heaven. Lu Yuandi, through her arduous efforts, finally gained the confidence and strength she required. She declared her intention to avenge her clan and to see the throne occupied by another. Tao Mian learned of Lu Yuandi's plight through the letters she sent. His disciple only reported good news, omitting the troubles she faced. The seemingly casual lines concealed the immense effort and the sordid dealings she endured to amass the power she sought. These matters were never shared with him. Yet Tao Mian understood deeply. Every time he replied, he would always remind Lu Yuandi not to overexert herself. If she felt tired or weary, she should seek her master. The master may lack understanding of political machinations, but he can silence dissenting voices. Lu Yuandi felt gratitude towards Tao Mian. Yet she refused to abandon the oath she had taken in the military camp years ago. No matter how much tainted blood stained her hands or how many lives weighed upon her back, Tao Mian must never be implicated. She envisioned him as her peach blossom deity, rising to sweep fallen petals in the morning and listening to the fruits drop in the night, living freely and unbound. As long as she cherished the thought of such freedom in him, it seemed the world's filth and turmoil dissipated, leaving only a serene pool of clarity. After obtaining what he desired, Li Li lost his value. The last time Lu Yuandi saw him was in the concealed chamber of her study. Although it was referred to as a secret chamber, she had long since transformed it into a dungeon. It was dark and cold, filled with various instruments of torture. Blood splatters adorned the walls, and the floor was thick with indelible stains. The once mighty General Li Li was no longer formidable, bound tightly by heavy chains, suspended high. His disheveled hair was entangled with a few blades of grass, his head hung low. Lu Yuandi entered alone, without any attendants, standing before Li Li. The stark contrast between her pristine white boots and the bloodied floor was almost blinding. Li Li faced her without fear, merely sneering. "I have no further use for you. You have killed my 2 sons and 3 brothers, and spared not even a child of another surname. Lu Yuandi, what more do you desire?" Lu Yuandi gazed at her former adversary, now aged and decrepit. The illustrious General Li was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, her interest waned, and she felt a wave of disdain. "I do not hate you," she said. Upon hearing this, Li Li felt as though he were dreaming. "Lu Yuandi, you claim not to hate? Huh, how could you possibly not hate? You feign the role of a wronged princess from the fallen dynasty while secretly exacting a ruthless vengeance upon my family. Guilty and innocent alike, none were spared. You say you do not hate." Li Li's laughter erupted, as if he had heard the most absurd joke in the world, yet it was laced with deep sorrow. Lu Yuandi's tone remained as calm as still water. "I do not hate you. Had I harbored hatred, I would not have spared you back in the military camp. Hatred is an emotion that clouds one's reason. I do not hate." Li Li ceased his laughter, as if he had come to an understanding. A bittersweet and ironic smile crept upon his lips. "You and I are cut from the same cloth." Lu Yuandi did not deny it. Suddenly, a dark red bell appeared between her fingers, within which a small worm wriggled. Li Li recognized it as the mother insect of a curse. Just a gentle squeeze would send the mother insect to its demise, and Li Li would perish alongside it. The general did not meet his end amidst adoring throngs. He had achieved great military feats, and while his greed for power was genuine, so too was his commitment to the nation. Li Li now laughed at himself. To the victor belongs the spoils. Lu Yuandi, you have chosen the wrong path. This road will only narrow, leading to a life of solitude. Do not look back. If you do, you will find only desolation. Many years later, Lu Yuandi would recall Li Li's words, which seemed a venomous prophecy that ensnared her existence. Yet, at that moment, she paid little heed, for only one goal remained. She aspired to ascend to the throne. Chapter 9. The free meal ticket for a woman to claim the throne. Myriad obstacles lay in her path, especially given her status as a remnant of the fallen dynasty. Lu Yuandi explored every avenue, yet discovered that this endeavor could not be accomplished without bloodshed. Consequently, she was unperturbed about breaking her vows once more. She would commit regicide. The current young emperor was ostensibly a member of the Lu family, but was merely a puppet propped up by Li Li. With Li Li's downfall, many coveted the throne he occupied, and Lu Yuandi was among them. Strategically calculating, she contemplated every conceivable outcome to ensure her success. Yet, Fate often disrupts even the most astute plans. On that day, the Peach Blossom Mountain lay under a star-specked sky, clear and windless. Tao Mian opened the window to cool off, resting lightly on the couch. His slumber was restless, and he dreamt of Lu Yuandi, her white gown stained with blood, standing in a void, smiling and saying something to him. He could not hear her words and, in his anxiety, advanced towards her, yet could not reach her. Awakened from his dream, drenched in cold sweat, he wasted no time in preparing his belongings. After living for over a millennium, he knew dreams bore significance. This one foretold dire events. That night, Tao Mian departed Peach Blossom Mountain. As prophesied in his dream, Lu Yuandi found herself in peril. Upon arriving at the palace, he was met with a scene engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos of clashing forces, he could not locate his disciple, and thus navigated the turmoil, calling Lu Yuandi's name. Fire, screams, and blood entangled the immortal, suffocating his path. Overwhelmed with dread, he pondered whether he had already lost Gu Yuan, and could not bear to lose Lu Yuandi as well. Xiao Tao, a faint voice called, which Tao Mian caught. Yuandi. He found Lu Yuandi wounded behind a pillar, gravely injured, clutching her abdomen where blood seeped through her fingers. Xiao Tao. Lu Yuandi managed a weak smile. Her breath quickening. This isn't a dream, is it? Have I died? Do not speak foolishly, Tao Mian replied as he retrieved a vial of coagulant, feeding it to her with his own hands. Your master is here. I will not let anything happen to you. Tears glimmered in her eyes, yet she did not cry. She turned her gaze toward the raging fire and the sounds of slaughter outside. Is this truly what I sought? Is this what I wanted? In a fleeting moment of confusion, perhaps the pain had clouded her judgment, plunging her into chaos. What is it that I truly desire? Tao Mian tended to her wounds with careful hands, though they too became stained with blood as he grasped her hands, calming her. Disciple, he spoke clearly. Whatever it is you desire, whether beautiful or grotesque, your master will procure it for you. But you must tell me clearly what you wish. Lu Yuandi's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. Master, I want the throne. I want the world to bow before me, to no longer suffer under anyone's oppression. Very well. Tao Mian replied, his one word a promise as weighty as mountains and seas. The Peach Blossom Immortal would emerge once more for his disciple. His ethereal figure, akin to a fleeting dream, ensnared all present, leading them into a dreamlike death. Those fortunate enough to survive that night would recall it with trepidation. Such a graceful silhouette brought with it a relentless tide of death. Some remembered his name, a name once obscure, now echoed in the annals of history. Decades prior, he had been the master of Gu Yuan, a once unknown young Taoist who wielded a peach branch to deliver nightmares to Gu Yuan's foes. Little did they expect his return, nor that Lu Yuandi would be his disciple. Tao Mian needed but a few strikes to instill fear. Lu Yuandi unfurled the banner of clearing the monarch's side, dispatching all her adversaries before entering the palace with measured grace. Your Majesty, I have arrived late. An hour later, the eunuch serving the young emperor emerged with an imperial edict, trembling incessantly as the bloodied peach branch pressed against his nape. Recite it, Tao Mian commanded. Lu Yuandi stood at the foot of the steps, her dagger stained with the fresh blood of the emperor, standing impassively. The eunuch proclaimed two edicts. First, the emperor has passed away. Second, Princess Lu Yuandi of the former dynasty is to be crowned as the new empress. There was no dissent. As cold rain fell from the heavens, the moment of power transition was met not with jubilation but rather a chilling silence, akin to a tomb. The eunuch's soft and elongated voice hung above the crowd, while Lu Yuandi's followers knelt in disarray, surrounded by the bodies of their enemies. The mingling of blood and rain forming delicate streams. Through the curtain of rain, Lu Yuandi cast a distant gaze towards Tao Mian on the steps. She observed a fleeting expression of pain on his face, quickly masked by a smile as he returned her gaze. Lu Yuandi clenched her hands tightly at her sides, feeling remorse for having led Tao Mian to this juncture. With the new emperor's ascension, numerous responsibilities weighed heavily upon her, leaving her overwhelmed. However, the forces that could threaten her position had momentarily dissipated. After 3 days of observation, Tao Mian left a letter and quietly departed. Lu Yuandi did not attempt to detain him, instead gifting him numerous presents, always feeling that her compensation was insufficient. Tao Mian, in no hurry to return to Peach Blossom Mountain, meandered leisurely along his journey. He appeared carefree, yet each night he struggled with insomnia, haunted by blood and screams that infiltrated his dreams, often waking in a cold sweat. Thus, he felt compelled to travel for solace. This journey was not entirely fruitless. He unintentionally acquired 2 children along the way. These children, once little beggars who had attempted to steal from him, he he discovered and, rather than scolding them, treated them to a meal, after which they clung to him. Awakening from a nightmare, Tao Mian felt an unbearable weight upon him. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by two innocent faces. Silver Ticket, you're awake? You're awake? Silver Ticket, can you two refrain from treating my generosity as a matter of course? Tao Mian grasped the collars of the two children, one in each hand, and tossed them onto the bed. The girl, elder sister to the boy, was named Chu Liuxue, while the boy was called Chu Suiyan. They were not related by blood, yet were each other's sole companions. Tao Mian regarded them with exasperation, initially hoping they might become his new apprentices, but the system had yet to issue any notifications. Now, it appeared he had unwittingly become a victim of his own kindness. Chapter 10. That is because I do not like it. Both children bore the surname Chu. The elder sister, Chu Liuxue, spoke rapidly, detailing her tale like a bamboo tube spilling beans. She recounted how her father, once a teacher in their village, succumbed to gambling addiction and squandered their family fortune. Her mother abandoned them, and her father drowned himself, leaving her all alone. Suiyan, the younger boy, was a foundling, the son of a landlord's concubine, who had been mistreated by the legitimate wife, barely able to eat, and escaped on his own. After she finished her story, Tao Mian asked, "Is what you say true?" "Indeed," she replied. "If there is a single lie, I shall not feed you." "It is false," Suiyan muttered shyly from behind his sister, nervously clutching the hem of his clothing. He was introverted, shorter and thinner than Liuxue, relying on her completely. Whatever she taught him, he learned. She declared Tao Mian to be a silver ticket, and thus he was a silver ticket. Silver ticket, Suiyan stammered. "I am Tao Mian," he introduced himself. "Little Tao brother." Suiyan thought him to be merely a youth of around 20, unaware that he was an ancient being. "My sister has wandered with me for a long time and has faced many hardships. If you cannot take us both in, may I at least leave my sister behind?" "What nonsense!" Liuxue exclaimed, squeezing Suiyan's hand anxiously. Although she was cunning, her concern for her brother was genuine. "If you can only keep one, then let my brother stay." Liuxue bit her lip, as if making a difficult decision. "Let Suiyan stay, and I shall leave." Tao Mian wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve, seemingly moved by the deep bond between the siblings. "You two share a strong bond. Then, however, you both must leave." Liuxue released Suiyan's hand and lunged forward, exclaiming, "How can you utter such cold words on such a hot day?" Tao Mian reclined back onto the couch, covering his head with a quilt. "Cool down, alleviate the heat, lest you become overheated." "What a fanciful notion, two little tricksters. I have spoken the truth to you. You cannot be so heartless. Until now it has always been I, Tao Mian, who has taken advantage of others. Dreaming of taking advantage of me is preposterous." Tao Mian felt entirely justified, while Liuxue, furious, returned to her brother's side. "Suiyan," she said, looking at him helplessly, "let us go, and leave him to rot amid his silver tickets. It's still not New Year's. You needn't speak such auspicious words, but I do enjoy hearing them," Tao Mian replied, elongating his words. Liuxue took Suiyan by the hand and slammed the door behind them. Tao Mian muttered about their tempers and turned over to sleep. Just before falling into slumber, a thin piece of paper fluttered from his embrace, drifting through the window's crack and landing on a wall, where passers-by bustled about outside. Upon exiting, Liuxue found herself on the street, hearing the calls of vendors and the rumblings of Sin's stomach. Regret washed over her instantly. Yet, Tao Mian appeared to be the epitome of that familiar, sharp-tongued wealthy person, and returning would only lead to further humiliation. Humiliation was bearable, but lacking money was fatal. Begging was not a sustainable solution. She gazed into her brother's innocent eyes and gritted her teeth. "With hands and feet, how can we starve? Do not worry. Sister will devise every means to ensure you do not go hungry." They wandered through the market and fortuitously spotted a job advertisement affixed to a wall. A scholar sought 2 young attendants, offering meager wages but included meals and lodging. "This is splendid. Surely it cannot be a trick," Liuxue murmured, tearing it down with plans to explore further. However, as she reached the next corner and turned yet another, the same notice appeared everywhere. "Now, not going is not an option." Liuxue steeled herself. "No matter, let us see. Those barefoot fear not those in shoes." She had nothing to lose. She instructed her brother to stay close, and they made their way to the tea house indicated on the notice. Just before entering, Liuxue worried whether they would be chased away. But to her surprise, the server greeted them warmly, leading them to a private room upstairs. The room was separated by beaded curtains, where the sound of a pipa floated gently, accompanied by the soft tinkling of cups. Liuxue, stepping into such an elegant place for the first time, felt a twinge of trepidation. Someone was seated behind the curtain, sipping tea, and she could vaguely see a profile, a young gentleman. Gathering her courage, she lifted the beaded curtain. Their eyes met, locking in silence. The first to speak was the gentleman. "Ah, is that not little 2 and little Dui?" Tao Mian rested his chin on one hand, smiling warmly at the two children. Liu Xue nearly fainted from rage. You, do not point. It is impolite," Tao Mian remarked, shifting his posture and lazily leaning against the jade-carved screen. "You do not study, so why seek attendance?" Liu Xue retorted indignantly. "Who says I do not study? I possess knowledge. Then why not pursue a degree? I have no desire to take the top honor. That is simply not my inclination." Liu Xue nearly rolled her eyes. "Little girl, do not underestimate others. Does the current emperor know who I am?" "Of course." Liu Xue, with her disdainful air, surprisingly recounted the illustrious deeds of Lu Yuandi with great familiarity. She praised her diligence, her love for the people, and her wisdom and strategy, which rivaled that of any man. Now, with the court and the realm flourishing in peace, all of it was credited to her efforts. Tao Mian had traveled for a decade, hearing many praises of the new emperor from the common folk. Yet he still found joy in listening. In the distance, the flute plays a melancholic tune. "Is this truly what your heart desires?" He sighed softly. At some point, Santu ceased her incessant storytelling, and Tao Mian's gaze shifted towards her. "Why have you stopped? Silver Note, are you on the verge of tears?" "I only accept a diligent pupil, not one with a dark gaze." "Ah, perhaps it is merely my illusion." Santu shivered, nearly repulsed by the unpalatable words. "So, why did you suddenly inquire about the current emperor?" "Oh, nothing much. I was merely reminiscing about my beloved disciple." "Are you referring to your disciple?" As Santu's words trailed off, Tao Mian nodded repeatedly. The young girl fell silent for a moment, then grasped her brother's hand once more, turning to exit. "Sui Yin, let us depart. We cannot linger with a master whose wits are clouded." Chapter 11. The so-called truth of life. Santu and Cdui ultimately remained with Tao Mian. The reason was simple. He had given them far too much. Serving as Tao Mian's attendant did not require much effort, or rather, Tao Mian was not a person of many demands. He spent his days savoring tea, indulging in wine, exploring mountains and rivers, living a life of leisure and idleness. Although there were few tasks to attend to, Tao Mian had a peculiar temperament, often succumbing to fits of whimsy, occasionally demanding to be entertained. The cup of tea before him had been exchanged 3 times by Chu Lu Shui. "It's too cold. Mix in some hot water." "Too hot. Let it cool by the window. Once cooled, reheat it." The exasperated Chu Lu Shui nearly overturned the lavish tea set. "Silver Note, are you feeling unwell?" Tao Mian reclined against the bed, the sound of rain softly pattering in his ears. His current resting place was the finest inn in the city. The half-open window revealed a veil of mist, with clusters of rhododendrons drooping heavily under the weight of their blossoms. Damp and desolate on rainy days, Tao Mian's mood would fluctuate significantly, perhaps linked to the fateful night of murder many years prior. Noticing his garments dampened by the light rain, Chu Lu Shui moved around the table to gently close the window. Chu Sui Yin sat on a small stool beneath the bed, hugging his knees, a thin volume of scripture in hand. Tao Mian had expended considerable wealth acquiring ancient texts, yet he himself never read a single word. On one occasion, when Chu Sui Yin mustered the courage to request a book, he generously handed over the entire collection to the child. Chu Lu Shui was baffled, uncertain as to whom she was actually accompanying in their reading. The rain had drenched everything, lulling them into a sleepy haze. Chu Sui Yin, small and delicate, nestled against the edge of the wooden bed, drifting into a light slumber, clutching a well-thumbed ancient book. Tao Mian bent down to lift him onto the bed, tucking the thin blanket around him, then turned back, delicately plucking a treat from the plate, savoring a bite. Chu Lu Shui awaited his response. After finishing a piece of snack, Tao Mian, losing his appetite, pushed the rest towards Chu Lu Shui. She had yet to recover from the days of erratic hunger and satiety, accepting any food that came her way. Tao Mian, fearing she might overindulge, monitored her portions at every meal, forbidding her from consuming too many treats. Thankfully, after days of effort, Chu Lu Shui gradually understood that no one would compete with her for food, and her pace of eating slowed. The girl mimicked Tao Mian, chewing her food thoughtfully, curbing her desires. Tao Mian gazed at her long, drooping eyelashes and suddenly remarked, "I miss my disciple." "Disciple? Are you referring to the current emperor?" "Silver Note, is she truly your disciple?" The skepticism in Chu Lu Shui's voice made Tao Mian purse his lips. He claimed that not only Lu Yuandi was his disciple, but also Gu Yuan, the once renowned head of the Qingmiao Sect, was his beloved pupil. "So, which one do you long for?" "I cherish them all equally, of course." Tao Mian opened up, enthusiastically sharing tales of his two brilliant disciples. Seeing him regain his spirit, Chu Lu Shui refrained from interrupting, eagerly stuffing her mouth with snacks while listening to his ramblings. Have you finished? You weren't even listening, Tao Mian mumbled, reaching for the last piece of pastry on the plate. Chu Lu Shui would not allow it. She quickly scooped the entire plate into her embrace. Greedy, Chu Lu Shui forgot the refined manner she had recently learned, devouring her food with abandon, unwilling to let anyone take her last bite. After swallowing, she wiped her mouth and continued the conversation. You say the Empress is your disciple. That is questionable. As for the Qingmiao Sect, I have never heard of it. Is it well known? Tao Mian could hardly believe that someone had not heard of the illustrious Qingmiao Sect, his eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. The Qingmiao Sect is a prestigious name across the land. Sentu, you lack experience. Chu Lu Shui remained silent, her silence enveloping Tao Mian, wrapping around him from body to soul. In the world, the tides of time have transformed everything. Flowers bloom and wither at the steps of life. Once a formidable sect of cultivation, even they could not withstand the relentless passage of time, gradually fading into obscurity. Love and hate scattered like leaves, swept away by the ceaseless waves, flowing eastward. Santu, Tao Mian, from somewhere, produced a plate of snacks, gazing sorrowfully at Chu Lu Shui. Please, eat. Chu Lu Shui was perplexed by his sudden kindness, yet the allure of food was too great to resist. With a mix of suspicion and eagerness, she swiftly pulled the plate closer. Why are you being so nice to me all of a sudden? Alas, Tao Mian sighed deeply. I have suddenly realized a profound truth. What? One must live until death. What nonsensical drivel. Eat. Eat. Even if you overindulge, it would be a dignified way to depart. Chu Lu Shui shivered, for the first time acutely aware of the threat posed by food. I'll save some for Sui Yan. Their conversation inevitably disturbed Chu Sui Yan's light slumber. The boy rubbed his eyes, waking up. Upon seeing both children alert, Tao Mian tapped his fingers on the table. We shall head north tomorrow, to the capital, to visit my second disciple. Tao Mian's actions and thoughts were increasingly inscrutable. At least Chu Lu Shui believed that his moments of lucidity were growing scarce, as he seemed to descend into madness nearly every day. He was even considering accepting her and Sui Yan as disciples. What is wrong with me taking you as my disciple? I, Tao Mian, possess considerable skills. Do not merely fixate on the few bowls of rice before you. Mastering these skills, even mere sustenance, is not a daunting challenge. Children should not be so short-sighted. Chu Lu Shui thought he was having another episode and ignored him, continuing to munch on her pastry. Yet, Chu Sui Yan's eyes lit up, and he cautiously grasped Tao Mian's sleeve, asking if it was truly possible to become a disciple. Tao Mian gazed deeply into the boy's eyes, as if peering through layers of fog to scrutinize his soul. That expression was beyond Chu Sui Yan's comprehension. But Chu Lu Shui sensed the unusual nature of it. She broke off half of her pastry and handed it to her brother, then stuffed the whole piece into Tao Mian's mouth. Recently, she had become increasingly reckless, having discovered that adults were unreliable and the younger ones knew even less. At her tender age, she had to shoulder the responsibility of caring for the three of them. Tao Mian struggled, appearing to be choked. Chu Sui Yan held the greasy piece of pastry, looking helplessly at his sister. Eat. Your stomach hasn't even been filled, and you still have the energy to ponder meaningless matters. Lu Shui, eat. Chu Sui Yan chewed on his pastry in frustration, too afraid to retort, holding the whole pastry. Tao Mian's eyes darted between the siblings, a sigh escaping him. Chu Sui Yan was younger than Chu Lu Shui and always followed his sister's lead. For as long as they had grown up, Chu Lu Shui had taken care of him, allowing him to eat when there was food and keeping him safe from danger. The siblings had stumbled through life until they met Tao Mian, no longer adrift. Now that Tao Mian wished to take on disciples, it was evident that Chu Lu Shui was unwilling to let her brother be initiated. It wasn't that she distrusted Tao Mian, perhaps there was a hint of doubt. But more importantly, she did not want Chu Sui Yan to be embroiled in worldly strife. She could not see too far into the future, but she sensed certain ominous trends. If Chu Lu Shui did not agree, then Chu Sui Yan would undoubtedly follow his sister's thoughts. What should be done? Tao Mian pondered. He hoped to impart his skills to both of them so that they could protect themselves in whatever challenges lay ahead. However, he was only granted insight into one of their destinies. One was destined to walk into fate, whether willingly or not. Chapter 12. No regrets in making moves. The golden finger revealed the identity of Chu Liuxue. The bond between Chu Liuxue and her brother Chu Sui Yan is intriguing. Despite their lack of blood relation, they rely on each other for support. The sister appears ordinary, while the brother is strikingly exceptional. However, The golden finger indicates that Tao Mian is to accept Chu Liuxue as his disciple. Disciple's name: Chu Liuxue. Background: daughter of Do Huai, the lord of Tianjin Valley in the demon domain. Talent: inferior earth spirit root. History: the two major factions in the demon domain, Tianjin Valley and Yuming Hall, are sworn enemies. The leader of Yuming Hall, Tan Yuan, seduced Do Huai's confidant to gain intelligence. Do Huai was tragically poisoned, and the Do family faced slaughter at the hands of Yuming Hall. In a moment of crisis, an old servant of Madame Do exchanged his own granddaughter for the Do family's legitimate daughter, risking everything to escort her to the human realm. This girl was raised by an elderly scholar for many years, but as the scholar fell ill and could no longer care for her, he entrusted her to a young couple in the village. The following year, a severe drought left them without food, and the couple sold the girl to survive. Fortunately, the clever girl managed to escape, wandering ever since. The above is a comprehensive introduction to disciple Chu Liuxue. Please nurture her with care. Congratulations on unlocking rewards. Tianjin 6 Transformations 1, Soul Devouring Palm 1. On that day, the Golden Finger's notification revealed all details regarding Chu Liuxue, with nary a mention of Chu Suiyan. This left Tao Mian in a quandary. His previous disciples, be it Gu Yuan or Lu Yuandi, were all exceptionally gifted. Yet, Chu Liuxue possessed only inferior spiritual roots. Tianjin 6 Transformations is an illusion technique, and Soul Devouring Palm is a martial technique. Tao Mian perused the ancient texts, discovering that both techniques were profoundly intricate. Without innate talent, one might not even grasp the basics. This time, he could not rely on luck. Though disappointed at not being able to share the knowledge swiftly, Tao Mian maintained a positive outlook. If his disciple lacked brilliance, he could simply afford her additional time for self-study. After all, he had patience to spare. However, the pressing issue was that Chu Liuxue exhibited no interest in cultivation. She neither desired it for herself nor wished for her brother to engage in it. Initially, Tao Mian could not comprehend this. If it were him, faced with a handsome immortal offering to impart skills, he would eagerly bow and accept. After all, seeking a master was not a disgraceful act. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that if another striking figure were to offer him food and drink, he would gladly recline in comfort. Who could resist the lure of wealth? The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. With Chu Liuxue unwilling to yield and Chu Suiyan unable to comply, Tao Mian did not press the matter. Their purpose remained unchanged, and a month later, they arrived in the royal capital. Tao Mian intended to meet Lu Yuandi, prompting Chu Liuxue to inquire if Lu Yuandi was aware of this. Tao Mian confidently replied that he did not know. Then how shall we enter the palace? Chu Liuxue questioned. Wait until nightfall, and then climb over the wall. Chu Liuxue expected some astounding method, but found it to be a waste of sentiment. Tao Mian declared that they would indeed climb the wall. He led the two children to a less guarded spot. Although they refused to acknowledge him as a master, he had imparted numerous teachings to them, making him a sort of mentor nonetheless. Watch closely, my dear disciples. This is how one scales a wall. He gracefully vaulted over the high wall, leaving Chu Suiyan astonished and envious, while even Chu Liuxue displayed a hint of curiosity. Yet, in the next moment, they heard a tumultuous clamor from within the wall. There are assassins. Though their expedition began poorly, the trio was not imprisoned in the dungeons, but rather respectfully invited into the palace. The sovereign, disturbed from his peace, did not express anger but instead changed into more casual attire, greeting them with a beaming smile. Little Tao, why did you not inform me of your arrival? Little Tao? The guards exchanged bewildered glances. They had never heard of this individual. Could he possibly be the emperor's master, Tao Mian? A cold sweat broke out among the onlookers. Who would have thought the imperial master would choose to scale the wall instead of entering through the main gate? They had been escorted before the emperor in a state of binding. Upon seeing Tao Mian tightly bound, Lu Yuandi frowned. Tao Mian, feeling unperturbed, did not wish for her to punish anyone over such a trivial matter and replied to her concerns. I did not think much of it on the way here. I seem to have caused some trouble for your palace. Indeed, the palace is heavily guarded, Lu Yuandi remarked, finally relaxing her brow as she personally untied him. Enough of this. Everyone else can leave. Little Tao, follow me. And are these the children you adopted? A couple I found by the roadside. Lu Yuandi released Tao Mian from his bindings and led him to her study, finally able to observe the two unfamiliar children. You two, she discerned something and glanced back at Tao Mian. He lowered his gaze, and Lu Yuandi prudently swallowed her next words. Summoning a round-faced palace maid, she instructed her to escort the children for rest. Chu Liuxue tightly grasped her brother's hand, hesitant to wander, feeling somewhat awkward. Only upon Tao Mian's nod did she follow the unfamiliar maid, her expression tinged with apprehension. The study door closed firmly, leaving only the master and disciple. Despite the years apart, their connection remained intact. Tao Mian poured himself some tea, unconcerned with Lu Yuandi's thirst. She would speak when she needed to. Little Tao, that child is a demon. Oh, you noticed? Did you know? No, you should have realized sooner. Both are. I did not see that. Lu Yuandi raised her hand to her forehead, realizing Tao Mian's casual demeanor was even more relaxed than she anticipated. The temperament of demons can change drastically as they mature. For now, they appeared obedient. However, once they reach adulthood, it was hard to predict how they might behave. What? Their current behavior is already considered obedient? Tao Mian exclaimed. His face contorted in indignation. Here, everything is in chaos. Lu Yuandi dismissed his complaints, knowing from experience that Tao Mian's restraint toward others was a positive trait. However, her concern remained unabated. The terror of demons lay in the unknown. She had encountered various kinds, and they were cunning, ferocious, often imbued with a pure malice. Lu Yuandi did not consider herself virtuous nor feared malevolence. She simply did not wish to see Tao Mian invest his emotions and energy, only to end in heartbreak. She had researched Gu Yuan's history, gaining insight into what type of senior brother he was. The reports she received indicated that, predictably, Gu Yuan had entered the quagmire of revenge, bathing his hands in the blood of his enemies. Disappointed, Tao Mian had once refused to meet his eldest disciple, Gu Yuan. But now he was willing to visit her, perhaps because Gu Yuan's early demise had caused him immeasurable pain, and he did not wish to relive that tragedy. In truth, Tao Mian had never deterred Lu Yuandi from returning to Taohua Mountain. It was Lu Yuandi herself who feared the meeting. Little Tao, if only you had not met me first, Lu Yuandi murmured softly, yet received no reply. Upon raising her head, she found Tao Mian had unknowingly rested his elbow on his head, reclining on the broad Zeton chair, sound asleep. Lu Yuandi was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he was feigning sleep or genuinely fatigued. A hint of youthful stubbornness flickered at the corners of her mouth. But I have never regretted meeting you. Even if one day you lament having taken in such a scheming and malicious disciple, growing weary and frustrated, I shall not regret it, not until death. Chapter 13, Goose. Goose Chu Liushua never anticipated that Tao Mian was indeed the master of the emperor. Among his numerous deceptions, the one that seemed most implausible turned out to be the truth. Currently, they resided in a palace chamber intended for a consort's accommodation. Lu Yuandi was a workaholic, consumed solely by state affairs, dismissing all requests from ministers for her to remain in the palace, often berating them in the process. Later, to placate them, she adopted a pair of siblings to raise within the depths of the palace. She had not even taken a proper look at what the children resembled. The sovereign was diligent and self-restrained, earning widespread acclaim both within and outside the palace. The bloodshed of the new emperor's ascension had been concealed beneath layers of ink and paper, fading into obscurity. Children like Chu Liushua, at such a tender age, could only worship the emperor blindly. At this moment, they were in a waterside pavilion outside the hall, engaged in a game of chess. Chu Liushua's gaze was intently fixed on every movement of Lu Yuandi, yet inevitably landed upon the languid figure of Tao Mian beside him. Lu Yuandi sat upright as a sword, draped in a deep crimson robe, his hand deftly maneuvering the pieces. Opposite him, Tao Mian appeared almost melted into his armchair, frequently shifting positions as if uncomfortable and calling for additional soft pillows. The audacity with which he conducted himself before the emperor made Chu Liushua wonder if Lu Yuandi owed him several lives. They had been playing for a good half hour. Lu Yuandi was usually burdened with affairs, and his visit to see Tao Mian was a stolen moment, hurried and brief. Apart from their chess match, they exchanged little conversation, instead sharing a serene camaraderie as they quietly coexisted. Chu Liushua had privately inquired of Tao Mian whether Lu Yuandi was a taciturn person. Her? Tao Mian laughed in response. She was even more boisterous than you in her youth. Tao Mian, at that moment, was fiddling with a precious handpiece, soon casting it aside into a carved basket out of boredom. Upon entering the resplendent palace, he had been treated with the utmost respect by the emperor, who presented him with a myriad of priceless gifts to choose from. One day, Tao Mian casually expressed a desire to see the flowering of the winter sweet, a bloom that flourishes in the cold of winter and early spring, not during the height of summer. He had not thought much of it at the time, as Lu Yuandi was not present. Somehow, this remark reached the emperor's ears, and the following morning, a tree laden with blossoming wintersweet appeared in Tao Mian's chamber. The pale yellow petals fell into his palms, and he absently twirled them with his fingers, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Since then, the once loquacious Tao Mian had spoken even less. To Chu Liushue's eyes, Tao Mian was an enigma. Though outwardly unadorned, he was a man of considerable wealth. While he claimed indifference to material possessions, there were moments when he seemed quite fond of riches. His behavior became even more peculiar upon entering the palace. The emperor would gladly partition his treasury for him, yet Tao Mian remained unfazed, unable to express joy even at the rarest of treasures. For Tao Mian now, conversing with Lu Yuandi required careful consideration of every word. The apprentice's intentions were good, but Tao Mian sensed that beneath them lay a profound abyss. A pair of obsidian eyes. With Lu Yuandi ascending to the throne, she was finally free from humiliation and oppression, achieving her long-desired aspirations. But was this truly all she sought? Tao Mian dared not ponder further. He understood his apprentice. Lu Yuandi craved the adulation of the multitudes, and he could provide that. But what if Lu Yuandi desired more? Chu Liushue observed that the moments of pure joy for Tao Mian were those spent playing with the 4 children, herself, Chu Suiyin, and the only pair of royal siblings in the palace. The twins, a brother and sister, were 10 years old, the brother composed, and the sister lively. Lu Yuandi showed little interest in them, while the palace maids were excessively cautious. The children, rarely encountering peers of their own age or a uniquely engaging adult like Tao Mian, quickly grew fond of him. Rather than saying Tao Mian entertained the 4 children, it was more accurate to say the children coaxed this adult into play. Stand straight, all of you, form a line. Tao Mian lounged casually on the concubine's couch, treating the invaluable black bone mud gold fan as if it were mere trifling. He thumped it twice against the edge of the wooden couch. The 4 children arranged themselves in an orderly line according to their heights. The tallest, young Prince Lu Yuan. Next, Chu Liushue, followed by the timid Chu Suiyin, and finally, the cheerful little princess Lu Yao. Today's lesson. You 4 shall take turns telling a joke. Lu Yuan frowned. Chu Liushue rolled her eyes. Chu Suiyin appeared at a loss, and Lu Yao innocently asked what a joke was. Hurry, hurry. If you can't tell one, you shan't leave class. Lu Yuan sighed. He was not naturally inclined towards humor, but in deference to Tao Mian, he racked his brain for something amusing. I'll go first. Once there was a man who fought against the wind and won, but he fell ill for half a month. Why? Because he caught a cold. Haha. Chu Liushue couldn't help but shiver. Tao Mian solemnly flicked Lu Yuan's forehead with his finger. Young prince, simply appending haha after a joke does not render it funny. This is the lesson taught by little Tao. Lu Yuan sighed in resignation again. Next was Chu Liushue's turn, though she was reluctant to speak. She knew that if she didn't Tao Mian would prolong her suffering. Thus, she yielded. There was a frog named Xiaohuang, and one day it was run over by a carriage. Before it died, it croaked loudly, and from then on, it turned into a cucumber. She felt a chill run down her spine, embarrassed by her own joke. Tao Mian showed little reaction and turned to Chu Suiyin, with fingers entwined. Chu Suiyin stammered through a joke. One day, a son asked his father, I have uncles 1, 2, 3, and 5. Why is there no 4? Is Uncle 4 dead? The father replied, Yes, Uncle 4 was killed by your filial piety. The awkward silence unsettled Chu Suiyin, and he glanced at Tao Mian. Suddenly, Tao Mian burst into hearty laughter, unable to straighten up. Chu Suiyin was taken aback. Was my joke that successful? Tao Mian then patted Chu Liushue on the shoulder and exclaimed, Xiaohuang's croak was simply delightful. Chu Liushue replied, Your reactions are truly swift. Finally, it was Lu Yao's turn. The little princess, innocent and cheerful, looked up at Tao Mian and asked, Little Tao, I can't tell a joke. Do I look like a joke? Tao Mian fell silent, gently patting Lu Yao's head. You are quite honest. I declare you the winner. Having listened to enough jokes, Tao Mian appeared in much better spirits. He instructed the children to find places to sit, saying that in the spirit of reciprocity, he would share a joke as well. Tao Mian's story was lengthy in its setup. Once, there was a peach blossom mountain, within which lay a peach blossom temple. And in the temple resided a peach blossom immortal who had a large white goose. This goose was exceptionally long-lived, having lived over 200 years. The immortal, reluctant to stew it for nourishment, allowed it to bully cats and fight dogs, gradually becoming a tyrant of the village. One day, the villagers brought home a small female goose. The small goose was frail and gray, clearly malnourished. Yet the large white goose did not disdain it. It ceased to bully the cats and peck the dogs. Instead, it shared half of its food, bringing it to the goose pen and watching over the small goose as it slowly ate. The small goose's feathers gradually thickened, and its body became rounder. The large white goose looked on with satisfaction, thinking that nothing could be better than this. Living in peace and happiness, what more could one desire? Later, the small female goose vanished from the village, leaving an empty goose pen behind. It was probably sold or stewed by its owners. Or perhaps it transformed into a young woman and gracefully departed. The large white goose remained oblivious, heartbroken, and losing its appetite for several days. The Immortal, saddened, allowed it to wander outside for solace. After 7 days, the large white goose returned home, revitalized as if nothing had happened. Soon after, another small goose arrived in the village. The Immortal forbade the large white goose from seeing it, but it snuck out anyway, as usual sharing half its food. Lu Yao, ever curious, raised her hand first. Little Tao, what did the large white goose see during those days? Lu Yuan pondered briefly. Could it be that it discovered the previous small goose found a good home? But a goose, after all, was likely bought by farmers for eggs or meat. Chu Suiyan, caught up in the atmosphere, began to speculate as well. Leaving for 7 days and returning means it didn't venture far. Perhaps it did something, like rescuing that goose? Chu Yoshue, the most composed among the children, remarked, perhaps it simply came to terms with it. Tao Mian slightly squinted his eyes, tenderly cradling a branch of wintersweet that had already exhausted its vitality. This was not its season to bloom, it had erroneously blossomed. Tao Mian replied. The goose saw nothing at all. The children gasped in disbelief, accusing little Tao of spinning tales to amuse them. Tao Mian held them back, insisting they listen until he finished. Tao Mian remarked that the goose had neither seen its fellow geese nor any others. In short, it reached the edge of the Peach Blossom Mountain territory, where not a single feather was in sight. The absence of geese was only marked by a frail flower petal that had drifted down to rest upon its orange-red beak. This petal, lacking in beauty, bore edges that were withered and a corner that was torn. During this vibrant season of spring, it appeared so inconspicuous, destined to decay into mud or float downstream. An utterly mundane fate, much like the flowers scattered across the mountains. Yet, what was the goose contemplating? It reminisced about its own budding moments. Once flourishing under the clear sky, it pondered that since withering and parting were inevitable, it hoped to witness the blossoming of that flower at least once in its lifetime. The 3 children listened, bewildered, unable to grasp Tao Mian's words. Only Chu Yoshue, after a moment of silence, inquired, geese cannot speak. Is this a tale spun by an immortal? Has an immortal truly raised a goose? Is it a goose or an immortal standing beneath the falling flowers? Tao Mian offered a gentle smile, remaining silent. Chu Yoshue noticed that since that inexplicable joke-telling gathering, Tao Mian's mood had inexplicably improved. Within this cage woven from golden strands, he seemed content, as if he had returned to Peach Blossom Mountain. The composed empress had, in contrast, lost her tranquility, appearing increasingly anxious. She began frequently requesting to meet Tao Mian, spending half an hour to even half a day in his company. The activities remained the same, playing chess and sipping tea, but Lu Yuandi was noticeably restless, even perceptible to a child like Chu Yoshue. Yuandi, calm your mind. Tao Mian often softly reminded. The situation took a sharp turn, and no one could grasp the unfolding events. Tao Mian found himself confined by Lu Yuandi, imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. Chapter 14. The Midnight Visitor in an inconspicuous, narrow cell within the celestial dungeon. A Taoist clad in plain robes sat cross-legged on a straw mat, eyes closed in meditation. Surrounding him were the sounds of prisoners pleading and screaming, yet he remained unmoved. Not even furrowing his brow. Guard Shaolin had observed him for 3 entire days. He had just been assigned to this new post. And the first prisoner he encountered was this young Taoist. The Taoist appeared fair and gentle, seemingly not someone who had committed any crime. After being incarcerated, he received rather peculiar treatment. The head guard merely instructed Shaolin to monitor his actions and keep a record, with no one interrogating or torturing him. It was as if he had come here seeking refuge. Shaolin tentatively inquired of the head guard about the nature of his crime, only to be rebuked to mind his own business and not to ask foolish questions. However, curiosity is a natural inclination, and the more the head guard urged him to be silent, the more Shaolin felt compelled to inquire. The Taoist did not seem to possess a bad temper. During the daylight hours, it was more pleasant to engage him in conversation. Hey, Shaolin finally broke the silence. Taoist, what law have you broken? What crime led to your imprisonment? The Taoist kept his eyes closed, offering no response. Shaolin rapped on the cell door with the shackles in his hand, producing a clanging sound that caused the man inside to tremble. He looked around in confusion. Is it mealtime? Shaolin remained silent, thinking the man was a master of stealth, only to discover he was merely enjoying a nap. Tao Mian had not slept so soundly in a long time. feeling refreshed and leisurely as he surveyed his new abode. It was even more dilapidated than he had imagined, with the only clean item being the straw mat beneath him. Fortunately, he had a temperament that allowed him to adapt to circumstances, not overly concerned. Upon meeting the gaze of the bewildered guard outside, Tao Mian offered a slight smile. "Hello." Shaolin, taken aback by his serene demeanor, mistakenly thought they were in a tea house rather than a dungeon. He shook his head vigorously to regain clarity. "Stay honest. Just answer my questions." Tao Mian was amused at the rudeness of his tone, finding it refreshing. "I shall speak freely. Please ask." Shaolin was troubled by the multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Where did he come from? What was his purpose? Why had he not been interrogated by superiors? And so forth. Eventually, he settled on a crucial inquiry. "What crime have you committed to be confined here?" Tao Mian pondered for a considerable time before sighing deeply. Shaolin perked up, curious if there was some grand secret. To his surprise, the Taoist leisurely replied, "I am indeed guilty." "Guilty of what? Speak plainly." "Of the crime of stealing hearts." "Are you serious?" Shaolin, blushing with embarrassment, exclaimed, "Are you mocking me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Tao Mian laughed heartily, nearly doubling over, even gasping for breath. The young guard's face flushed crimson from his laughter, and he feigned ferocity, urging him to be silent. "Stop laughing. If you don't, I'll hang you up." Though young, his tone was quite bold. Tao Mian finally stifled his laughter, still bearing a hint of mirth on his face. "Do you know why the head guard forbids you from speaking too much?" "Because I have someone backing me." He raised a finger, gesturing upwards. The guard, foolishly following his gaze, soon grasped the implication of someone above. Tao Mian curled his finger, smiling brightly at him. "So, what if you have someone? You're still locked up." The guard's retort lacked conviction, and after a long pause without a response from the Taoist, he looked up to find the young man quietly sighing. "This place cannot confine me. However, being temporarily imprisoned is for the best." His words were cryptic, leaving Shaolin baffled. He wished to press further, but the Taoist had once again closed his eyes, ignoring him entirely. This mysterious prisoner had been held for several days, and unbeknownst to him, new instructions had been issued from above. Soon, visitors began to arrive. The first wave comprised 2 children, resembling a brother and sister. This pair was intriguing, their appearances bearing no resemblance. Had the boy not called her sister, Shaolin would have doubted their kinship. The younger brother burst into tears before even seeing the Taoist, while the sister scolded him for being embarrassing as she wiped his nose. Upon catching sight of the thin figure in the cell, her eyes also reddened, and her brother wept even more profusely. "Little Tao Ge, you have suffered." Shaolin stood at the cell door, expecting the usually composed Taoist to offer some words of comfort to the children, perhaps sharing a few life lessons. Instead, the Taoist lamented even more pitifully. "Little do I. This place is utterly uninhabitable. It's filthy and chaotic, and the guards bully us. I cannot endure another day here." "Woe is me," Shaolin thought. "Who is bullying whom? He has been digging into the depths of my soul, and now I must bear the brunt of his mental torment." He felt aggrieved but remained silent. The Taoist's tongue was sharp, if he wished. A single phrase could infuriate half the celestial dungeon. The 2 children barely managed to interject a few words before the Taoist vented his grievances, condemning the dungeon from top to bottom. As visiting hours ended, Shaolin assumed he was merely venting his frustrations, not taking it to heart. However, that very night, 3 or 4 palace officials arrived secretly, bringing with them an abundance of clean, luxurious bedding and clothing. All utensils and tableware were replaced with new, resplendent items that nearly blinded Shaolin. Along with various delicacies and fine wines, a feast was laid before him. The eager Taoist warmly invited the guard to share a drink with him in the cell. Shaolin politely declined. This time, the atmosphere felt less like seeking refuge and more like a vacation. The first wave of visitors was not shocking. Shaolin thought perhaps the children had interceded for their friend, bringing some good food and clothing, a not uncommon occurrence in the celestial dungeon. However, the second wave of visitors left the guard astounded. His legs trembled as he recognized that the newcomer was none other than the highly esteemed General Wu Yu, favored and trusted by the current emperor. It was said that General Wu had fought alongside the emperor in battles, earning his utmost admiration. Speculation abounds regarding the relationship between the two, casting a shadow of subtle ambiguity. After all, they are a match made in heaven, seemingly well-suited. However, Shaolin's mind is devoid of any fanciful notions. He is utterly perplexed as to why the esteemed general would suddenly visit the dungeon to see a Taoist priest who appears to have no connection to him. Upon arriving at the cell door, Wu Yuan frowned at the opulent surroundings within. "Remove all this. A prisoner lives better than a prince." His words conveyed disdain for Tao Mian and a contempt for royalty. Shaolin, drenched in sweat and unsure of how to navigate the situation. Understood he could not offend the general. Yet, he keenly sensed that the individual behind Tao Mian was equally formidable. In a moment of desperation, he cast a pleading glance toward Tao Mian. The latter responded with a smile, devoid of his usual playful banter, instead radiating a sense of reassurance. "General, what a fiery temper you possess," he said languidly. Shaolin was left in the dark regarding the ensuing conversation. It seemed that Wu Yueran was easily provoked by a single remark from Tao Mian, who remarked that a Taoist had a unique ability to incite madness. Shaolin was unceremoniously dismissed with a wave of the general's hand. Half an hour later, when Wu Yueran stormed out of the dungeon in a fury, Shaolin seized the opportunity to inquire further. He thought his insatiable curiosity might one day be his downfall, but could one truly resist the allure of intrigue? The general's rage was palpable, yet within the confines of the cell, the Taoist remained unhurried, leisurely sipping the remnants of his wine. "Oh, you're back?" he greeted, seemingly in good spirits. Shaolin, caught between wanting to speak and holding back his words, ultimately decided against it. Tao Mian, however, remained patient, confident that the simple-minded jailer would eventually reveal the truth. As expected, after a brief interval, Shaolin leaned closer to the bars of the cell and whispered, "You mentioned you stole someone's heart. Is that true?" "Indeed," Tao Mian replied playfully. "Absolutely. I have an excellent memory. Don't try to deceive me." "So, you were saying there is someone? Could it be the general?" The memory of Tao Mian's laughter on that day haunted Shaolin for decades. The Taoist, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes, replied, "Yes, indeed. Look at this cruel infatuation." Shaolin wished he could bash his head against the cell wall in despair. They had agreed to keep the events of the night to themselves, but the Taoist, despite his promises, could not contain his laughter. Wu Yueran returned several more times, each visit ending in discord. Shaolin noticed the general's demeanor darkening, leading Wu Yueran to believe Shaolin harbored grievances against him, further exacerbating his foul mood. Yet, despite his agitation, he continued to come back. Shaolin found it increasingly difficult to decipher the general's thoughts. Meanwhile, the Taoist continued to jest about the painful nature of unrequited love. Gradually, Shaolin realized that this Taoist held significant influence, as even princes and princesses sought him out. The prince remained composed, while the young princess wept, her eyes swollen. She lamented the unfairness of it all, unable to bear the thought of Tao Mian's suffering. Though Shaolin did not know the name of the person she referred to, it seemed to be a taboo, no matter how emotional she became. She refrained from uttering the name. The princess insisted that Shaolin open the cell door, but he, sweating profusely, repeatedly refused. Disobeying a princess was a serious matter, and the warden had warned him that opening the door without permission could cost him his head. Shaolin struggled to comprehend the contradictory nature of the individual who had brought the Taoist to the dungeon, one who wished to see him suffer, yet could not bear to see him in pain. Time dragged on within the prison walls, where the Taoist found amusement in teasing the jailers. Shaolin often bore the brunt of the mischief, yet he harbored no ill will toward the Taoist. There was a certain charm about him. He possessed the ability to breach anyone's defenses effortlessly, all the while knowing where to draw the line. Shaolin pondered whether the accusation of stealing hearts was more than mere jest. The young jailer believed that having encountered a general, a prince, and a princess, he was well versed in the ways of the world, enough to boast to his friends for a long time. Yet, he could never have anticipated that one fateful night, a figure would quietly stand before the cell, unnoticed by anyone. When he finally discerned the person's face, Shaolin felt his knees weaken. In the dim candlelight, the figure stood tall and graceful, silhouetted against the flickering flame. Shaolin knelt, trembling, not daring to breathe. Even if he had 10 heads, he could not fathom why the emperor would arrive at this humble dungeon in the dead of night, without a single attendant. The Taoist reclined on the bed, seemingly in slumber. Shaolin felt a pang of anxiety, unsure whether to awaken him. The emperor silently observed the individual within the confines. Thankfully, he demonstrated compassion, not overly challenging a mere jailer. With a flick of his slender fingers, Shaolin took the hint and departed. Then, with a single hand gesture, the emperor cast a transparent barrier, isolating the outside world from the interior. Now, only the master and disciple remained within the cell. Lu Yuandi remained silent. Yet the one in repose spoke first. "Long ago, I envisioned a meeting between us beyond the Peach Blossom Mountain, a moment of exquisite flavor." Finally, the emperor responded. "How does the master perceive the current situation? Is it far from what you envisioned?" Tao Mian did not answer directly. He propped himself up, tilting his head back. A high, narrow window in the cell allowed the moonlight to spill in, splitting the luminous orb in two. He opened his palm, letting the silvery light fill his hand. At that moment, he faced away from Lu Yuandi, separated from both the moon and his disciple by a mere wall. A bittersweet smile crept upon Tao Mian's lips. When did this rift arise between us, Yuandi? Who stands outside now, the emperor or my disciple? After a prolonged silence, the figure outside finally replied. What does it matter who is the emperor and who is the disciple? The distinctions have blurred, devoid of clarity. Tao Mian's eyes quivered momentarily, but he swiftly suppressed any excess emotion, leaning on the bed and turning around. Lu Yuandi's half-visible face was bathed in candlelight, while the other half remained cloaked in shadow. She was undeniably beautiful, a perfect amalgamation of her mother's grace and her father's elegance, rendering her visage striking. Yet, the allure of her appearance seemed subdued by her noble status. She stood there, embodying immense power rather than an individual. With a flick of his wide sleeves, Tao Mian dispelled the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. Their relationship could no longer withstand any further strain. Each word uttered required meticulous consideration. The last time he spoke carelessly, Lu Yuandi had confined him to the dungeon. Reflecting on that day, Tao Mian realized he had not uttered anything truly offensive. During a game of chess with his disciple, he had merely mentioned a desire to return to the mountains. His reasoning was simple. Wu was waiting for him, and even the celestial cockroach might have missed him. Moreover, the flora and fauna of the mountain were all lined up, eager for his attention, and the festival for Gu Yuan was approaching. There were no excessive words, just that one sentence. Tao Mian had hardly given it a second thought. He had resided in the palace for quite some time, from summer to winter, and now spring was approaching. It was only natural to return for a visit. However, the emperor's expression darkened, and the chessboard was overturned. At that moment, Tao Mian still held a white piece in his hand, staring at the empty stone table, uncertain of where to place it. The scattered black and white pieces rolled into the pond, disturbing the tranquil fish. He watched the emperor's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. Such a volatile temperament. In less than half a day, Tao Mian went from being the emperor's teacher to a prisoner, a stark contrast in status. The aggrieved party remained unfazed, while the instigator suffered sleepless nights over the matter. Perhaps realizing her previous indiscretion, Lu Yuandi adopted an even more silent demeanor when she visited Tao Mian this time. Donning a thicker mask, she sought to restrain her malevolent nature, knowing she could not harm Tao Mian, as he would not retaliate against his own disciple. Lu Yuandi endeavored to maintain her composure. Recently, heavy snow had persisted, making travel inadvisable. Little Tao, it would not be too late for you to return after the spring blossoms, she suggested. Tao Mian recognized her pretense of stalling, but could not voice it. Yuandi, I have imposed upon you for several months, and the two young attendants have become increasingly lax. It would be best for them to return to the mountains to continue their studies. My visit is merely to see if you are well. Your well-being assures me of my peace. Tao Mian's excuse felt forced, yet the latter part of his statement was sincere. Lu Yuandi's expression softened slightly, rekindling a fragment of the ease they once shared. Little Tao, why the haste to return to Taohua Mountain? Everything in the palace is arranged. If you desire anything, I will have someone procure it for you. I understand your concern for the temple and those few chickens. Such matters are not difficult to manage. Whether it is watering the flowers or feeding the chickens, simply instruct a few people to attend to it. Tao Mian's faint sigh caused Lu Yuandi's previously softened demeanor to harden once more. Why the insistence on returning to the mountain? We have been apart for over a decade. Master, I still have many old tales to share with you. It seemed Lu Yuandi had successfully learned the art of emotional appeal from Tao Mian when hard tactics failed. Softer words were employed. Yet, if only her demeanor could align with her words, it would be even better. Unfortunately, the master would not be easily swayed. Tao Mian posed a single question to her second disciple, leaving her speechless. If I were to ask you to return to Taohua Mountain with me now, would you agree? Lu Yuandi found herself at a loss for words. She was an emperor, a sovereign, having coexisted with power for far too long, possessing it while simultaneously being consumed by it. The days at Taohua Mountain felt like a distant memory. To return would be akin to traversing a cycle of reincarnation. Tao Mian smiled knowingly. You see, you have your palace, and I have my Taohua Mountain. You cannot leave the palace, and my allegiance will forever reside within those mountains. Lu Yuandi's stubborn nature resurfaced, reminiscent of her youth. What if I were to insist that you remain? You are an immortal, while I am but a mere mortal. Ultimately, I will precede you in departure. Why can you not accompany me through this fleeting life? She even felt inclined to reproach Tao Mian for his perceived cruelty. Tao Mian gently shook his head. Yuandi, it is not that I am unkind to you. Companionship is easy. I can tend to a flower that blooms for a millennium. And naturally, I possess the patience to accompany you through the remainder of your life. But is what you seek truly limited to mere companionship? Tao Mian understood his disciple all too well. He recognized her capabilities and her vulnerabilities. Lu Yuandi's ascent to the throne was founded upon her ruthless, even brutal, methods and an insatiable, greedy heart. Should Tao Mian acquiesce to her request to stay today, she would undoubtedly demand more tomorrow. I can do many things for you, but there are also limitations to my abilities. In that moment, Lu Yuandi grasped the depths of Tao Mian's cruelty. He was so gentle and serene, effortlessly drifting through life. His heart, like the gates of the mountain, was open to all, ready to embrace any outstretched hand seeking help. If one asked for a bowl of porridge, he would provide it. If one sought shelter, he would offer a haven from the storm. At Taohua Mountain, when she sought secret teachings, Tao Mian imparted his unparalleled skills. In the military tent, when she desired to vanquish foes, he delivered them into her hands for her to dispose of as she wished. Amidst the flickering flames and sword shadows, she declared, "Master, I no longer wish to be bullied or humiliated." Tao Mian replied, "Very well, ascend to that position." Above all others, she had grasped the celestial arts, her enemies, and the imperial throne, each firmly in her grasp. Yet, even as she towered above all, surveying the world, she still felt an emptiness surrounding her. When she turned to glance back, she beheld a sky filled with peach blossoms and the immortal beneath the tree. In that moment, she believed she understood her true desires. She longed for the immortal's gaze to be solely upon her, for all spontaneous utterances to be tethered to her. She wished to possess a complete heart entirely for herself. After all, she was an emperor. What was there that she could not possess? Yet the immortal gazed at her from afar, letting out a soft sigh. This sigh transported her back in time, and she shed her splendid robes. Reverting to that naive girl who possessed nothing, she found herself back to the day she departed from the mountains. As Tao Mian bid her farewell beneath a flourishing peach tree, "Yuandi, the master will always be here. In your youth, when you had no one to rely on, I was by your side. When you ventured forth, beset by enemies, I stood behind you. Now that you have achieved success, with peace assured, Master shall remain here at Taohua Mountain." His heart, like the mountain gates, was open to all and would never be confined to a single individual. The emperor, who had meticulously plotted every scheme, gripped the railing tightly, trembling, her head bowed as hot tears fell upon the cold ground. Ultimately, it was she who remained confined outside. Chapter 16. Now that you are here, Shaolin awoke from a long dream, stretching and scratching his head as he surveyed his surroundings. How had he ended up sleeping on the floor of a prison? Fragments of last night's events flickered through his mind as he struggled to recall. Yes, he had seen the emperor. The emperor had come to visit the Taoist priest. But where was the priest? Shaolin hurried to the familiar cell. The once opulent furnishings had vanished, along with the person who had been confined within. Gone. His heart sank in alarm. What if I accidentally let him escape after a few drinks last night? Just as he was growing anxious, the prison warden arrived with a new inmate. Spotting the young guard standing idly by, he impatiently scolded, "Why are you just standing there?" "Yes. This one is new. From today onward, you are responsible for him." The warden's mouth flapped incessantly as he relayed numerous instructions. Shaolin glanced at the new inmate, a man in his 50s or 60s, looking rather unhinged and muttering, "I am innocent." "Well, what about the original?" Shaolin's half-finished sentence was cut short when the warden smacked the back of his head. "I told you to keep your mouth shut and stop prying. Don't you hear?" Feeling guilty, Shaolin bowed his head, suddenly aware of an unusual sensation in his abdomen. Once the warden departed, he turned his back on the new inmate and discreetly reached inside his clothing, feeling a bulging paper packet. Inside were several stacks of silver notes and a palm-sized note that read, "It was a pleasure to meet. I am grateful for your care. The weather is cold and snowy. Take care of yourself." The Taoist had indeed left. Tao Mian, accompanied by two young attendants, settled them into Taohua Mountain as the spring snow began to melt. Chu Liuxue donned a water-red jacket, cradling several cotton blankets as she stepped into the courtyard. After days of continuous snowfall, the blankets had absorbed moisture. At last, with the weather turning fair, she hurriedly took out the bedding and blankets from their shared room to sunbathe. This was a trial for the cold-sensitive immortal. "Sentu, you could at least leave me one blanket. I'm going to freeze to death." A mournful voice echoed from within the room. Chu Liuxue paid no mind to her complaints. "I told you to get up for breakfast half an hour ago, and you refused. I informed you I would be airing the blankets." Tao Mian grumbled, unaware of what else she might be complaining about. A flash of a lake blue figure darted across the courtyard. Chu Liuxue thought her eyes were deceiving her. What just flew by? Soon, Tao Mian's room was filled with cries of distress. "Ouch! What just crashed into my waist?" Did you really have to stab the master's bed with your sword? Why didn't you just chop off my head instead? Truly, you are a filial disciple. Since the master has such demands, cease this at once. Are you really going to chop it? A cacophony of crashing chairs and tables ensued as Tao Mian yanked Chu Suiyin by the collar and tossed her out the door. Go away. None of you are worth my peace of mind. Stop bothering the master. Chu Suiyin was reprimanded by his master, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor. The nurturing environment of Peach Blossom Mountain had transformed even the timid boy who once hid behind his sister into a more spirited individual. Chu Yoshua pondered that settling down here, after a life of wandering, was indeed a stroke of fortune. That day, as usual, they rested within the palace. With Tao Mian imprisoned by the emperor, the two children felt lost and anxious. Chu Suiyin feared for Tao Mian's safety, weeping in his dreams. Chu Yoshua could only grasp his left hand, unable to close her eyes all night, worrying for the one in captivity. Just as dawn broke, an unexpected figure appeared before the siblings, and Chu Yoshua thought she was dreaming. Shu, Tao Mian raised a finger, signaling her not to inquire further. They quickly packed their belongings, which were not many. Not a single jewel or treasure was taken. They returned everything to its rightful owner. Finally, he cradled his sleeping brother with one arm and held his sister's hand with the other, and the three quietly departed from the palace, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never been there. In the soft morning light, they rode in a carriage, jostling along the dirt road. Chu Yoshua inquired how the emperor had permitted his escape. Tao Mian draped his outer garment over the slumbering Chu Suiyin, tucking it in, then broke his dry rations, giving a large portion to Chu Yoshua. She did not let me go. I escaped from the prison. Chu Yoshua nearly choked on a sweet cake, her mind racing. Then does that mean we are fugitives? She thought, realizing that what had begun as a life of begging had inadvertently led her to become an outlaw. A turn of fate she never anticipated. Indeed, it is a punishment. Tao Mian offered her a flask of water, grinning as he watched her gulp it down while glaring at him. Not to worry, she would not send anyone after us. I don't understand. If you possess such abilities, why did you wait until today to flee? As a person of discernment, I naturally needed to choose an auspicious day for my escape. Do you hear yourself? Tao Mian leaned back against the carriage wall, his fingers casually resting on his knee. A good day is simply when she willingly allows me to leave. Although Tao Mian was not set free by Lu Yuendi, he was acutely aware of the situation. After that day, even if Lu Yuendi learned of his escape, he would not pursue him again. This understanding between master and disciple was mutual. Chu Yoshua, unable to grasp the intricacies of their relationship, noted Tao Mian's confidence, suspecting he had some leverage. If the master was untroubled, why should she fret? Chu Suiyin awoke after an hour, rubbing his eyes. By then, they were nearing Tao Mian's territory, the majestic mountains faintly visible through the mist. Young as he was, he felt puzzled about leaving the palace but soon shifted his attention. He knelt on the soft cushions of the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the mountains, marveling at everything with fresh wonder. Snowflakes were falling outside, and his nose turned pink from the cold as he caught a pristine flake in his palm. Tao Mian also peered through the curtain, taking in the familiar scenery. Clad in a moon-white robe, he appeared as if the snow itself had transformed into a human form. His breath harmonized with the very essence of the land. It dawned on Chu Yoshua why he was so insistent on returning to Peach Blossom Mountain. He was intrinsically linked to this place. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Mountain, Tao Mian had 3 tasks to accomplish: feed the chickens, take on disciples, and visit the grave. Not long after their arrival, under Tao Mian's persuasion, Chu Yoshua and Chu Suiyin became his disciples. Chu Suiyin was thrilled, while Chu Yoshua felt 100 grievances. With your disciples, it seems fate is not particularly kind. Consequently, Tao Mian was provoked by her words, sulking for 3 days. Chu Yoshua found it hard to believe and was left speechless. How could a millennial being sulk like a 3-year-old child? He refused to leave the house during the day, ignoring her calls for meals, and would take another route if he spotted her. Chu Suiyin, with his elbow nudging outward, implored his sister to soften her stance. Yoshua, you should just apologize. What if you make him cry? Tao Mian promptly buried his head between his arms in response. Don't give him any ideas. Chu Yoshua retorted. Fine, I was wrong. You wanted to take me as your disciple, right? I agree. Tao Mian, however, was quick to raise the stakes. Is it that easy to become my disciple? I might not accept you. Do as you please. Chu Yoshua was too weary to indulge his whims. Just as it seemed Tao Mian was about to unilaterally sever ties with her, Chu Suiyin quickly intervened. Let us all say less. Master Tao, didn't you promise to teach us the art of immortality? Tao Mian's temper flared quickly, but faded just as fast. Now that the Chu siblings had become his disciples, he was obliged to impart genuine skills. He taught them the soul-devouring palm and heavenly transformation. And both students proved themselves worthy, mastering nearly all of it. Chu Suiyin mastered 95%, while Chu Yoshua grasped only half. The information provided by the Golden Finger was indeed accurate. Chu Yoshua's talent was lacking, and her comprehension of the techniques was far inferior to her senior brother Gu and sister Lu, even trailing behind her younger brother, whom she had taken in. Nonetheless, Chu Yoshua remained unperturbed, and Tao Mian, as a master, was not anxious either. The only one who was concerned was Chu Suiyin, who privately sought out Tao Mian several times, inquiring about any elixirs or magical herbs to aid his sister's cultivation. At that moment, Tao Mian was in the courtyard taking a stroll with Wu Changzai and another rooster, a task forced upon him by Chu Yoshua, who insisted that he must not remain idle all day or he would become immobile and bedridden, which she would not accommodate. Tao Mian felt a strange sense of urgency, realizing as a millennial-old individual, he ought to be mindful of his health. Thus, every evening after dinner, he would take the 2 chickens from their coop and force himself to walk them. When Chu Suiyin posed his question, Tao Mian still maintained a relaxed demeanor. Every land has its own fortune. Not everyone achieves success in cultivation. My eldest disciple is a sect leader, my second disciple is the emperor, and my third disciple is an ordinary person. There is nothing wrong with that. In my eyes, you are all my disciples, and that is all that matters. Master, the disciple still does not comprehend, Chu Yoshua replied. Tao Mian flicked the boy's forehead. If you do not understand, that is fine. There is no need to exhaust every explanation. If someone insists that I should comprehend the wisdom of 70 at the age of 20, I would certainly slap them on the spot, teaching them to first learn how to be human. Oh, Chu Suiyin covered his forehead, feeling wronged. Then there is really no need for you to hit me. I am not hitting you but guiding you, Tao Mian declared. As Tao Mian returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, he had 3 tasks to complete: feed the chickens, take on disciples, and visit the grave. The day for the grave visit was approaching. Since you have become my disciples, it is time for you to meet your elder brother, he said earnestly to the 2 new disciples. Disciple 1 yawned, while disciple 2's eyes sparkled with curiosity. In our land, we must not disrespect our elder brother. Chu Yoshua smirked. I was wrong about the silver notes. But ultimately, everyone returns to the earth, sooner or later. I too shall be buried beside my elder brother. Chu Suiyin, who was merely a bystander, felt perplexed. Tao Mian stroked his chin thoughtfully. That makes sense. Then when we ascend the mountain, we should dig a couple more pits. Chu Suiyin commented. Tao Mian usually seems lethargic, yet he is quite eager to bury his disciples. On the agreed day, he prepared shovels and hoes early, followed by the 2 children, arriving at Gu Yuan's grave. Today was not a formal day of mourning. It was merely a spontaneous idea of Tao Mian's to visit the mountain. Gu Yuan's grave was situated by the water's edge, tranquil and well-kept. It did not resemble the overgrown wilderness Chu Yoshua had envisioned. Evidently, someone tended to it regularly. Who else could come here? A rectangular tombstone stood silently beneath a peach tree, inscribed with Gu Yuan's name. Tao Mian ignored the stone and instead circled around it, wandering nearby. He struck the ground beneath his feet with the shovel in his hand. I foresee that you siblings will be buried here one day. Chu Yoshua, in perfect accord, stepped forward, grasping a handful of neither dry nor wet soil, nodding in agreement. This place is quite suitable. Chu Suiyin, at a loss for how to express himself, remained rooted in place, wary of disturbing his senior brother's resting place, turning his head left and right, surveying the surroundings. He noted that the spot where his master stood was quite distant from Gu Yuan's tombstone, which piqued his curiosity. Master Tao, this area is unoccupied. Oh. Tao Mian replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the number of bowls of rice for lunch. This spot is reserved for you, senior sister Lu. Chu Suiyin closed his mouth, feeling it unnecessary to inquire further. Seemingly having made a decision, Tao Mian excitedly raised the shovel and began digging a pit, still for Lu Yuendi. The 2 children stood by, watching with wide eyes as he toiled for an entire morning. Only when he complained of back pain did they return to the temple at the foot of the mountain. On the day of the memorial, a gentle drizzle began to fall, marking the first rain of the year at Peach Blossom Mountain. As the raindrops began to moisten the earth, the 2 children remained in the realm of dreams. Tao Mian, usually fond of lingering in bed, rose early with a basket of flowers, fruits, and wine. Traversing the forest and ascending the steps, he adhered to a familiar routine, clearing weeds, smoothing the earth, cleansing the tombstone, and arranging the offerings. The offerings were also placed in a specific order, adding flowers, setting fruits, and pouring a cup of wine. Subsequently, he would stand for a long while before the tombstone, recounting the events of the past year. At this stage, Tao Mian became more spontaneous, speaking his thoughts freely. When he mentioned Lu Yuandi, he whimsically decided to bring over the previously set empty tombstone to polish. Having brought an oiled paper umbrella up the mountain, he became so engrossed in his work that he paid no heed to anything else. The fine rain gradually soaked through his clothing and hair, and he half squatted, wiping the droplets from his eyelashes with the back of his hand, as someone held the umbrella over him. Lu Yuandi stood under a peach tree to the west, her gaze fixed intently on Tao Mian's every move. She had watched him for an indeterminate period. When Tao Mian began to move the empty tombstone, her thoughts stirred, and she approached cautiously. Lowering her head, she saw him carving the character Lu onto the stone. "Little Tao, have I truly caused you such resentment by merely shutting you out for a few days?" Tao Mian chuckled awkwardly. Lu Yuandi's gaze shifted forward, inadvertently landing on the nascent pit. "Could it be that this is also reserved for me?" To alleviate the awkwardness, Tao Mian suggested, "Since you are here, why not lie down and see how it feels, while you are still alive?" Chapter 17. The one who has missed the delicate rain fell gently as two figures stood side by side, one tall and one short. Hearing that he was indeed carving his own tombstone, Lu Yuandi silently pulled half the umbrella back, causing Tao Mian to be inevitably drenched by the rain. "Do not be so stingy. You may carve mine as well. After all, reciprocity is only fair." He displayed remarkable generosity. Lu Yuandi clearly wished to avoid further entanglement in this subject. She tilted her head to the left, allowing Gu Yuan's tombstone to come into view. Today marked the memorial for senior brother Gu, whom Lu Yuandi had never seen the living Gu Yuan. While Tao Mian shared 7 parts of his story, she had privately investigated 3. Gu Yuan was a capable individual, endowed with talents that fueled his ambitions. His ruthlessness and cold-heartedness were the twin blades that helped him forge ahead through adversity. He, too, bore a tragic past and resolutely chose the path of vengeance. In Lu Yuandi's eyes, he and she were kindred spirits. She comprehended his seemingly venomous actions far more than Tao Mian did. They instinctively assumed the worst of others, leaving potential repercussions akin to betraying themselves. Lu Yuandi was even aware of the events surrounding the He family. Gu Yuan had exterminated the He clan, infuriating Master Tao Mian and nearly severing their master-disciple relationship. Gu Yuan had humbly sought Tao Mian's forgiveness year after year. However, Lu Yuandi knew he would not consider himself in the wrong. Had she been in his position, she would have acted similarly, if not more discreetly, at least ensuring that Tao Mian remained oblivious. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that the Tao Mian of yore would still have been angered. Now, he appeared unfazed by all matters. "I remember in my childhood, on this day each year, you would ascend the mountain alone and not allow me to accompany you." Lu Yuandi instinctively shielded Tao Mian with the umbrella again as she watched him wipe the mud off the tombstone. "Did you not find it tedious? The first time I brought you here, you clamored that you would never return. Who would hold a young child on a grave and regale them with stories for several hours?" Lu Yuandi recalled with a hint of exasperation. "You wouldn't let us leave until the tale was complete." Cough. "Master, is this not a display of prodigious talent, stifled within? Afterward, when you forbade me from accompanying you, I secretly followed you twice. I told you, child, you have always been a rebel at heart. I saw you drunkenly sprawled before senior brother's grave. At that age, Lu Yuandi found the most arduous task to be rising early. Fortunately, her master did not press her, as Tao Mian was even more prone to sleeping in. Yet, she knew there was only one day in the year when Tao Mian would not indulge in a second sleep, and that was on the memorial day for senior brother. One day, she resolved to trail Tao Mian, ascending the mountain on Gu Yuan's memorial day to eavesdrop on the heartfelt words her master would share with his senior brother. Fearing she might oversleep, she woke in the middle of the night, unable to fall back asleep, propping her eyelids open until she heard the rustling of movement from the adjacent room as someone began to dress. Peering through the thin paper window, she saw a vague figure push the door open and nimbly rise from her bed, like a small mouse sneaking about, cautiously following behind Tao Mian. She was well aware of the specific location of Gu Yuan's tomb and had prepared in advance, hiding amidst a thicket of low bushes. Tao Mian was somewhat distant from her, but the tranquility of the mountain allowed her to hear his every word clearly. At that time, Master was far from the calm and adept figure he was now, missing a few weeds while clearing, the water for washing the tombstone insufficient, and one offering completely absent. Though he had brought up plenty of wine, it was not that he could not perform these tasks, he simply lacked the spirit. Completing the preliminary steps in a haphazard manner, he finally arrived at the moment of toasting. Tao Mian's pouring motion had become remarkably practiced compared to before, each taking a cup, one for himself and one for Gu Yuan. I shall drink to you first. He tilted his head back and drank. This cup is for you. Bowing his head, he poured out a portion. One cup for him, one for Gu Yuan. One cup for Gu Yuan, one for him. The earth before the grave exuded the scent of wine, and Tao Mian too became intoxicated. As he succumbed to drunkenness, he clung to the tombstone, tears streaming down. Excluding the possibility of feigning laziness to elicit sympathy from his disciple, Tao Mian was a man who seldom shed tears. This was how Lu Yuandi had always perceived him. It turned out that even her master could experience such profound sorrow. He spoke not a word, his heart brimming with unvoiced sentiments, rendering the scene before him increasingly mournful. Young Lu Yuandi counted on her fingers. Gu Yuan had passed at the age of 32, and approximately 40 years later, Tao Mian took her in, followed by another 3 or 4 years. Decades had passed, yet Tao Mian remained unable to move beyond Gu Yuan's death. Lu Yuandi pondered that perhaps this was the price of immortality. Decades for mortals nearly encompass a lifetime, while for the immortal, it is but a fleeting moment. The pain that mortals can traverse in a few seasons must take the immortal several decades to dissipate. On my way here, I was still contemplating how the young Tao would stand before Gu Yuan's tomb. It seems that the anguish for you has indeed faded. The raindrops pattered against the umbrella, producing a gentle sound. Tao Mian glanced back at the only tombstone not far away, pristine and serene, resembling a youth clad in simple garb, sitting quietly. It should not be said that it has faded. The immortal gently shook his head. He said that memories are a peculiar thing. In the first year after Gu Yuan's passing, the thought of not having seen him one last time would plunge him into despair. In the 5th year, the argument between master and disciple lingered in his heart. If only he had said this or that at the time. In the 10th year, he would recall the young disciple who had recently descended the mountain, wondering if the isolated youth had endured much suffering. If only I were not so obstinate. If I could accompany him for a while longer. As time slipped by, 20 years, 30 years, perhaps even 40, those memories, tinged with regret and sorrow, gradually receded. Tao Mian recalled the first 16 years of Gu Yuan's life. He remembered the young boy's graceful swordplay. From the dewy mornings to the dusky evenings when birds returned to their nests. He remembered the flower-laden path, where a boy followed closely behind, his clothes filled with blossoms. Teetering as he walked, he recalled their playful banter, the stubborn little dog unable to best him, sulking on the high threshold with his chin resting on his hands. He remembered the toddler who had just learned to speak, unable to call his parents. The first word he uttered was Tao. For the villagers referred to him as Master Tao, Taoist Tao, and Immortal Tao, and Gu Yuan had absorbed this in his surroundings. Ultimately, he reminisced about that sunny afternoon when he hurriedly carried the little Lu Guifei to the stream, where a wooden basin floated down the current, arriving at his feet. He held that innocent infant, beaming with joy, proclaiming that his disciple would surely achieve greatness in the future. The passage of time, distilling the essence of memories. In the end, how did only the good stories remain? Tao Mian lifted his palm and gently caressed Gu Yuan's gravestone. Lu Yuandi gazed at her master's profile. The light rain dampening her clothes, softening the contours of Tao Mian in her eyes. She thought how fortunate Gu Yuan was. Even if the world had forgotten the once-renowned Qingmiao Sect, he held a cherished place within this person's heart, timeless as the years themselves. Little Tao, she asked, will you one day remember me in such a way? Longing for a greedy villain, a person who takes advantage of every opportunity. Tao Mian glanced at her and replied, I hope that day arrives as late as possible. May you traverse a life filled with joy and tranquility. Lu Yuandi's grip on the umbrella tightened suddenly, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, rippling before she concealed them deeply. Her willow-like brows furrowed and then relaxed, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile. It is precisely because you possess so many virtues that I find no solace. Chapter 18. The journey. Lu Yuandi spent a day in the mountains. The most time she could secure for herself as an emperor. The day unfolded in mundane simplicity, eating, feeding chickens, and exploring the mountains. When Lu Yuandi arrived at the Taoist temple, the two children had already awakened. Chu Liuxue emerged from the house first, spotting the emperor at the door. And her sleep vanished instantly, her face turning pale. Silver notes. Quick, retreat. The emperor has come to capture us. Tao Mian peeked out from behind Lu Yuandi. Why are you shouting? The misunderstanding cleared, yet the siblings remained unsure how to engage with the emperor. Previously, her decision to confine Tao Mian had created discord between them. And Chu Suiyin held a significant grudge, unwilling to acknowledge her. Lu Yuandi playfully teased him. Little Tao, your junior brother doesn't seem to like me much. Have you been secretly speaking ill of me? Chu Suiyin sprang up to defend Tao Mian. Little Tao Master is not that kind of person. He wouldn't gossip behind anyone's back. Just then, Tao Mian appeared from nowhere, a half-eaten bun in his mouth. I only provide comments to their faces. Chu Yoshue suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. How can you say that with a straight face? What is there to be embarrassed about? This immortal has always been strict with others and lenient with himself. Rather than exhausting oneself, it is better to drive others to madness. As they interacted, Chu Yoshue gradually began to believe Tao Mian's words about the emperor being more troublesome as a child than her. Lu Yuandi and Tao Mian seemed to be concocting some scheme, and unexpectedly, they had set Wu Changzai's backside ablaze. The rooster flapped its wings, running wildly around the courtyard. While Tao Mian and his second disciple chased after it, all three of them covered in dirt. It was indeed a form of child abuse for Chu Yoshue to lead two adults around at her tender age. After lunch, Tao Mian sought a nap. Chu Suiyin practiced swordplay in the courtyard, and Chu Yoshue should have joined him, yet she often slacked off, moving a chair into the shade to laze about. Today, there were 2 chairs, and the emperor joined her in idleness. Lu Yuandi kept chattering, pointing out Chu Suiyin's mistakes in his technique, where he lacked strength, and where he fell short. Soon, Chu Suiyin, irritated, tossed his sword aside, sulking and waiting for his master to awaken and intervene. Chu Yoshue noticed that Lu Yuandi was merely offering nonsensical advice and questioned her motives. Why do you do this? My brother takes cultivation seriously. He truly regards Tao Mian as his master and vows to carry on his teachings. And you? Lu Yuandi regarded the young girl, a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Little Tao has also accepted you as a disciple. Do you have no aspirations? Chu Yoshue responded honestly. I told Tao Mian that his disciples are doomed. I have always been a wanderer with no luck. I fear that if I take this too seriously, I might not even achieve the humble wish of living to an old age. Lu Yuandi was taken aback by her candidness. The girl's sincere belief that she would not live long brought a smile to her face. You are different from us. Different how? Different from me, from Gu Yuan. Even from your brother. You are unique. Lu Yuandi adjusted her posture, having not sat so leisurely in a long while, feeling slightly out of place. We all have our desires. Teotihuacan does not welcome those with distracting thoughts. You have no desires. Perhaps that is why you may remain here longer. Her gaze fell upon Tao Mian, who lay flat, hands resting on his abdomen, an old fan covering his face. Have you met Master Gu's grave? She asked softly. Chu Yoshue, perplexed by the sudden inquiry, nodded in affirmation. After hesitating, she posed the question she had hesitated to ask Tao Mian to this relatively new sister. She truly yearned for an answer. I cannot fathom why Tao Mian continues to accept disciples when he is an immortal. Even if his disciples live to old age, they must depart before him. He must be heartbroken over Master Gu's passing, even if he does not express it. Why continue to take on students if it leads to an inevitably tragic end? Lu Yuandi took a long time to respond. She gazed up at the newly budding branches overhead, intertwined and dividing the sky into various shapes, while 2 birds soared high, becoming 2 black dots traversing from one patch to another. What else can be done? With new disciples come new stories. New stories transform into new memories, filling new spaces that overlap with the past, making Little Tao's life a vibrant tapestry. To cling to fleeting memories, endlessly reminiscing the life of an immortal, how pitiful. Lu Yuandi raised an arm high, plucking a sprig with fresh buds, and handed it to Chu Yoshue. Your background is not ordinary. Observing the subtle shift in the young girl's expression, Lu Yuandi smiled. Do not be anxious. I do not intend to interrogate you. Perhaps this is fate. Even if Tao Mian wished for an ordinary disciple, it would be impossible. Gu Yuan and I, we both harbor our own secrets and missions. You do as well. She paused. But you are fortunate to have a choice. Lu Yuandi did not elaborate further, likely unwilling to interfere with her junior sister's thoughts. Like Master Tao Mian, she believed that everyone has their own fate. Whether you descend the mountain or not, Tao Mian will not obstruct you. However, you must understand one thing. Once you leave the mountain, returning will be difficult. Lu Yuandi's departure was as sudden as her arrival. She set off before dawn. Tao Mian bid farewell to his disciple alone. As she prepared to leave, he casually remarked, "Why not stay a few more days?" Her reply sent a chill down his spine. She said, "If I linger any longer, I fear I might set this mountain ablaze, forcing you to return to the capital with me." Watching the smile fade from Tao Mian's lips, Lu Yuandi found herself smiling instead. "Master, I am leaving." As she uttered this farewell, a profound understanding passed between them, as if they both recognized this would be their last meeting. The second disciple would not return to Teotihuacan again. She was acutely aware that her feelings for Tao Mian would only intensify with time, and the deep-seated obsession and madness within her would inevitably drive her to commit excessive acts. Yet, how could Tao Mian retaliate? In the past, she had engaged in nightly assassinations, and her master merely deflected her attacks, causing her no harm. The peach blossom Immortal was invincible in battle, and the only one capable of inflicting injury upon him was the disciple he had personally trained. Tao Mian was unwilling to weave a benevolent lie for her. He could deceive heaven and earth with ease, but he could not bear to deceive a sincere heart. Lu Yuandi pondered what an unsolvable conundrum this was. To see each other was less desirable than not seeing one another. What did it mean to have feelings compared to indifference? Thus, it would be best to part ways amicably. Chapter 19. Prophecies and Conclusions. After Lu Yuandi's departure, Peach Blossom Mountain returned to its previous tranquility. Chu Suiyin continued to practice the soul-devouring palm and the 6 transformations of heaven, making considerable progress. Yet he could not master the final transformation of the latter, no matter his efforts. The 6 transformations of heaven, as the name suggests, comprises 6 forms. Those who learn this technique can transform objects, flora, insects, birds, beasts, create clones, and invoke illusions. Among these, the invocation is the most complex. This technique allows the practitioner to metamorphose into the object of the recipient's deepest desires or fears, thereby confounding the opponent to achieve victory. Tao Mian had tried numerous methods to teach him, but to no avail. Chu Suiyin could not help but feel disheartened. His master was truly formidable. He had grasped the secret manual after merely a few readings. Tao Mian consoled him, saying it was fine not to measure up to the master. After all, the master was a genius encountered once in a millennium. Beside them, Chu Liuxue was rendered speechless. If you cannot comfort someone, it is best to remain silent. What? Is it forbidden to speak the truth? Chu Liuxue did not engage with Tao Mian's assertive words, but instead turned to Chu Suiyin. Is your inability to master this final transformation related to your practice partner? The heart of the silver note appeared to be a solid iron weight, devoid of any fear or desire. Chu Suiyin's expression transformed into one of realization. Oh, I see. What do you see? Tao Mian lightly tapped the back of his head, and the youth yelped, cradling his head in his hands. Of course, the master's heart is made of flesh. Do not heed your sister's nonsense. Regarding Chu Suiyin's inability to master the final transformation of the 6 transformations of heaven, the 3 of them merely exchanged a few quips before moving on. If he could not, then he could not. It was no great matter in Tao Mian's eyes. Presently, the daily needs of the trio on Peach Blossom Mountain were primarily managed by Chu Liuxue. Initially, they had decided to take turns cooking, but the meals prepared by Chu Suiyin were either burnt or overly salty, rendering them inedible. Tao Mian was even more disastrous. He nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Chu Liuxue incredulously asked how he had managed previously, to which he replied that he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Essentially, he had lived on nothing but the cold wind of the northwest. Chu Liuxue had no aversion to cooking, but loathed washing dishes, a chore that subsequently fell to her brother. Tao Mian was likewise occupied. He had to tend to the chicken. Under his meticulous care, Wu Changzai grew increasingly plump. One day, as Chu Liuxue emerged with a basket to dry herbs, she stumbled upon Tao Mian squatting on the ground, wiping non-existent drool from his mouth while gazing at Wu Changzai. As a century-old chicken, Wu Changzai possessed some discernment. It cleverly flapped its wings and hid behind Chu Liuxue. She looked down, saying, "If you are truly tempted, I shall pluck its feathers and stew it." Wu Changzai shook its feathers in protest. "No," Tao Mian lamented, gazing longingly at the chicken. "Let it be. It serves as a reminder." A reminder of what? What was on his mind? Chu Liuxue was perplexed. She weighed the basket in her hands, the herbs exuding a fragrant aroma. These herbs were intended for Chu Suiyin. He had always been frail, suffering from recurrent headaches since childhood. The episodes were unpredictable. When they struck, they would nearly take his life. During the time when she roamed the world with her brother, they lacked the funds for a physician, leaving her helplessly cradling him as he curled up in pain. Now that Tao Mian was present, they had more options. Although the ailment could not be completely cured, the symptoms were much alleviated compared to the past. Initially, Chu Suiyin refrained from mentioning his affliction, fearing that Tao Mian might find him troublesome and cast them out. It was Chu Liuxue who proactively approached Tao Mian to explain the situation. She expressed her hope that he might devise a solution, offering to work tirelessly in return. Tao Mian replied, "You are but a child. Why should you bear such burdens? Simply be a child and concern yourself with nothing else." Initially, the young Tao Mian possessed no medical skills. His eldest and second disciples were both robust, with energies surpassing even that of their master. Gu Yuan's early demise was linked to his excessive toil, and Lu Yuandi was too busy managing myriad affairs to mention. Tao Mian himself rarely fell ill. In urgent need, he found himself lacking suitable methods. He appealed to his golden finger for assistance, but it remained unresponsive, likely because the skilled healer among his disciples lay far in the future, awaiting him. It mattered not that he was unlearned and that his golden finger offered no aid. He had wealth. The young Tao Immortal possessed connections in the mortal realm, although he seldom utilized them. The estates and shops left to him by Gu Yuan, along with the various tea houses and taverns gifted by Lu Yuandi, were all managed by dedicated individuals. These people had extensive social networks. Tao Mian penned 2 letters, and within a matter of days, he received several responses. He disregarded the complaints about his negligence as a steward, focusing instead on the viable solutions he had gleaned. One involved administering medicine, while the other entailed infusing spiritual energy into specific acupoints on the head. Preparing and boiling the herbs fell to Chu Yoshua, while the latter responsibility was entrusted to Tao Mian, who informed her that she need not concern herself with it. Chu Suyan's old ailment typically flared up at night, lasting anywhere from a single night to as long as 7 days. Initially, Chu Yoshua was anxious and sneaked into her brother's room to check on him several times. When Chu Suyan suffered from a headache, he would fall into a dazed state, unable to see or hear anything, clutching his head tightly. During such times, Tao Mian would allow the child to rest his head on his lap, slowly channeling spiritual energy into the acupoints. The energy could not be delivered all at once, otherwise, Chu Suyan's head would feel as if it would explode. Throughout this process, the master had to remain entirely focused, not allowing a moment's lapse. As the tortured murmurs of pain escaped Chu Suyan's lips gradually dissipated, his closed eyes softened. During this time, Tao Mian dared not stray from his side. He extended his arm to fetch a soft cloth from the table, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he awaited dawn outside the window. Even after his disciple fell asleep, he could not sleep, enduring countless sleepless nights until the episode passed. Once Chu Suyan recovered, he had no recollection of the ordeal, bounding off to find his master for sword practice. Yet, Chu Yoshua observed everything, intercepting her brother midway and insisting he accompany her to gather firewood. Chu Yoshua had previously offered to take on the task for Tao Mian, but received a gentle reprimand on her forehead instead. While it was one thing to slack off in practice, it was another to gamble with her brother's life. Thus, she bit her tongue and refrained from mentioning the matter again. The youth trailed behind her, still grumbling about his sister's unreasonable demands, preventing him from seeking out his master for play. Chu Yoshua remained taciturn, her head bowed as she collected branches, gathering more than her brother, filling her arms with them. He, too, could not escape the labor, as it was he who carried the load back down the mountain. On the descent, Chu Yoshua led the way, eventually breaking her silence. If you descend the mountain in the future, I will ensure your demise. Chu Suyan froze, momentarily taken aback, while his sister occasionally teased him. Her words had never carried such weight. Stammering, he asked, "What did you just say?" Chu Yoshua repeated her statement. Tao Mian did not interfere with the matter of descending the mountain. His thoughts were inconsequential. However, Chu Suyan, you must not descend. If you do, I will follow you. Not to protect you, but to ensure your demise. For if you descend, you will betray, shatter dreams, and leave him heartbroken. At that time, Chu Suyan was still young, secretly blaming his sister's authoritarian ways. It was only later that he realized this was both a prophecy and a conclusion. Chapter 20. Come to see me as winter solstice gives birth to the sun and spring returns, year after year. Chu Yoshua is now 17, and Chu Suyan is 16. Once slender and solitary like 2 fragile bean sprouts, they have now undergone a remarkable transformation. Chu Suyan possesses a natural beauty, with pearly teeth and vermilion lips, standing gracefully like a jade tree swaying in the wind. Chu Yoshua, though not as ethereal as her younger brother, exudes an elegant and refined demeanor, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, quietly standing there. However, in Tao Mian's eyes, they are merely larger bean sprouts, unable to shed their youthful naivete. With little difference between them, Chu Suyan's health has indeed become a concern. A persistent headache that had finally been subdued has now been replaced by a troublesome case of hypersomnia. He has always been attached to Tao Mian, incessantly calling him master, to the point that it has become his catchphrase. Chu Yoshua has chided him on 2 occasions, advising him not to burden Tao Mian with trivial matters. He should know when he is hungry or full. The mountains are adorned with flowers, and there is no need to pluck the one he desires. Yet, Chu Suiyin feels wronged. He simply loves to share. His sister lacks an appreciation for the romance of life, while his master can respond to him. With only the three of them on the mountain, who else could he turn to if not Tao Mian? Tao Mian suggested that if it becomes too difficult, he could speak with his senior brother Yigou. Chu Suiyin shuddered at the thought, repeatedly shaking his head in refusal. Now, however, his illness provides him with a legitimate reason to stay by his master's side. Tao Mian has never intervened in the petty squabbles between the siblings, maintaining a balanced approach. Sitting nearby to observe the unfolding drama. Though they have matured, their banter has become fiercer than in their childhood, leaving no moment of peace throughout the day. On this day, the two younger siblings quarreled over a trivial matter, and halfway through, Chu Suiyin suddenly fell silent, his eyes closing as he slumped back. Tao Mian, watching from behind, skillfully supported him, revealing that this was not the first time such an occurrence had happened. With a furrowed brow, Tao Mian's expression turned serious. And Chu Liuxue ceased her words. They exchanged a glance at Chu Sen's sleeping face, a wave of unease sweeping through them. Tao Mian's hand rested gently on the young man's forehead. It was neither warm nor sweaty, and he lay there quietly asleep. Had it not been for the gentle rise and fall of his breath, anyone else would have mistaken him for a lifeless body. Upon hearing Chu Liuxue's call, Tao Mian looked up and offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry, there will be a solution. Despite his relaxed demeanor, he took his responsibilities seriously. As he had done many years ago, he dispatched his network of connections in the mortal realm to seek remedies. However, this time, the responses were delayed. Stirring a sense of foreboding within him, he opened letter after letter, finding them all to convey similar sentiments. The causes of hypersomnia are manifold. The afflicted must personally consult the shopkeeper when he next visits. Hypersomnia is difficult to resolve. I am powerless, and have yet to see a suitable remedy. Hypersomnia may be a congenital ailment. When will the shopkeeper visit? Frustrated, Tao Mian's knife slipped from his hand, puncturing all three letters. So, they have conspired to repeatedly suggest that the shopkeeper visit. He was irate as he opened the final letter, which was much briefer and devoid of pleasantries. I have a solution, come to see me. The tone was firm and rather impolite, lacking any semblance of respect from subordinate to superior. Without needing to check the signature, Tao Mian recognized the writer and scoffed. What stature do you possess to summon me? He swiftly packed his belongings in preparation to descend the mountain. Chu Liuxue had previously visited her brother's room, where Chu Suiyin remained asleep. She stood at the door for a moment. When a noise from the adjacent room caught her attention, a sound of something dropping. Her eyes flickered, and she turned to investigate the source of the noise, encountering Tao Mian, who was picking up a wine jug. Are you leaving the mountain? Did I wake you? Tao Mian set the jug back on the table, and Chu Liuxue, standing behind him, remarked that she had not intended to sleep anyway. The duration of his illness cannot be delayed. His hours of sleep have been increasing, and I fear that if this continues, there may come a day when he sleeps endlessly. In moments of discord with her younger brother, the third disciple displayed a level of maturity. There were many things Tao Mian did not shy away from discussing with her, for she was needed to watch over the mountain. Chu Liuxue understood that her brother's illness was grave and did not anticipate that it had reached the point where Tao Mian felt compelled to descend the mountain. This journey may be long. I do not know when I shall return. Take care of yourself and Suiyin, Tao Mian urged earnestly. Rest assured, Chu Liuxue nodded in agreement. There is no need for you to worry. I will take good care of Suiyin. You still do not understand, Tao Mian continued, packing his belongings into a small bag. As your master, I implore you to also take care of yourself. Chu Liuxue hesitated. What can I do? Haven't I been well here in the mountains all these years? Tao Mian turned to gaze deeply at her, choosing not to elaborate further. Enough of this. Let us not linger on unnecessary words, or you will accuse me of being long-winded. I shall take my leave now. When Suiyin awakens, inform him that his master is going on a long journey. He is sensitive. Do not let him overthink. His illness will surely be treated. Chu Liuxue acknowledged with a promise, watching as Tao Mian departed under the moonlight. Only when his figure vanished did she push open the door to the adjacent room, intending to check on her brother one last time before sleep. Are you awake? Chu Suiyin lay with his arms resting atop the covers, his gaze fixed on the crescent moon outside the window. Liuxue, what lies beyond the mountain? Why ask such foolish questions? Haven't you always wandered outside since childhood? This time, however, the youth did not engage in their usual quarrel. Rather, he seemed lost in his own thoughts. It feels like ages ago. How long have we been on Peach Blossom Mountain? I am gradually forgetting what the outside world is like. Do you wish to descend the mountain? Chu Suiyin did not answer directly, but raised his right hand, fingers splayed, as if attempting to gather the moonlight from outside. We have been sheltered too well by master. Those desolate and forlorn times seem to have vanished, leaving only this paradise. So what is wrong with that? But we are too powerless, Liushua. If one day Master falls ill, if someone seeks to destroy this place completely, who will protect him? Who can guard this paradise? Chu Liushua could not answer his questions. After a moment of silence, she sighed and advised, sleep now, Suiyin. These matters can wait until you recover. There is no rush. Chu Suiyin slowly withdrew his hand beneath the covers, turning his back toward the door. Chu Liushua lingered at the threshold, observing his silhouette for a moment before quietly closing the door, leaving behind a serene glow. Unbeknownst to Tao Mian, he was oblivious to the conversation between the siblings as he journeyed southward towards the most prosperous capital. His departure was heralded by the rhythmic sound of drums, echoing along both the land and waterways. The boatman, noticing his troubled expression, chuckled and inquired about the destination of his affections. With a hollow laugh, Tao Mian replied, not to meet a lover, but to confront an adversary. Chapter 21. A promising beginning. Tao Mian paid the fare and disembarked, walking along the embankment until he arrived at the largest bank in the city. The clerks, noticing his modest attire, were reluctant to meet his gaze. As he surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of how to establish his identity, a tall, thin middle-aged manager caught sight of the jade pendant hanging from Tao Mian's waist. His eyes widened in recognition, and he hurriedly approached with a deep bow. The esteemed master has arrived? The second manager is awaiting you inside. The clerk was astonished. It seemed unbelievable that this young man, appearing barely past 20, was indeed the esteemed master. The manager slapped the clerk on the back of the head, chastising him for being blind to greatness. The clerk felt aggrieved. Who would expect a noble to dress so plainly? Tao Mian found their exchange amusing and waved a hand dismissively. That is enough. The bank was bustling, and the manager led Tao Mian through a private passage to a secluded room. The door was slightly ajar, and the sound of paper rustling suggested someone was reviewing the accounts. The manager brought Tao Mian to the threshold and, lowering his voice, said with a broad smile, the second manager is just inside. The great master can enter directly. Tao Mian hesitated, remaining motionless. Would you be so kind as to accompany me inside? The manager retreated a half-step, chuckling dryly, seemingly reluctant to confront the second shopkeeper. The senior shopkeeper has spoken first. We cannot act recklessly. Tao Mian took a large step back. With the senior shopkeeper present, what is there to fear? I will support you. The manager retreated 3 steps. The senior shopkeeper is joking. How could I be afraid? It is just that the estate is busy and requires manpower. The two stood at the door, engaging in polite banter, neither willing to enter nor let the other leave, until a clear and calm male voice resonated from within. Li, go about your business. Tao Mian, come in. Li, the manager, wished he could sprout 2 more legs. After a hasty bow, he fled, leaving only the solitary Tao Mian behind. What? Do I need to personally invite you? The voice from inside continued. Tao Mian steeled himself. Although he spoke of not being obedient as he was in childhood, he swiftly stepped into the room. It was not fear that held him back, but a keen sense of the situation. The room was filled with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. Behind a wide, heavy table sat a young man clad in purple garments, one hand holding an account book while the other played with a purple sandalwood abacus. Upon hearing the door close, he did not look up. If the enemy remains still, I shall too. Tao Mian remained silent, watching to see what kind of trouble he would stir this time. The young man did not leave Tao Mian in awkward silence for long. After turning a page of the account book, he spoke. Have you finally left your little shabby mountain? Shabby mountain. Shuehan, mind your words. Tao Mian cautioned the young man, who merely smiled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. The small Tao Mian was far too familiar with that smile, sensing misfortune. You dare? 3 golden ropes appeared from nowhere, clinging to Tao Mian's clothing like serpents, binding him tightly. Surprised and panicked, he struggled with all his might. Do not move. The more you struggle, the tighter it will become, Shuehan leisurely reminded him. Binding immortal rope. How outrageous, Shuehan. You have truly become perverse, using such a powerful artifact against your savior. Release me. Tao Mian flailed on the soft, luxurious carpet like a fish thrown ashore. Shuehan's mood brightened, and he restrained his smile as he slowly approached Tao Mian. Bending down, his fingers teased the rope, testing its tightness, clearly satisfied. Tao Mian glared at him. The young man feigned ignorance, personally bringing a chair, crossing his legs, adjusting his robes, and sitting leisurely before his former benefactor. Your little disciple will not perish anytime soon. I see you are not in a hurry. Why not be my guest? I shall entertain you. Is this truly your way of hosting guests? Tao Mian turned his face away. I am busy. I have no time for feasting. Ah, you see, I am getting older and my memory is failing. I cannot recall the method to save your disciple. Could you remind me? Shui Han feigned confusion, tapping his head lightly with a paper fan. I will eat. Is that acceptable? Tao Mian retorted, feeling humiliated. Shui Han's good humor was evident, and he would not let it slip away. Sensing a hint of concession in his tone, Tao Mian's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Since you have agreed, then release me. This. Shui Han elongated his tone, observing the glimmer of hope rekindling in Tao Mian's eyes. He opened the gold-dusted paper fan, concealing a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. No, Tao Mian was furious. You have changed, drastically. You were not like this as a child. Shui Han toyed with the tassel of the folding fan, responding darkly. Who should we blame for that? Tao Mian sealed his lips once more. Fine, part of it is his fault. The entanglement of favors between Shui Han and Tao Mian could be traced back many years. To when Gu Yuan was about 7 or 8. At that time, Shui Han was merely a small child picked up by Tao Mian on the roadside. Or rather, a small demon. That incident occurred when Gu Yuan was playing on the mountain and accidentally bitten by a rare venomous snake. The herbs needed to detoxify were not available in the mountains, so Tao Mian had to venture alone to the town's pharmacy for medicine. As he exited with a string of medicine pouches, he was suddenly ambushed by a ragged child clinging to his leg. If he were just an ordinary beggar, Tao Mian would have simply given him some money. However, the child bore the marks of severe mistreatment, with welts, burns, and scars from sharp instruments on his exposed arms and legs, a sight too tragic to behold. Tao Mian had walked a dozen steps past the corner when he recalled the child's injuries. Gritting his teeth, he turned back. The boy remained, but had lost consciousness. Collapsed on the ground. Tao Mian stowed the medicine pouches into his bag, berating himself for his soft-heartedness, which would eventually lead to his downfall. As he hoisted the frail child onto his back and sought out a clinic for treatment, the child, whom he had picked up, was not seriously hurt. He had merely fainted from hunger. Since there was no illness, Tao Mian thought to secretly slip him some money before leaving. However, just as he was about to offer all his money to the boy, the latter opened his eyes and awakened. Awake is better, Tao Mian said, hoping the boy would use the money to buy some food. I am returning to the mountain. My disciple is still waiting for me. Yet the child clutched the hem of his garment, silent and tearless, merely staring at him, stubborn yet pitiable. A headache began to throb in Tao Mian's temples. As an immortal who had lived over 1,000 years, he understood well the dangers of forging unnecessary ties. Having a disciple burdened with a deep-seated vendetta was already troublesome. Did he want to complicate his life further with a child of unknown origin? He forced himself to remain unyielding, prying the child's hands from his outer robe, attempting to reason with him. Look, we are strangers. I will give you all the money I have as a way to acknowledge our brief encounter. How about that? The light in the child's eyes dimmed, curling back onto the couch, shrinking into himself, arms wrapped around his knees. Tao Mian shut his eyes, unwilling to watch, and handed the pouch of money to the clinic's doctor, leaving without looking back. In less than 10 counts, he strode back through the door. Enough is enough. I will help you to the end. I will find you a good home, but after that, do not bother me again, he muttered to himself, hoisting the child back onto his shoulders. In early autumn, the sky was a clear blue. Golden leaves carpeted the stone path in front of the clinic. A splendid season of orange, yellow, and green. Even after many years, Shui Han could close his eyes and still feel the warm sunlight from that day on his face. The beginning of the story was undeniably beautiful. Chapter 22. Then things took a sudden turn then. Everything took a sudden turn. Tao Mian did indeed fulfill his promise and brought the child to a family of acquaintances in the mortal realm. The couple, childless for many years, had previously received Tao Mian's help in driving away malevolent spirits. Grateful, they would send gifts to Peach Blossom Mountain during festivals. Knowing the couple longed for a child, Tao Mian thought it would be a mutually beneficial arrangement to send the child he had found to them. The kind couple did not disdain the child's numerous old wounds. Instead, they showered him with love, naming him Shui Han. With a familiar family to care for him, Tao Mian felt assured and left the boy in the care of the Shui couple, accomplishing 2 good deeds at once. He then returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, never again visiting the child of his own accord. The small Tao Mian believed it best not to interfere excessively in Shui Han's life. Since he had found a good family to take him in, his mission was complete. However, Shui Han thought otherwise. His foster parents treated him exceptionally well, beyond reproach. The Shui family had a certain level of affluence, and as their only son, Shui Han enjoyed a life of comfort and education, with a tutor to teach him reading and writing. Although the days in the Shui residence were peaceful and carefree, Shui Han never forgot his life-saving benefactor. He had inquired about his adoptive parents, Tao Mian, but received scant information, merely learning that he was a reclusive immortal living in the mountains, indifferent to worldly affairs and seldom descending. Shuehan nodded, assuming Tao Mian merely found children troublesome and was reluctant to meet him. It mattered not. He could seek out Tao Mian himself. The Shui family cherished their only son but did not indulge him in every whim. Adventures outside could only commence upon reaching adulthood. Shuehan was not one to throw tantrums. Rather, his painful childhood had fostered a maturity beyond his years, endowing him with a shrewdness surpassing that of his peers. He adhered to the teachings of his parents and mentors, working diligently and earning their trust. Thus, on the first day of his 20th year, he departed from the Shui residence, making his way to Peach Blossom Mountain. Peach Blossom Mountain was indeed a terrestrial paradise, veiled in mist and adorned with blooming flowers. Surrounding him were simple, honest villagers, and Shuehan, clad in opulent attire, felt out of place. Frowning, he refrained from lingering in the village. After inquiring about the direction to Peach Blossom Temple, he ventured forth alone. The temple nestled amidst the peach trees, tranquil and serene. He approached and knocked on the door, but no one answered. It appeared Tao Mian was not present, and feeling disappointed, Shuehan decided to wander the mountain, hoping for a chance encounter with an immortal. To his astonishment, he truly encountered the Peach Blossom Immortal. Tao Mian, unchanged from Shuehan's memories, still exuded an ethereal grace, draped in a dark blue robe. As if a figure from a painting had unexpectedly descended to the mortal realm. He ambled leisurely among the flourishing peach trees, at ease and unhurried. A surge of joy filled Shuehan as he took a half-step forward, only to retract it with decorum. Young Tao Mian was merrily traversing his path, when suddenly, a boy dangled from a branch above, obstructing his way. "Master!" The boy called out cheerfully, causing Tao Mian, initially startled, to chuckle. He admonished the boy not to act foolishly and ruin his flowers. The boy's expression shifted as he furtively concealed a few unevenly sized flower branches behind his back. Tao Mian caught sight of this, but chose silence, instead playfully flicking the boy's forehead. They laughed together as they descended the mountain. That day, Shuehan stood for an extended period, unaware of how many hours passed. When his consciousness returned, his legs felt somewhat numb. "Do you know what I was thinking at that moment?" Shuehan inquired idly of the tightly bound immortal before him, receiving no response, only a defiant glare in return. "I was contemplating one day, I shall fell every wretched tree atop your dilapidated mountain." Tao Mian sprang to his feet, only to be forced back down by the constricting bindings. "What do trees have to do with this?" "Shuehan, you are misplacing your anger. It matters little." "I simply find them displeasing," Shuehan retorted. Tao Mian lamented. "Oh, little Shui, how have you transformed from a naive child into such a twisted adult? Where did it all go awry?" Shuehan reflected on his journey of growth. After returning from Peach Blossom Mountain, he had grown markedly quieter. During this period, the Shui family gradually introduced him to the family business, where he demonstrated a remarkable acumen for commerce and flourished. He ceased to mention anything about Tao Mian, as if he had entirely forgotten the man. It was not until Gu Yuan passed away that Tao Mian received a substantial pension bequeathed by numerous disciples. Lacking the skills to manage it, he sought assistance from the Shui family. At this juncture, Shuehan volunteered to take over the shop and the mountain estate. Tao Mian, thinking of him as family, entrusted the matters to him without a second thought, allowing him to assume the role of a carefree steward. However, Shuehan harbored his own ulterior motives. Tao Mian, always yearning to sever ties with the mortal realm, was not to have his wishes fulfilled. Shuehan believed this would establish a connection between them. Given sufficient time, the bond with his life-saving benefactor would undoubtedly strengthen. Yet, then emerged Lu Yuandi. Gu Yuan was one matter, but Lu Yuandi was a princess of a fallen dynasty, bringing with her a multitude of complications. Shuehan gritted his teeth at the mention of this affair. "You claim to wish to avoid trouble, yet you take in a royal orphan as a disciple?" Tao Mian offered an awkward smile. "She stole the chickens I raised. I couldn't simply let her go. Is it necessary for you to owe me something before you pay attention to me?" Shuehan countered. "Your reasoning is flawed. By the way, since you are so reluctant, why did you tell me you could save Sui Yan? You do not harbor any aversion to him?" "No," Shuehan smiled faintly. "I equally despise each of your disciples." Tao Mian suddenly perked up, despite his legs being bound. He attempted to escape, realizing Shuehan had become even more twisted than he had been years prior. Chapter 23. The immortal fishing escape was futile. Shuehan wiggled his fingers, and Tao Mian, who had barely made it to the door, fell with a cry. The binding ropes were indeed formidable, the quality of which Shuehan had somehow procured. Tao Mian was unable to free himself, but he needed time, something Shuehan was unwilling to grant. Lying on the ground, Tao Mian groaned. while Xuehan rose from his chair and approached him, half squatting down. His dark eyes meeting Tao Mian's, their pupils dilated, exuding an uncanny allure. Before losing consciousness, the last words Tao Mian heard were, "You are far too unruly. You ought to rest obediently." When he regained awareness, he found himself in a different environment, likely Xuehan's residence. The surroundings were opulent, with plush wool carpets covering the floor and the furniture crafted from heavy, dark sandalwood. Antiques and potted plants were scattered throughout, yet the space bore no signs of clutter, reflecting the owner's exquisite taste. The binding ropes had somehow been removed. Tao Mian rose, stretched his wrists, and surveyed the surroundings. He picked fruit from a platter on the table, one by one, and then, holding a shallow glass dish, he retched violently. What incense is burning in this room? Tao Mian was enveloped by a strange and potent fragrance that left him dizzy. Struggling to maintain his balance, he staggered about in search of the source of the scent. Finally, he discovered a gilded bronze incense burner nestled behind a coral bonsai, wisps of smoke curling upward. Suppressing waves of nausea, he covered his nose with his sleeve, intending to extinguish the incense. At that moment, someone entered, preventing him. "Extinguish that incense, and you can forget about saving your disciple." Xuehan. The familiar voice came from behind him. Turning around, Tao Mian saw Xuehan, now dressed appropriately, accompanied by a male servant. Xuehan raised a hand, and the servant removed the fruit platter from the table, simultaneously closing the door behind them, granting the two privacy. The door clicked shut silently. Tao Mian inquired about the purpose of the incense, and Xuehan approached, extracting a paper packet from his sleeve. He opened it to reveal brown incense powder. His fingers curved the paper into an arc, pouring the powder into the incense burner. As the incense heated, the scent intensified, overwhelming Tao Mian, who leaned against a nearby display case with one hand while covering his mouth with the other, his brow furrowed deeply. "If you feel nauseous, just say so. There's no need for these theatrics." Tao Mian's breath had grown weak, yet Xuehan did not respond with the same sharpness he had exhibited at the bank. Instead, he sighed and urged him to endure. "This incense is from the demon realm, known as soul returning. Burn it for 3 days, and it can suppress the vitality of the living. If your celestial aura does not dissipate, descending into the demon realm will likely lead to your demise. I am merely looking out for you." "The demon realm?" Tao Mian uttered, feeling a wave of nausea again. His expression contorted as he paused to compose himself before continuing. "You intend to take me there?" Xuehan personally brought over a round stool cushioned with soft padding for him to sit on. As Tao Mian sat, the urge to vomit eased somewhat. Yet he still felt lightheaded. The sudden drowsiness of your little disciple is a symptom that occasionally manifests in certain demons before they reach maturity. This ailment can range from mild to severe. On the milder side, it merely results in excessive sleep each night. However, given your description in the letter, it appears he also experiences fainting spells during the day, which suggests a more serious condition. Is he sleeping for longer periods? If we turn a blind eye to this, he may not survive to adulthood and will fall into eternal slumber. Xuehan's words were devoid of embellishment. Chu Suin's ailment is indeed troublesome. Tao Mian contemplated for a moment. Although he belonged to the same demonic lineage, Chu Liuxue showed no signs of such a condition, indicating that this affliction is not widespread. Its rarity suggests that it is difficult to cure. While there are methods of salvation, Xuehan poured another cup of calming tea for Tao Mian to alleviate the restlessness caused by the incense, which necessitates a special prescription. "I possess the formula, and most of the required herbs are available at the estate. But one crucial ingredient requires both of us to venture into the demon domain." "What is it?" "The fat of the Hengong fish." The Hengong fish, found in the ice lake, grows to a length of 7 to 8 feet, resembling a carp but with a crimson hue. Xuehan intends to take Tao Mian into the demon domain specifically for this rare medicinal ingredient. Tao Mian clutched the teacup with both hands, fearing he might shatter it due to dizziness and trembling. He sipped the tea and tilted his head in thought. "So, are we to fish in the lake?" "Forget fishing. I can catch everything but fish. Let's just scoop it up." Xuehan paused. "Have you considered that we could simply buy it?" "Oh," Tao Mian suddenly realized. "Then let us purchase it. Don't we have plenty of money?" "Money is not the issue. The problem lies in the fact that having money does not guarantee acquisition." Xuehan teased, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "This time, we will bid for it." The following evening after Tao Mian's departure, Chu Suiyin awakened from his slumber. It seemed he had no recollection of the conversation with his sister that night, nor could he remember why Tao Mian had left the mountain. When he inquired about his master's whereabouts, Chu Liuxue was slightly taken aback. "You remember nothing at all?" "Yes." The youth's pale complexion was unnerving. and the anger that once surged within him was gradually dissipating, causing his speech and actions to become sluggish. Even to the brief words of Chu Liushua. He took a moment to respond. Chu Liushua mentioned that Tao Mian had left the mountain to seek medicine on his behalf and would likely take some time to return. A look of guilt crossed Chu Xian's face as he unconsciously clutched the edge of the blanket. I have caused more trouble for my master. Unable to bear his self-pitying demeanor, Chu Liushua tossed a set of freshly washed clothes onto her brother. The garments fell, covering the youth completely. Hearing him mumble and struggle to pull the clothes from his head, the more he hurried, the more entangled he became. Chu Liushua placed her hands on her hips. The silver note said not to overthink things, focus on your recovery. If he returns to find you emaciated, he will ignore you. Did my master truly say that? Chu Suiyan feared nothing more than his master neglecting him. He hurriedly freed his head and face from the clothing, assuring his sister, I will eat well and sleep properly. You should sleep a little less. Speaking of food, Chu Liushua exited the room. Shortly thereafter, she brought dinner for the two of them. She ate quickly, and after finishing her own portion, she fixed her gaze on Chu Suiyan, supervising him to ensure he finished his meal. Initially, he managed to eat normally, but midway through, his eyelids grew heavy, and his spirit waned. Chu Liushua, through the layers of fabric, grasped his wrist. The youth jolted and barely opened his eyes, continuing to eat a few more bites. Once she saw that he had eaten adequately, Chu Liushua allowed him to rinse his mouth and wiped his hands, clearing away the dishes. After dinner, it was time to walk the chickens. With Tao Mian absent and Chu Suiyan asleep, this duty fell to Chu Liushua. With bait in hand, she scattered it as she walked, and two roosters followed her, pecking at the ground. Upon reaching the southwest corner of the courtyard, where a blooming begonia stood, a shadow loomed beneath it. Chu Liushua, devoid of vigilance or wariness, seemed oblivious, continuing her stroll with the two chickens. As she passed the begonia, she lowered her eyes and addressed the shadow. Do not return. I will not accompany you back. Chapter 24. The old general on the stage Shui Han was true to his word. 3 days later, he indeed set off with Tao Mian towards the demon domain. After 3 days of immersion, Tao Mian was nearly unrecognizable. He experienced dizziness during the day and vomited at night. Fortunately, his physique was resilient. Otherwise, he would have languished at the Shui residence for 7 days before being able to travel. Seeing the color drain from Tao Mian's face, who had grown considerably thinner and could barely fill his clothes, Shui Han, devoid of compassion, appeared quite pleased, tapping his fan against his palm. Excellent. This is precisely the state I desired. Tao Mian rolled his eyes weakly in response. The resurrection incense proved effective, aside from his simple outer robe. It was nearly impossible to find any trace of the celestial being within him. Shui Han instructed him to change, swapping out the disheartened attire. I have an ethereal aura. Tao Mian protested lamely as he allowed the maidservants to dress him in a deep purple brocade garment. Shui Han appraised his face. Although you lack notoriety in the demon domain, it is prudent to alter your appearance, just in case. I will not change my appearance, Tao Mian retorted defiantly. You cannot change your appearance? What have you learned in over 1,000 years? Upon exiting that room, Shui Han's tongue grew sharp again. He clapped his hands, summoning a small, intricately carved box. What is this? A snow mud for altering one's appearance. It itches when applied. This is unacceptable, and that is unacceptable. Shui Han, exasperated, had lost his patience. Then wear a mask. Though inconvenient, it is better than nothing. Thus, Tao Mian donned a plain white mask. The two of them boarded a spacious carriage, the driver obscured beneath a black hat, rendering his face indistinguishable. Tao Mian and Shui Han entered in succession. The interior was spacious. Shui Han, a man of discernment, ensured the carriage not only transported people, but also accommodated tea drinking, reading, and playing games. Taking advantage of the journey, Tao Mian replenished his energy with food, while Shui Han leisurely savored a cup of tea. Once Tao Mian regained half of his vitality, he began to inquire in detail about the arrangements for their journey. Whenever matters of importance arose, Shui Han could temporarily assume a normal demeanor. He explained that they were about to head to a location within the demon domain specifically designated for the trade and transactions of the wealthy and powerful, known as the Qiandeng Lu, Thousand Lantern Pavilion. The Thousand Lantern Pavilion consisted of 9 floors, each with items of varying quality and value for trade, allowing guests to ascend to the corresponding floor based on their needs to participate in the auction. The auction involved attendants showcasing items on a round platform at the center of each floor, announcing starting bids. Hanging in front of the private rooms were several equally sized lotus-shaped glass lanterns. Interested bidders would ignite the lanterns, with the number of flames correlating to the price. and the one who lit the most lanterns would secure the item. Tao Mian nodded in understanding of the auction rules, as Shuehan explained. The Hengong fish fat you seek is among the items for the next round of bidding. Although this substance is rare, it is only useful for treating one specific ailment, and the guests do not show much interest in it. I have heard that this piece of Hengong fish fat has been displayed at the Thousand Lantern Pavilion for over 2 months without any bids. After subtly probing the pavilion's manager, the response was that if one is interested, it would be an easy acquisition. Shuehan recounted this leisurely, while Tao Mian remained silent. Hearing the phrase, easy acquisition, he slowed his munching on the snack. What? Do you have a premonition? Shuehan keenly noticed his subtle change. Tao Mian wanted to express that he had a vague feeling that Shuehan's previous words had planted several flags in their backs. However, he refrained from being so direct. It is better to be cautious. The Thousand Lantern Pavilion is situated in the southwestern part of the Demon Domain, in a small city called Yuechio. Though not large, Yuechio is quite prosperous, serving as a place for the denizens of the Demon Domain to indulge in leisure and entertainment, where there is no daylight. Only endless nights of revelry. As the carriage crossed the boundary between the human realm and the demon domain, the once docile and robust horses suddenly shed their flesh, leaving only skeletal frames, raising their heads to neigh loudly. The driver cracked the whip, and the rushing wind lifted the black veil of the hat, revealing a face that appeared charred. Where eyes should have been, only empty sockets remained. Tao Mian furrowed his brow. The resurrection merely masked his aura, yet his sensitivity to the malevolent energies remained unaltered, and he clearly felt discomfort. Shuehan handed him a sachet, instructing him to tuck it close to his body, indicating that he was well prepared. Their destination was unmistakable, and they arrived at the Qiandeng Tower in the shortest time possible. Shuehan reminded Tao Mian to secure his mask properly and advised him to speak as little as possible while following closely behind him. This time, Tao Mian's assumed identity was that of Shue's steward. Upon dismounting from the carriage, Tao Mian, through the mask, beheld the grandeur of the Qiandeng Tower. The lights illuminated the azure clouds, and the towering structure was bustling with guests. The air was filled with the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments, perfumed scents wafted through, and shadows danced in abundance. Were it not for the peculiar appearances of those around him, individuals of extraordinary stature, some robust and others slender, with an array of ears and tails, Tao Mian might have mistaken this for a thriving metropolis of the human realm. Before the performance commenced, a short child stood at the entrance welcoming guests. This child appeared rather odd, with visible wrinkles on his exposed skin, suggesting he was not young. Yet, atop his head rested a large, shiny headpiece reminiscent of those worn by performers during festive parades, adorned with a rigid and unnatural smile. Upon scrutinizing further, Tao Mian discerned that this was more than just a headpiece, as its eyebrows and eyelids moved ever so slightly. Perhaps this was a creature from the demon realm. The oversized headed child greeted each guest with a bow and a smile, warmly inviting them to ascend. His somewhat oversized head seemed to impede his vision, compelling him to turn his body to see the individuals before him. Upon turning, he spotted Shuehan and Tao Mian beside the carriage. "Oh, Master Shue, what an honor!" the child exclaimed, shaking his head as he approached, rubbing his hands together while beaming at Shuehan. Upon closer inspection, Tao Mian realized the impact of this large-headed figure was quite remarkable. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, yet it was evident he was not one. Shuehan responded with familiarity, "Manager Meng, how has business been lately?" Manager Meng bowed repeatedly, exchanging pleasantries. "Oh, it's all thanks to your esteemed patronage, Master Shue." He then turned his gaze toward the silent Tao Mian. "And this is?" Shuehan instinctively stepped forward slightly, shielding Tao Mian. "Just a steward. No need to pay him any mind." "Oh, very well." Manager Meng hesitated, sensing something unusual but refraining from voicing it. However, it was not long before others would bring it up. Master Shue usually brings charming ladies to the tower. What is the change today? A youthful male voice chimed in from behind them, laced with an inexplicable provocation and malice. Tao Mian furrowed his brows and turned to see a tall young man garbed in elegant attire, standing nearby with a smile directed at him. "Oh, still wearing a mask. How very mysterious. One cannot ascend the tower without revealing their identity, right, Manager Meng? I'm not mistaken about the rules of Qiandeng Tower, am I?" Manager Meng rubbed his hands nervously, sweat practically beading on his forehead. The young man's smile deepened. "Rules cannot be broken. Master Shue, perhaps you should have your companion remove his mask." Years later, when asked if he regretted meeting Shen Buozhou, Tao Mian would always pause, then find peace in his thoughts. Regret? There was merely a clear sky and bright stars. In the midst of the lanterns and glowing waters, that person happened to appear. Of course, such reflections came years later. Currently, Tao Mian felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the arrogant youth before him. The young man was none other than Qingmiao, the second son of the leader of the illusory True Pavilion, known for his notorious arrogance and rudeness, which even made Shuaihan uneasy in his presence. Yet, removing the mask was out of the question. Shuaihan, ever the smiling tiger, maintained an outward cheerfulness despite his inner turmoil. Today, I was stood up by a lovely lady, so I brought my steward along for company. It's a trivial matter, no need for Master Shun to concern himself. Qingmiao scoffed. Master Shui, we're both sensible individuals. Let us not beat around the bush. Bringing a male attendant to the tower, everyone knows what that implies. Tao Mian, caught in the middle of the conversation, questioned, what does that mean? He turned to Shuaihan, whose expression behind the mask conveyed his own bewilderment, as he sensed Tao Mian's confusion. Now was not the time for clarifications. Shuaihan subtly pressed down with one hand, signaling Tao Mian to refrain from asking further. It's merely a coincidence, he coughed lightly, feigning a frail demeanor to lower others' guard. Qingmiao, however, was not convinced by the notion of coincidence. Well, since Master Shui refuses to admit it, asking for the mask to be removed seems a reasonable request. Wouldn't you agree? Qianding Tower held a unique status within the demon realm, adhering to its own set of rules. While its guests were typically of noble birth, the tower reserved the right to refuse transactions it deemed undesirable. Guests were reluctant to offend Qianding Tower and its underlying powers, thus they adhered to its regulations. One such rule mandated the verification of identity before ascending. Only when trading certain special items was it permissible to conceal one's identity. Otherwise, guests were not allowed to cover their faces. Manager Ming had been in a predicament due to this. But considering Shuaihan's status as a valued patron who had spent considerable sums at the tower, he opted to overlook the presence of a mere steward, especially when the master's identity was evident. Had it not been for Qingmiao's unexpected intervention, this matter would have been inconsequential. Shuaihan himself was perplexed. He had no prior entanglements with Qingmiao, making the latter's insistence on complicating matters inexplicable. Moreover, given the business relations between the illusory True Pavilion and Shuaihan, even Qingmiao's father would have to show some respect. Qingmiao, merely a bastard son contemplating this, Shuaihan felt a wave of irritation. Surely, Tao Mian hadn't inadvertently provoked him at some point? Shuaihan's gaze turned sharply to Tao Mian, who responded with confusion. Why are you staring at me? Tao Mian thought. He knew nothing of the underlying tensions. His mind was bright and untroubled. Since the young man demanded he remove his mask, he was inclined to comply. He reached for the edge of the mask, but Shuaihan shook his head disapprovingly. He believed it unnecessary to concede to such a reckless youth. Yet, the Celestial had their own methods. As Tao Mian's fingers grazed the mask's edge, under Qingmiao's imposing gaze, he withdrew his hand back to his side. I tilted my head, and this is how I look, he declared. Qingmiao was taken aback. Shuaihan, suppressing a smile, remarked, Master Shun, listen to yourself. Does one truly have a mask for a head? Tao Mian glanced toward Manager Ming, who was nervously wringing his hands, feigning hesitation. The silence was deafening. Yet, Qingmiao remained relentless. Manager Ming is a Yiksha of the Moonhill. Does that mean you belong to the Yiksha clan as well? I could be. Tao Mian hesitantly replied, and Shuaihan, struggling to contain his laughter, fanned himself with a folding fan to avoid drawing Qingmiao's ire. Qingmiao's expression darkened. Their voices were not loud, and the passing demons and creatures merely perceived their interaction as casual banter. Only those involved could sense the undercurrents surging beneath the surface. Manager Ming, being a shrewd demon, could not allow two esteemed guests to clash at the entrance, which would disrupt the harmony. Rubbing his small, rough hands together, he stepped forward. See, could both of you perhaps step inside? The performance is about to commence. Why not take a look at today's rare treasures? Shuaihan, ever amiable, took the cue from Manager Ming. Then, please arrange for us. Manager Ming repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the esteemed patron while cautiously glancing toward the stern-faced Qingmiao. What are your thoughts, second young master? Qingmiao snorted coldly, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. Lead the way swiftly, Manager Ming. Aren't we here to see the goods? Manager Ming sighed in relief, beads of sweat forming on his back. He quickly summoned two young servants to escort the esteemed guests into the building. Shuaihan lifted the hem of his garment and stepped through the door, leading the way, with Tao Mian closely following. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across his face, causing one side of his mask to lift uncontrollably, the force of the wind prying it open. The white mask fell to the ground with a soft thud, swaying slightly. Throughout this entire episode, Tao Mian remained motionless, seemingly unaware of the ambush, unable to catch it in time. When Shun Boizhou lifted his gaze to see the face of the assailant, he found it was one adorned with the same mask. Tao Mian spoke in a calm tone. As if he had already forewarned, young Master Shun, as I mentioned, this is simply my natural appearance. He added with a hint of sarcasm, unlike Manager Meng. I possess far more faces to wear. Only after thoroughly putting the bothersome lad in his place did Tao Mian gracefully step over the threshold to catch up with the leading manager Shui. Once they had distanced themselves from Shun Boizhou's presence, Shui Han quietly inquired of Tao Mian, "How did you accomplish that?" The warm glow of the glass lanterns cast a myriad of colors upon Tao Mian's mask, and he let out a short, light laugh. "Just a little trick," he replied. Shui Han understood what he meant. "You can perform illusions? You should have mentioned that earlier. Why bother with a mask when you can simply change your face? It requires too much effort to maintain a single appearance. I am unwilling to do so." "You are simply lazy," Shui Han teased as they ascended the long, spiraling staircase. The layout of the Qiandeng Lu was unique, connecting multiple levels, with a circular stage at the center of each floor surrounded by private boxes. The center was illuminated, while the periphery remained shrouded in darkness. Tao Mian glanced at the slender platform adorned with entwined lotus patterns, which appeared capable of supporting only 3 or 4 individuals. It was suspended in midair without any supporting beams, resembling a leaf floating in the void. Between the circular stage and the private seats lay a rather spacious area that seemed empty, yet hinted at hidden secrets. The performance had yet to commence. But atop the circular stage, a dancer's graceful movements captivated the audience, her flowing sleeves swaying elegantly. Tao Mian merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his gaze. The servants led them to the 5th floor, where Shui Han took a lantern from one of them. The burning candle emitted a ghostly green light, to be used later to ignite the glass lamps. The private rooms were composed of individual compartments, seemingly open towards the circular stage, yet concealed by a secretive spell, allowing guests inside to view the outside while remaining hidden from sight. Delicate glass lanterns hung from intricately carved columns on either side, awaiting guests to light them. Upon entering the private chamber, Shui Han visibly relaxed, indicating a commendable level of privacy. Topics that could not be discussed elsewhere could now be broached. Tao Mian remained reticent, preoccupied with food, while the sound of Shui Han's voice filled his ears. He mentioned that Qiandeng Lu had a history spanning several centuries. Not as long as Tao Mian had lived, but still considerable. It was recognized among the nobility of the demon realm, despite its numerous regulations. Shortly, an official will come to explain the rules of the establishment. You must listen attentively. Tonight, there seems to be an unusually high number of guests. I wonder if there are valuable items on the 7th floor. We must proceed with discretion. Additionally, Shin Air is rather peculiar. It is best to avoid him. Tao Mian raised his eyebrows in surprise. How novel for a pervert to call another a pervert. Shui Han merely smiled. I am the type to know when to withdraw. But Shun Boizhou is not. He takes advantage of his family's background to engage in various unsavory activities. We must not get entangled with him. Tao Mian acknowledged this with a nod. I understand. Do not be dismissive. As for Shin Air, Shui Han's words were abruptly cut off as both noticed an unusual silence. The ambient noise outside seemed to be sucked away by an unseen force. The chatter of guests, the sounds of instruments, and the shouts of servers vanished. Tao Mian opened his eyes wide, gazing at the suspended circular stage. A sudden, sharp sound echoed, as if a drum had been struck, pulling the guests' attention back to the now empty platform. Another sound rang out, and the lights within the building grew brighter, revealing the intricate patterns on the base of the stage. With the final drumbeat, 9 figures clad in dark robes appeared simultaneously on the 9-tiered circular platform. These performers were of similar height and slender build, almost as if sculpted from the same mold. Among them were both men and women, young and old, their faces wearing identical, forced smiles, as if trained to maintain that expression. The 9 began to speak in unison, their voices harmonizing in a melodious chant reminiscent of a theatrical troupe. The official from the 5th tier, a young man of about 30, took the lead on the platform, turning gracefully as he spoke with rhythmic elegance. Above is the jade platform, below lies Qiandeng Lu. There are 3 prohibitions in this establishment. I urge you all to listen closely. The first prohibition forbids the lighting of personal lamps. Violators will be fined a fortune. The second prohibits conflict within the same room. Violators shall be barred from entry forever. The third prohibits celestial beings from ascending the building. Violators will face a gruesome fate. Chapter 26. Only flag insertion: the prohibition against celestial beings ascending. Upon hearing this decree, Tao Mian slowly set down the morsel he had been chewing. Although he was somewhat prepared for it, given that this was the domain of demons, celestial beings would inevitably be marginalized. However, he had not anticipated such a clear declaration of this prohibition, nor the severe consequences for those discovered. He cast a heavy gaze toward Shuehan. The ban on celestial beings ascending and the punishment of 1,000 cuts. Surely, Manager Shui must be aware of this? Shuehan cleared his throat. Fortune favors the bold. Does it not? Or did you think I compelled you to endure 3 days of incense for no reason? Tao Mian wished to say more, but at that moment, 2 consecutive drum beats echoed from the stage, once again diverting their attention. What had once been an empty platform now bore 2 corpses. These bodies were suspended by ropes around their necks, preserved through some unknown means, displaying the agonizing expressions of the celestial being who had violated the prohibition before their demise. Their forms marred by countless wounds. The punishment of 1,000 cuts was merely a physical torment. The sealing of their souls meant that the celestial being's consciousness would forever be trapped in the most agonizing moment of their death, destined for eternal suffering. The gruesome fate of the violators was laid bare before all the guests. Tao Mian fell silent, noticing the other corpse beside him, which bore a similarly tragic appearance. Is this another celestial being? He questioned, perplexed. Shuehan's response was unexpected. No, this is an accomplice who aided the celestial being in ascending the building. Originally flustered by Tao Mian's earlier inquiry, Shuehan felt a strange clarity upon seeing the 2 corpses, clicking his tongue. If you don't look closely, it's easy to imagine it's you and me hanging up there. Quite tragic indeed. Truly, a pervert is worthy of their name. To still express admiration in light of this. Impressive. Rest assured, it won't be easy to uncover you. If I can bring you here, I can certainly ensure your safe return. Tao Mian remarked. Your only talent seems to be flag insertion. Seeing that Tao Mian maintained a sense of humor amidst the shocking appearance of the corpses, Shuehan surmised he was processing the situation quickly. The initial announcement of the 3 prohibitions jolted the guests into alertness, setting the stage for the main event. The first item auctioned by the official was a piece of cold jade bone. 1 lamp for 100 gold. The more lamps, the more one shall acquire. The official sang out, showcasing the exquisite, translucent jade contained within a brocade box. Tao Mian inquired, what is cold jade bone? Pausing momentarily, Shuehan glanced at him. The shank bone of a celestial being. No need to ask further. The subsequent auction items became even more peculiar. A celestial being's pinky finger, a celestial being's left ear, 3 pieces of a celestial being's heart. Tao Mian could hardly contain his indignation. What is the purpose of auctioning these items? To display them at home as trophies? Shuehan observed him with a hint of compassion in his gaze. Generally, this was used for dietary supplements. It was customary at the Qian building for each floor to sell a specific category of goods. The essence of the Henggong fish fat we seek is medicinal. And naturally, this floor is predominantly occupied by apothecaries. Among these, the flesh and blood of your kind, the immortals, are regarded as the finest. Tao Mian then comprehended his predicament. He was not merely ascending the building. He was akin to a fish laid bare upon the chopping block. Endure this moment, for we are nearing our desired item. Shuehan attempted to soothe the immortal's spirit, urging him not to delay the matter at hand. Tao Mian feigned ignorance of the singing auctioneer's tune, focusing instead on the pastries before him, until the person beside him gently tapped the table. It had arrived. The brocade box held by the singing auctioneer remained unchanged, yet the treasure within transformed into a glistening piece of fish fat. Henggong fish fat, esteemed guests. 200 gold for 1 lamp, the more the merrier. Chapter 27, Chasing the Light. 200 gold for 1 lamp? Tao Mian murmured, finding it excessively costly. Is Manager Meng raising the price because he knew you would be trading here? Shuehan waved his paper fan dismissively, unconcerned. It has merely increased by about 50 gold. There is no need to fret. He added, in any case, it will be charged to your account. The singing auctioneer circled the pedestal, showcasing the rare fish fat to the guests present. Henggong fish fat, consuming it can dispel ailments. Please observe closely. Tao Mian thought to himself that he must return to the mountain quickly. Otherwise, he would find himself in the pot below. He glanced at Shuehan beside him. Will you not light a lamp? Shue, the shopkeeper, remained unfazed. There is no rush. Let us first enjoy the spectacle. Similar to his previous remarks, compared to the limbs and heart of an immortal, the Henggong fish was evidently of a lower tier. The esteemed guests on the 5th floor displayed little interest, save for one chamber in the southeast corner, where a glass lamp lit up. Shortly after, another shade of deep green ignited beside that lamp. 2 guests placed their bids. The singing auctioneer called out, inquiring whether any other patrons would join the bidding. Only then did Xue Han retrieve a small lantern, extending the jade handle and lightly tapping the base of the glass lamp. A clear chime resonated as the wick gradually ignited with a flicker of light. He raised the lantern further, applying the same method to light another one. Zhenzi number 7 bids 2 lamps. The base price for items traded on the 5th floor was 500 gold. Xue Han's offer of 900 gold for a piece of Hong Gong fish, fat the size of a finger, was indeed generous. As expected, after he illuminated the second lamp, the opposing bidder extinguished one to signify their withdrawal from this round. One remained stubbornly lit. The singing auctioneer raised his left hand, his tone elevating. Zhenzi number 7 bids 2 lamps. Are there any esteemed guests joining the bidding? Just as he finished speaking, 2 new flames appeared atop the solitary green light. Zhenzi number 36 bids 3 lamps. 3 lamps. 1,100 gold. The other guests in the elegant chambers exchanged whispers. Although the Hong Gong fish fat was rare, it had a baseline price, even during its highest speculation. It had never surpassed 1,000 gold. The offer from number 7 was considered high, and pursuing the light further seemed futile. However, since another lamp had been added, it appeared that the guest from number 36 urgently needed the fish fat, leading them to make such a steep bid. It seemed the fish fat was already in the possession of number 36. Zhenzi number 7 bids 5 lamps. Number 7 is joining the bidding. 1,500 gold. Tao Mian watched the entire process unfold. While Xue Han disdainfully remarked on the absurdity of someone being foolish enough to spend 1,000 gold on such an item, yet he added 2 lamps. There was no need for such hardship. He could not help but offer some consolation. Xue Han's expression was unusually serious, as he expressed concern over the situation. Sensing something amiss, the opposing bidder might not genuinely require the fish fat, but rather sought to create difficulty. If that were the case, they might have to resort to the final step. Tao Mian inquired about the meaning of the final step. Xue Han turned to him, the glass lamp casting a hazy glow around his silhouette. The final step relies on you. Tao Mian was perplexed. This shopkeeper was not only adept at raising flags, but also at maintaining an air of mystery. Just as Xue Han suspected, the opposing bidder indeed added another lamp. Ordinarily, Xue Han was not the type to be easily caught up in bidding wars. He had a bottom line, and crossing it would compel him to withdraw. As he claimed, he would take his leave when the offer was right. However, tonight's circumstances were exceptional. Tao Mian's unfortunate disciple remained in the mountains, lost in slumber. Though Xue Han harbored disdain for every disciple who entered Taohua Mountain, Tao Mian was a worthy exception. This fish fat was not extraordinarily rare, but finding another piece in a short time would be a challenge, and that unfamiliar child could not wait. He engaged in a fierce bidding war with the opposing bidder, neither willing to relent. The guests watched in astonishment as a seemingly inconspicuous piece of fish fat surged past 10,000 gold. Soon, every glass lamp in the elegant chambers was ignited. Xue Han leaned back in his chair, tapping his fan against the jade armrest, appearing somewhat impatient. He was typically unflappable, and to be pushed to this extent spoke volumes of the opposing bidder's skill. What would happen once all the glass lamps were lit? A chain collision. Without waiting for Tao Mian to ask, Xue Han pressed his forehead, directly alleviating his confusion. The number of glass lamps hanging in each elegant chamber was predetermined through prior calculations, and since the items for each transaction varied, their valuations naturally differed. The managers of the Qian building meticulously ensured that there would never be a situation where all the glass lamps were lit with nothing left to bid on. However, there is always a possibility of an exception, and naturally, there are corresponding countermeasures. This countermeasure is known as a chain collision. The so-called chain collision refers to the intricate 9 curves chain lamps of the Qian building. The location of these lamps is concealed within the darkness between the pedestal and the corridor of the elegant chambers, consisting of several small lotus lamps. Each bidding party must dispatch a male attendant holding a lamp rod of considerable length to ignite the hidden lotus lamps. Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the party that lights the most lotus lamps will obtain the item. Outside the elegant chamber, a female attendant has already been quietly waiting at the door, with trays in hand holding the lamp rods meant for lighting. Xue Han sighed. Earlier at the entrance, Shen Boizhou questioned me about why I brought a male attendant, which was precisely the reason. Typically, guests bringing male attendants are those who have a strong desire for the treasures in this round of bidding. If monetary means cannot secure it, then physical force may be necessary. Tao Mian maintained a calm demeanor, yet curiosity lingered. Was it not against the rules of the Qian building for guests to engage in physical confrontations? Xue Han scoffed. Look ahead. Only the pedestal is illuminated. As long as no one acts violently atop it, and the singing auctioneer does not notice, the remaining dark areas are free for any conflict. The loopholes in the rules of the Qian building are quite significant. Tao Mian gathered his strength for a while, and finally, after regaining about 80 to 90% of his stamina, it was time to stretch his limbs. Was it simply a matter of striking the lamps with the lamp rod? It sounded easy enough. He stepped out of the elegant chamber, exposing himself to the gaze of other guests, and took the lamp rod from the beautiful attendant, who was kneeling gracefully. A tall male attendant emerged from the opposite side, sporting two black horns atop his head, evidently a creature of the supernatural. Another figure also stepped out, leaning against the railing of the corridor, gazing out. With the keen eyes of an immortal, Tao Mian immediately discerned his features. Realizing that the competing bidder, who had foolishly spent over 10,000 gold on a piece of fish fat, was Shun Boizhou, Tao Mian thought to himself that it was hardly surprising. Chapter 28, Chain Collision. The Qian building forbids violence. But as long as it does not occur under the watchful eye of the singing auctioneer, it is largely permissible. Observing the auctioneer smilingly gazing at the height of the elegant chambers, it was evident he intended to turn a blind eye. This was an unspoken rule within the building. Upon the circular platform, a three-legged bronze incense burner suddenly emerged, with a single complete incense stick nestled amidst the piled incense ash. The official's index finger traced an arc in the air, igniting flames that danced with an eerie allure. He leaned closer, his finger hovering near the solitary incense within the burner. With a sharp hiss, as if signaling the commencement of a race, Tao Mian and the attendant opposite him leapt from the railing almost in unison. Guests, intrigued, stepped out from their private chambers, peering down at the encircled darkness below. Shopping was delightful, yet the spectacle of excitement was even more captivating. Tao Mian, despite the obscurity, discerned the layout of the shadowy area. Countless twisting lanterns were strung together by chains of gold, thick as a wrist, scattered throughout the corners. He quickly lit 3 lanterns, igniting dark red flames. Meanwhile, in the northwest direction, the male attendant also lit 3, but his flames glowed a ghostly blue, seemingly intended for distinction. Tao Mian moved with remarkable speed, and before long, he was enveloped in a sea of red lanterns. The attendant, though slightly behind in numbers, was closing the gap swiftly. To the spectators above, the previously empty expanse transformed rapidly into a vibrant display of red and blue lights, merging into 2 streams of radiant color. The number of lanterns was limited, and soon Tao Mian noticed that the closer he approached the center, the sparser the lanterns became. It was no wonder that Shui Han had advised him to be unreserved when the opportunity arose. It was time to seize the lanterns. Extending his left arm, the pole in his hand was about to touch a dim lotus lantern when, without warning, another pole struck his. Tao Mian looked up to meet the pale blue gaze of the attendant. The confrontation had begun. With a deft flick of his wrist, he shrugged off the opponent's restraint and, palm open, launched an attack towards the attendant. The seemingly gentle strike concealed immense celestial power. The heavy gold chains trembled under the force, clattering against one another. The robust attendant sensed the impending danger and leaped back 3 steps, his toes landing atop one of the chains. Without a backward glance, Tao Mian swung his pole, igniting the captured lotus lantern behind him in a blaze of red. His gaze then shifted to his left, where another unlit lantern awaited. Lightly stepping onto the chain, Tao Mian prepared for another strike. This time, the attendant did not retreat but instead lunged forward, gripping the chain and yanking down with force. As Tao Mian's body tilted sideways, the attendant soared upward, intent on igniting the lotus lantern first. However, the celestial being managed to grab hold of the chain, swinging his body upward, igniting the lantern as he kicked the attendant aside. With the soft glow of the lotus lantern illuminating the scene, the guests gasped in awe at the unfolding spectacle. With the dwindling number of lanterns, the fight between the two escalated. Tao Mian leaped onto the circular platform, taking 2 swift strides before vanishing into the darkness, closely pursued by the menacing attendant. Even as chaos reigned below, the official at the center of the platform remained unmoved, hands tucked into his sleeves, feigning ignorance. Whether it was their rapid pace or the length of the incense, the celestial being and the attendant had lit nearly all the lanterns. Yet the incense still had a considerable length remaining. What could they do with the time left? They could not merely stare at one another, each clutching their respective lanterns. With a cunning glint in his eye, Tao Mian devised a plan. Above him was the last unlit lotus lantern. The attendant would surely attempt to seize it. Yet this time, Tao Mian chose not to resist fiercely. The attendant easily ignited the lantern. Sensing something amiss, he turned to locate Tao Mian. Standing nearby, Tao Mian appeared nonchalant, smiling as he threateningly tapped the translucent lantern beside him with his long pole. The sound echoed, clink, The lantern had already been ignited with blue flames. Realizing too late what Tao Mian intended, the attendant could only watch as Tao Mian delivered a heavy strike, shattering the lantern into countless fragments. He aimed to destroy the blue lanterns. Even Shen Boizhou would be astonished. The Thousand-Lantern Tower had witnessed numerous collisions in the past, but due to the difficulty of discerning objects in the dark and the awkward positions of the lanterns, coupled with the need to fend off adversaries within the span of an incense stick, achieving all three was exceedingly challenging. Previous collisions had never resulted in a complete lighting of the lanterns, unlike Tao Mian, who had the capacity to shatter them. His strategy was straightforward. Guarding the Red Lotus lantern was futile given the vast area. The opponent would eventually conceive the idea of destroying lanterns. Rather than waiting for the opponent to regain their composure, he would strike first. In the moment of confusion, Tao Mian shattered 8 blue lanterns in quick succession. The guests gasped in astonishment as the vivid spectacle of red and blue light began to dissolve. Tao Mian had shattered nearly all the blue lanterns and still had enough energy to protect his red lanterns. The attendant found himself at a disadvantage. Just as victory seemed assured for the celestial being, someone descended from the gallery, Shen Boizhou. As a distinguished guest, he had no obligation to intervene, nor was it customary. Yet, he was known for defying conventions, viewing rules as mere obstacles to overcome. With newfound enthusiasm, he sought to engage Tao Mian in a duel. Tao Mian seized the opportunity to deliver a beating. The celestial being, though often discreet, possessed formidable skills, making it almost childish play against Shen Boizhou, who lacked experience and had taken a haphazard path in his cultivation. However, Shen Boizhou was a wild card, unpredictable in the face of strength. His reckless fighting style, disregarding his own safety, was shockingly explosive within the realms. Tao Mian, having vented his frustrations, was reluctant to linger. Yet, Shen Boizhou approached, leaning in to speak in a voice only they could hear. "You are indeed a celestial being." Tao Mian feigned ignorance, but Shen Boizhou continued. "If I were to expose your identity here, the celestial being ascending the tower would instantly become the centerpiece of this thousand-lantern tower." Tao Mian remained silent, contemplating the implications of such a revelation. There would be 2 possible outcomes. Either he would not escape the thousand-lantern tower, or all guests except Shui Han would be trapped within. He was unwilling to take lives without cause, fearing the financial repercussions of leaving a mess for Shui Han to clean up. Meanwhile, in the private chamber, Shui Han sat composed until Shen Boizhou recklessly leaped down. He crushed his teacup in frustration, cursing under his breath. The innkeeper, disinterested in his fine tea, swept away from the chamber. At that moment, Tao Mian, Shen Boizhou, and the attendant had all ascended the circular platform, with a visible crimson mark on Shen Boizhou's face, the handiwork of an obvious adversary. Tao Mian glanced at the remnants of the incense, preparing to plunge once more into the shadows to seize the final moments. Suddenly, Shen Boizhou dove ahead, facing him, and unleashed a blade of wind. Tao Mian, who should have been falling, quickly adjusted his posture, arching his neck to let the blade pass overhead. Yet, a corner of his mask was inevitably torn, revealing his right eye, a tranquil lake, calm yet profound, reflecting the passage of time with a touch of ethereal divinity. As Shen Boizhou descended, he glimpsed this serene sight, and abruptly broke into a wide grin, his madness fully unleashed. In an astonishing maneuver, he twisted midair, landing back on the circular platform, his hand poised to crush the mask. A folding fan struck his wrist, seemingly light as a feather but heavy as a mountain. Shui Han's smile had taken on a frosty demeanor. "Second young master, this is where it ends." Amidst the cacophony, the song official remained unfazed, leisurely strolling to the incense burner. The remnants of burnt fragrance finally released a wisp of blue smoke. The song official proclaimed, "The incense has extinguished." In Chapter 29, Return to the Mountain, the finest fish oil was acquired by Master Shui at an unprecedented price. On the return journey, the azure satin brocade box from Qiandang Tower lay open before the two, revealing the lustrous fish oil within. Tao Mian gazed at it for a moment, pondering how such an inconspicuous item nearly cost him a shop. Opposite him, Shui Han meticulously brewed tea. "Be grateful, at least you did not lose your life," he remarked. "Why would Shen Boizhou let this go? Is it merely because I seized something he desired?" Tao Mian questioned. "He harbors no interest in the fish oil. Rather, he is intrigued by your identity." Shui Han paused. "Did he say anything peculiar to you when you collided with him?" Tao Mian reflected deeply, recalling the odd remarks that had unveiled his celestial identity. "He recognized me as a human immortal." "Oh." Shui Han's brows arched in surprise. A mere mortal like Tao Mian, who had endured 3 days of torment from the underworld, should not have aroused any demonic suspicion. Shui Han was confident in the authenticity of the incense he employed. Unless Shen Boizhou discovered your disguise through other means. Could it be that you simply appear ethereal? Tao Mian found himself at a loss for words. But he momentarily suppressed his thoughts, hoping to evade further encounters with Shen Boizhou. If you speak thus, perhaps you shall meet him again tomorrow. May that not be the case. Tao Mian's every hair stood in resistance. Yet, he recalled another matter. By the way, Shui Han, you can fight? He had witnessed Shui Han's deftness in countering Shen Boizhou's attack. Tao Mian, no novice, could easily gauge the pressure of that encounter. Shui Han had always maintained a genteel demeanor as a merchant. In Tao Mian's memories, there were no traces of any martial training. As the conversation shifted back to himself, Shui Han relaxed, leaning against the soft cushion. In this world, there are always matters that money cannot resolve. His fingers traced the tassels of the fan. A smile gracing his lips. You seem quite astonished. I am not. My face simply bears this expression. Did you ever consider that I, whom you have never taken under your wing, could possess such skills? What good is it to enter Peach Blossom Mountain? You would only endure poverty alongside me. You say this, yet I sigh, knowing your heart does not agree. Peach Blossom Mountain is your fortune. You will always be bound to it. After many years of pondering, Shui Han was troubled by one question. Why had Tao Mian chosen to save him but refused to take him back to Peach Blossom Mountain? Though young and impoverished, the youthful Tao Mian was an immortal who had lived for over 1,000 years and could easily provide for 2 children. Peach Blossom Mountain was vast and bountiful. He needed only a bowl and chopsticks, perhaps even foregoing the bed. His demands were minimal. Life at the Shui residence was far more opulent than that secluded mountain, with his adoptive parents treating him with utmost care. Once, Shui Han admonished himself to let go of such longing. What was there to aspire to in that dilapidated mountain? It lacked exquisite delicacies, fine teas, and rare antiques to admire. The reality was that he would likely be the one serving the indolent Tao Mian. This self-consolation lasted for a time, leading Shui Han to believe he had moved on. Peach Blossom Mountain was no longer his concern. Yet one day, as he traversed the courtyard, the first fallen leaf heralding autumn's arrival, he found himself yearning for that mountain once more. With the passage of time, many things gained the courage to be expressed. It took 20 years after the death of his first disciple, Gu Yuan, for Shui Han to casually bring up this matter. Reflecting on his youth, he considered himself still in his prime. In contrast, the current Shui Han, unrestrained, might even resort to binding someone to extract confessions. However, back then, he could only recount the lingering obsession as a jest. As the begonia flowers fell, their fragrance mingling with the wine, Tao Mian and Shui Han sat at the courtyard, sharing a pot of Shifeng wine in 2 white jade cups. Tao Mian, slightly inebriated, leaned against the lacquered red railing, absent-mindedly plucking a begonia blossom. His blinking slowed. Shui Han held the wine cup in his palm, deliberately averting his gaze, fearing he might falter. He jested, "You see, Peach Blossom Mountain is blessed. Raising 10 children is a trivial matter. Why, back then, did you only save Gu Yuan from the tub while handing me over to others?" Tao Mian murmured in acknowledgement. As if lost in meaningless musings, the evening breeze swirled, causing dozens of begonia blossoms to flutter down. Shui Han thought he would never receive an answer. Yet, Tao Mian slowly began to speak. "Shui Han, I often say that everyone has their own destiny and path of cultivation. Just as Gu Yuan became my disciple, you were taken in by the Shui couple." Shui Han awaited eagerly, only to receive what he perceived as triviality. His hand holding the cup hesitated. Forget it, he thought, believing Tao Mian was too intoxicated to comprehend. Now, even asking him who he was might yield no coherent response, let alone such profound questions. However, Tao Mian continued, twirling the fallen petals with his fingertips, his thoughts drifting to the heavens. What is the merit in being my disciple, Tao Mian? A life fraught with hardship and turmoil. The heart of an immortal is flesh. We too feel sorrow and ponder whimsically. Occasionally, I wonder if it is the misfortune of my disciples that draws them to me, or if their suffering begins upon encountering me. Had I not imparted to them celestial skills, could a mundane life suffice to see them through? I suppose the young Tao Mian at that time was merely a fledgling immortal, just over 1,000 years old, and such tangled thoughts were to be expected. Gu Yuan was my first disciple, and his death inflicted years of lingering pain upon me. It must be said that the arrival of Lu Yuandi somewhat redeemed me. As my disciples grew, I too matured. I never spoke of my feelings to anyone, even to Shui Han, who had been by my side for many years. At that time, Shui Han could not comprehend. He merely sensed Tao Mian's indifference and resistance. This subtle notion reached its peak after Lu Yuandi became his disciple. leaving Xuehan increasingly bewildered. Moreover, with his second disciple being a girl, Tao Mian's concern deepened. They used to gather a few times each year. But ever since Lu Yuandi ascended the mountain, Tao Mian consistently made excuses to avoid him. Xuehan had seen the young Lu Yuandi. Her face and hands perpetually smeared with dirt, a wild child roaming the mountain. Unafraid of strangers, she would cling to a peach tree, her dark eyes gazing at him like a fawn in the woods. The notion of a master having friends struck her profoundly, being at that rebellious age. Tao Mian had to insist that if he wanted her to go east, he must say she ought to head west. When Tao Mian ascended the mountain to fetch her back for a meal, she was caught in his embrace, kicking and protesting vehemently. Subsequently, in the not-so-spacious courtyard of Peach Blossom Temple, Xuehan, Tao Mian, and Lu Yuandi sat together, savoring the culinary creations of the second disciple. Xuehan took a bite and nearly dropped his chopsticks in shock. Seeing his displeasure, Tao Mian sincerely asked, "Shall I prepare another portion for you?" Xuehan urged him to spare the trouble. He had not come to Peach Blossom Mountain to meet his demise. That day, he became invested in Lu Yuandi. Delving into her background, to his astonishment, he discovered that this rustic girl was a princess of the former dynasty. And upon realizing that Tao Mian had taken such a troublesome individual as his disciple, Xuehan nearly resolved to set Peach Blossom Mountain ablaze. Having lost a sect leader's heir, now he was confronted with a former dynasty's princess. Xuehan scoffed, truly remarkable. He unilaterally decided to refrain from involving himself in the trivial matters of Peach Blossom Mountain, curious to observe the fate of his second disciple. Confident that time was on his side. Subsequently, the earthy girl departed from Peach Blossom Mountain, transforming into a golden phoenix. She ascended the throne, claiming imperial power, and sat loftily upon the dragon chair, looking down upon the world. The path to greatness invariably narrows, leaving no room for another soul. Even one's own self must rise on tiptoe to tread upon the precarious ladder to the heavens. The Peach Blossom Immortal and Peach Blossom Mountain were not the sights that ought to adorn this journey. Lu Yuandi left, and Tao Mian returned to her sporadic gatherings once a year. Beneath the familiar crabapple tree at the Shui residence, Xuehan inquired if Tao Mian felt lonely. The eldest disciple was departing, and so was the second. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, only he remained, guarding the vibrant peach blossoms, year after year. Over the years, Tao Mian's capacity for liquor had improved slightly. She no longer fell after a single cup, managing to hold half a cup more. Taking a sip, she smiled at the master of the residence. "My memory has not been quite sharp of late. I can hardly recall the awkwardness of our first meeting." Xuehan remarked that revisiting such ancient matters was disheartening, as they were events from many years ago. Indeed, it had been many years, Tao Mian sighed. Reflecting on the child I had carried into the medical hall, barely alive, who had now become one of my few close friends. The landscapes of mountains and rivers are not to be measured by weight, but rather by the rarity of encounters and the elusiveness of true companions. Upon hearing this, Xuehan momentarily forgot the wine at his lips, his mind blanking out. When he regained his thoughts, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face as he chastised himself for being so easily relieved. A moment of serendipity, an instant of tenderness, had led to the immortal forming a bond outside Peach Blossom Mountain. A disciple is bound by their own fate, while a confidant is bound by mutual understanding. Tao Mian was clear on this distinction. She had never contemplated taking Xuehan as a disciple, believing their interactions would cease henceforth. Yet, his arrival at the mountain had unexpectedly yielded a fruitful outcome. The tangled threads in Xuehan's heart, knotted for years, were thus severed by the Immortal's intervention. And he gazed at the moonlight in the courtyard, allowing a gentle smile to surface. He believed that the distant, obstinate emperor would eventually comprehend that the immortal remained the immortal, akin to the moon within the mountains, casting its serene light across the world without ever shining solely for one. Rather than chase the moon, it was far better to seize this splendid moment and raise a cup to invite the moon to share a drink. Of course, Xuehan's enlightenment was intermittent. At times spent in Tao Mian's company, he would still ponder ways to tether the immortal to the mortal realm. Yet, the immortal always found ways to escape, time and again, transforming their interactions into a unique bond. Upon acquiring the precious fish fat, Tao Mian naturally intended to return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Xuehan was unhurried, stating that the prescription was in his hands, and he would handle it as he saw fit. Consequently, the staff at the money house witnessed the peculiar sight of the chief steward being compelled to assist the second steward for 3 consecutive days. The chief steward dared not voice his frustrations, having overturned 7 or 8 tables, only to dutifully right them each time. This experience proved excruciating, And when Xuehan finally allowed Tao Mian to return to the mountain, she clutched the prepared medicine pouch, her ears still ringing with the incessant clattering of counting beads. The immortal returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, greeted solely by Chu Liuxue. Chu Liuxue had been circling the foot of the mountain daily, and at last, she spotted the familiar robe peeking around a bend. She could not help but feel elated, yet she restrained herself, merely stating that she had had a premonition the night before, which had unexpectedly come to pass. Tao Mian chose not to expose her, smiling as she patted her on the head. "Apologies for keeping you waiting. Rest assured, this time Master is here." Chapter 30. An unexpected arrival. Chu Suiyin was unable to come and welcome his master back to the mountain. After breakfast, he fell into another deep slumber. Chu Liuxue assisted him to bed, tucking the blankets around him, and skillfully fetched water to wipe his sweat. As Tao Mian pushed open the door to the room, he beheld the seemingly lifeless Chu Suiyin. He handed the medicine pouch to Chu Liuxue, instructing her to boil water for the medicine while he examined the condition of the 4 piles closely. It was worse than when he had left. The boy's body exhibited symptoms of night sweats. As he departed from the Shui residence, Xuehan had cautioned him that the effects of the medicine might not be swift, but it was imperative to maintain its use. He also advised that someone should watch over him at night to prevent him from choking on his own vomit. Xuehan had suggested that Chu Liuxue and he take turns, but Tao Mian, reluctant to trouble his disciple, took this responsibility upon himself. As accurately stated by Xuehan, medicine is 3 parts poison. The side effects had kept Chu Suiyin restless throughout the night, causing him to vomit and feel dizzy. He groaned in discomfort, and Tao Mian felt anxious, yet there were no other options. He could only repeatedly wipe his body, assist him in rinsing his mouth, and apply pressure to several acupoints in his neck to alleviate his discomfort. During the night, Chu Suiyin awoke once. Tao Mian, with his back turned, was washing a cloth in the copper basin. The clear sound of water was particularly pronounced in the moonlit night, and Chu Suiyin, lost in thought, gazed at his master's silhouette. As he saw him wring out the cloth and turn around, a pair of gentle, tranquil eyes met his own, as the cool, damp cloth was pressed to his forehead. "Master," Chu Suiyin closed his eyes, feeling the coolness on his forehead, which somewhat alleviated the internal heat that troubled him. He spoke in a soft, indistinct voice. "Master, I will practice my sword diligently." Initially worried about his disciple's illness, upon hearing this disjointed remark, Tao Mian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking his disciple had become muddled from his ailment. "I haven't pressured you siblings to practice swordplay much, have I? How is it that you even speak of this in your dreams?" He dismissed it as mere ramblings of a fevered mind. Chu Suiyin weakly shook his head, but Tao Mian was too preoccupied to notice, as he busied himself pouring out the water from the copper basin. Many matters cannot be judged in absolute terms. One misstep leads to another. Coincidences arise, leaving no room for retreat. Under the devoted care of Tao Mian and Chu Liuxue, Chu Suiyin's ailments finally began to diminish. Observing that his disciple's episodes of deep slumber were becoming less frequent, Tao Mian did not vocalize his relief, yet his heart sighed in relief nonetheless. Had the medicine continued to prove ineffective, he would have had to drag Xuehan back to Peach Blossom Mountain. After Chu Suiyin recovered, he remained bedridden for another half-month. Chu Liuxue forbade him from wandering about to avoid the wind from entering his still fragile body and causing him to fall ill again. The young man grew restless, confined indoors, daily pestering his sister and even sneaking out. As his master, Tao Mian not only refrained from stopping him but also indulged him. Chu Liuxue caught them both gathering wild fruits on the mountain more than once. The mastermind and the accomplice both faced the consequence of having no dinner, forced to nibble on the sour wild fruits. After taking a bite, both master and disciple's faces contorted in displeasure. The siblings spent several peaceful years on the mountain, with the younger brother growing taller and more handsome, while the elder sister's long hair was tied back into a ponytail, cascading down to her shoulder blades, fluttering like wings. Yet, the immortal's visage remained unchanged. Time swept by gently, caressing him with tender grace. Chu Suiyin mastered all the techniques taught by Tao Mian, and even developed his own sword manual without a teacher. He indeed possessed talent. Like his predecessors, once he ventured out of the mountain, he could astonish the world. Chu Suiyin, akin to a young beast, greedily absorbed and sought nourishment. He hoped that Tao Mian would impart the techniques learned by the eldest brother and second sister. Yet Tao Mian merely tapped his forehead, admonishing him not to be greedy. "What I teach you is naturally the most suitable for you. With these 2 skills learned, you will already be unstoppable." The young man pouted, his spirit unyieldingly youthful, perhaps due to always being sheltered under the immortal's protection. My nightmare invocation is still unrefined. I can't even confuse my sister. The Immortal smiled. Disciple, your invocation lacks finesse not due to a deficiency in talent, but because you do not understand the human heart. The human heart? He wished to say more, but Chu Liuxue, peeling roasted chestnuts nearby, raised her hand and stuffed a handful of sweet chestnut meat into his mouth, silencing him. Try it. Is it roasted yet? Chu Suiyin widened his eyes and nodded. Only upon receiving an affirmative reply did Chu Liuxue pop one into her own mouth. Sister, you're testing me for poison. Don't be ridiculous. How could your sister be so cruel? Chu Liuxue had tasted it herself before offering a handful to Tao Mian. Tao Mian has always enjoyed sharing drinks and laughter with his disciples, so he effortlessly accepted the chestnuts handed to him. The freshly cooked chestnuts were still slightly too hot to handle. The three of them sat together in the small courtyard, surrounded by the clear autumn mountains and the fragrant osmanthus. The only sounds were the gentle chatter of the master and his pupils and the cracking of the chestnut shells. As expected, the siblings bickered again. Their arguments were of the type that only intensified with each exchange, while Santu's irritation grew the more he pondered. This led to an unending exchange of words between them. Tao Mian, however, refrained from intervening, squinting his eyes as he savored the sweet chestnuts, appreciating the distant autumn scenery. Children bickering was quite normal. After all, it was certain that Santu would eventually be the one to storm off in frustration. As anticipated, Chu Suiyin, unable to out-argue his sister, abruptly stood up and left the courtyard, his back radiating indignation. Once the younger brother exited in a huff, Chu Liuxue fell silent. Tao Mian rhythmically waved his hand fan. The air was gradually cooling, and his movements became slower as the two engaged in casual conversation. Santu, Tao Mian suddenly addressed the young girl. Have you ever considered returning to the demon domain? Chu Liuxue, puzzled by Tao Mian's inquiry, lifted her gaze to meet his. People from the demon domain have been seeking you out, haven't they? Tao Mian observed accurately. Over the past few years, several waves of visitors from Tianjin Valley had come, each time with a singular purpose: to invite the young valley master back to the demon domain to restore Tianjin Valley's former glory. Chu Liuxue's responses had always been the same. She would say, I am unable to assist. Please leave and do not come back. She was not avoiding the issue. Rather, she was acutely aware of her situation. Tianjin Valley could not be deemed entirely fallen. It had merely split into two factions. The faction in power was not comprised of her father's former aides, and it was easy to understand their interest in her. The changes in Tianjin Valley had transpired over a decade ago, and she had not participated in any of their clandestine discussions, leaving her unaware of the machinations behind the scenes and the intricate power struggles at play. She was but a pawn in this game. When Tao Mian inquired, Chu Liuxue responded candidly. Apart from one secret, she harbored no other concealments from him. She admitted that indeed, people from Tianjin Valley had sought her out, but she was unwilling to leave her mountain. Given my limited abilities, I would not be of much help. It is better to remain here and avoid causing further chaos. Tao Mian nodded, sensing that she did not wish to delve deeper into the subject. As the northern geese migrated southward, Chu Liuxue gathered the discarded chestnut shells into a small pile, which amusingly contrasted with the distant, undulating mountains. She placed the most intact half-shell atop the pile. As for silver notes, she said, if the opportunity arises, I shall take you to see my homeland. What was intended to be an immediate journey was thwarted by a letter from Xuehan, which halted Tao Mian's plans. Xuehan wrote, Tao Mian, you must leave your desolate mountain soon. The crown prince, whom the emperor has appointed, is scheming to usurp the throne. Chapter 31. Schemes. It has been 7 years since the emperor appointed his eldest son, Lu Yuan, as crown prince. During this time, the crown prince has been praised for his benevolence and self-discipline, garnering accolades both within and outside the court. However, the emperor has treated him with harshness, maintaining a distance. Rumors have circulated. Some say it is due to the crown prince being adopted, thus lacking deep blood ties, while others assert that the emperor was coerced by ministers into establishing the crown prince, leaving him insecure upon the throne. In recent years, the emperor has become obsessed with the pursuit of immortality, neglecting state affairs and delegating responsibilities to the young crown prince. The emperor, in search of immortals, alchemical potions, and divine practices, has squandered vast sums of gold and silver as if pouring them into a bottomless pit. This obsession has unsettled the palace, while the crown prince's influence has been quietly rising. Now, with sufficient support, he intends to dethrone the emperor. Tao Mian read Xuehan's letter with increasing ire, nearly crushing the table with his grip. The absurdity was staggering. Lu Yuan was his personal disciple, If she sought immortality, why would she go to such lengths externally? This was an outright conspiracy. He briefly explained to his two bewildered disciples that he needed to embark on a long journey. Chu Suiyin nodded, confused, and asked, "Master, are you bringing second senior sister back to the mountain?" Chu Lu Shui squeezed his arm, urging him to remain silent. In a hurry, Tao Mian left with a vague promise. The master will consider it. Tao Mian moved swiftly. Having received the letter in the afternoon, he arrived outside the palace by dusk. The immortal entered the palace as if it were unguarded, effortlessly slipping in without arousing suspicion. In the vast courtyard, one person seemed as inconspicuous as a grain of sand. Tao Mian surveyed his surroundings, intending to intimidate a palace servant into revealing Lu Yuan's whereabouts. As he passed a white magnolia tree, someone approached. The crown prince, adorned in a crimson dragon robe, stood tall beneath the blossoms. "Little Tao, you have indeed come," he remarked. At that moment, Tao Mian was at a loss for how to respond to this young man. Once, he had spent time in the palace when the crown prince was merely an ordinary prince. Though mature beyond his years, he had still displayed a childlike innocence while playing with the other three children. He would either be studying or chasing after his sister to prevent her from causing mischief. How much he had grown! His demeanor now subtly emanated imperial grace. Not a single palace guard was in sight. Whether this was by the crown prince's design or mere coincidence, perhaps he had foreseen Tao Mian's return and awaited him here. Tao Mian asked, "Crown prince, why this coldness?" The crown prince did not defend himself, but instead pointed in a direction. "I have confined her there. You may go." Tao Mian, upon hearing this, disregarded questioning the crown prince about the reason for his detention of the emperor and hurried toward the indicated location. The palace was remote and desolate, and with each step deeper into its recesses, Tao Mian's frown deepened. An elderly, blind palace maid seemed to hear his footsteps. She turned her head slightly towards him, but then slowly turned back, staring absently at a cluster of wild grass in the garden. Tao Mian brushed past her and stood before the tightly shut palace doors, pausing for a moment. He placed both hands on the door, closed his eyes briefly, and pushed it open. The ancient wooden door creaked as it swung, stirring up wisps of dust. The interior was dim and cavernous, with only the twilight filtering through the window's cracks. Lu Yuan sat to the side by the window, having shed her dragon robe and donned the attire she wore when she first departed from Peach Blossom Mountain. As Tao Mian entered, she withdrew her gaze from the distance and looked at the immortal standing at the door. "You have come," she said, her eyes curving into a smile. Her attire simple and elegant, reminiscent of the past. The two of them, master and disciple, exchanged distant glances, one seated and the other standing, separated by the warm glow of the sunset, as if they were reclaiming lost days. "I have kept this old garment," Lu Yuan said, rising from the worn chair, raising her arms slightly as she turned halfway. "There are several places damaged by sharp objects. I had a skilled embroiderer mend them. Can you see any traces?" Just like before, Tao Mian remained silent. The smile on Lu Yuan's lips faltered as she lowered her hands to her sides. She seemed resigned, shaking her head gently. "How can it be the same as before? The clothes are not as new, and I am no longer the person I once was." "Yuan Di." Tao Mian finally found the courage to speak, his voice tinged with concern over her frailty. Lu Yuan felt a surge of emotion, tears nearly spilling over. He did not inquire how she had fallen to such depths, nor did he question the motives behind her schemes. He was simply concerned for her well-being. She blinked rapidly, redirecting her gaze to the window. "The meals sent from the palace are passable, but my appetite has diminished lately, and I simply do not wish to eat." Tao Mian sighed softly. "If you do not wish to remain here, it would be better to return to the mountain with your master. Would little Tao still be willing to take me back?" Lu Yuan smiled, recalling the promises made at their parting. "I had vowed to burn your mountain." "Indeed," Tao Mian replied. "The master has granted permission for you to burn the mountain." Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her breathing becoming slow and deliberate. A momentary flash of profound pain crossed her eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. She pointed to the empty chair across from her with slender fingers. "Little Tao, will you accompany me in reminiscing?" Tao Mian approached and sat in the vacant chair. Lu Yuan remarked that the palace lacked fine tea and wine, apologizing for the neglect. The immortal shook his head, assuring her that there was no need for concern. The master and disciple had not met for a long time, with a myriad of heartfelt conversations to share. Almost entirely, it was Lu Yuandi asking questions and Tao Mian responding. Tao Mian mentioned that the osmanthus flowers in the mountains had bloomed and the autumn fruits had ripened. The two disciples spent their days bickering, throwing persimmons at each other. Not a single persimmon was consumed by the master. They were all wasted by the two. The sweet fragrance of persimmons filled the courtyard. When would the children grow up? Wu Chong had aged and could no longer walk. Recently, it often moved to the courtyard entrance, gazing at the distant mountains and clouds. Could a chicken feel sorrow? What thoughts occupied its mind, and what did it care for? It stared at the clouds while I sat on a small stool watching it, and before I realized, the day had passed. I entrusted the management of the shops in the human realm to Shui Han, which included what you provided and what Gu Yuan left behind. I have never been adept at such matters. Shui Han excelled in this domain, managing everything with great order. One day he showed me the accounts, and I was astonished to discover my wealth. He remarked that I possessed riches but did not indulge in the glory. I told him that the cockroaches at home were becoming rampant, and I needed to return quickly to eradicate them. Wang Yadu's descendants finally welcomed a granddaughter after having 4 sons. On the day of her full moon celebration, firecrackers echoed joyfully. I took the 2 younger ones to join the festivities, and the family's daughter-in-law recognized me, approaching with the child and offering me a basket of red-skinned eggs. I gently touched the child's forehead in a blessing, wishing her longevity and peace. As Lu Yuandi listened to Tao Mian recount these trivial matters, she maintained a subtle smile, refraining from interrupting. After Tao Mian had finished his ramblings, she remarked that life in the mountains was always rich in interest, unlike her palace, which could only absorb the essence of the living, weighed down by gloom. Yuan Di, Tao Mian continued, let us return to the mountains with the master. Lu Yuandi smiled softly, seeming to suppress a cough with her hand, holding back. Master, I still have unfinished business. What else do you wish to pursue? Tao Mian sighed. You have already done enough. On the way, the Immortal was angry. The crown prince, whom Lu Yuandi had personally raised, though not closely related, would not harm him. She instructed him in literature, martial arts, and the ways of a ruler. Yet, as he matured, he would turn against the emperor. However, upon seeing the crown prince for the first time, she realized that matters were perhaps not so straightforward. Indeed, nothing escapes your perception, master, Lu Yuandi said. You and the crown prince are staging a play. Yuan Di, even if you wish for the crown prince to ascend, it need not come to this. There are many ways. Just as Tao Mian's words fell, the second disciple shook her head. It is a play, yet not merely a play. Before Lu Yuandi could complete her sentence, she suddenly covered her mouth and bent over. Yuan Di. Tao Mian immediately rose from her seat, supporting her back and bending down to examine her disciple's face. Lu Yuandi's eyes were reddened, dark circles forming beneath, and blood seeped through her fingers, a sign of poisoning. The crown prince I raised is ruthless. She managed to smile. I did not misjudge him. Do not speak yet. Master will fetch medicine for you. Tao Mian pulled out a pouch of mustard seeds, her hands trembling slightly. Another bloodied hand pressed down. Master. Lu Yuandi's eyes looked up, gently shaking her head. It is futile. This poison has been in the food for many days, accumulated to this point. No elixir can reverse it. Tao Mian felt the disciple's blood inevitably smearing his palm, where it began to burn, his heart aching with each beat. Why did it have to come to this? Lu Yuandi released Tao Mian's hand, leaning against the chair, her breathing growing more rapid. The crown prince, is deeply concealed. There are many in the palace coveting this position. The crown prince I adopted lacks a solid foundation. A careless move could lead to his demise. I wonder if this youth can bear the weight. Perhaps a trial would suffice. Those who pass shall remain. Those who do not shall be replaced. The lifespan of mortals ultimately has a limit, and Lu Yuandi understood this clearly. Remaining on Peach Blossom Mountain might grant her longevity. But she was no longer one of those mountain dwellers. Nevertheless, longevity remained a convenient excuse. Thus, she crafted a lie. She clearly observed the crown prince's secret maneuvers, but refrained from interference. Several times, when he nearly exposed himself, she deftly tidied up the mess. Lu Yuandi was no longer young. She was weary and fatigued. She needed a successor to take her place. She scrutinized the leaders of several factions, but found her personally raised crown prince to be the most promising. She was paving the way for him. Whether the crown prince understood her intentions was of no concern to her. She only desired results. With other obstacles removed, the emperor in power was the final hurdle. The crown prince began to turn against her. This prolonged game of wits would not allow Lu Yuandi to let the crown prince ascend the dragon throne unchallenged. After enduring countless open and covert strikes, she ultimately faced defeat. Entering this secluded palace, Lu Yuandi could finally revert to her true self. By day, she slept until naturally awakened. By night, she counted the days until the poison the crown prince had administered would take effect. She did not inform Tao Mian, believing her death would eventually be public knowledge. If Tao Mian learned early, he would mourn once. During the great loss, he would mourn again. Lu Yuandi pondered her contradictions, wishing for Tao Mian to remember her, yet hoping he would forget her. But Tao Mian came. She gazed at the setting sun outside the window, the evening glow as red as the blood on her lips. Master, I wish to return to the mountains. In the 26th year of Yuanan, a flood struck the palace, and the emperor passed away in the Zhonghua palace. Crown Prince Lu Yuan ascended the throne, taking the era named Jinxing. That night, while everyone was busy extinguishing the flames, no one noticed a figure leaping over the palace walls, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 32. The Place of the Souls returned. Tao Mian carried Lu Yuandi back to Peach Blossom Mountain. As they prepared to depart, Lu Yuandi suddenly said, "Let us lend the crown prince one last hand." Thus, Tao Mian cast a spell, igniting a vast fire that swiftly consumed the desolate palace. Lu Yuandi's body could no longer endure any strain. Tao Mian feared the flames might reach her and placed her at a distance near a nameless stone tablet before setting the fire. Having prepared everything, as the Immortal turned to retrace the path to find her disciple, a piercing cry suddenly echoed from behind. She turned to see a girl clad in apricot-colored palace attire. Disregarding the pleas of those around her, determined to rush into the flames. Hearing the cries of "Your Highness, do not." Tao Mian recognized the girl's identity. It was the little princess Lu Yao from years past. In Lu Yao's eyes, the reflection of the raging flames flickered. Yet the light within her heart dimmed gradually. She sank to her knees, covering her face with her hands, weeping bitterly. Tao Mian etched this scene deeply into his memory. It turned out that within these cold palace walls, someone still mourned for Lu Yuandi. He did not linger, but circled around the back wall to return to his disciple. Lu Yuandi had a branch beside her, adorned with a few wilted flowers. Upon seeing his figure, Lu Yuandi lifted the corners of her mouth. "Little Tao, shall we go? Let us go?" Tao Mian caught a glimpse of 2 additional lines inscribed on the stone tablet, but Lu Yuandi urged him not to look. "It is merely a beautiful saying. There is no need to dwell on it." Tao Mian acquiesced to her wishes. He lifted the frail Lu Yuandi onto his back, as light as a sheet of paper. Though the journey back to the mountain was long, it did not feel tedious. Lu Yuandi lay on Tao Mian's back, eyes closed, allowing the night breeze to tousle her hair and caress her face. "Have we arrived?" Lu Yuandi coughed lightly, gazing up at the mountain before them. Even at night, it did not seem desolate. Instead, the moonlight draped the mountain in a soft veil, everything clear and tranquil. "I can no longer walk, little Tao." Lu Yuandi stifled the blood rising in her throat, smiling as she spoke. "You must carry me up the mountain." Of course, Tao Mian inquired where she wished to go, but she told him not to ask and to follow the direction she indicated. They first went to the temple to check on Wu Chang. As Wu often slumbered, Lu Yuandi refrained from waking her, merely extending a hand to caress the cage. They passed by the respective chambers of the Chu siblings. Lu Yuandi did not allow Tao Mian to approach, standing silently outside for a moment, pondering her thoughts. They then ascended the mountain path. By this time, the season of peach blossoms had long since passed, leaving a sense of regret, though a few persimmons still hung sporadically. Tao Mian plucked one for Lu Yuandi, who did not eat it but cherished it in her hand. As the master and disciple walked and conversed, Lu Yuandi's words flowed more freely. She reminisced about her childhood, when she perceived Peach Blossom Mountain as vast, a place where one could wander for days and nights without exhausting its wonders, filled with unfamiliar flowers and trees, and brimming with novelties. Her greatest joy then was to explore the boundaries of the mountain. She had climbed to its highest peaks and ventured to its furthest edges, where a crystal-clear stream flowed. Beside it, she stacked a tall pile of stones to commemorate her visit. After several years of residence, she had become intimately acquainted with every corner of the mountain, which now seemed diminished in size. Deep within her, the desire to leave the mountain began to stir. She mused that while the mountain was delightful and her master kind, an external voice persistently beckoned her, imploring, "Your affairs remain unfinished. How can you cling to this comfort?" Thus, she departed, leaving Peach Blossom Mountain behind. Outside, she found no confidant nor dared to cultivate close friendships. In those rare nights devoid of scheming and strife, she conversed with herself. She questioned whether she regretted leaving the mountain and her master, to which the answer was an unwavering always. She reflected on the insatiable nature of the human heart, wishing for both the temple and the rivers and lakes, yet reality forced her to concede to one side. Once, she had been enamored by the sense of control that power bestowed, life and death at her command, the tides of fortune bending to her will. She thought the mountain ultimately too small. In retrospect, it was merely a distorted form of self-comfort. Unable to return to the mountain, she grew disenchanted with it. Now, she had finally returned to the place of her dreams. Raising her arms, she played with the layers of branches. How vast this mountain truly was. It is said that few have returned to the verdant mountains once departed. Lu Yuandi smiled silently, withdrawing her arms to grasp the persimmon that Tao Mian had picked for her. They meandered through the mountain for a long while, with Lu Yuandi directing the way. Let us walk east, then glance west. Before long, the moon ascended to its zenith. Little Tao, the apprentice's voice grew increasingly faint, and unless one leaned in closely, her words became indistinct. It is here, just around the bend, we've arrived. Tao Mian remained silent, already having guessed Lu Yuandi's destination a quarter of an hour prior. He complied, carrying his apprentice along the narrow path, where a gravestone stood quietly beneath the moonlight. It seems my memory serves me well, Lu Yuandi spoke, slightly breathless. And Tao Mian heard her laughter. Little Tao, please set me down. I wish to greet my senior brother, so he may guide me on my way. Lu Yuandi appeared revitalized, supported by Tao Mian as she slowly approached Gu Yuan's grave. She sat cross-legged, coughed a couple of times, and inadvertently spat out a mouthful of blood, which she meticulously wiped away with her handkerchief, ensuring she appeared presentable. The handkerchief became thoroughly soaked with blood. Senior brother. Lu Yuandi tucked the handkerchief back into her sleeve, gazing at the gravestone with a smile. Though we have never met, soon we shall encounter one another. She expressed her apologies for the delayed greeting, hoping her senior brother would not take offense. Lu Yuandi spoke softly, letting her thoughts flow as they came. She first introduced herself to Gu Yuan, sharing snippets of her life, hoping her senior brother would look after her, and in her next life lead her to a good family. At this juncture, she hesitated, troubled. What if her senior brother had already been reincarnated? Never mind, she thought. This is not to be pondered. In any case, for the sake of our shared bond, if we meet, I hope my senior brother can lend a hand, ensuring I can be reborn as a person in the next life. Lu Yuandi then spoke of the third junior sister and fourth junior brother, noting that they fared better than they had in their youth. At least they were still with Tao Mian. What were we doing at 16 or 17? Fighting and creating enmity. While little Tao had to leave the mountain to settle a heap of troubles, she queried Gu Yuan whether he had ever regretted leaving the mountain. As she lamented her own choices. How can one be so fickle? Once a choice is made, it is made. Why must one linger on the past? If she could forget completely, she could have sat on the emperor's throne for another 7 or 8 years. Had she never left the mountain, she would be lively beside Tao Mian, sharing dozens of Qingming festivals with her senior brother. Why do people always waver, constantly looking around? Seated in golden houses, yet yearning for the peach blossoms outside the walls. As Lu Yuandi spoke, tears streamed down her face. She quietly allowed her tears to dampen her garments, yet continued her discourse. Senior brother, do you believe in reincarnation? I wonder if you would refrain from bringing me back to this world. In another life, I would still live in confusion. It seems she only then realized the tears flowing from her eyes, retrieving her solitary handkerchief from her sleeve, only to find it stained with blood, rendering it unusable. Resigned, she prepared to wipe her tears with her sleeve when another clean handkerchief was offered to her. Tao Mian had silently approached her side. Lu Yuandi smiled as she accepted it, hastily wiping her tears, feigning nonchalance, and teasing Tao Mian. Little Tao, hurry and bury me. That pit has been waiting for years. It can finally serve a purpose. Tao Mian gazed at her silently, while Lu Yuandi looked into his reddened eyes, feeling suddenly relieved. She had once worried whether, after her death, he would remember her as he did Gu Yuan. After all, she had committed many misdeeds. Tao Mian wanted to say that compared to her senior brother, they were equally matched in their faults, both having angered their master. However, his throat tightened, and he could not voice a word, leaning against the empty gravestone. Lu Yuandi glanced at the moon in the sky and declared, now, everything is worthwhile. Someone will remember her. She asked Tao Mian if he recalled their first meeting. She speculated on the character in his name. Is it the Mian from the line The Endless Thoughts of Faraway Roads? Tao Mian countered, no. It's the Mian from I Am Drunk and Wish to Sleep. While Tao Mian was solely focused on a deep slumber, Lu Yuandi lingered, reluctant to part. The distant road cannot be contemplated. I dreamt of it last night. I dreamt it was by my side, yet felt as though in a foreign land. Some matters were destined from the very beginning. Next to Gu Yuan's gravestone stood a peach tree, now thriving after many years. Regrettably, there were no blossoms to be seen. Tao Mian performed a gesture, and the once dry branches suddenly sprouted buds and bloomed vibrantly. Lu Yuandi lifted her gaze, and the sky became adorned with delicate peach blossoms, cascading onto her garment, concealing the dried bloodstains. She smiled radiantly, catching the fluttering petals with one hand, humming a childhood tune. Peach blossoms red, willow green, carp ascend the shore. Spring waters lap the bank. I ponder my drifting fate. Vanishing softly, vanishing softly. The flying weeds inevitably find their home. The persimmon in her hand rolled away, her face tilting to one side, her spirit returning to Peach Mountain. Chapter 33. Celestial being among mortals. Chu Yoshua found Tao Mian halfway up the mountain. She had heard noises in the courtyard at midnight and recognized the voice of the celestial being. Just as she prepared to rise from her bed to welcome him, she heard Tao Mian call out Lu Yuandi's name. The emperor had come. Lu Yuandi, who should have been attending to the crown prince in the depths of the palace, was now at Peach Blossom Mountain, which could not bode well. Chu Yoshua hesitated, retracting her leg back under the covers, counting the squares of the mosquito net. When she deemed the time ripe, she emerged from her room, determined to seek out Tao Mian. With about an hour remaining until dawn, the mountain path was treacherous, and Chu Yoshua did not expect to encounter the celestial being so easily. Yet by a stroke of fortune, she truly found Tao Mian. The celestial being leaned against a peach tree, eyes half closed, as if in slumber. Chu Yoshua approached and checked for his breath. He was alive. Two individuals ventured into the mountains, yet only one emerged. What transpired is well understood by her. Sensing another presence, Tao Mian opened her eyes, her vision still somewhat hazy. How did she end up here? Chu Yoshua crouched down, meeting Tao Mian's gaze. The celestial being's eyes appeared vacant, as though she had endured a profound blow. The young woman sighed. If you feel the urge to cry, then let it out. The graveyard is far away, neither of them can see it. Tao Mian remained silent. You are not made of iron. There is no need to force yourself to endure. This time, Tao Mian found her voice. It is embarrassing to cry in front of my disciple. Then I shall turn away and not look at you. Chu Yoshua kept her word, shifting her position while crouching. Her back turned to Tao Mian. Embracing the tree, Tao Mian initially let out quiet sobs, which eventually escalated into loud cries. After a while, as Chu Yoshua's legs began to feel numb from squatting, she finally started to console her. After all, you are over 1,000 years old. Why do you wail like a child? You just said there is no need to hold back. A little crying is acceptable. If you cry yourself to death, I will have to bury you on the spot. A long beam of light illuminated the horizon, and the two shared an unspoken understanding, silently pausing their conversation as they stood amidst the dimness of dawn. Chu Yoshua plucked a blade of foxtail grass, kneaded its fluffy fibers, and began to draw erratic patterns in the sandy ground. You can confide in me. No, if I talk too much, you will find me tedious. Just for today. Tao Mian opened her mouth, suddenly uncertain of where to begin. The tree bark pressed painfully against her face, and her clothes were stained with dirt. A patchwork of gray and white. How disheveled she looked. She forced a bitter smile. It's all right. Time will heal all wounds. You can deceive your disciple, but do not deceive yourself. If I utter the name Gu Yuan, do you not feel sorrow? Tao Mian began to sob once more, prompting a sigh from Chu Yoshua. See, there is no need to convince yourself to forget. When you feel sad, just cry. Being able to cry shows you are still human. It sounds as if you were scolding me. Don't take it to heart. I'm merely stating facts. Think about it, at your age. If you truly became an immortal without emotions, what a dull old man you would be. I would have to run away. At least I still appear to be in my 20s. But your heart has withered. The foxtail grass in her hand snapped, and Chu Yoshua selected another, more appealing one. She said, tell me the story of the emperor. Thus, Tao Mian began to recount, from the first moment he laid eyes on Lu Yuandi. When she had been stealing the chickens he raised, she was compelled to remain on the mountain to practice her swordsmanship until her eventual departure. The tales that followed became legendary. She governed with diligence and love for her people, bringing peace to the realm and tranquility to the rivers and seas. Ultimately, she returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, to where it all began. Tao Mian reminisced about wandering the mountain with Lu Yuandi on his back, recalling her question. Little Tao, am I a good child? Yes. Am I a good disciple? Yes. Am I a good emperor? Yes. Lu Yuandi then smiled, content. How wonderful. Now I can finally be no one. Tao Mian spoke for a long while until the sun rose in the sky. The night faded, and Peach Blossom Mountain was enveloped in a warm golden glow. The immortal gazed at the dazzling light, her pupils reflecting a subtle brown hue. She stood up. The sound of her sleeves brushing against the grass caught the young woman's attention. Are we heading back? Yes. Are you no longer sad? Sad. Tao Mian paused, turning to look towards the direction of the graveyard, where the morning glow also painted a crimson hue over the two tombstones. Yet, she is able to return home, which is a great comfort to me. After a lifetime of wandering, one ultimately returns to their roots. The little Taoist immortal who descended the mountain bore no trace of the sorrow she had felt that day. She resumed her previous routine, waking each day to the chaotic swordplay of Chu Suiyin, then being coaxed by Chu Liuxue to rise and partake in breakfast. The inhabitants of Tianjing Valley stubbornly persisted in their efforts to bring the young valley master back, sending wave after wave of individuals, which Tao Mian encountered several times. Each time, he ignored them, considering it a matter for his disciple to resolve. He trusted that his disciple would handle it properly. Indeed, each time, Chu Liuxue managed to send them away without disturbing Tao Mian or informing him. They both understood implicitly, treating the matter as if it had never occurred. However, there was one instance when Chu Liuxue went into the mountains to gather herbs, and Chu Suiyin was nowhere to be found, leaving only Tao Mian alone in the temple. Visitors from Tianjing Valley arrived, catching him off guard. On the western side of Peach Blossom Temple lay a small peach orchard, where the peaches were sweeter than those found in the mountains. With nothing pressing to do, Tao Mian decided to take the temple's last remaining yellow hen for a stroll. Not long after Lu Yuandi's passing, Wu Changzai could no longer hold on. The yellow hen strutted proudly, impossible to tether with a string. So Tao Mian respectfully guided it out. In the peach orchard, he scattered some bait, allowing the hen to flutter up into the trees. Su Tianhe, having come to seek the young valley master, grew increasingly frustrated upon not finding her. He had been sent by his father, who insisted he could not return home without locating her. Su Tianhe had urged his father countless times to relent, asserting that the young girl had no interest in such matters and that it was unnecessary to force her if it were too difficult. Perhaps his father could take over the position. His father had merely swept him out of the house with a broom in a fit of pique. Arriving in the mortal realm out of stubbornness, Su Tianhe took his time getting here, wandering for many days before finally arriving. Fortuitously finding that Chu Liuxue was not present in the temple, he thought it was a perfect opportunity to explore. By sheer coincidence, he stumbled into the peach orchard and saw a plump rooster pecking about. Frowning, he looked around, seeing no one in sight. Su Tianhe stepped forward, about to investigate whether the hen was somehow enchanted. Suddenly, a peach fell and struck him on the back of the head. This pink peach was rather hard, though it was indeed red. He grimaced from the impact, looking up to seek the culprit. A soft sleeve brushed over Su Tianhe's head, and he saw an immortal clad in a sky-blue outer garment, perched on a sturdy branch, smiling at him. The immortal exuded an otherworldly beauty and an ethereal aura. The outer garment was loosely fastened, holding 5 or 6 peaches, appearing carefree and relaxed. One hand cradled the peaches while the other reached out to Su Tianhe. "My fruit has fallen. Kindly pass it to me." Su Tianhe was momentarily taken aback, the surface of the immortal peach feeling fuzzy in his grasp. The yellow hen continued to peck at the ground, and as it did, it unexpectedly pecked at his boot twice. He thought to himself, so there are truly immortals in this world, not just in books or paintings, but right before my eyes. Chapter 34. Eating melons only to find oneself in the middle of it. Tao Mian extended her hand for an extended period. Yet the young man beneath the tree offered no response. Has he been stunned? She shifted her sitting position, letting her legs dangle in the air, making it easier to stretch her arm forward. Tao Mian waved her hand in front of the young man's eyes, and he blinked a couple of times, inhaling sharply. It was as though awakening from a dream. How terrifying. I felt as if I had just died. This place feels so enchanted. Tao Mian, initially holding onto his peaches, was about to descend from the tree when she overheard the young man mumbling to himself, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. "You came from the demon realm, didn't you? This Peach Blossom Mountain is a celestial mountain. How could it be enchanted?" Su Tianhe felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of his head and giving a sheepish smile. Tao Mian immediately recognized him as a demon, yet he seemed familiar. Thinking that fate had brought them together, she beckoned him to join her on the tree. "Isn't that inappropriate?" He glanced nervously at the tree, worried it might break. "Put your heart at ease. This tree is older than you by several cycles and is quite sturdy. Will you come up or not? If you choose not to, then so be it." Had Tao Mian urged him, Su Tianhe might not have taken it seriously. However, when Tao Mian said it like that, he felt compelled to comply. The spirit of youth rebels against authority. Tao Mian divided the peaches in her arms, offering him 2, and then pulled a water bottle from her sleeve, rinsing off the dirt before taking a large bite. Su Tianhe, accustomed to a life of luxury at home, had never eaten a peach like this. Initially, he was disdainful, but once he took his first bite, his opinion changed entirely. Peaches produced by Teotihuacan are large, sweet, and fragrant. Those who have tasted them sing their praises. 2 individuals sat in the tree enjoying the peaches. The weather at the end of August was less oppressive, with a hint of autumn in the air. The temperature in the mountains was slightly cooler than outside, making it quite refreshing. Su Tianhe, a loquacious character, had ventured out into the world at a young age. wandering through the realms of the magical and the mundane. He regaled Tao Mian with tales of the breathtaking scenery beyond the mountains, discussing high peaks and serene valleys, tranquil waters, and the bustling life of the cities illuminated by countless lights. Tao Mian listened with rapt attention. As the conversation continued, he became increasingly animated, patting Tao Mian on the shoulder, suggesting that the young priest, confined by his master in the mountains, should join him in experiencing the joys of life outside. Tao Mian nodded in agreement, lamenting the strictness of his master. Su Tianhe regarded Tao Mian as an innocent youth, handsome yet sheltered, oppressed by the demands of his master, who subjected him to tedious practice without any joy in life. He began to feel a sense of pity for him. The Taoist priest at your temple, Tao Mian, is truly a pitiable soul. Tao Mian, oblivious, munched on his peach, confused by the sudden insult. Su Tianhe recalled his own father's harsh reprimands and expressed his anger, stating that it was one thing for the Taoist priest to confine the young master, but to impose such strictness on a pure-hearted youth was worse than the actions of demons, truly inhumane. He emphasized this point for clarity. Only then did Tao Mian realize that Su Tianhe had not recognized his true identity. He mused to himself about the wonders of the magical realm, filled with eccentric characters like Shun Boizhou and foolish ones like Su Tianhe. Amused, he began to playfully exaggerate, tearfully lamenting the grievances inflicted upon him by his master. He claimed that he was forced to cook before dawn while his master remained in bed, berating him for serving cold meals. The tales, though embellished, contained grains of truth, reflecting the real experiences of their young master. Just before dawn, Chu Liuxue would be cooking, and Tao Mian would still be asleep. When the food grew cold, Chu Liuxue would scold him. He simply concealed the names involved, ensuring that no one would know that it was the disciples at Teotihuacan who urged him to make progress before their master. Su Tianhe, upon hearing this, felt even more sympathy for Tao Mian. He slapped the tree branch in indignation. Just as I suspected, this Tao Mian is utterly shameless. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and lowered his voice. Moreover, someone privately reported to me that the relationship between Tao Mian and the young master is quite unusual. It seems that the innate curiosity of a gossip persists even in the immortal realm. Tao Mian perked up, eager to hear more about the intrigue surrounding himself. Oh, in what way is it unusual? Su Tianhe, lowering his voice further, revealed that the young master had developed feelings for Tao Mian, only to be spurned in return. The young master refuses to return to the magical realm to assume her rightful position, clearly seeking an explanation from Tao Mian. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Little priest, if I can restore the young master's honor and persuade her to return to claim her father's position, perhaps I will no longer be kicked back to the mortal realm by my father. This place, while occasionally pleasant for sightseeing, is not suitable for long-term residence. Su Tianhe possessed a unique perspective, weaving together a narrative that he found entirely plausible. Even the well-traveled Tao Mian was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What was remarkable was that after crafting this elaborate tale, he turned to the subject of his speculation. Little priest, do you think this plan is feasible? Tao Mian was unsure whether Su Tianhe was genuinely naive or merely acting. I think it is worth a try. The two continued their lively conversation for quite a while. Just as Su Tianhe was about to delve deeper into his proposed scheme, Chu Liuxue returned. Silver notes. Once you have gathered enough, come down. The young woman spotted Huang Dang pecking at rice and realized the immortal was not far. Indeed, as she lifted her gaze, she found him right before her, accompanied by an unexpected guest. Who are you? Chu Liuxue did not recognize Su Tianhe, but he had seen the young master's portrait. Swiftly, he climbed down from the tree, as if he had seen a savior. Young master, you have returned. Where is your master, Tao Mian? I wish to confront him. Chu Liuxue was utterly perplexed by their antics. She glanced up at the tree, tilting her chin slightly. Isn't he right here? Su Tianhe scanned the area, finally fixing his gaze on the young priest perched in the tree. Tao Mian tossed the last 2 peaches to Chu Liuxue, then turned back to Su Tianhe with an amused expression. I am Tao Mian. Yes, I heard everything you said. If you wish to reiterate your grievances, feel free. Su Tianhe was momentarily dumbfounded, staring in disbelief as if he had suffered a great shock. Why you? How can you be so young? Tao Mian, puzzled, responded. I am an immortal. Is it not natural for me to remain youthful? Su Tianhe produced a portrait from his robes. I found you based on this image. How could it be so different? The portrait depicted an older version, but it was not entirely his fault. Tao Mian studied the image seriously. Chu Liuxue watched the unfolding drama, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Do you recognize him now? Once you do, return to the magical realm. I shall not leave Teotihuacan. No, that won't do. Su Tianhe, still reeling from the shock, stammered, "You must come back with me. Is this your first visit to Teotihuacan to seek me? Ask your predecessors. Some have spent half a year here with no success. Don't waste your time." Su Tianhe seemed to be concealing something, and although Chu Liushua urged him to give up, he did not insist on her departure. Instead, he proposed another condition. "Then I will stay." "Why would you do this? Your expression suggests reluctance." Su Tianhe sighed, appearing somewhat resigned. "The people in the valley are pressuring me to marry you. How do I explain my return without fulfilling their demands? I will not go back." Chapter 35. 1,000 miles to deliver a marriage proposal. As soon as Su Tianhe finished speaking, even Chu Liushua, who could remain calm amidst chaos, was momentarily taken aback. She even doubted her hearing. "With whom?" "With you." Chu Liushua turned to Tao Mian. "Him?" He took a step back. "This has nothing to do with me. I do not wish for my name to be entangled in your story." Chu Liushua inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Whose idea was this? Su Tianhe, with utmost seriousness, began counting on his fingers. "My father, your uncle, several confidants from your father's faction, and—" "Enough, enough." Chu Liushua waved her hand, uninterested in hearing more, deeming the entire affair absurd. "I do not even remember their faces, and they have conspired to propose a marriage without my knowledge." As she spoke, she scrutinized Su Tianhe. "You are quite handsome, not lacking in suitors, yet you allow them to act recklessly?" Upon hearing this, Su Tianhe felt a sense of grievance. "My father says I possess no other talents, and was born to live off the wealth of others. The ability to rationalize such dependence is indeed a remarkable talent in itself. And you believe his words?" "I initially did not," Su Tianhe explained earnestly. "But then I considered that perhaps I truly possess such talents." This left even Tao Mian astounded. What on earth is going on in this young man's mind? Chu Liushua appeared somewhat dazed. "So since you arrived here, have you had any moments of clarity?" "Yes," Su Tianhe replied with a grimace, living off other sounds appealing. "But my dignity stifles my potential." According to Su Tianhe, after the master of the underworld hall, Tan Yuan, eliminated the main branch of the Dou family, the collateral branches continued to vie for power. Currently, the ruler of Tianjin Valley is an insider who colluded with Tan Yuan, using ruthless methods to eliminate Dou Huai's supporters and establish his own faction. On the surface, the Su family appeared to comply with the new leader of the valley, yet they had never relinquished their connections with the previous master. Over the years, the Dou family's ability to move freely between the demon realm and the human world was largely facilitated by the Su family's support. However, the Dou family harbored a complex attitude towards the Su family, marked by both reliance and wariness. Su Tianhe's marriage to Dou Huai's only daughter was orchestrated by his father to quell the Dou family's suspicions. Chuluo Shui made a striking suggestion. "You should persuade your father to ascend to power himself. The Dou family's influence has long since waned. What can a scattered remnant accomplish?" The Su family still has a glimmer of hope for seizing authority. Su Tianhe struck his palm in agreement. "Indeed, I advised my father to let me be." Tao Mian, silently observing the unfolding drama, was taken aback to discover that these two rebellious youths had conspired on an audacious plan. He interjected, "Shouldn't we seek Su Lao's opinion on this matter?" Su Tianhe retorted in frustration, "He hasn't consulted me." Tao Mian opted for silence. The situation was too chaotic for him to involve himself. Yet, as it unfolded in his territory, it was no longer merely a matter of choice. Su Tianhe resolved to remain, reasoning that he would be expelled from home anyway, so he might as well stay here. Chuluo Shui frowned. "Why are you so intent on staying at Taohua Mountain? The vastness of the human realm can surely accommodate you. What if my father sends someone to surveil us and discovers my absence? I have made up my mind to stay." In truth, it was more about his own reluctance to leave. Tao Mian, witnessing their exchange, raised a hand. "May I have a word? After all, I am the master of this mountain. I am the one paying." "Deal." Chuluo Shui blinked in surprise. "Are you in need of money?" "Naturally. My intent is not financial gain. It is primarily because I see potential in this young man, Tianhe." Tao Mian deliberately diverted the topic, inquiring about Su Tianhe's dinner plans for the evening. He could not allow Shui Han to reside in the mountain. If he agreed to that, what chance would he have to maintain his carefree life? His personal freedom would be compromised. Despite the absurdity of the circumstances, Su Tianhe settled into Taohua Mountain. He became one of the rare outsiders to reside there for an extended period over the millennia. Historically, apart from immortals and their disciples, visitors typically stayed but a night or two, yet Su Tianhe lingered for a considerable time. To Tao Mian's astonishment, the individual least compatible with Su Tianhe was not Chuluo Shui, but rather Chu Suiyin. On the very first night of Su Tianhe's stay, they clashed fiercely, nearly dismantling the temple's roof in the process. Chu Suiyin, gripping his long sword, stood defiantly at one end of the eaves. What gives you the right to stay here? Su Tianhe, with a few strands of hair falling across his forehead, was equally temperamental. Why shouldn't I? Your master, Tao Mian, has expressly permitted it. Who do you think you are? Be silent. Do not invoke my master's name. How audacious of you, so young yet so full of rules. Watch as I temper your arrogance today. The two engaged in a raucous battle atop the temple, first tearing off the roof, followed by wreaking havoc in Chuluo Shue's chamber. Roused from her sleep, Chuluo Shue emerged with her sword drawn, intent on exacting vengeance. Meanwhile, Tao Mian, lying in bed, thought that as long as the roof remained intact, he would ignore whatever ruckus ensued. However, with a loud crash, several tiles fell, revealing the stunning starry sky above. All of you come to the courtyard and stand with bowls on your heads. Under the celestial expanse, the three youths stood in a row, each balancing a white porcelain bowl atop their heads. Chuluo Shue had the fewest, and she sighed, "Why must I be punished alongside you?" Tao Mian gestured towards the rubble of Su Tianhe's guest room and Chu Suyan's quarters. Chuluo Shue fell silent. Fine, perhaps we did go too far. Su Tianhe and Chu Suyan each bore 5 bowls, made of copper and significantly heavier than Chuluo Shue's solitary bowl. Teacher shows favoritism, Chu Suyan lamented. Su Tianhe protested. I did not instigate trouble. Why must I bear the same burden as him? You two are equally at fault. Stop resisting. At dawn, you will restore the house, understood? Tao Mian feigned ferocity, threatening the children. Understood. Their voices rang out. But Su Tianhe, leading the chorus, realized too late how muddled his words had been. Embarrassed, he lowered his head, and another bowl was added atop it. After admonishing the three, Tao Mian yawned and retreated to his open chamber. The trio, still restless despite their punishment, murmured beneath their bowls. Young Valley Master, your father is surnamed Do, yet you bear the surname Chu. Are you not his biological child? Shut your mouth. Chu Suyan defended his sister. Do you not know how to speak? If you cannot, then bear it in silence. Chu Suyan, however, found no issue with the question. I was raised by a scholar who bore the surname Chu, hence I took his name. Oh, Su Tianhe nodded. Then turned to Chu Suyan. And you? I naturally take my sister's surname. Su Tianhe, demonstrating his solid foundation, maintained a horse stance while balancing the bowl and looking about. You two do not resemble each other at all. Are you truly siblings? Not by blood, Chuluo Shue replied calmly. My brother is one I found. Su Tianhe nodded, seemingly at a loss for words. His eyes darted, landing on Chu Suyan. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he perceived something familiar, suddenly fixating on the boy's features. You look somewhat familiar. Chapter 36. Peculiarities of the Cave Familiar? Chu Suyan's expression shifted, and Chuluo Shue also regarded him with calm curiosity. Yet Su Tianhe, unable to comprehend, furrowed his brow in confusion. Strange, it's right on the tip of my tongue, yet I cannot articulate who you resemble. Chuluo Shue's gaze drifted back, counting the crabapple leaves above, while Chu Suyan mocked him. Do not waste your efforts. Do you truly believe you can unveil some earth-shattering truth? Oh, I truly feel a sense of familiarity, yet I have encountered so many faces. Su Tianhe became lost in his thoughts, while the siblings resumed their own musings, ignoring him. With dawn approaching, repairs awaited. Su Tianhe experienced a peaceful period at Taohua Mountain, a place where he had never lingered long before, as he typically grew weary of places. Yet this location seemed to possess a certain enchantment that compelled one to slow their pace. The moonlit water rests in my hands, and the fragrance of flowers envelopes my garments. It was no wonder Chuluo Shue was reluctant to depart. Su Tianhe's extended stay at Taohua Mountain was not without purpose. His father insisted he uncover the source of the enchantment that had captivated the young Valley Master, preventing her return to Tianjin Valley. Now he understood that the blame could not rest solely on Chuluo Shue. He too would be loath to leave. His daily tasks were few. Or perhaps it was that the inhabitants of the mountain preferred to avoid unnecessary exertion. Chu Suyan practiced martial arts. Chuluo Shue prepared tea and broth, while Tao Mian, the most relaxed of the group, followed his whims, doing whatever came to mind. One day, Su Tianhe even witnessed an immortal hanging upside down from a tree. When he inquired about the purpose, the immortal replied that he was communicating with the essence of heaven and earth in a novel manner, seeking unity with all things. Su Tianhe's gaze instinctively fell upon the immortal's feet, precariously gripping the branch. You cannot possibly intend to remain like that, can you? You should hasten to extricate yourself. With careful steps, Su Tianhe leaped, pushing against the immortal's back to flip him upright. Yet Tao Mian remained unperturbed atop the tree. Are you coming again? If you do, I shan't assist you. Greedy one, I am merely here to admire the scenery. This was a millennial-old banyan tree, robust and flourishing, positioned in its lower branches. Tao Mian was now in Su Tianha's line of sight. I heard from the master of the valley that you have resided on Peach Blossom Mountain for over a millennium. After 1,000 years, do you not tire of the scenery? How could one grow weary? Tao Mian countered, supporting himself against the trunk of a tree, his face adorned with genuine bewilderment, as if Su Tianha had posed an evidently simple question. Su Tianha found himself momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond, and resorted to a vague excuse. The trees and flowers of this mountain remain unchanged through the centuries. The scenery is always the same across the 4 seasons. If it were me, I would tire of it in 10 years, let alone 1,000. Tao Mian smiled. That is because you do not belong here. He extended a hand. Would you care to join me up here? Su Tianha did not decline the Immortal's invitation and leapt up, landing on the same branch as him. Apart from the slight rustling of leaves, the banyan tree stood resolute. Tao Mian encouraged him to feel the gnarled bark, and Su Tianha complied. What do you feel? It's rough. What do you think you have touched? Isn't it obvious? Tree bark. At this point, Su Tianha felt a bit awkward. Could there be something else? Bugs. Tao Mian replied. I also feel tree bark. Have I been listening to trivialities? Yet Tao Mian laughed, placing his palm against the brown creases. Young man, you are restless. Allow me to finish. I feel tree bark, but not merely this small section of bark. It is said that all things possess a spirit, like humans. They grow, change, age, and ultimately perish with each breath. As Su Tianha touched the tree's outer layer, he only perceived the shell that life leaves behind after countless transformations. However, what the Immortal sensed was the fervent fire that once burned within. He reached into the ashes, tracing back to its past, those passionate, grand, and vibrant times. Su Tianha grasped the concept only partially. The truths the Immortal had comprehended over millennia could not be discerned in a mere moment. Yet he thought, perhaps, as the Immortal himself said, those who do not belong here can never attain enlightenment. The Immortal is a person of the mountain, and the mountain is a part of him. He belongs here. I know you have your own motives. Tao Mian suddenly spoke this line without any preamble, seemingly casually bringing it up. A chill ran down Su Tianha's spine. Of course, I do. But rather than my own, it is more about my father. The Immortal merely smiled in silence, not acknowledging his words, but instead directed his gaze to the winding stream below the tree. Look at that flowing water. Though it may encounter obstructive rocks and be disturbed by fallen petals and floating leaves, it continues to flow forward, unperturbed by external forces. Even if one were to block it entirely with stones, there would still be cracks through which it could seep. Bit by bit, day by day, it will eventually overcome the obstacles. Su Tianha also gazed at the clear, delightful stream. Are you suggesting that you, too, will disregard the external disturbances like that stream? No. The Immortal shook his head, casting his eyes into the distance. What I aspire to be is the bank of the stream, allowing the water to flow and the petals to drift. Yet, I remain powerless to achieve that. That day, Tao Mian and Su Tianha lingered on the mountain for quite a while. As dusk fell, it was Tao Mian who descended first. Su Tianha sat quietly for a moment, initially intending to follow the Immortal's figure down the mountain. However, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent. Furrowing his brows, he traced the source of the aroma. Soon, at the entrance of an inconspicuous cave, he detected the scent of blood from a demon, and also from a sorcerer. Su Tianha was puzzled. Who dared to cause trouble under the Immortal's very nose? Such audacity was astounding. He approached the cave and peered inside. The interior was soaked in pools of blood. 3 tattered corpses huddled together, still fresh. To call them corpses seemed inaccurate. One appeared to be weakly groaning. Atop the heap of flesh sat a figure, licking the blood from his palms. Their eyes met across the space. It was Chu Suiyan. Upon seeing Su Tianha, Chu Suiyan's first instinct was to eliminate him. His hand curled into a claw, and his pupils shifted. Su Tianha effortlessly thwarted his assault, lifting the youth by an arm and hoisting him high. Do it cleanly. He seemed somewhat displeased. Do not let him sense anything. Immortals are quite perceptive. Chapter 37. Dividing pairs. It was an unexpected encounter for Su Tianha. Even more surprising was Chu Suiyan's calm demeanor. You aren't going to inform Master? Why would I? Su Tianha was more astonished than the person involved. You are a demon, and so am I. I understand what you are doing. Chu Suiyan rose from the pile of corpses, his boots trampling the barely alive spirit, who displayed a pained expression. Wiping the blood from his lips, a stark red marred his otherwise pale cheeks, enhancing his eerie allure. This was a stark contrast to his previously straightforward and innocent demeanor. Standing before Su Tianha, the two were of similar height, as young men often grow tall swiftly. Chu Suiyen's expression bore no trace of innocence. Instead, due to his prolonged consumption of the blood and flesh of demons, his eyes had grown considerably murky. It seems you have disguised yourself quite well in front of Tao Mian. You consume blood and flesh. Your body must be heavily demonized by now. To maintain a mortal appearance must require considerable effort. Su Tianhe nodded, appearing satisfied. Chu Suiyen pursed his lips, neither affirming nor denying the compliment. Do not let my master know of this matter. Do you care for Tao Mian? Your master is an immortal, and you are a demon. Chu Suiyen, you should never have become his disciple. Immortals and demons are fundamentally disparate, and the more one cultivates, the further apart they drift. Chu Suiyen should never have followed Tao Mian in his cultivation. Your sister has no talent for cultivation, her heart lies elsewhere. She became Tao Mian's disciple merely for protection. If you have ambition, you should not squander time on Peach Blossom Mountain. Su Tianhe rationally analyzed the pros and cons. But Chu Suiyen's gaze averted to the side. I am eager to cultivate precisely to remain on Peach Blossom Mountain. Su Tianhe paused, suddenly leaning closer, scrutinizing the young man's features. Aha, you have a trace of mortal blood running through your veins. No wonder the scent I detect is always so peculiar. Not as pure as Chu Liushua's. Chu Suiyen remained silent. In that moment, Su Tianhe realized. Your master, Tao Mian, is an immortal, while your sister, Chu Liushua, is a demon. Demons also possess long lifespans, which is why Chu Liushua can accompany Tao Mian for so long, but you cannot, due to your impure bloodline. Even if Chu Suiyen possesses remarkable talent for cultivation, he is destined for a short life. Chu Suiyen lowered his head, opening his palm. Much of the demon's blood had dried, clinging to his skin like an indelible birthmark innate to him. So filthy. He recalled his master's pristine garments and his sister's silky hair, fragrant with soapberry. In contrast, he was the only unclean presence on Peach Blossom Mountain. Yet he must achieve his goals, even if it means resorting to unscrupulous means. Su Tianhe observed the changing expressions on the young man's face. When he noticed his indifference fade and resolve take its place, he smiled. You are more worthy of support than your sister. Chu Suiyen raised his gaze to meet him. Su Tianhe kicked the corpses aside as if they were worthless refuse. No matter how much they consumed, it was of no use, a mere drop in the bucket. If you wish to accelerate your transformation into a demon, you must heed my words. He raised an eyebrow, looking at the young man with a hint of provocation. Dare you? Once you embark on this path, there is no turning back. Chu Suiyen recalled past scenes. His sister, Chu Yoshua, holding his hand as they scavenged leftovers in the streets, or when she shielded him from bullies. Then there were the years after arriving at Peach Blossom Mountain. When he fell ill, the immortal Tao Mian never left his side, correcting every movement during cultivation. And the heartbroken Tao Mian after Lu Yuandi's death. That night, he had eavesdropped on a conversation between his sister and his master. The emperor who once imprisoned the master has passed away. She cared for him deeply, yet was compelled to leave him behind, leaving only a fragment of sorrow that Tao Mian could not express. Chu Suiyen was unwilling to repeat past mistakes. He did not desire an early demise. To the immortal beings who could live for millennia, and the demons who existed for centuries, the lifespan of mortals was but a fleeting moment. He refused to allow himself to be entombed in dust, leaving only his master and Lu Shui to guard a monument. On that dusk, Chu Lu Shui called out for her brother and Su Tianhe for quite some time, yet neither appeared for dinner. Tao Mian, however, sat obediently at the wooden table, waiting for the meal to commence. With 2 seats unoccupied, silver notes were forbidden, and there would be no snacking. Just as Tao Mian raised his bowl, he was unjustly accused, leaving him feeling aggrieved. Chu Lu Shui gazed towards the mountain, where a narrow path extended from the temple into the woods, the route her brother would take upon returning. After a quarter of an hour, the two finally arrived, with Chu Suiyen leading and Su Tianhe following. It was a rare moment when they occupied the same space without conflict. Even Tao Mian found it peculiar. Chu Lu Shui, holding a freshly stir-fried dish of beans, glimpsed the two through the open yard door and paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Her keen intuition suggested that something troubling was quietly taking root. Yet, lacking sufficient experience, she could not trace the source of her unease. Thus, the young woman temporarily suppressed her anxious heart, urging the two to hasten their steps and join them for dinner. The 4 gathered around a square table in the courtyard for their evening meal. Tao Mian and Chu Suiyen sat opposite one another, with Chu Lu Shui and Su Tianhe across the table. Initially, it was supposed to be Chu Lu Shui facing Tao Mian, but the other two kept overturning the table, necessitating a change in seating. Chu Suiyen was particularly taciturn that day. Tao Mian spoke of which trees in the mountains had ripened fruits. suggesting they sample them on another day. Su Tianhe chimed in, playfully requesting that the immortal take him along. Chu Lushui echoed his sentiments. By the time Chu Suiyin returned to himself, Tao Mian had already called his name 2 or 3 times. Suiyin, why so despondent? Are you in a foul mood? Tao Mian, despite his often grating words towards his disciples, always possessed a gentle gaze. Chu Suiyin, who usually relied on the security that this gaze provided, now awkwardly averted his eyes. Master, I simply have no appetite. Then do not eat. Later, I shall wash you a pear, freshly picked and sweet. Very well. After the meal, Tao Mian indeed washed fruit for his disciple. He drew a bucket of clear well water, using a ladle made from gourd to wash slowly and methodically. Chu Lushui had already prepared a cloth to dry their hands, and after years of companionship, an unspoken understanding existed among the three. Su Tianhe joined in the merriment, noticing that Tao Mian had picked up a large pear, suggesting they share it. The immortal says that is not permissible, he replied. Su Tianhe grumbled about his stinginess, prompting Chu Lushui to interject. Pears should not be shared. Silver notes do not like it. Do not make it difficult for him. Realizing the implications of sharing a pear, particularly for the little immortal who had experienced numerous separations, Su Tianhe quickly apologized. However, Tao Mian shook his head, choosing not to hold a grudge, and instead handed him the whole pear. This one is whole, you eat it. It was the most perfect pear in the basket, while the one that accidentally fell and was slightly bruised was left for himself. Su Tianhe took a bite of the crisp pear, thinking how peculiar the immortal was. Initially, he had expressed joy at the thought of being retained with a fee, yet he possessed nothing substantial, treating everything as ephemeral. After dining and enjoying the fruit, Tao Mian and Su Tianhe returned to their rooms to rest. Chu Suiyin intended to head to his own quarters as well, but a gentle tapping on the window drew his attention. He opened the window to find Chu Lushui's usually expressionless face. Come with me. Chapter 38. The traveler. The night sky was silent, and Chu Lushui chose a less trodden path. As she walked ahead, she pushed aside the tall wild grass flanking her. Eventually, she halted in a clearing within the woods. Chu Suiyin silently followed behind his sister, not uttering a word. In their youth, it was Chu Lushui who shielded him, always prepared for impending danger. They later walked side by side, and as he grew taller, he could see the crown of her head when she turned. Now, however, a distance lay between them, with Chu Lushui standing tall like a straight pine tree. At times, Chu Suiyin pondered if Lushui truly was a demon. She appeared graceful as jade, yet he, who willingly plunged into the abyss, was not. This will do. Chu Lushui's ethereal voice echoed through the woods, snapping Chu Suiyin from his reverie. He watched as she turned to face him. Suiyin, have you done anything you should not have behind my back with Tao Mian? Like all elder sisters, when Chu Lushui called out her brother's full name, it indicated that matters had escalated to a serious level. Chu Suiyin turned his face away, unwilling to respond. Chu Lushui thought to herself how the child had grown wings, harboring secrets he refused to share, even finding it laborious to reply to her. If you do not respond now, you shall never answer again. As an elder sister, she understood her brother's temperament. Indeed, the moment she threatened to stop speaking to him, he began to grow anxious. Sister, please do not ask. In any case, it will not harm you or master. If it does not endanger us, does that mean it endangers yourself? The boy fell silent once more. Chu Lushui studied this non-blood-related brother of hers, noting how he had matured, while she found it increasingly difficult to see through his thoughts as she once did. The cost of growing up was that the sister was being gradually stripped of her ability to understand her brother. She recognized Chu Suiyin's stubbornness, his tenacity akin to a rampaging beast, unyielding even when wounded. With a sigh, the tension between them began to ease slightly. I know you have been up to many little antics behind Tao Mian's back. I do not know how much he has discovered, but he must have sensed something. Suiyin, compared to the immortals, our lifespans are, after all, fleeting, merely a moment in time. He once saved the both of us when we had nothing, and all we can do is to make the most of this brief existence, ensuring we do not cause him sorrow. Chu Lushui's words struck a chord within Chu Suiyin, and he involuntarily recalled the silhouette of his master he had seen when he was ill. On a moonlit night, the immortal seemed to transform into a shadow, dreamlike and ethereal. Chu Suiyin understood that the only disciple Tao Mian had wished to accept from the outset was Chu Lushui, though he had never voiced it. It remained a mere speculation. Chu Lushui's talent was not exceptional, and she was quite resistant to cultivation. Why, then, was the immortal so insistent on taking her as a disciple? If it were truly an equitable consideration between the two children, he ought to respect Chu Lushui's own wishes. Chu Suiyin, being astute from a young age, perhaps due to years of wandering, had learned to read others' expressions, enabling him to better protect his younger self. The same applied to Tao Mian. Perhaps his sister was the true chosen one, while he was merely an accessory, like a tassel hanging from a famous sword. Regrettably, Chu Suiyin had no recollection of the times when he had been such a burden to her, nor did he remember how Tao Mian had tirelessly cared for him through sleepless nights. Otherwise, the misunderstandings would have long been resolved, regardless of how it began. Throughout their time together, Tao Mian never favored one over the other. What truly changed his perception was Tao Mian's arduous journey to find medicine for him, staying vigil through the night, accompanying him night after night. Chu Suiyin has finally overcome the hurdle in his heart, only to be met with new troubles. His master is so kind, yet he can only accompany him for a few decades, burdened by his own frailty. He wonders when he will be able to stand on his own and protect his master. The matter concerning Lu Yuandi further impresses upon the young man that even someone as formidable as his master can still be pierced by the arrows of harm that exist in this world. Chu Suiyin reflects that it is his own half-mortal blood that is to blame, for mortals are often troubled by their own trivialities. His worries surge like relentless waves. One after another, Lu Shui, he finally concedes to acknowledge the few relatives he has left. I am unlike you. I do not wish to remain in this mountain forever, sheltered beneath my master's wings. Your stubbornness is foolish. He hears Lu Shui's voice, yet he resolves, no matter how fiercely she may scold him, he must leave the mountain. On Lu Shui's usually calm face, a profound sorrow suddenly surfaces, piercing Chu Suiyin's eyes. He has never witnessed such pain in his sister before, and at that moment, he does not comprehend the hidden anguish within her heart, mistaking her sorrow for mere grief at their impending separation. I am leaving, Lu Shui. Please convey my sentiments to Master Tao. As he turns to depart, Lu Shui calls out, her voice trembling. Do you remember what I told you when we were young? She had once declared that if Chu Suiyin were to leave the mountain, she would do everything in her power to ensure his demise. The sudden halt of his footsteps signifies that he has never forgotten, yet he dismisses it as a moment of anger from his sister. I do not recall, he responds. We have spoken of countless matters. Under the moonlight, he steps away, leaving Lu Shui to watch his retreating figure. The next morning, Tao Mian rises early to gather the fruits he had mentioned the previous day. By evening, as he returns to the Taoist temple, his basket is brimming with the harvest. To prevent the fruits from being damaged, he has even padded the basket with an old garment. Awaiting him at the temple entrance is only Lu Shui. Send 2. Quickly summon Cdui and Tianhe. These fruits cannot be eaten overnight. They will lose their optimal flavor. Lu Shui takes the basket from him, but hesitates instead of returning to the courtyard, gazing at Tao Mian with uncertainty. What is it? Tao Mian, about to bypass her to change his clothes, pauses. The silver note, Cdui has left the mountain. Tao Mian gasps, momentarily stunned, his grip tightening on a plump, glossy mountain fruit, his fingers unconsciously rubbing its skin. He replies slowly, as if struggling to digest the reality. What about that day? That too has vanished. Tao Mian lifts his gaze to the empty courtyard and the peach blossom tree outside. What a pity, I did not get to taste these fine fruits. He murmurs as the sun sets. 2 months later, the leader of the underworld hall publicly announces that he has found his long-lost son. The young man possesses striking features, exuding an ethereal quality. Seated in high regard alongside his father, he receives the reverence of many demons. Chapter 39. A few friends on the annual Mid-Autumn Festival. Tao Mian plans to take Lu Shui to Shuihan's residence to celebrate the festival in the mortal realm. Shuihan had written, inviting him, but asked him not to bring a little burden. In response, Tao Mian decided against attending, but the next day, before dawn, the carriage from the Shui residence awaited at the foot of Peach Blossom Mountain. Lu Shui is indifferent to where they celebrate. Any festive occasion with Tao Mian feels no different from ordinary days. However, Tao Mian fears her solitude, considering it the first mid-autumn since Chu Suiyin's departure. How did the three of them celebrate in the past? The New Year's Eve required reunion, the Lantern Festival, too, and mid-autumn is a festival for reunion. Only in the mundane, where they often parted, do they need to remind themselves to come together. Previously, Lu Shui was not troubled by this matter. Her only relative was Chu Suiyin, and later, Tao Mian joined them. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, they proceeded as usual, each busy with their own affairs. It was not until the sun began to set that they coincidentally set aside their tasks and gathered in the temple. With grapes luscious and crabs plump, the two children refrained from drinking wine, sitting around the table to crack crabs and savor the rich crab roe, their hands glistening with oil. The Immortal prepared a pot of yellow wine, adding slices of ginger and several preserved plums. The fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, intoxicating Lu Shui with but a whiff. Chu Suiyin leaned against his master's arm, trying to steal a taste, only to be gently pushed back by his master's palm. You are but a child. Free from worries, why drink this? Having failed in his attempts, Chu Suiyin, in a huff, took a hefty bite of crab and brazenly snatched half a fat one from his master's plate. Tao Mian merely chuckled, allowing his antics. The delicate blue and white porcelain dish before Tao Mian piled high with the full crabs that Lu Shui had selected from the larger platter, cracking the shells in half and placing them on his plate. The Immortal, eating slowly, did not manage to take any before Chu Suiyin swiped them. Thus, Lu Shui busied herself cracking crabs, while Chu Suiyin busied himself picking up the leftovers. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Lu Shui nearly flipped the table in frustration. The siblings predictably erupted into a quarrel, while Tao Mian leisurely poured himself a warm cup of wine, warming his hands with it. Amidst their playful scuffles, the day of reunion came to a close, though this year, one was missing. Lu Shui thought to herself that it was not a significant matter. Celebrating with Tao Mian was still acceptable. Hadn't they celebrated in the past, even when the Immortal only had one disciple? Yet Tao Mian had informed her the night before that they would be going to the mortal realm for leisure. The carriage from the Shui residence had waited for quite some time, yet Lu Shui was determined to wake Tao Mian. You promised to take me out. Yet now you're lying in bed? Hurry up, the carriage is waiting outside. Lu Shui gripped one end of the blanket, the other end wrapped around him, as if she were clutching his very life. I'll get up in a quarter of an hour. If you are so reluctant to meet Shui Han, why force yourself into planning this? This was a momentary lapse in judgment. I have come to my senses today. In the end, Tao Mian was successfully roused by Lu Shui, though the process inevitably involved some forceful measures. Ultimately, the two boarded the carriage. As the vehicle rolled forward, Tao Mian felt as if his spirit had been drained, leaving him a mere puddle. Lu Shui tugged at his outer garment, urging him to sit up. Now that we are here, do not sulk. You are unaware of how twisted Shui Han truly is. That is why you can smile now. Lu Shui had only met the shopkeeper Shui Han a couple of times. Her impression was of a refined man, yet as a merchant, he inevitably exuded a hint of shrewdness. She was unwilling to engage with such a person, fearing that she might be deceived of both her money and her very essence. However, Tao Mian insisted that he was one of the few friends he had in his long life. With so few acquaintances, it was ironic that his sole friend was so calculating. Your judgment in choosing friends is quite unique, she teased. Consider it a compliment. Though the Shui residence was singular in name, Shui Han possessed numerous estates, with territories in all the thriving cities of the mortal realm. The place they were heading to was one such estate. Lu Shui lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the expansive manor outside. According to Tao Mian, the entire mountain had been purchased by Shui Han solely to cultivate a rare species of osmanthus flower. Lu Shui's gaze remained fixed on the uneven gray-tiled rooftops, questioning. Isn't it your family's property that Shui Han is managing? Are you truly that wealthy? Tao Mian leaned on the small table, his fingers toying with a koi figurine on the tea tray. Shui Han merely assists me in managing those establishments in the mortal realm. His own wealth is substantial. Most of it likely resides in the demon realm. After all, he hails from there. Demon realm? Lu Shui echoed, surprised. Shui Han is also a demon? Even the bloodline of a peculiar demon. Tao Mian recalled the battered child from their first meeting. His background was intricate. He must have sought answers himself. Have you not assisted him in his search? I have stated that he is my friend. I trust in his abilities. Let us just say you are being lazy. You caught me. As the two conversed, the carriage came to a smooth halt at the estate's entrance. Yet, Tao Mian remained motionless. Shall we disembark? Chu Yoshua inquired, sensing his hesitation. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted once more. Shui Zhangwei, adorned in a blue robe and jade crown, bowed as he entered. Tao Mian longed to throw himself from the carriage, wishing to escape the sight that troubled him. At last, Chu Yoshua understood the sage's remark about Shui Zhangwei's eccentricity. As soon as he entered, a binding spell ensnared Tao Mian, rendering him helpless. Shui Han, not this again. Why is your binding spell even sturdier this time? A fresh batch, just summoned from the Qiandeng Tower, Shui Han replied nonchalantly, settling into the only available seat, brushing off non-existent dust from his attire. Eccentric. You spent so much on this. I have the means and I indulge in my desires. Initially, when Shui Han bound the sage, Chu Yoshua felt somewhat unsettled. However, once she observed that he posed no further threat, her anxiety subsided. Perhaps he was merely an overly enthusiastic friend. Shall we not dismount? She asked Shui Zhangwei, entirely disregarding the bound Tao Mian's pleas for help. Shui Han maintained a facade of civility in front of others, responding in a gentle tone. This year, the human realm has suffered calamity. The emperor has shown compassion to the people, forbidding the states from extravagantly spending on lantern festivals. Without the festivities, life becomes dull. How about I take you to the demon realm for some amusement? The demon realm? This was unexpected for Chu Liuxue. What? Do you not wish to go? If you prefer, we can turn back. No, she shook her head. I merely have a place I wish to visit. If we go to the demon realm, it would be on the way. Chapter 40. Old Friends in the Demon Realm. The Mid-Autumn Festival is referred to as the Moon Sacrifice. Tao Mian and his companions arrived at Moon Hill, the same city where the Qiandeng Tower once resided. Xuehan had made early arrangements, allowing Tao Mian to undergo a soul-reviving ceremony in the mountains, and had reserved a moon-viewing banquet at the Dengyun Tower for just the three of them. Tao Mian had intended to indulge in leisure at the tavern, but Chu Liuxue insisted on dragging him out to explore the Lantern Festival. As the lanterns began to glow, casting flickering shadows, the bustling streets came alive with people. Tao Mian and Chu Liuxue walked side by side. It was Chu Liuxue's first experience of such a vibrant festival, and everything fascinated her. Perhaps calling it her first was inaccurate. During her days of wandering, she had inadvertently stumbled into a lively gathering in the mortal realm, having stolen a purse and being chased, ultimately colliding with the festivities. Young men and women adorned with flowers and lanterns laughed and played. The petite Chu Liuxue moved against the tide of the crowd, countless joyful voices brushing past her. The merriment belonged to others. The warm hues of the lanterns illuminated the street, yet she remained shrouded in gray. She envied those who could lead ordinary lives, untroubled by upheaval, free from the cycle of hunger and satiety. Meanwhile, she was caught by the young master whose purse she had pilfered, yanked by the collar and brought down to the ground. As she was dragged from the crowd, she accidentally snagged a girl's rabbit lantern. The lantern, shaped like a rabbit, was vividly crafted but shattered upon hitting the ground. When Chu Liuxue fell, the lantern landed to her right. The girl hesitated, wanting to approach yet holding back, until her parents bought her another to cheer her up. The discarded, broken rabbit lantern was picked up by Chu Liuxue, though her back bore bruises from heavy blows. Her knees were bruised, and her face bore scratches. She had grown indifferent to the pain. Her thoughts were solely on that lantern. One of the rabbit's ears was missing, and its mouth had a small chip, yet it mattered not, for this was her first lantern. Chu Liuxue turned her garment inside out. It was clean, and she gently wiped the dust from the rabbit's face. Holding the lantern, she felt for a fleeting moment that she too was part of the surrounding crowd, enjoying a brief, personal happiness. She even wished to take the rabbit lantern back to show to Sui Yin. However, upon realizing the nature of her fantasy, Chu Liuxue halted. Fantasies were the most futile of things, incapable of filling her stomach, merely a poison that quenched thirst temporarily. What did not belong to her was useless, whether stolen, taken, or found. With an impassive expression, she tossed the rabbit lantern into the river, watching it bob and eventually vanish from sight. For her, the Lantern Festival had never been a source of beautiful memories. It was merely an accidental intrusion into a vibrant realm. What are you thinking? Tao Mian's voice jolted Chu Liuxue back to reality. She raised her gaze towards the source of the sound, initially failing to see him, but instead spotting a brand new rabbit lantern. The lantern was far more exquisite than she remembered, yet it instantly evoked unpleasant memories. In a swift motion, Chu Liuxue raised her hand and knocked the lantern from Tao Mian's grasp. The sage, masked and unreadable, momentarily stiffened, his shoulders betraying his surprise. Chu Liuxue began, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. This was a scar she had hidden deep within. To speak of it meant to unveil it herself. The girl turned her face away, seemingly preparing to evade reality, allowing the crowd to separate her from Tao Mian. In her heart, she resigned herself to the thought that perhaps it was best if they never met again. They were always destined to be on different paths. Had she not been enamored with the beauty of Peach Blossom Mountain and the sage's kindness, she might have cast both the mountain and the sage aside, just as she had discarded the rabbit lantern. Such happiness was stolen. The demons and spirits surrounding them grew ever more numerous, increasingly isolating the two, as if Tao Mian and she stood on opposite banks of a river. Chu Liuxue steadfastly refused to lift her gaze until a slender hand grasped her wrist, pulling her from the throng. Why are there so many people all of a sudden? I was worried you had gotten lost, Tao Mian said, dragging her towards a less crowded area while muttering. If you don't like the rabbit design, there are other options. What kind do you prefer? Master will buy it for you. Chu Liuxue abruptly looked up. To be honest, I don't like that rabbit. It's crooked and ugly. If Master is buying, you should get a tiger. At least it looks majestic. Tao Mian was so engrossed in his own musings that it took him a moment to realize his disciple had remained silent. Turning to her, he discovered that tears streamed down her face. The sage was taken aback. His third disciple had always been emotionally reserved, not to mention crying, even in arguments. She maintained a facade of cold sarcasm. In a fluster, he was at a loss for how to respond to her tears. Chu Yoshua, however, turned his shoulders to face away, preventing him from seeing her expression. "Didn't you say you would buy lanterns?" she said in a muffled voice. "Hurry up. Let us buy them, and then go eat." "Ah, yes." In the end, Tao Mian returned to the Dengyun Tower, arms laden with an assortment of whimsically shaped lanterns. Shuaihan, who was brewing tea in a private room, raised an eyebrow upon seeing the collection. "How old are you, still indulging in such childish things?" "They're not for me," Tao Mian replied, feeling fatigued from carrying them, and unceremoniously dropped them onto an empty seat. "They are meant to entertain children." Chu Yoshue remained tight-lipped. Shui Zhonggui glanced at the silent girl and gestured towards 2 chairs across from him. "Please, have a seat." Tao Mian unceremoniously took his place, while Chu Yoshue expressed her gratitude before sitting down. Not long after the 3 settled, dishes began to arrive at the table. Tao Mian was always unreserved in front of Shui Zhonggui, eagerly diving into his meal. Over the years, Chu Yoshue had refined her table manners, overcoming her earlier habits of devouring food ravenously due to past hunger. Shui Zhonggui, however, focused solely on sipping his wine, hardly touching the food before him. As the banquet among the 3 progressed, they overheard discussions emanating from the adjacent private room. Were they gossiping about the rumors surrounding the demon realm, or perhaps the recently returned son of the head of the Netherworld Hall? The head of the Netherworld Hall, Tan Yuan, had originally had a sole heir prepared to take over, but inexplicably, this son had tragically drowned during an outing with friends just days prior. It was absurd that a being of pure demonic lineage could succumb to water. The outsiders were abuzz with speculation, while the aging patriarch, beset by illness and with little time left, faced the pressing need for a successor. Yet, with the untimely demise of his only son, what could be done? In this difficult moment, the Netherworld Hall miraculously produced a youth who claimed to be the biological offspring of their patriarch. However, apart from Tan Yuan, the other heads of the subhalls vehemently denied this assertion, plunging the Netherworld Hall into chaos. Tao Mian, engrossed in the gossip, had forgotten to eat. Suddenly, a knock resonated at the door of the private room. A young attendant stood outside, holding a wooden tray, announcing that the guest from the adjacent room had sent over a jar of wine as a gift for the esteemed patrons. Upon hearing this, the 3 inside the room were momentarily taken aback. Who could this familiar acquaintance be? The wine delivered was a unique offering from the Ascending Clouds Pavilion, fragrant and robust. Shuaihan gestured for the attendant to present the wine, then uncorked the jar to inhale its aroma. "Is it poisoned?" Chu Yoshue inquired softly. Shuaihan shook his head, finding no peculiarities in the scent. Yet, for safety's sake, it was wise to refrain from consuming it. Tao Mian sat quietly, his chewing motions shifting as he pondered the identity of the wine sender. The private room next door, still abuzz with gossip, was a stark contrast to their own, which had grown quieter. Who could it be? Shuaihan, noticing Tao Mian's turmoil, suggested that if he wished to know the identity of the guests next door, he could simply send back a bottle of wine. However, Tao Mian declined, asserting he had a few candidates in mind. If the other party chose not to reveal themselves, so be it. The gossiping room continued, now speculating that Tan Fong was the illegitimate son of the old patriarch, a narrative rife with hearsay. After discerning the unreliability of the claims, the 3 decided to shift their conversation to personal matters. In the midst of their discussion, Chu Yoshue accidentally spilled her teacup, wetting part of her dress. Following the attendant to change, only Shuaihan and the Immortal remained in the private room. Shuaihan broke the silence, remarking on how skillfully Tao Mian's disciple had deceived the old patriarch of the Netherworld Hall, becoming his sole heir. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor from the adjacent room indicated that their guests were departing, and soon after, silence enveloped the surroundings. Shuaihan's intelligence surpassed mere gossip. He shared that the Netherworld Hall's influence within the demon realm was steadily expanding. Tan Yuan was once a formidable figure, who, amidst turmoil, ascended to leadership, starting from his own subhalls to gradually consolidate power, ultimately absorbing 3 minor sects and 2 major factions, establishing the Netherworld Hall as one of the preeminent forces in the demon realm, even surpassing the once dominant Tianjin Valley. Later, Tan Yuan devised a scheme to undermine his long-standing rival by corrupting a trusted confidant of the old Valley Master, delivering a significant blow to his adversary. However, he was unable to fully annex Tianjin Valley, as it remained resilient. Instead, he opted to support a puppet leader. The internal factions within Tianjin Valley were numerous, and while the confidant temporarily rose to power, his position was precarious, as old loyalists and a younger faction lurked in the shadows, poised for action. Despite Tan Yuan's exceptional abilities, he bore a critical flaw: his indulgence in carnal pleasures. He frequently frequented the flower streets during his leisure, and the toll on his health accumulated over time, leading to various ailments in his later years. This was why he placed such immense importance on securing a successor. Though he had lived a life of indulgence, he had but one surviving son, cherished as a precious gem by his legitimate wife. This son had shown great promise, garnering praise from the tutors and mentors Tan Yuan had engaged. Yet, this sole heir had vanished under mysterious circumstances, inciting the patriarch's wrath, leading him to execute all those who had accompanied his son on that ill-fated day. Following this tragedy, Tan Yuan's hair turned white overnight, and he aged significantly. Recently, rumors circulated that he had been relentlessly pursuing several concubines in hopes of fathering another child. Tan Yuan's anxiety regarding the succession grew until he recently located a lost scion. The young man's mother was unknown, but it was certain that his father was indeed the old patriarch of the Netherworld Hall. It remained unclear whether Tan Yuan had employed some method to confirm the bloodline. By the way, Shuehan took a sip of tea, moistening his throat before turning his gaze to Tao Mian. The new son Tan Yuan has found is your fourth disciple, Chu Suiyan. Tao Mian pondered, is this truly wise? Your third disciple happens to be the only daughter of the old valley master of Tianjin Valley. The once close relationship between the two disciples had transformed into a bitter enmity. The immortal couldn't help but self-deprecate. He indeed possessed a unique insight when it came to selecting disciples. Tao Mian replied, whether it is good or bad is not for me to decide. For Chu Liuxue and Chu Suiyan, I am merely an intruder in their lives. He posed a simple yet poignant question. If your two disciples were to turn against each other, how would you find peace? Shuehan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Tao Mian gazed down at the remnants of their meal, lost in silence for a prolonged moment. Finally, he spoke softly. I do not know. After changing, Chu Liuxue washed her hands and passed by the previously speculated private room from which the wine had come, noticing its door ajar. The table was cleared, and the attendant was vigorously wiping the surface. Observing the number of cups and bowls, she surmised that two individuals had recently occupied the space. With this understanding, she continued toward the adjacent room, where she overheard Tao Mian's words, I do not know. The young woman stood at the door, resembling a statue of exquisite grace. The attendant, carrying the used dishes, passed by her, and she raised a finger to her lips, gently shaking her head to indicate silence. The attendant nodded in compliance, tiptoeing away. After a quarter of an hour, and once the conversation inside had shifted, Chu Liuxue finally entered the room. She resumed her seat as if nothing had transpired. Tao Mian had masked his emotions well and asked if she wished to go anywhere else. Chu Liuxue cradled an intricately carved jade cup in her hands, pondering before responding, there is a place. But it has been so long that I am uncertain if I can still find it. I do not even know if it still exists. Tao Mian patted his chest, declaring, what is there to be concerned about? Finding the way is my responsibility. We shall set off immediately. Shuehan set down his wine cup, fanning himself with a black-boned fan, stating, you two go ahead. I cannot walk any further. I shall rest here and dissipate the effects of the wine. The Ascending Clouds Pavilion provided dedicated rooms for inebriated guests, so should they return, they could easily find him here. Tao Mian readily agreed, donned his mask, and called for an attendant to tend to Shuehan before leading his disciple out. The destination was not far from Moon Hill, but they needed to exit the city. Chu Liuxue's memories drifted back to many years ago, to a path lined with pear blossoms, at the boundary between the demon realm and the human world. In a small village, it seemed Tao Mian understood where Chu Liuxue intended to take him. After leaving the Ascending Clouds Pavilion, in an upper room, a figure leaned against the window, gazing intently at the retreating silhouettes of the pair until they vanished into the throng. The wine's effects are still lingering. Rest here for now and avoid returning to the hall, lest you inadvertently reveal something. Another person entered, revealing himself to be Su Tianhe, who had not been seen in the mortal realm for quite some time. Su Tianhe followed the gaze of the figure by the window, noticing Tao Mian and Chu Liuxue's departing forms. He withdrew his gaze and focused on the youth. Do not look any further. It serves no purpose. Those who descend from Peach Blossom Mountain never return. You have your own path to follow. Perhaps it was the influence of the wine that clouded the boy's perception. He rested his chin upon his arms, staring vacantly at the illuminated streets, the blooming flowers, the frolicking children, and the whispering lovers, each a vivid tapestry against the evening sky. Slowly, he let his eyelids fall, a heaviness settling within his heart. The cacophony of voices around him felt foreign. He was but a stranger amidst the revelry. The vastness of the world loomed large and silent, leaving him to ponder where a vessel might find its harbor. Chapter 42. The falling pear blossoms. The silver notes had arrived. Tao Mian hired a carriage drawn by the peculiar skeletal horses of the demon realm, known for their swiftness. They journeyed westward along the path etched in Chu Liushua's memories, during which the girl clutched the small curtain of the carriage, gazing outside. Around the hour of the pig, they finally arrived. After disembarking, Tao Mian generously rewarded the driver with several pieces of silver, to which the driver inclined his head slightly in gratitude. With a sharp whistle, the skeletal horse galloped away, leaving the scene behind. Turning back, Tao Mian noticed his disciple standing beneath the largest pear tree at the village's entrance, her palm caressing the trunk as she gazed up. The branches were bare, devoid of blossoms or fruit. Even the leaves had long since fallen. This tree had withered and died, much like the village itself. Chu Liushue appeared lost in a reverie, her words dwindling. Tao Mian chose not to disturb her, silently following in her wake. They traversed the sandy road of the village, flanked by rows of houses, once vibrant with life, but now desolate. Time had altered all. Chu Liushue briefly mentioned that this place had once suffered from famine, and no further words were needed. The silence spoke volumes. The village nestled against a low hill, with a few households at its base. Where Chu Liushue paused before one of the smaller, dilapidated homes, its fence half collapsed. She pushed open the courtyard gate, with Tao Mian trailing behind. She did not linger inside, seeming to find little worth reminiscing, and instead moved directly to the yard behind the house. Here stood a larger pear tree, grander than the one at the village entrance. Though it bore no blossoms, its lush canopy suggested that when in bloom, it must have covered the sky in a delicate, snowy hue. It was still alive. Chu Liushue gently patted the trunk, as if greeting an old friend. Seeing the tree still possessed a flicker of vitality, she sighed with relief, her eyes sparkling with joy. Beyond the courtyard lay a small hill. Chu Liushue opened a small gate in the fence and waited for Tao Mian to pass before closing it behind them. This hill, while lacking the ethereal charm of Peach Blossom Mountain, still held a subtle grace. Chu Liushue walked along a narrow, winding path that, to Tao Mian, seemed indistinguishable from the surrounding brambles and weeds, but the girl skillfully brushed aside the undergrowth, revealing a trail leading further into the mountain. After an indeterminate time, Chu Liushue finally paused, scanning the area until she reached a clearing. This secluded spot was perilously close to a sheer cliff, where one misstep could lead to disaster. The wind whistled through the valley, swirling their garments as Chu Liushue stood tall before several neglected graves. There were 5 in total, for boar tombstones, while one appeared to have been disturbed and hastily covered again, the circumstances of which remained a mystery. A long trench separated 2 of the graves from the other 3. With her hair swaying in the breeze, Chu Liushue, her back to Tao Mian, began to recount the stories of those interred, her voice a mere whisper. The 4 graves belonged to the old servant who had rescued her from the Dou family, her adoptive father, Scholar Chu, and the couple who later took her in. Chu Suiyin had once told her that after leaving the demon realm, the old servant traded her for her newborn granddaughter in a desperate bid for survival. The pursuers were relentless, and she could not escape far enough, eventually collapsing in this village at the juncture of 2 worlds, utterly exhausted. She thought both her life and that of the infant were destined to end in this place, despairing as she lay along the path into the village. Surrounded by blooming pear trees, their blossoms like pure white snow blanketing the ground. A kind-hearted scholar, noticing the pair, took them in. At the time, the infant gazed wide-eyed, reflecting the sea of white blossoms above. Liushue, he named her, not for the winter snow, but for the drifting petals that resembled falling snowflakes. The scholar provided shelter for the infant and the old servant, taking upon himself the task of naming the child, as the servant was illiterate. He chose the name Liushue, capturing the beauty of their first meeting within her name. Soon after, the old servant passed away. Her loyalty and sacrifice during perilous times haunted her, and the image of the infant, always present in her dreams, bled her heart with regret. The old servant, tormented by guilt, fell into despondency and soon succumbed to illness. Not wanting to burden the scholar, she withdrew into the woods, forsaking food and water for 7 days, ultimately passing away on a silent moonlit night, her remorse finding its conclusion in death. From that moment on, the scholar and the girl, bound by no blood relation, relied upon each other. He taught her to read, to observe the stars, and to identify poisonous plants and medicinal herbs on the mountainside. He introduced her to a vibrant flower known as oleander, which, while beautiful, was deadly to both man and beast if ingested, yet it also held medicinal properties. The scholar imparted not only knowledge but wisdom, explaining that flowers themselves are innocent. Their worth dictated by the hearts of those who wield them. And yet, human hearts are ever-changing, where good and evil can rise in an instant. The scholar, frail and ailing, prompted the girl to study medicine to aid him, even experimenting with remedies herself. Yet life often unfolds in a manner where all efforts seem futile. The scholar wished for her safety and preferred her company over her risking herself on the mountainside. He revealed her origins, honoring the old servant's dying wish. But he was reluctant to plunge the child he had raised into a vortex of hatred. Love has its limits, but hatred knows no bounds. Where does revenge end? The girl, unwilling to let the scholar depart with unfulfilled eyes, nodded in agreement, despite knowing he had been poisoned. The scholar closed his eyes peacefully, as if drifting into slumber. She reached to check his breath, slowly retreating her trembling hand, aware of his imminent demise. The scholar secured her future by entrusting her to a couple in the village. When they inquired about her name, she replied, "I am Chu Liuxue, the Chu of the river, the Lu of flowing, and the Shui of snow." She wished not to cling to anything ephemeral, including a name that could only evoke fleeting memories. The scholar bequeathed his entire fortune to the couple, who then agreed to take in Chu Liuxue. Living under their roof, she assumed the role of a servant, learning the household duties at a tender age, dutifully serving her nominal parents, yet she bore no resentment at that time. It was only when they sold her into a brothel that she first tasted the bitterness of hatred. Employing poison, she exacted vengeance upon the trafficker, leaving no room for the unsuspecting man to defend himself. Her adoptive parents shared the same fate. My benefactors lie here, as do my enemies. Chu Liuxue gazed at the 4 graves with headstones, the old servant, the scholar, her adoptive parents, whose spirits seemed to silently observe her presence. An empty grave stood among them, prepared long ago yet abandoned multiple times. Tao Mian, Chu Liuxue suddenly called upon the immortal's name. You are a paragon of virtue. To be with you banishes cunning and forgets the hatreds of the past. She appeared to reminisce about everything from Peach Blossom Mountain, her expression softening, her eyes sparkling with a celestial glimmer. Yet that glimmer dimmed once more. But my cultivation is insufficient. Love and hate remain unresolved. She wished not to disturb the resting spirits of those she did not wish to hate, fearing they might awaken the one she cherished. Chapter 43. A girl descending the mountain decides on revenge. The revenge plan of Chu Liuxue had already been set in motion many years ago, though there was a time she had contemplated abandoning it. She thought that perhaps it would be sufficient to spend her life on Peach Blossom Mountain. I have indeed envisioned such days, where I and Sui Yin would grow old before you, and in our twilight years, we could brew tea and admire the blossoms in the courtyard, listening to the whispers of the wind. Had Sui Yin never descended the mountain? The silence of Tao Mian was finally broken, her voice raspy and worn. When did you come to know the true identity of the 4 piles? Chu Liuxue smiled faintly. From the very first day I encountered him, she replied. Chu Sui Yin had been entrusted to him by his mother, yet the boy was too young to remember anything. Later, he was deceived by his sister's words, led to believe that he was a child plucked from a refuse heap. Chu Sui Yin's mother had been a renowned singer who once shared a romantic liaison with the master of the underworld hall. Regrettably, the heart of a person can change, and deep affections can be misplaced, leaving behind only the unfortunate fruit of Chu Sui Yin. She, cradling her frail and ailing child, sought to confront her former lover in the demon realm for an explanation, but she succumbed to exhaustion along the way, barely clinging to life. In her final moments, she felt nothing but hatred. Chu Liuxue merely happened to pass by, and out of a fleeting kindness, she offered a bowl of rice soup. The mother grasped the girl's hand tightly, imploring her to take her child to the underworld hall to find Tan Yuan. It was an impudent request, Chu Liuxue mused. But had the woman not been driven to desperation, perhaps she would not have harbored such ugly hatred for another. Though still young, she had aged prematurely. In Chu Liuxue's eyes, the woman appeared shrouded in twilight, with dark circles under her eyes and lips tinged with purple. It was said that she had once been a celebrated singer in the royal capital, with countless nobles lavishing gold for her smile. Chu Liuxue found herself abruptly burdened with an infant swaddled in cloth, unsure of what to do. At that moment, she had just buried her adoptive parents in a grave prepared long ago, utterly alone. Yet she understood that even sustaining herself was a challenge, let alone carrying such a burden. Without hesitation, Chu Liuxue intended to return the swaddled child to the singer, but when she looked down, she discovered that the woman had already passed away, the sweet fragrance of life extinguished. This was troublesome, Chu Liuxue thought. Trouble was her greatest fear. The old servant had died, the scholar had died, her adoptive parents were gone. And now she was left with two remaining enemies, a traitor from Tianjing Valley and the master of the underworld hall. The latter two were not as easily dealt with as her adoptive parents, so Chu Liuxue was not in a hurry. After all, she was younger than they. Even if she did nothing, as long as she nurtured her health, in 50 years, she could visit their graves and disturb their eternal rest. Chu Liuxue had always been one to repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Encountering such an ambiguous situation for the first time left her in a quandary. You are Tan Yuan's son, and Tan Yuan is my foe. Ensuring his ends could be considered a form of revenge, yet you bear no grudge against me. Chu Liuxue furrowed her brow, her tone flat, as if pondering what to have for dinner. She placed the swaddled child on the ground and extended a hand, gripping the corner of the blanket. Killing an infant was remarkably easy. All she had to do was cover the child's face with the blanket and hold it tight. If fortune favored her, she might not even hear a cry. Chu Liuxue did indeed proceed with this thought. She draped the floral blanket over the boy's face, fixating on the ants moving along the roadside, counting silently. 1, 2, 3. He truly did not cry? Curiosity compelled her to lift the blanket and check if the child had truly perished. The infant stirred, suddenly revealing a foolish and unsightly grin. Chu Liuxue wrinkled her nose. How could a child be so ugly? She pondered. Perhaps I should wait a while longer. After all, it was not as if she could kill Tan Yuan at that moment. Such a tangled matter could be left for later contemplation. And so I carried him with me until I met you. Tao Mian felt a flicker of surprise as Chu Suiyin chose to return to the underworld hall. Chu Liuxue's emotions remained relatively stable. He speculated that she might have been aware all along. Yet, he had not anticipated that she had been carrying the bloodline of her enemy for so long. Perhaps it was all in preparation for her eventual act of vengeance. Or perhaps for another reason entirely. I truly made every effort to persuade myself to let go, and I was nearly successful. Chu Liuxue spoke quietly, gazing at the graves before her. She recounted the countless times she had considered abandoning young Chu Suiyin at the crossroads to fend for himself, and how many times she had recklessly turned back to find him. Chu Suiyin had always thought his sister was merely lost, never suspecting otherwise. You were a salvation to me. In Peach Blossom Mountain, I scarcely thought of revenge. The mountain embraced all my emotions, and I needed not think of anything else. Those were the most carefree years. Chu Liuxue laid bare her heart to Tao Mian, but he shook his head, unwilling to listen further. Do not speak of it any longer. Since Tuesday, it must not be spoken of again. The girl had always been taciturn, concealing all her thoughts within. She was the most discerning disciple he had ever accepted, always aware of what should and should not be said. She would not impose her emotions on others, nor would she be easily swayed by external influences. Her heart a clear and pristine vessel. Now, as she resolved to unearth the words buried deep within her heart, it must have been due to a monumental decision she had made. Surely, it would not be a decision any immortal would willingly accept. Chu Liuxue took 2 steps forward, her gaze warm as she regarded Tao Mian, her master. I am sorry, master. I had no desire to impose this upon you. I know how deeply the deaths of brother Gu and sister Lu have affected you, and I do not wish to cause you further pain. Yet, the blood of the Dou family will repeatedly stain my dreams, and I will defend my father of Tianjing Valley with all my might. While my mother sacrificed her own daughter to protect me, my old servant, the scholar, bears a resemblance to you. He did not wish for me to tread the path of vengeance, nor do you wish it. You are the only 2 good souls I have encountered in my brief 20 years. I once fought desperately to save him, and I still wish to accompany you for the long haul. I long for revenge, but I also wish to repay kindness. Yet, in this world, how can one achieve both? Loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist, and it seems revenge and gratitude are equally difficult to reconcile. I ponder daily, yet find no solution. So I must seek vengeance first, then repay kindness. If you are willing to wait, please do so for me. Chu Liuxue was a thorough person, considerate in all matters. Both her palms bore flesh. She and Chu Suiyin were disciples of Tao Mian, and she did not wish to burden him. You must continue to lead a carefree life as an immortal. I do not wish to trouble you with my affairs, nor do I believe Suiyin would. But in all things, there may be unforeseen circumstances. To guard against such uncertainties, master, I ask for a promise from you. Please extend one to Suiyin as well. When we kneel outside your door, requesting the fulfillment of that promise, then you may decide. The girl turned away, smiling softly in the moonlight towards the immortal. The pear blossoms in the scholar's courtyard bloomed beautifully, Silver notes, if I cannot make it in time, please see to it for me. Chapter 44. The banquet at Hongmen. Chu Liuxue ultimately departed from the mountain. She was a person with a clear purpose. This plan had taken shape in her mind many years ago, but the conditions for execution had not been met until now. The timing had matured, and all that remained was for her to catch this favorable wind. In the briefest time, she reached out to the former subordinates of the old Valley Master, Do Huai. She was willing to be a compliant pawn, adhering to their directives, as long as it led her to the position of Valley Master. The former subordinates were naturally overjoyed. They were ambitious but lacked a front, a name, which was why they had persistently sought Chu Liushue's return to the valley for so many years. This first step consumed 5 years. During this time, Chu Liushue meticulously unraveled the various factions within the valley, dismantling them one by one. The smaller factions were directly annihilated, while the larger ones were continuously divided and neutralized until they were reduced to smaller factions, ultimately to be eradicated entirely. She may not possess exceptional talent in cultivation, but her mind is remarkably clear and agile, rivaling even that of her senior brother and second sister. It did not take long for her to clarify the various affairs of the valley, and now she intends to sever the current Valley Master's path to survival. This Valley Master is the very traitor who betrayed Do Huai, leading to the destruction of his family. Chu Liushue shows him no mercy. On a night of the full moon, she confronts the Valley Master with her own forces. A clash of life and death ensues. It is the first time Chu Liushue has been driven to such a frenzy. Although she has not fully grasped the techniques taught by Tao Mian, they are nonetheless unparalleled celestial arts. Mastering even a portion is sufficient to deal with ordinary cultivators. She captures the Valley Master alive, and as she watches the man before her plead for mercy, a wave of sorrow washes over her. How tragic it is that a subordinate her father once trusted so deeply is such a cowardly fool. Nevertheless, she does not intend to let him go. Chu Liushue subjects the traitor to a year and 3 months of torment, day and night, dangling his life by a thread, leaving him with little more than the ability to breathe. Each time she leaves the dungeon, half of her shoes are stained with blood. Until now, Chu Liushue had never imagined she could be so ruthless and resolute. After enduring numerous hardships, including near-fatal encounters and betrayals by her subordinates, she finally ascends to the position of Valley Master. Standing at the highest point of the hall, she gazes down at the bowing demons, contemplating that once she accomplishes one more target, she can return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Her second goal is to exact revenge on the Underworld Hall, just as they once did to Tianjin Valley. Yet, she vows to be even more merciless. She intends to obliterate the Underworld Hall entirely. When she declares this decision, several subordinates in the meeting strongly oppose her. The Underworld Hall wields immense power, and Tianjin Valley is no longer what it once was. If they insist on a head-on confrontation, they risk suffering greater losses and could easily find themselves crushed by the Underworld Hall, never to recover. Many subordinates agree with this sentiment, and Chu Liushue perceives that even those who remain silent are inwardly in accord. She caresses the carvings on the armrest of her chair and calmly states that if 1 year is insufficient, then 2 will suffice. If 2 years fail, then 10. If 10 years prove fruitless, then a century. They are demons, with lifespans that are long enough to endure. If this generation cannot realize the plan to annex the Underworld Hall, the next generation will. One subordinate stands up, pointing a finger at Chu Liushue, accusing her of madness. Chu Liushue coldly returns his gaze and replies that without the resolve to burn bridges, it will be Tianjin Valley that is enslaved a century from now. The subordinates leave in silence, and by the next day, the fiery youth of yesterday is nowhere to be seen. Chu Liushue has made her resolve clear. In contrast to the unceasing storms faced by Tianjin Valley, the Underworld Hall has remained relatively dormant over the past 5 years. The old Hall Master prolongs his life with elixirs, while the successor, Tan Feng, diligently studies alongside his master and several branch leaders, preparing for the future. There were many voices of opposition regarding this new successor, yet over 5 years, those voices inexplicably vanished. The most vehement dissenters among the branch leaders either fell gravely ill or died mysteriously, each with different causes of death, yet all suspicious. The old Hall Master pretends not to notice, merely spending lavishly to placate the kin of the branch leaders. Thus, matters settle down. The confrontation between Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall will inevitably resurface. It is merely the stirring of undercurrents at this stage. Chu Liushue aims to kill the old Hall Master, Tan Yuan. Her subordinates advise her that Tan Yuan has little time left and that there is no need to expend effort to hasten his demise. However, Chu Liushue insists that if she does not personally slay him, everything will be meaningless. Once a girl who claimed to be a mere pawn, she successfully deceived everyone except herself. Unbeknownst to her, she has already seized power into her own hands. She understands that being manipulated will never allow her to realize those unutterable, mad decisions. Just like her intent to kill Tan Yuan, her subordinates continue to dissuade her. And ultimately, they revise the plan with her, step by step. Yet, the plan is outpaced by change. Tan Yuan, who was barely hanging on to life, unexpectedly dies of illness. Chu Liuxue dismisses everyone, locking herself in her room, refusing to see anyone. 3 days pass. No one knows what thoughts occupy the young Valley Master during that time. They wait outside the door, too afraid to discuss or disturb her, exchanging glances instead. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, Chu Liuxue emerges from her room. Her expression indifferent. "Let us go," she says. "Since the plan has changed, we shall continue forward." What lies ahead is the same direction toward the annexation of the Underworld Hall. Thus, she must eliminate the current new Hall Master, Tan Fong. His current name is Tan Fong. He was once called Sui Yin, and he bears the surname Chu, bestowed upon him by Chu Liuxue. This pair of siblings, bound not by blood, has ultimately arrived at this juncture. A letter arrives on the desk of the Valley Master, sent from the Underworld Hall. The new Hall Master's tone in the letter is intimate, as if it were not a missive to a mortal enemy, but a note to kin. He writes little, first expressing his longing for his sister, then briefly mentioning the act of killing Tan Yuan, as if avenging his sister. He inquires when she will return to Peach Blossom Mountain with him, reminiscing about little Tao Master and his tea, wishing to admire flowers and moonlight together. In the closing of the letter, he invites Chu Liuxue to visit the Underworld Hall, his words warm and sincere. Chu Liuxue reads the letter in its entirety, then expressionless, holds it to the candle flame, allowing the fire to consume the paper. How well he feigns sincerity. Had she not discovered that the recent attempts on her life were orchestrated by the current new Hall Master of the Underworld Hall, she might have been deceived by his seemingly heartfelt sentiments. Yet, she decides to attend the banquet. Chapter 45. Randomness and Uncertainty. The new Hall Master of the Underworld Hall hosts a banquet, and any faction of notable repute in the demon realm must pay their respects. Beyond mere appearances, it is also an opportunity to gauge the weight of this young successor. A week before the banquet, invited guests speculate whether Tianjin Valley, the Underworld Hall's sworn enemy, will make an appearance. Though the new Valley Master is a woman, she wields a thunderous hand, decisive and merciless. She may appear delicate and unassuming, but when she strikes, she shows no mercy. Tianjin Valley has undergone a complete transformation, regaining a semblance of its former grandeur. The invitation extended by the Underworld Hall to Tianjin Valley is less an invitation than a declaration of war. Just as others chatter and conclude that Tianjin Valley will ignore the invitation, on the day of the banquet, the Valley Master indeed arrives with her envoy. When Chu Liuxue stands at the entrance of the hall, the once raucous atmosphere of the banquet falls silent. She travels without a retinue, accompanied only by her envoy. One might commend her absolute confidence in departing unscathed, or criticize her recklessness. The Valley Master seldom smiles, her gaze perpetually calm and untroubled. It is well known that this Chu Valley Master lost her family at a young age and has wandered for years, enduring considerable hardship. Thus, her character is reclusive and reserved. Even when great fortune befalls her, she merely casts a placid glance before moving on. Many deem her cold and eccentric, unaware that she too once cherished the fleeting bloom of a night flower and found joy in such trivial matters. Chu Liuxue pays no mind to the opinions of outsiders. She disregards the irrelevant onlookers. Even Tan Fong holds little significance in her eyes. She simply finds an empty seat and takes her place. The envoy stands beside her, eyes cast down, silently guarding their Valley Master, not appearing to be one for much conversation. Although the two of them entered quietly, without exchanging glances or words with anyone, their formidable presence was unmistakable. The Underworld Hall and the Heavenly Inn Valley have always been at odds, to exaggerate. Even the dogs raised by both factions might engage in a scuffle. The onlookers were baffled as to why Tan Fong would invite Chu Liuxue and were even more perplexed by her attendance at the banquet. Naturally, the two parties involved would not provide any clarifications. A few members of the intermediary sects, seeking to avoid offending either side, approached Chu Liuxue to offer their greetings. Chu Liuxue exchanged a few polite remarks, but showed no inclination for further conversation. The more proactive guests, sensing her reluctance, refrained from further intruding. Gradually, an invisible barrier formed around their vicinity, isolating them from the rest of the gathering. Among the invited guests, some harbored resentment towards Chu Liuxue and whispered among themselves, suggesting that if she did not wish to attend, she should not have come at all, putting on airs unnecessarily. Before a friend could respond, another voice interjected into their conversation. It is indeed a privilege for the leader of the heavenly End Valley to grace my underworld hall. Guests are to be treated with respect, so let her be as she wishes. The murmuring guests were interrupted, and they collectively turned to identify the source of the clear voice. A young man in splendid attire was smiling at them. The light illuminated his handsome features, and his eyes were as deep and dark as an abyss. It was none other than Tan Fong, the master of the underworld hall. The guests felt a wave of embarrassment for having been overheard gossiping, especially in the presence of the banquet's host. They laughed awkwardly and offered a few compliments to the new hall master, eager to move past the incident. Tan Fong, showing no signs of offense, gracefully shifted the conversation to other topics. As he departed with a cup of wine in hand, the guests released a collective sigh of relief, only to realize that Tan Fong might have been speaking up for Chu Liuxue. This notion was more frightening than the sky falling. After a moment of internal conflict, they thought to themselves, it must be an illusion, an absolute illusion. Tan Fong's father was the sworn enemy of Chu Liuxue, who had avenged her parents. For the two to coexist peacefully under one roof was a miracle. How could he possibly speak on her behalf? In contrast to the aloof Chu Liuxue, Tan Fong was clearly adept at socializing, navigating conversations with ease. He exchanged pleasantries with other guests before finally turning his attention to Chu Liuxue. However, just as he approached her with a cup of carefully poured wine, she stood up first, her eyes fixed incredulously on a corner of the hall. In that corner stood a table set for drinking, where someone was indulging in solitary revelry. She recognized that face. It was none other than Xue Han, with whom she had crossed paths a few times. It was not surprising that Xue, a successful businessman with dealings in the underworld valley, was present. Chu Liuxue initially dismissed it from her mind. Yet, as she withdrew her gaze, she caught sight of another figure rising beside Xue Han. This person had been lying by the table, and thus she had not noticed him before. He appeared unwell, his complexion pale, breath weak, with his features drooping in a dismal manner. Xue Han urged him to lean against the pillar behind him and handed him a calming sachet from his robe. The individual received it with one hand, concealing the sachet with the wide sleeve, covering his mouth and nose so as not to inhale the strong scent directly. Chu Liuxue understood the reason for his discomfort. Prior to entering the demon domain, he would have needed to inhale the soul-returning incense for 3 days. His appearance bore slight alterations from her memories, perhaps due to a minor illusion he cast to avoid revealing his true identity and attracting trouble. Despite the changes, she could still recognize him. The sound of footsteps approached, growing nearer. Chu Liuxue did not turn her head, but continued to observe the individual's every movement. She bit her tongue, forcing herself to suppress her emotions. From her throat, she managed to squeeze out these words, "Let us not disturb him regarding our matters." I believe this was our unspoken understanding. The person beside her did not reply immediately, but fell silent for a moment, turning partially to look at the individual through the crowd. Parting brings lingering thoughts. I do not wish to intrude, yet I cannot help but miss you. This may well be the only sincere sentiment spoken by the hall master tonight, precious amidst the pretense and flattery. Chu Liuxue believed his words to be genuine, yet she could not accept them. Chu Suiyin, she still called him by his former name. The grievances between us cannot be resolved in mere phrases. Tao Mian is innocent. He merely helped us 2 unfortunate children out of kindness. Perhaps it would have been better had he not intervened at all. You brought me here to support you. But what is the meaning of bringing Tao Mian along? Do you think he would be pleased to witness this sibling rivalry? Can you bear to inflict further wounds upon his heart? Chu Liuxue lost her composure. Encountering Tao Mian here shocked and angered her. She had fought so hard to extricate him from the turmoil, willing to keep her mouth shut forever, even amidst great injustice and overwhelming challenges, refusing to seek help from her master. Yet, all these years of effort were so easily undone by Chu Suiyin, igniting a murderous intent within her. She and Chu Suiyin could not coexist. One of them had to perish. Chapter 46. Will we continue to fight? Tan Fong, provoked by Chu Liuxue's exasperated remarks, felt a surge of anger. For a long time, he had struggled to comprehend Chu Liuxue. He could hardly recall the days when they had relied on each other. Back then, a mere glance from her would convey her thoughts to him instantly. Did such moments truly exist? Why must you inherit the heavenly End Valley? His voice was tense, laden with confusion and resentment. Liuxue, my return to the demon domain was to transcend the limitations of lifespan, to grow strong enough to protect you and the master. Why do you also return, only to inherit the heavenly End Valley? When Tan Fong was still Chu Suiyin, Explaining the enmity between the heavenly End Valley and the underworld hall could take days, and he would grasp not a fraction of it. Even upon returning to the hall, poring over ancient texts in the library, and spending an entire night at the tomb in the back mountain, he still could not quell the pain that screamed within his bloodline. The hatred between the underworld hall and the heavenly End Valley has persisted for centuries. The ebb and flow of their powers have led to each other's nightmares. The history of their rivalry is written in mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Ultimately, even if Tan Fong could not forgive his father for abandoning them, he could still understand why his father had once devastated the heavenly End Valley. Yet, the more he understood, the greater his anguish. Because Chu Liuxue chose to return to the heavenly End Valley. Tan Fong once thought naively that even if he learned of Chu Liuxue's true heritage, he could console himself with the thought that it did not matter. As long as Liuxue did not claim her ancestry. Once the underworld hall annihilated the heavenly End Valley, he could leave everything behind and return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Together with Liuxue and the Master, spring rains bring blossoms, and flowers stir the spring colors of the mountains. As long as he wished for it. After traversing the mortal realm, he could still return to that mountain. But Chu Liuxue's choice shattered his dreams. It was all for naught. Tan Fong's words were absorbed by Chu Liuxue, and she curled her lips, unsure if she was mocking herself or him. So you wish to return? We cannot go back. Chu Suiyin, you and I, neither of us can return. She seemed to sigh, yet her next words resumed the tone of questioning. We are both irreparably damaged. But why did you bring Tao Mian? He should be as far removed from our mess as possible, and then we can determine our fates through conflict. Returning to the initial question, Tan Fong grew impatient. I told you, I invited the Master for no ulterior motive. Even if I were to commit the most heinous of deeds, I would never harm those who matter most to me. I merely wish to see him. However, after descending the mountain for many years, he found himself devoid of a suitable excuse, and thus refrained from daring to invite his master for a meeting. Both were there for Tao Mian, yet their words seemed to elude a common understanding, resulting in a hushed argument. This moment of bickering seemed to transport them back to years gone by, though they remained entirely unaware of it. If it were merely a war of words, it might have sufficed. Yet, in the end, their disagreement escalated into a physical altercation. Although the guests present sensed the impending conflict, it still unfolded with startling abruptness. Tao Mian, standing nearby, was left bewildered. What was happening? Initially, he had felt elated upon receiving the invitation from the underworld hall. His disciples were all exceptionally capable individuals, and he preferred not to intrude upon them without necessity. Moreover, they seemed to have no intention of reaching out to him, and over time, he too ceased to take the initiative. The fact that his fourth disciple had extended an invitation was a testament that he still held a place in their hearts. Elated, Tao Mian hastily penned a letter to Shui Han, requesting some resurrection incense for his descent into the demon realm. When Shui Han inquired about his purpose for going to the demon realm, he truthfully stated he wished to see his disciples. Soon after, the necessary incense was sent, devoid of any additional correspondence. This was not characteristic of Manager Shui. In the past, whenever he had sought assistance, the other party would have clamored for numerous favors in return. Anxiously, Tao Mian prepared the incense, adhering to the customary 3-day ritual before he felt himself floating into the demon realm. Indeed, his foreboding was confirmed upon his arrival. He immediately spotted the carriage of the Shui family. There was no escaping this fate. Shui Han waved the invitation in his hand, indicating that he too had been invited. Tao Mian dared not inquire about the source of his invitation. Instead, he chose to remain mute, pretending to be deaf and dumb, avoiding conversation at all costs. Shui Han continued to chuckle coldly. Nevertheless, with the well-connected manager Shui by his side, entering the underworld hall became a far more manageable endeavor. Tao Mian regarded himself as a mere package, content to be towed along by manager Shui, dismissing all other concerns. Due to his unassuming demeanor and simple attire, he was mistaken for manager Shui's servant by the hall steward. This left Tao Mian feeling quite vexed. Next time, perhaps he should refrain from transforming into an ordinary face while using his illusionary art. From an inconspicuous servant to a more striking one, he ought to be grateful that he was only recognized as a servant. Had he been mistaken for something else, Manager Shui would have laughed. Tao Mian responded with a prolonged silence. Initially, after successfully entering, he anticipated a reunion with his disciples, believing all would be well. However, things took an unexpected turn. The hall was suffused with heavy demonic energy, rendering Tao Mian dizzy and nearly causing him to stumble over the threshold. He staggered after Shui Han into the hall, intending to sit and regain his composure before seeking out his disciples. Yet, before he could collect himself, chaos erupted. The instigators of this turmoil were none other than his third and fourth disciples. The two were embroiled in a fierce struggle, and while they were both cultivators, even a minor scuffle could wreak havoc in the Grand Hall. The Hall Master and Valley Master were at odds, and the subordinates of the Underworld Hall rushed in, while the left envoy protected Chu Lu Shui amidst the fray. What began as a duel between two soon escalated into a full-blown brawl. Although the demon realm lacked the stringent rules of the mortal realm and celestial realm, such open conflict during a banquet was still a rare occurrence. The guests were at a loss, uncertain of whom to support, as either choice would offend someone. The roof of the Grand Hall trembled ominously, tiles falling and shattering upon impact outside the entrance. Not only the roof, but also the beams seemed on the verge of collapse. Just as Tao Mian stood, preparing to intervene, his precious incense pouch slipped from his grasp. As he bent to retrieve it, a beam suddenly fell. Had it not been for Shui Han's timely pull from behind, Tao Mian's head would have surely been in peril. The celestial beings were now enraged. In that moment, nearly no one comprehended the unfolding chaos. Only when Chu Lu Shui and Tan Fong briefly separated before rushing towards one another again did two swords plunge into the ground before them, embedding a full foot deep. They were forced to halt, and as the dust settled, the onlookers turned towards the direction from which the swords had flown. The figure was somewhat obscured, yet the voice rang out with authority. "Shall we continue fighting?" The tone was stern and commanding, leaving the origins of this imposing presence shrouded in mystery. Chapter 47. The radiant moonlight. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. The guests at the banquet were still reeling from the shock of witnessing the leaders of Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall engage in combat. Even more incredulous was the audacity of one individual who dared to position themselves between the two in an attempt to mediate. The two swords that had flown forth, one long and one short, clearly belonged to different masters. The respective owners of the swords were now realizing their possessions had vanished. "Is that my sword?" As the dust settled, Chu Lu Shui and Tan Fong stood on opposite sides, glaring at one another, neither willing to concede. It was only when the mysterious figure spoke that both turned to bow respectfully. "Master, Master." To their astonishment, it was indeed their master. Now, the guests were left utterly flabbergasted. Chu Lu Shui and Tan Fong had actually paid their respects to their master. The leaders of the Underworld Hall and Tianjin Valley were united under one master. Which revelation was more astonishing? The guests involuntarily shifted their gazes towards the central figures of the conflict. The person was dressed modestly, a jade hairpin securing their hair, and appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly no older than their own disciples. Could such a young cultivator truly be their master? Tao Mian stood between his two disciples, his expression unusually filled with suppressed ire. It was the first time they had witnessed their master in a state of anger, and they dared not make a sound. Despite their formidable presence outside, before their master, they remained humble and obedient, eager to listen. The banquet, which had been delightful, was now in disarray, and Tao Mian was thoroughly disappointed in them. He intended to reprimand his disciples, but before he could utter a word, they were already attempting to placate him. "Master, please do not be angry. It was our fault. It's entirely our mistake." Their swift admission of guilt raised suspicions regarding the sincerity of their contrition. Tao Mian, being astute, was well aware of the underlying motives of his disciples, who had grown up under his watchful eye. Thus, his frustration only deepened, and with a heavy sigh, he swept away from the gathering. Chu Lu Shui and Tan Fong exchanged glances, their previous sibling intuition reigniting after years apart. The former chased after him, while the latter dusted himself off, smiling as he nonchalantly reassured the remaining guests, as if he had not just been embroiled in a fierce battle. The celestial being had not strayed far. After a brief search, Chu Lu Shui found him beneath a weeping crabapple tree in the courtyard. Tao Mian was busily uprooting plants and flowers, having snapped a branch in his agitation, the petals drifting down around him as a reflection of his turbulent emotions. Chu Lu Shui paused for a moment before resolutely approaching her master. The two of them, one standing and the other crouching, presented an intriguing tableau. Tao Mian, disinterested in looking up, muttered, "Do not speak to me. I am still angry and may resort to harsh words." Chu Lu Shui replied, "Just let it go, master. Do not burden yourself. It can only be said that your temperament needs adjusting. You will never master the art of cursing." Tao Mian perked up his ears, taken aback by her words. Ah, so she looked down upon him, did she? He stood to engage her in a debate, eager to showcase his extensive vocabulary. Yet, upon locking eyes with her, the typically reserved Chu Lu Shui could no longer contain herself and broke into a smile. "What are you laughing at?" Tao Mian feigned authority, adopting a stern expression as he questioned her. Chu Luxue shook her head, still smiling. It is nothing. I simply realized that you remain unchanged. How delightful. This time, the celestial being felt a touch of embarrassment, unable to maintain his earlier demeanor. He stammered, conceding her point. The two of them settled side by side on the long bench in the courtyard, bathed in the bright moonlight, with no wind or clouds in sight, creating an idyllic evening. They engaged in trivial chit-chat, meticulously selecting inconsequential topics, and for the better part of half an hour, they indulged in meaningless banter. Perhaps this was the unique rapport between master and disciple. The world is too harsh, and encounters are rare. So it is better to exchange light-hearted nonsense for a moment of laughter. Even so, Tao Mian keenly sensed that Chu Liuxue was more silent than usual. Among his 4 disciples at Taohuan Mountain, Gu Yuan, Yuan Di, Liuxue, and Sui Yin, if one were to determine which disciple caused him the least worry, it would undoubtedly be the 3rd disciple. Chu Liuxue always possessed a clear awareness of her actions and rarely acted impulsively. From a young age, she was a child of meticulous thought, and while Tao Mian had no concern for her being deceived or taken advantage of, he did worry that her heavy ponderings might become an unnecessary burden. The immortals of the mountain do not urge those below to descend. They allow the secular world to flow by like water, as it should be. Yet, if every matter were to follow such a rigid path, would it not render one a mere shell of existence? Tao Mian remarked to Liuxue that the peach blossoms on the mountain had bloomed, suggesting that if she found herself with idle time, she should take a stroll. Chu Liuxue's eyes curved into a smile as she replied, "All right." This promise was not truly a promise. She understood that there might never again be an opportunity to return to the mountain. Even if she did return, she would be a sinner with blood on her hands. However, under the brilliant moonlight, why speak of despair and tarnish such a beautiful moment? Suddenly, the quiet and reticent left envoy appeared beneath a flowering tree, making his presence known to the two in the courtyard without uttering a word. "I shall take my leave," he announced, and as Chu Liuxue departed with an air of nonchalance, she waved her hand behind her, saying, "When I return to the mountain, remember to leave a fine wine for me." It was only after their figures vanished completely beyond the moon gate of the courtyard that Tao Mian spoke softly. "Are you not planning to come out? Do you not wish to see me, your master?" The flowers beside him rustled, a sound akin to garments brushing against them. Concurrently, a youthful male voice responded with a hint of resignation. "How could that be?" Tan Fong emerged from behind the blossoms, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. "Master, please do not chide me. I am not good with words and have never been one for debate." Tao Mian remained non-committal, patting the empty space beside him. Inviting him to sit, Tan Fong obediently took a seat, shaking out his garments, causing a few withered blossoms to fall. "What shall we discuss?" When apart, there were always 1,000 words to say, yet upon reunion, they found themselves at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin or what to address. He leaned his arms against his sides and gazed up at the full moon in the sky. Tao Mian, too, wished not to disrupt this rare tranquility, counting the withered blossoms on the branch in his hand. Upon reaching the 15th blossom, Tan Fong finally spoke. "Did you only wish to accept Liuxue as your disciple back then?" He had finally voiced a question that had lingered in his heart for many years. While he already possessed an answer, he still hoped for a different response from his master. However, before Tao Mian could reply, he shook his head as if to evade the topic. "No, master, perhaps it is better if you do not tell me. I cannot bear to hear it." He withdrew his arms, his fingers casually interlacing on his lap, then glanced at the moonlight once more. "How about you tell me instead? I can accept any answer." Tao Mian remained silent, watching as Tan Fong shifted 3 times in his seat, becoming increasingly embarrassed. "I am," the person beside him asserted with unwavering certainty, causing the young man's heart to tremble, leaving him unsure of how to respond. The immortal seemed fearful of being misunderstood and repeated, at that time. "I indeed only wish to accept your sister as my disciple, despite your evident talent." Chapter 48. Towards destiny. Tan Fong could hardly remain seated, feeling as though 1,000 needles pierced his skin, sinking into his very marrow. He abruptly stood, feeling lost and resolute to flee from this place. Unwilling to continue listening. "I have matters to attend to. Master, please sit here. If you need anything, call someone to come." Tao Mian's command halted his departing steps. Tan Fong stiffly returned to his original position. "What age are you now, yet still behave like a child, running off after only half of what your master says?" Tao Mian muttered, as if in complaint. He pressed down gently on his disciple's shoulder, attempting to soothe the turmoil within him. "Allow me to finish. I did indeed only wish to accept Chu Liuxue as my disciple, but I could not bear to watch you wandering the streets." "Then why did you not send me away?" Tan Fang's inherent stubbornness flared up. Wasn't Steward Shui sent to the mortal realm by you? You seem to know quite a lot. Where did you hear that? Tao Mian coughed lightly and replied solemnly. Shui Han had the conditions for it. I had a close relationship with the head of the Shui family, which is why I dared to send the child to their couple. But Master has limited connections, so you were not afforded the same fortune. You can only endure hardship alongside me in the mountains, far removed from wealth and honor. Tao Mian stated earnestly. Tan Fang lowered his head, appearing dejected, yet inwardly relieved. Tao Mian remained unaware of his disciple's sentiments and continued along his previous train of thought. You two siblings have indeed caused me much concern. Liu Xue is a fated one of Taohua Mountain, yet she has no desire to cultivate. As for you, your talent is extraordinary, yet you should not have been my disciple at Taohua Mountain. I, as a master, am more laid back than others, indifferent to my duties. Sui Yin, I have considered other paths for you, fearing that it might delay your progress. These words were spoken from the depths of Tao Mian's heart. The two techniques sent by the Golden Finger were tailored to Chu Liushue's constitution, while Chu Sui Yin had managed to learn them. It remained uncertain whether they truly suited him. For a long time, Tao Mian had been troubled by this. He too was not affluent. Having taken on 3 groups of disciples, he had access to 6 techniques. The first 4 were exclusive to his elder and second disciples, and Tao Mian, holding on to his sentiments, was unwilling to impart them to others. The latter 2 techniques were taught to Chu Sui Yin only after he had privately sought Chu Liushue's consent. Sui Yin, if you ask your heart, your master has not treated you unjustly in the matter of cultivation. Tao Mian's fingers idly toyed with the remnants of the blossoms. Master, do not say that. Tan Fang had been quietly listening until he could no longer hold back his rebuttal at Tao Mian's claim of injustice. You are a wonderful master, no matter how cold-hearted he may seem. He could never forget how Tao Mian had cared for him through countless sleepless nights when he was ill on Taohua Mountain. Tao Mian had never owed anything to either of his 2 disciples. Upon hearing that his originally sorrowful disciple had turned to comfort him, an involuntary smile graced Tao Mian's lips. Even in my own sadness, you defend me, Sui Yin. Let me be clear. There is indeed only Liu Xue as the fated one of Taohua Mountain. However, as for my disciples, both of you hold that title. Regardless of how the Golden Finger might judge, Tao Mian's 4th disciple would forever carry the name of Chu Sui Yin. Tan Fang blinked slowly, a smile of relief spreading across his face. With you as my master, that is enough. The master-disciple duo finally broke the ice and gradually began to converse. Tao Mian noticed that when discussing past events, his 4th disciple's responses were not swift. It was as though he were searching for memories, piecing together fragments bit by bit. It became evident that over the years, he had been forcibly suppressing and burying his past. During his years in the underworld hall, Tan Fang had deliberately forgotten everything, refusing to reminisce or yearn for it. He had much to accomplish. He needed to earn the trust of the branch leaders, establish his footing, and ultimately seek vengeance against his father. Someone had taught him to recognize the harsh reality. You are too weak now. The weak cannot even settle into their current situation, let alone pursue their desires. Only by climbing higher and higher could one attain freedom. Tan Fang followed this advice. Within a year, he mastered the 18 techniques of the underworld hall, and another year passed before more than half of the branch leaders acknowledged his lineage, followed by yet another year in which opposing voices were silenced. Then he began his quest for vengeance against his father. Tan Yuan had grown old. When he abandoned Tan Fang's mother to seek solace elsewhere, he must have been brimming with vitality. Yet now, he was merely an ailing old man, confined to his bed. His murky eyes fixed intently on the young man by the bed. He laughed heartily, repeating good thrice. Heaven did not forsake Tan Yuan, though he had lost a son. It bestowed upon him another. Moreover, the younger son bore an uncanny resemblance to his youth, proud, fierce, and singularly dominant. The youth remained indifferent to his father's fleeting clarity. After the latter rambled nonsensically, he merely asserted that they were fundamentally different beings. Yet Tan Yuan seemed to abruptly regain lucidity, as if he had heard a jest. Sneering coldly, his gaze icy. You are mistaken, we are indeed the same. Occupying this position, without Tan Yuan, there would be no Tan Fang. Both are masters of the underworld hall, charged with 2 tasks, to exalt the underworld and extinguish the heavens. At that moment, Tan Fang pondered how he could ever confront Liu Xue with blades drawn. Tan Yuan, perceiving his inner turmoil, handed him a copper key, urging him to witness for himself how Tianjin Valley and the underworld hall had reached their current state. Shortly after Tan Yuan's demise, Tan Fang used the key to unlock a door long prepared for him. The anguish he endured behind that door, the psychological torment he faced, remained unknown to all. However, upon emerging, he had irrevocably relinquished his identity as Chu Sui Yin. From then on, he could only be known as Tan Fong, the master of the underworld hall. Not to say he would not reminisce about the past, but even if he were soft-hearted, he understood that Chu Lu Shui would never spare the underworld hall, nor him. The hatred stemming from the destruction of his family could not simply be assuaged by the blossoms of Peach Blossom Mountain. Now, he finally comprehended why Lu Shui had spoken such callous words when he clamored to leave the mountains in his youth. He mused that perhaps Chu Lu Shui had made a pact in her heart before ascending the mountain. As long as Tan Yuan's son did not return to the demon realm or assume the role of master of the underworld hall, she would act as though nothing had transpired, guarding her savior, the brother Chu Sui Yin, who bore no blood ties and had never harmed the Dou family. She had deluded herself so fervently, yet ultimately, her efforts were in vain. Tan Fong assumed leadership of the underworld hall, while she returned to Tianjin Valley. Thus, it became a matter of life and death. I am aware that Master accepted my invitation to the demon realm with a certain intention. Tan Fong stood, gazing upward. The moon in the heavens was gradually obscured by clouds drifting from an unknown source. The Master must have wished to counsel us siblings against a fatal conflict. Hence your presence here, awaiting Lu Shui and me. Yet, Master, I am truly sorry. I dread uttering these 4 words, but I must. Things have changed. I have now become the master of the underworld hall. Due to the position he faced, Tao Mian could not see the expression on the 4th disciple's face at that moment. However, no matter how many years passed, he could recall the tone with which he uttered those words, a tone imbued with the resolve of one cursed, marching towards his fate. Chapter 49, The Fickleness of the Human Heart. The story ought to culminate in a harmonious conclusion. Tao Mian cradled a cup of wine, leaning against the tree behind him, gazing longingly at the geese returning to the horizon. Just as he had completed his previous statement, he paused and continued. The story ought to have a harmonious conclusion. Chu Lu Shui relinquished her quest for vengeance against her father, while Tan Fong no longer harbored ambitions to expand his family's influence. Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall would joyously celebrate together, achieving a perfect resolution. However, the 3rd disciple Lu Shui and the 4th disciple Sui Yin returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, reuniting with their master. Tao Mian spoke at length for half a day, recounting how the 3 were reunited, how they embraced, and how the 2 disciples knelt before him in tears, lamenting the childishness of their departure from the mountain, until one among them approached the end of his life. He spoke eloquently for a while, when the woman opposite him hesitantly interrupted. Shouldn't the immortal take his medicine? Tao Mian's shoulders drooped, his gaze fixed on the clear wine in his cup, a petal drifting down, creating ripples. The mountain breeze brushed past, enveloping them in a moment of silence. Why must humans inflict harm upon one another? The immortal spoke in a tone of bewilderment, candidly admitting he did not understand. The 2 disciples had once been so intimately connected, seeing each other as bastions of support. Yet after descending the mountain, they appeared to regard one another as their sole adversary, vowing not to relent until the other was vanquished. The woman tilted her head in contemplation, raising her index finger. I can understand the actions of your 3rd disciple. If a certain faction were to slay my parents and obliterate my family, no matter how close the heir of that faction had been to me, I would wield my blade without hesitation, for to forget would be tantamount to betrayal. As for your 4th disciple, it is somewhat more complex. I have a friend who resembles him closely. Abandoned in childhood, he found solace only in the kind-hearted heir of his family, who provided him with sustenance and protection. However, his ambition grew, and when he realized that this benevolent heir was his greatest impediment, he did not hesitate to devise a scheme to eliminate him. The immortal's countenance shifted. This friend you speak of, could it be you? The woman smiled sweetly, her cheeks adorned with 2 symmetrical dimples. Oh, if only it were me. She twirled the delicate flower branch in her hand, resting her chin on the stone table, her eyes lifted, gazing dreamily at the sky. The human heart is fickle. What significance do solemn promises hold? Your 4th disciple has been down the mountain for over a decade now, hasn't he? Not to mention a decade, whether it be 1 or 2 years, 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 days. A person can change as swiftly as the clouds on the horizon. In the immortal's memory, the person would forever be Sui Yin, unaware that Sui Yin had transformed into fleeting smoke, leaving only Tan Fong behind. Tao Mian listened quietly to the woman's words, his wine cup unmoving in his hand, akin to a jade statue. He pondered, could people truly change so easily? That banquet did not ease the tensions between the 2 opposing factions. Rather, the relations between Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall grew more strained. Following that event, 3 significant occurrences transpired. The first was a meeting at the Underworld Hall. where 10 of the 18 branch masters convened, with Master Tan Fong also present. Tianjin Valley, having learned of their clandestine meeting place, dispatched a significant force to launch a surprise attack. The bloodshed and chaos of that day were such that each survivor would endure nightmares for a month. 3 of the 10 branch masters perished, and Tan Fong sustained severe injuries. Master Tan recuperated for half a month. As the head of a hall, even in sickness, he could not rest peacefully. He persevered through his ailment to visit the other injured branch masters and the families of the deceased. One branch master was young, having recently wed. The bride, adorned in her wedding gown, received him with a serene expression, speaking gently, as if she had already accepted the death of her husband. Yet she never removed her wedding dress, a stark splash of red amidst the pristine white of the morning hall, a sight that was painfully jarring. Tan Fong quietly inquired of the nearby branch master about the situation, who hesitated but ultimately spoke the truth. That bride has long since lost her sanity. She believes she is still unmarried, that her husband has not died, merely that the bridal sedan has yet to reach her door, which is why she is yet to see him. Tan Fong's heart was immediately filled with conflicting emotions. That branch master was a trusted confidant of Tan Fong, someone he had personally elevated. Noticing a change in the master's expression, the branch master pondered for a long time before deciding to risk his life to advise him. Master, we subordinates are aware that you and the Valley Master of Chu share a bond. Perhaps you have considered that connection in the past. However, the underworld and Tianjin are sworn enemies. Among the brothers within our hall, who does not bear a grudge against Tianjin Valley? My grandfather was slain by those from Tianjin, and my childhood friend jumped into the river after being violated by them. My master was unfortunately captured by Tianjin, and when his body was returned, it was nothing more than a pile of flesh. Most of the current branch masters rose to prominence after you took the helm. You have shown us kindness, and we do not wish to complicate your position. Yet, as long as Tianjin endures, those lost souls shall not find peace. And we living must answer to our ancestors. Once, a remarkably young lad entered the hall and posed a question to me. Who struck first, Tianjin or Yuming? Thus sowing the seeds of enmity between them. Initially, I contemplated dismissing him outright, yet I opted instead to impart some wisdom before sending him away. This is akin to the age-old dilemma of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Ultimately, whether the first grudge arose from Tianjin's disdain or Yuming's lack of martial decorum has become a matter shrouded in the dust of history, rendering it less significant. What truly matters is not merely the establishment of enmity, but the accumulation of grievances. Blood debts weigh heavily, akin to mountains or oceans, pressing down upon their shoulders. Who would dare to flee? The spirits of their ancestors stand guard over their retreat. The hall master delivered an extensive monologue, revealing heartfelt truths. Before extending his neck and concluding, I have finished my ramblings. Now, kill me, and I shall die without regret. Tan Fong, after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. Honest words are often unpalatable. Why would I take your life? Preserve your existence to serve the Yuming Hall. During the subsequent half-month of recuperation, aside from promptly reinstating the hall master and addressing some post-repast matters, Tan Fong's sole concern was that Chu Liuxue would indeed strike hard, leaving him no avenue for escape. Past assassination attempts directed at Tianjin Valley had been mere trifles. Tan Fong spoke resolutely to appease the hall's members, adopting a commanding demeanor. However, when faced with the moment of truth, he found himself unable to fully commit to ruthlessness. Had he done so, the yet-to-rise Chu Liuxue would have perished in one of those silent assassinations long ago. Now, the dull ache from his wounds and the sorrowful, enraged expressions of his subordinates, coupled with the sincere words of the hall master, incessantly reminded him that Chu Liuxue had resolved to disregard any semblance of sibling affection. It dawned on him that she truly harbored hatred for him. Unable to avenge her father, she would exact retribution through his son. Outside the window, 2 thrushes alighted. Pecking at the sill, Tan Fong did not feed them, and one soon flew away, leaving the other alone, chirping mournfully into the empty expanse. He intended to reach out to the bird, but a rush of blood surged upward, filling his throat with a metallic sweetness that forced him to cough incessantly. His subordinates and the hall master, anxious, approached him, calling out, "Master!" Tan Fong, unable to speak, gestured for them to remain calm. By the time he regained his composure, the bird had long since vanished. Tan Fong retained a few trusted confidants for a long conversation, the candlelight in the hall master's quarters flickering through the night. Since the assault occurred during their secret meeting, outsiders remained blissfully unaware. As dawn approached, Tan Fong issued one final command: keep the news of his injury sealed. Ensuring no one, especially the Taohua Mountain, learned of it. Tianjin Valley had taken the initiative. Naturally, Yuming Hall would not remain idle. The ensuing conflicts, both great and small, are better left unspoken. Within a mere year and a half, a second momentous event transpired. The left envoy of Tianjin Valley was dismembered, his soul bound, his heart severed and encased in a brocade box, which was delivered to Chu Liuxue. It is said that the valley master trembled as he received the box from his subordinates, nearly spilling its contents. Years later, an elderly servant who had long served the valley master recalled that day when the master dismissed everyone, retaining only her company as he returned to his chamber. After completing her usual tasks, preparing clean garments, brewing tea, and lighting incense, she silently exited the room. At the moment the door was securely shut, she heard the sound of anguished wailing within. At that time, the servant was still an unmarried young girl, chosen by the valley master from among a dozen attendants. Unlike the other girls, she lacked agility and wit, merely performing the tasks assigned to her with diligence. Yet, her loyalty to the valley master was unwavering. Hearing such heartbreaking cries from within, she covered her mouth with her hand outside the door, unable to stem her tears. She understood the significance of the left envoy to the valley master. When the master was yet to ascend, facing difficulties, it was the left envoy who had guided her step by step to solidify her position, acting as both brother and mentor. He was one who fulfilled the valley master's every request. The valley master held a mountain in her heart. When she spoke of the blooming mountain flowers and expressed a desire to see them, the left envoy had obliged. Such a good person, how could he depart so swiftly? Without even a farewell? Chu Liuxue's loss of the left envoy was akin to losing an arm. However, of greater concern was the profound damage inflicted upon her spirit. In the years under her command, Tianjin Valley was nearly on par with Yuming Hall. Yet, following this unforeseen tragedy, Chu Liuxue struggled to regain her composure for a full 2 to 3 years. The elders within the valley, frustrated by her stagnation, conspired in secret to support a new leader. As the threat to the current valley master's life loomed, the devoted maidservant grew increasingly anxious. She inquired widely, finally learning the whereabouts of the valley master's mentor from a certain Mr. Su, requesting a message to be delivered. Tao Mian indeed arrived at Tianjin Valley in the shortest time possible, but by the time he sought the third disciple under the maidservant's guidance, the place was already deserted. Chu Liuxue was not in the valley. She had set forth to complete one last reckless endeavor. Chapter 50. Dream Invocation. My third disciple was adept in the use of poison. Tao Mian extended his hand, originally intending to trouble the lady to refill his cup. However, she mistakenly thought the immortal wished her to sample the drink. Leaning in to take a sip, the immortal's arms circled in the air, silently bypassing the lady and retracting. He steadied himself and resumed the previous topic. The talent of the third disciple was not particularly high, yet she possessed a keen affinity for the small patch of herbs in the courtyard. She cultivated them herself and foraged on the mountain, able to identify even the rarest varieties, a skill I could never match. The lady, deprived of the opportunity to taste the divine brew, puffed her cheeks in disappointment. Yet, as she listened to Tao Mian's tales, she became entranced once more. I should have anticipated that her ability to discern fine herbs would extend to recognizing poison. That night, Chu Liuxue was to meet none other than Tan Fong. The once sibling pair had not seen each other in many years. Both had shed their youthful naivete, and upon gazing at one another, they might find themselves strangers. However, Chu Liuxue provided no such opportunity. She transformed into the likeness of Tao Mian and invited Tan Fong for a nocturnal excursion. The 6 transformations of Tianjin comprises 6 techniques. Mastery of this art allows one to transform objects, flora, insects, birds, and oneself, culminating in the dream invocation. Tan Fong had not mastered the final technique during his time in the mountains, while Chu Liuxue was solely proficient in that very skill. She had honed her ability to impersonate her master to a level where it could easily deceive. No matter how many years passed, Tan Fong would never learn to decline Tao Mian's invitation. Thus, the night prior, his master had sent him a message, and by the following evening, he awaited in the designated courtyard. This courtyard was situated in a villa Tan Fong owned in the demonic domain, a place seldom visited, intended for relaxation during the summer. He had prepared fine wine and appetizers in advance, sitting quietly in anticipation of Tao Mian's arrival. Chu Liuxue scaled the wall. True to her master's character, she would never take the proper entrance. This had been the case many years prior. Upon climbing down, she inadvertently stepped upon the roses at the wall's edge. When she looked up, Tan Fong, who should have been seated by the jade table, stood before her. Chu Liuxue was momentarily taken aback. She could scarcely recognize him. Tan Fong had grown even more handsome than in his youth, his features now sharp and well-defined, his eyes deeper, sparkling with starlight. He had grown taller, his stature proud and upright. Were she in her own body, she would likely have to tilt her head to converse with him. Master, why do you not speak? Tan Fong's gentle call pulled Chu Liuxue from her reverie. She blinked and, adopting Tao Mian's voice, replied, Your demonic domain is steeped in malevolence. It is a challenge to visit. I am unaccustomed to this environment and feel somewhat nauseous. Tan Fong promptly invited his master to take a seat. Master, please sit. I have prepared a refreshing wine for you to try. Chu Liuxue followed his lead and sat down. The wine cups still rested on the table. Her fingers, seemingly casual, grazed the rim of both cups before selecting the one nearest to her. Tan Fong, completely oblivious, naturally took the other cup. Under the moonlight, 2 wine cups clinked together, and they each drank deeply. The sound of swallowing echoed in Chu Liuxue's ears, signaling that she had achieved her purpose for the evening. What remained was merely the pleasure of conversing with an old friend. Tan Fong was always a wellspring of topics when reminiscing about the past in front of their master. And except for that one occasion, he seldom struggled to find something to discuss. Their conversations revolved around the old tales of Tao Mountain. He was fully aware that Tao Mian would have no interest in hearing about their sibling rivalry over the years, and thus he deliberately avoided that chapter of their lives. Coincidentally, Chu Liuxue herself had little desire to revisit it. Perhaps it was because, at this moment, she was disguised as her master, rendering her longtime adversary less detestable in her eyes. Listening to Tan Fong's words, she realized that if it were her master, he would not interrupt him either. Tan Fong seemed intent on pouring out years of solitude and loneliness. He recounted how the flowers in this courtyard were cultivated in the likeness of those on Tao Mountain. Whatever grew in the mountains, he endeavored to plant here. Unfortunately, the miasma of the demon realm made it difficult for flora to thrive, requiring immense effort to sustain them. Perhaps it was also due to his clumsiness, as he lacked the innate talent for nurturing such delicate beings. Yet, both her master and Liuxue had a remarkable gift for tending to these fragile creations, as if everything under their care could spring back to life. One day, he happened upon the steward's child playing in the yard. The child rolled up his sleeves, gently shook the tree trunk, and then used his garment to catch the blossoms drifting down. He filled his arms to the brim and tossed them into the air, laughing as he tried to catch them. The steward, nearby, turned pale with fear, ready to intervene, but Tan Fong shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Thus, he stood in an inconspicuous corner, watching the child play for the entire afternoon. This brought back memories of his days in the mountains. On his first day learning to climb trees, he was eager to scale every tree in sight. Liuxue had initially been impatient to follow him, but Tao Mian called for her to keep an eye on her brother. Liuxue had once asked her master whether they could bury her brother on the spot if he fell and died. Tao Mian replied, Let us not bury him here. Our mountain has a designated place for disciples. When the time for Qingming arrived, they could sweep from start to finish, making it convenient. Upon hearing his sister's words, Chu Suiyan immediately climbed down from the tree without a moment's hesitation. However, when he descended, he misstepped and cried out as he fell. To his surprise, he felt no pain, for it was Chu Liuxue who caught him. Get up. Do you think you're still 3 years old? You're too heavy. At that moment, Chu Liuxue's hands and arms trembled, yet she held her brother tightly, pretending to speak to him casually. Her arms remained immobile for a full week after that incident, a memory that lingered with her. Tan Fong set down his wine cup, a smile gracing his face, a mixture of nostalgia and remembrance in his eyes. His gaze fixated on the person across from him, and Chu Liuxue came to understand. His reminiscence was not directed towards her master, but was, in truth, a narrative meant for her. When did you realize? She inquired, using her own voice. From the very beginning, Tan Fong replied candidly. The moment you scaled the wall, I discerned your true identity. Because in the mountains, every time I begged you to teach me the art of dream invocation, you always transformed into the likeness of our master. Tan Fong was well acquainted with both Chu Liuxue and Tao Mian, as well as the version of Chu Liuxue that masqueraded as Tao Mian. Yet, he had never voiced this to her directly. Each time she deceived him by impersonating their master, it gave her a sense of accomplishment. What you have given me is poison, is it not? Tan Fong no longer gazed at her, his head slightly bowed, the smile on his lips unwavering as his fingers gently caressed the rim of the wine cup. It is futile, Liuxue. I know you are skilled in the art of poisoning. Thus, I have long been on guard. Chu Liuxue regarded Tan Fong. They had developed a dynamic where one would gaze intently while the other would divert their eyes. She was uncertain when this had begun. It is effective, she insisted. The poison was not administered starting today, but has been in effect for quite some time. Tomorrow will likely mark the conclusion of this segment, after which the stories of the several disciples mentioned in the introduction will come to an end, paving the way for new tales. Initially, the plan was to narrate the stories of the first 3 disciples in a brisk, rhythmic style akin to that of Gu Yuan, and then to adjust the pacing to unfold Liu Xue's story more leisurely, aiming to conclude this opening segment in approximately 20 chapters. However, as everyone can see, it has expanded to 50 chapters, surpassing my expectations entirely. The increase in word count has transformed what was once merely a gripping narrative into an intricate tale of interwoven events. I am deeply grateful to those who have remained engaged thus far. The stories of Liu Xue and Sui Yin are nearing their conclusion, though perhaps not within just 2 chapters. It may extend to 3. Regardless, it will not be rushed. Each chapter is meticulously crafted with the ending in mind, meaning that the groundwork laid was to ensure a meaningful conclusion for each disciple's tale. The 5th disciple has already made an appearance, and I trust you have all noticed. This 5th disciple is a charming and delightful character, and the upcoming stories will be lighthearted and enjoyable, so I hope you do not miss what is to come. Of course, the 6th disciple may be somewhat irksome. I shall take responsibility for that, so please be gentle in your criticisms when the time comes. That is all I wish to say. I am grateful for your support, comments, and encouragement. I am confident in my ability to craft this story well. Onward we go. Chapter 51. An enigma. Pear blossom falling sounds like the name of a wine, or perhaps a sweet, yet not cloying delicacy. It evokes a poetic imagery. The pear blossoms bloom, spring brings rain. The pear blossoms fall, spring sinks into the mud. Yet only one person knows that it is. In fact, poison. Liu Xue is a prodigy in the art of potion making. She has concocted numerous bottles of remedies in the village to save the scholar. Pear blossom falling was merely a product of a failed experiment. A single taste rendered her unconscious for half a day, and she never dared to touch it again. Later, her old servant left, and the scholar departed as well. Left in solitude, she contemplated whether she should simply perish, and rummaged through her belongings until she unearthed the vial. In the courtyard, there was an old hen, and without regard for the hen's plight, Liu Xue resolved to take it with her. On the first day, the hen took a sip of the potion, and she took a sip as well. The hen remained unaffected, while she succumbed to dizziness but miraculously survived. On the second day, the hen had a sip, and she took 2. The hen was fine, yet she fainted for 3 days straight without dying. This continued for several days until the hen succumbed. Liu Xue realized that the poison was insidious, taking effect slowly and requiring several doses to be lethal. However, once the limit was reached, the poison would strike with vengeance, leaving no hope for recovery. With this newfound understanding, she prepared to take another swig from the vial, intending to wait a few days before succumbing. At that moment, she glanced out the window as the sun set behind the mountains and caught sight of the grand pear tree in the courtyard, flourishing like a cascade of snow. In her childhood, the scholar often held her beneath that tree, counting the pure white blossoms. She thought, if she were to die, she would never again witness the pear blossoms in full bloom, and that was a thought too sorrowful to bear. Such serene and beautiful blossoms. With this thought, the porcelain vial felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and she could not lift it. Forget it, I will wait to die. Yet, she felt pity for the hen. She rolled out of bed just as her adoptive parents entered the courtyard, ready to take her to their new home. Liu Xue took nothing with her, save for the vial of pear blossom falling, which she tucked into her bosom. The events that followed, she recounted to Tao Mian. Her adoptive parents passed away, and she reunited with Sui Yin. In those days, Liu Xue was a person of utmost sincerity, repaying grudges with vengeance and kindness with gratitude. She understood that the current Sui Yin was merely an innocent child, and the grievances of the previous generation should not, or rather, for the time being, should not be his burden to bear. Yet, she could not help herself. Her heart harbored an intense hatred for the Tan family. On a certain moonlit night, when Sui Yin was 6 years old, with trembling hands, Liu Xue poured pear blossom falling into the water jug and offered it to him. The boy, trusting his only kin, smiled as he received it with both hands and took large gulps of water. As expected, he soon began to faint, his complexion and lips turning as pale as snow, his body trembling and convulsing uncontrollably. Liu Xue sat quietly beside the son of her enemy for 3 hours, listening as he, in a state of unconsciousness, called out her name. Her expression was impassive, yet her hands clenched tightly around her trousers, palms growing clammy with sweat. Before the rooster crowed, she angrily pinched her thigh and rose to concoct an antidote. The chronic poison required repeated doses to take effect. For 2 consecutive days, Chu Liuxue diligently prepared the antidote and administered it to Chu Suiyin. Fortunately, it was only the first dose. There was still time to rectify the situation. When Chu Suiyin finally endured the torment of illness and opened his eyes to gaze at her in a daze, Chu Liuxue couldn't help but shed tears. What was the reason for her tears? Was it regret for failing to kill her enemy's son, or joy for saving a brother with no blood ties? Chu Liuxue herself did not know. It was the initial, heartfelt confusion that led her to evade the questions in her heart. In the years that followed, she had not once hesitated to administer the falling pear blossom to Chu Suiyin. Yet, each time she regretted it, only to use the antidote to bring her brother back to life. Over time, Chu Liuxue became adept at measuring the doses of both poison and antidote. And it became a habit. She despised this habit, loathed herself, and detested her wavering heart. On one occasion, unable to endure the torment within, she resolved to drown her sorrows in poison and down half a bottle. She thought it better for her to perish than to continue being tormented by Chu Suiyin. However, perhaps due to her constitution's resistance to poison, she experienced little reaction and remained lucid. Her brother, feeling hungry, spoke in a faint voice. They had gone 3 meals without food. Despite her physical discomfort, Chu Liuxue still took Chu Suiyin's hand and ventured into the streets. From a distance, she spotted a young cultivator, seemingly inexperienced and naive, oblivious to being cheated by the vendors, clutching a heavy purse of coins. Chu Liuxue's gaze was fixed upon that purse. And when he received a sugar cake from a vendor, she seized the opportunity to dart forward and snatch the brocade bag from his hands. She heard a gasp behind her, but unlike the usual noble youths, this one did not curse her. Perhaps it was his first encounter with theft. Instead of shouting for help, he first handed his change to the vendor to buy the sugar cake, then leisurely turned to observe the direction in which the thief had fled. Although she guessed he was quite powerful in cultivation, his swift capture of her still exceeded Chu Liuxue's expectations. She braced herself for a beating, thinking it would be over quickly. Thankfully, she had left Suiyin waiting at the street corner. Otherwise, the two of them would have been in dire straits. Just then, she heard a child's cries behind her. It was Chu Suiyin, rushing to catch up. The small figure of her brother covered her back, pleading for them not to hit Liuxue, claiming it was all his fault for being hungry. The boy spoke incoherently through his tears, leaving the man at a loss for how to react. His hands unsure of what to do. "Oh, allow me a word. I haven't even moved yet, and you two are already putting on a full show." This was the first encounter between Chu Liuxue and Tao Mian, a desperate little thief and a penniless celestial being. Tao Mian's appearance was one of the rare moments of salvation in Chu Liuxue's tragic life. She thought to herself, how wonderful it was to realize that besides the old servant and the scholar, there were still good people in the world. Perhaps she should not die after all. She and her brother followed the celestial being back to Peach Blossom Mountain. With the first step into Peach Blossom Mountain, Chu Liuxue made a silent promise to herself. As long as Chu Suiyin did not descend the mountain and return to the Tan family, she would relinquish her hatred and spend her life in the company of the mountains. The falling pear blossom would be safely tucked away. With this promise to herself, she would no longer be adrift. Chu Suiyin had been frail and sickly since childhood, a condition not solely due to his wandering life, but also due to the effects of the falling pear blossom. He fell gravely ill several times on Peach Blossom Mountain, forcing the celestial being to scour for medicine. During those times, Chu Liuxue felt a pang of guilt. She reproached herself, yet couldn't help but think that if Suiyin were to die, it would be a clean break, sparing her from the torment of her heart. Naturally, she would not survive alone either. She thought herself a despicable and cowardly person. Later, when he decided to descend the mountain, she would no longer be bound by her promise. To regard him openly as an enemy, to seize her indecision, was a stroke of fortune. To exact revenge and witness his demise before her own eyes would be another stroke of luck. Chu Liuxue recounted calmly, watching as Tan Fang's color drained. His face turned as pale as a pear blossom, and the cups and plates on the stone table fell, shattering on the ground. The poison was potent. Tan Fang could no longer maintain his usual tone, gasping and coughing uncontrollably. His fingers gripped the edge of the stone table, struggling to remain upright, a forced smile tugging at his lips. If Liuxue is fortunate, why must tears fall? Sitting on the stone bench, Chu Liuxue's face was serene, devoid of excessive emotion. Her demeanor tranquil. Only a steady stream of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, like jade weeping, poignant and sorrowful. Chapter 52. Her promise. Chu Liuxue fell silent, brushing away the tears from her eyes, continuing her conversation with Tan Fang. It was truly rare, not only with her nemesis, but even with her trusted confidants in the valley, She had not engaged in such lengthy discourse for a long time. If she were a clever assassin, she should have left early, leaving Tan Fong to his own demise. Yet, clearly, she was not astute. Upon leaving the mountain, she had many matters to attend to. She needed to return to the valley and seize power. Even if seeking revenge on the underworld hall, she must wait for the opportune moment. In those days, she would face countless overt and covert threats, both from within the valley and beyond. She knew there were several incidents related to Tan Fong, but for now, she could not afford to take revenge on him, especially with Tan Yuan still alive. Once Tan Yuan was dead and Tan Fong took over, she would truly equate her former brother with the underworld hall. Ultimately, she no longer needed to be entangled in the question of whom to take revenge on. She also felt she was not permitted to dwell on it. She did not want her heart to waver again. The poison of the falling pear blossom was to be reintroduced many years later. Chu Liuxue understood that a highly potent poison would be immediately detected by Tan Fong. So she did not alter the formula. It still required time to take effect. Only this time, she would not administer it herself. She found an accomplice. It was Su Tianhe, wasn't he it? Before Chu Liuxue could utter that name, Tan Fong had already guessed the identity of the person. Who else could it be but Su Tianhe? His purpose in coming to Peach Blossom Mountain was to observe Chu Liuxue, and unexpectedly, Chu Suiyin had entered his line of sight. Chu Suiyin's heart was far more ruthless than Chu Liuxue's, hence he chose him, and the two left the mountain. Initially, Chu Suiyin did not comprehend Su Tianhe's intentions. The Su family had always served Tianjin Valley, so why was Su Tianhe now assisting a bitter enemy? Su Tianhe's response was that their family needed change. For deeper matters, Su Tianhe did not elaborate, only promising to help him ascend to the position of Hall Master. At that time, Chu Suiyin was isolated and helpless. Without Su Tianhe's clandestine support, he would not have been able to seize power from Tan Yuan. Regardless of trust, he, being young, had no choice but to rely on the power of the Su family. Later, he successfully ascended to the position of Hall Master of the Underworld Hall. When he inquired about Su Tianhe's reward, the latter merely smiled, stating there was no rush. Su Tianhe mentioned he would return to Tianjin Valley. Now that Tan Fong had obtained the power and status he sought, he would no longer trust him. To avoid a scenario where the rabbit is cooked and the hound is boiled, Su Tianhe intended to withdraw completely from the internal struggles of the Underworld Hall. However, their private exchanges never ceased. To label them as friends would be inaccurate, as many times Su Tianhe would merely visit to drink tea and admire the flowers. Now everything was clarified. I cough, and at last, I comprehend his true intentions. With a mocking smile, I perceive the ambitions of the Su family, indeed. It requires no effort for me to deduce how Su Tianhe has pledged himself to Chu Liuxue. Once the leader of the Netherworld Hall is poisoned, chaos will ensue within the hall, and Tianjin Valley will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to inflict a heavy blow upon the Netherworld Hall. Over the past few years, Tianjin Valley has seemingly been in a state of decline. In retrospect, it may have been an elaborate performance orchestrated in collaboration with Chu Liuxue against the Netherworld Hall. Those ambiguous rumors were likely disseminated by Tianjin Valley themselves. Chu Liuxue has remained in hiding, waiting for this very night. Yet I am perplexed. If this is the case, why must you personally intervene? It is unclear why the act of poisoning could not be entrusted to another. Even if Su Tianhe were to share a drink with him, it would not be an insurmountable task. Chu Liuxue has no need to take such a risk. The individual across from me has remained silent for an extended period, and my vision grows hazy, the chirping of insects fading in and out. I long to simply drift into slumber. My eyelids flutter, and I believe I shall not receive Chu Liuxue's answer. Yet at that moment, she provides me with a response, because I wish to bid you farewell in person. Farewell? For a moment, I failed to grasp the meaning behind Chu Liuxue's words. But I witnessed the woman seated opposite me suddenly cough and spit out a mouthful of blood. You. Chu Liuxue wipes her mouth with her sleeve, facing my incredulity with a light laugh. Ah, after so many years, it is indeed rare to see such an expression on your face again. It appears that no matter how much time has passed, a younger brother can still be led astray by his elder sister. I mentioned that I made a promise, one when ascending the mountain, and one when descending, whether it pertains to Tao Mian or others. Chu Liuxue only recounts the promise made on the ascent. Yet certain matters were determined the moment she departed the mountain. If Chu Suiyin descends, then she must ensure his demise. If Chu Suiyin dies, she shall not live alone either. This is a secret that Chu Liuxue has never uttered aloud. The soul's secret harbored deep within her heart. Tao Mian has been seated opposite the woman for half a day. She yawns, and, witnessing the immortal leisurely drinking, softly murmurs, "Isn't the immortal going to open the letter?" I came to the mountain specifically to deliver this letter to you. If you don't open it, 1T I fail to fulfill someone else's request. I do not wish to be untrustworthy. Before them lie a platter of wine, fruits, and a letter sealed tightly, waiting patiently for someone to unveil it. As the woman finishes speaking, Tao Mian lowers his gaze, fixating on the words to the master inscribed on the envelope. The calligraphy is sharp and precise, unlike the delicate style typically employed by the woman. Yet Tao Mian recognizes it as the handwriting of his third disciple, a script he will always identify, regardless of the passage of years. Chu Suiyin did not return to the mountain, nor did Chu Liuxue. Tao Mian has guarded the mountain for many years, and all he has received is this thin letter, no matter how much he feigns indifference. The letter is undeniably present before him, as though it has sprouted a pair of eyes from the stone table, gazing intently. Leaving the letter untouched will not cause it to vanish. The immortal deliberately turns away. The woman refuses to let him off the hook, really not going to open it. This is the last remnant left by your third disciple. How precious it is. I cannot read. I can. I will read it to you. I can read letters now. What tone would you like to hear? Tao Mian sighs in resignation, muttering that it is fine, he will open it. The woman obediently hands over a small knife for letter opening, and though Tao Mian feigns indifference, his movements are remarkably cautious. He carefully slices open the envelope and retrieves the letter. The first sentence of the letter feels akin to a prolonged sigh. I am a coward. Chapter 53. Zhuangzhou's Dream of Butterflies. Note: these two chapters heavily utilize the first-person perspective of Liuxue's monologue. I deeply appreciate your patience in reading through them. I am a coward. Birth was the first event in my life that I could not choose for myself. From the day I was born, I became the daughter of the Dou family, an innocent child, yet burdened with deep-rooted enmity. Some individuals see their entire life in a single glance. In my youth, I often pondered this. The family into which one is born and the parents one possesses are matters beyond my control. However, the path must be walked by oneself. I must face two choices, vengeance or forbearance. To be like a moth drawn to a flame, to perish dramatically, or to live in obscurity and anonymity, quietly traversing a mundane existence. My heart yearns for the latter, yet the path beneath my feet invariably extends towards the former. Thus, I drift aimlessly, like floating weeds, battered by the rain and carried along by the current. If you were to ask me whether I regret embarking on the path of vengeance, I suspect my answer would be one of regret. A person's life rarely allows for moments of steadfastness, decisiveness, or the determination to cut ties and disregard everything. Instead, most moments are spent in hesitation, indecision, and caution, constantly weighing the consequences. I am a conscious coward, much like the multitude. Su Tianhe is an individual with grand ambitions. I see through him. He desires not only Tianjin Valley, but also aims to engulf the Netherworld Hall. He clandestinely assists Suiyin in assuming the position of the Netherworld Hall leader, and he does not make a concerted effort to conceal this from me. For ultimately, regardless of which side prevails, it all belongs to the Su family. I discern his intentions, yet I do not intervene. He has promised that even if the Netherworld Hall perishes, Tianjin Valley shall endure. Thus, it does not conflict with my plans for revenge. He is the final piece of the puzzle. These thoughts arose during a private conversation when he candidly spoke to me. Su Tianhe is a cautious individual, not one to easily reveal his true thoughts. I approached him first, declaring my intention to die alongside Suiyin. Initially, he could not believe it. He remarked that I had sacrificed much for this position, risking countless lives. After such arduous efforts, how could I casually abandon it? I replied, I do not seek this position. I have never desired to possess everything. The Su family seeks change. They wish to alter the dynamic of mutual consumption between Tianjin and the Netherworld. My desire, however, is to bring an end to it all. Love and hatred, tears and suffering, the grudges of generations, all shall find closure with me. I resolved to meet Suiyin one final time. I took the poison before departing, thinking that if I were to die en route, so be it. It would merely mean Suiyin has salvaged a life. If I do not perish, then all the better. The plan shall proceed, and we shall die together. The process of poisoning went more smoothly than I had envisioned. I disguised myself as you, yet regrettably, Suiyin saw through me at a glance. He accompanied me in this charade for a long while, reminiscent of our childhood games. Suiyin often pretended to be oblivious, allowing me to bully him, to lead him in circles, believing it would bring me joy. We, two souls facing death, coughed and spat blood, struggling to converse for an extended time. How many years had it been since we shared such moments? At that time, it merely felt ordinary. Suiyin said, Liuxue, I am weary. Sitting in that position, the pedestal is elevated high, and the burden on my shoulders is crushing. The faint glimmer of sky above is merely a breath of respite. I smile bitterly, offering no reply. Am I not the same? Here we sit, appearing resplendent. Yet in truth, we are two tattered puppets, two hearts riddled with wounds. I asked Sui Yin if he had any regrets, and he took a long while before responding. He said, Liu Xue, the ways of the world are unpredictable. He initially descended the mountain for longevity, to protect his sister and master. Yet what unfolded thereafter? He realized that he was destined to be my nemesis, that he was not the fated one of Peach Blossom Mountain. Ultimately, countless circumstances beyond his control, coupled with unspeakable hardships, led him further and further away from his original path. The initial vow feels now too vague, like a whisper in a dream. He often reflects on it, questioning whether he truly uttered those words. Zhuangzhou dreaming of butterflies. What is true, the tranquility of the mountains or the bloodshed beyond? The smoke had blurred into indistinction. I observed his blinking grow increasingly infrequent, his breath becoming faint, nearly imperceptible. He uttered, Lu Xue, I am weary. I replied, rest now. Sui Yin, past grievances and vendettas shall cease here. Close your eyes and conclude this dream. Obediently, Sui Yin shut his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He expressed a desire for the next life to be that of an ordinary person, cultivating beans upon the southern hills, brewing wine, and tending to flowers. He wished to reunite with us as a commoner. Sui Yin lay beside me, gradually ceasing to breathe and pulse. I gazed at the luminous moon on the horizon, my vision becoming increasingly hazy. A memory surfaced. One day, I dreamt of you. Sui Yin and I were at a well, drawing up a colossal watermelon. It was indeed enormous, and we foolishly took turns trying to lift it, only to tumble over. The watermelon, soaked by the well water, was refreshingly cool. With a few cuts, the green rind revealed its crimson flesh, crisp and sweet. We sat in a circle around a low wooden table in the courtyard, each holding a crescent-shaped piece of watermelon, quenching our thirst and engaging in casual conversation. I was drenched in sweat, an odd phenomenon. Even in the sweltering heat, Peach Blossom Mountain never rendered me to such a state. Raising my hand to wipe my face, I realized it was not sweat, but rather my tears. I awoke from the dream, flowing with tears. It dawned upon me that it was not an illusion, but rather a memory I had long since traversed. Night brings dreams of the journey home. It is my longing for home. Looking back at the soft, red dust of the world, it pales in comparison to Peach Blossom Mountain's joy. This is not my home. Sui Yin and I cannot perish here, unable to find peace. I made a decision. I must carry Sui Yin's body to that mountain, to the grave I had long prepared. Chapter 54. Flying snow and dust. I discovered a derelict fishing boat by the riverbank while bearing Sui Yin's body. I mused that perhaps it would be best to drift downstream, allowing the current to guide me, resting upon a river of stars should I falter. During the voyage, an unexpected guest boarded the boat, a strikingly beautiful woman. She claimed to have escaped from a brothel, saying she sold art, not her body. I was taken aback as she corrected herself, asserting she sold her art, not her body. I inquired if she had an instrument to play for me. She nodded eagerly, her confidence palpable. Subsequently, she puffed up her cheeks and began to demonstrate her unique talent, playing her face with her fingers. I fell silent and raised my hand to halt her performance. She suggested that for a fee, I could enjoy her belly dance. But I urged her to cease for a while. The poison within me had yet to claim my life, even as I caught a glimpse of death. The journey had been elongated. The long night was unbearable, and I could not endure her display any longer, so I handed her a pouch of coins to stop. Then I proposed I share a story. My tale was lengthy. Perhaps my heart had long been burdened, yearning for a listener. I did not know her, nor her origins, nor her past. As an outsider, sharing sincere words felt inconsequential. I prefaced my story, stating I was gravely poisoned and might die midway through my narration. The woman remained unfazed, cradling her knees, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I began recounting my life, a tragedy from the start to finish, ultimately possessing nothing and leaving nothing behind. She rested her chin on her hands and remarked that at least I still had the means to have someone listen to my story. My sudden silence rendered the atmosphere awkward. She chuckled nervously and urged me to continue. I wondered where to begin. If I had a chance to hear those words from that night once more, I might be astonished by the chaos of my own tale. The poison had affected my clarity. My words tumbled out incoherently, yet she did not interrupt, listening intently. It seemed she understood my yearning to confide in someone. I spoke of Pear Blossom Village, of Peach Blossom Mountain. She envisioned their beauty from my modest descriptions, gasping in delight as if witnessing them firsthand. I mentioned my old servant, the scholar, and my benefactor, as well as my adoptive parents, my family, and my enemies from the underworld hall. She was adept at engaging in conversation. She rejoiced at the mention of the former and seethed with anger at the latter, her feelings clearly defined. Finally, I revealed the two most significant individuals in my life, my master and my brother. My master was like the sunlight breaking through the clouds, dispelling the shadows of misfortune that had plagued my existence. My time on Peach Blossom Mountain was the most joyous of my life, unparalleled. My master and the mountain embraced me, despite my many wounds, without any conditions attached. This was one of the rare fortunate events in my life. Then I spoke of Sui Yin. Sui Yin, Tang Fong, the lord of the underworld hall. In that moment, I was unsure how to address him. I could only pour forth all past experiences, both good and bad, which had become indistinguishable. As I reached the end of my tale, my eyes grew warm with unshed tears. Yet, the woman before me wept more heartily than I. She first sobbed softly, then raised her head to wail, wiping her tears as she spoke incoherently. Her weeping was somewhat comical yet endearing, and I found myself stifling my own tears, caught between laughter and sorrow. Yet, a sliver of comfort arose within me. It was heartening to know that in my final moments, someone could feel such sorrow for me and for Sui Yin. After her tears subsided, she inquired if I had any unfulfilled wishes. I had given her money to help me, but I did not wish to see her perform. She felt a pang of guilt. My body was now gradually losing the strength to speak. It seemed my end was near. I stated I had two requests. First, to carry Sui Yin's body back to Pear Blossom Village. Second, to deliver this letter in my arms to the immortal Tao Mian on Peach Blossom Mountain. I lacked the strength to hold a pen, so if she did not mind, I asked her to help me complete the final part of the letter. We were strangers, and these tasks would not be easy. Thus, I told her not to feel pressured. I would die shortly, and what she would do afterward would be beyond my knowledge. Yet she patted her chest, pledging with conviction that she would not betray my trust and would ensure both tasks were fulfilled. She reassured me that I could now rest in peace. I smiled, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars. The stars were embedded in the sky, reflecting in my eyes and cascading into the river. I felt as though I too had merged with them. Master, is this feeling of unity with all things that you often spoke of? She asked why I chose to be buried in Pear Blossom Village rather than return to Peach Blossom Mountain. I replied that the graveyard on Peach Blossom Mountain had become overly crowded, unable to accommodate us both. The woman widened her eyes in surprise and asked if such a beautiful place as Peach Blossom Mountain was merely a mass grave. I shook my head with a smile. I clarified that while it was crowded, I did not speak of the graves themselves. Peach Blossom Mountain was vast. How could it not hold two souls from afar? I merely wished to spare the immortal on that mountain from bearing too heavy a heart. I thought that perhaps if there were no bodies to witness, your sorrow might lessen somewhat. You might think me naive. The grave on the back mountain of Pear Blossom Village, I had shown you once. There lies an empty grave, originally prepared for Sui Yin. Over the years, I had hesitated, uncertain whether I should leave a grave for him or which side he should inhabit. In my final moments, my thoughts became clear. In life or death, once a person has departed, all distinctions fade into a mound of earth. I instructed the girl, saying I had forgotten to dig a pit for myself. When you arrive, should you find that the grave cannot accommodate us both, then burn us and place our ashes in a jar. The young lady spoke with unwavering confidence, assuring me that I could trust her, for incinerating corpses was one of her unique skills. I contemplated laughing at her numerous talents, but my smile faltered, my heart pounding within my chest as if struck by a mighty bell, sending shockwaves through my very being. Despite the agony coursing through me, I stubbornly lifted my head high. Let me fall among the stars. Snowflakes drift away, and the smoke dissipates. Grudges and grievances shall ultimately vanish. I once envisioned living this life as a solitary affair, never to return in the next. Yet, Master, with you present and the mountains standing tall, perhaps another lifetime would not be so bad. Together with Sui Yin, I shall once more tread upon the mountain's threshold. But what of the myriad uncertainties? What if I cannot be reborn? What if I cannot become human? I do not favor uncertainties, yet I yearn for reunion. So let it be. If there is a next life, we must meet again. If not, I shall not insist. After Sui Yin and I depart, I implore you, Master, to take care of yourself. There is no need for excessive sorrow. We have resolved our fates, and it is time to conclude this life's dream. My life is filled with regrets, enmities, and hatred. Yet, I have also known fortune. Firstly, to have encountered the pear blossoms. Secondly, to have met Sui Yin. Thirdly, to have entered Peach Mountain. No regrets, no regrets. If you hear the wind rustling through the trees, it is indeed our return. Do not dwell on longing memories. Let it be seen as yet another reunion. The tale of the snowflakes and Sui Yin concludes here, as the stories of the third and fourth disciples draw to a close. I am grateful for your attention. We have all endured hardships, and I too have labored, finding relief in bringing this story to a satisfying conclusion. There were moments I feared I would not reach this ending, lying awake at night, staring at the ceiling. Fortunate indeed. I had originally intended to write a character analysis, but then reconsidered, for my own perspective would undoubtedly influence yours. I read all of your comments and messages, and in terms of character analysis, I am outshone by many readers, thus I shall spare myself the embarrassment. Next, the fifth disciple shall make her entrance. I have currently envisioned 8 or 9 disciples. Once more, I must exclaim, the fifth disciple is truly delightful. You must come to see her. Chapter 55. A heartwarming reminder from the golden finger. The letter left by the third disciple was lengthy, with a change in handwriting midway. Likely penned by the lady before me. Tao Mian read slowly, several times pausing, unable to finish. Seeing his distress, the lady offered to assist. I shall read it. If the immortal does not wish to listen, simply cover your ears. Tao Mian handed her the letter, and her voice was melodious and soothing, clearing the mind. As she had claimed, she indeed read beautifully, flowing through the pages from beginning to end. Initially, she maintained her composure, but upon reaching the phrase "no regrets," Tao Mian's hand trembled ever so slightly as he held the wine. Before he could react, the girl's voice quivered, pausing as she covered her face and burst into tears. Though he was initially sorrowful, her tears somewhat alleviated his own grief. Didn't you hear this from Lu Shui? Why are you crying so hard? She obediently wiped her mouth with her sleeve. There were no tears. Overcome with emotion, she stammered a response. I am sad. For so many others. Why does the immortal not cry? Let me lament alone. It is so embarrassing. You too understand embarrassment, Tao Mian remarked, showcasing a teasing spirit, seemingly managing the harsh news of the 2 disciples' demise well. I am saddened too, he said. Some matters, one anticipates the outcome from the start. Yet not everyone can casually declare, I told you so. It is too bitter, sob. The girl continued to weep, now shedding tears for the immortal. Immortal, do not take on disciples anymore. Having to bid farewell to your disciples repeatedly is a heart-wrenching thought. Tao Mian smiled faintly. I cannot agree with that. Everyone's fate is predetermined to end in death. Should we cease to live simply because the outcome is known? But you have a choice, the girl countered, her tears drying, earnestly attempting to reason with him, her earnestness somewhat endearing. You are an immortal. As long as you disregard worldly affairs, your life will be carefree. This was the first time Tao Mian heard someone present such reasoning, and it intrigued him. The girl spoke truthfully. The golden finger had delivered disciples to him without demanding he take full responsibility. If his only obligation was to nurture them, he could merely teach them the techniques and send them out the mountain door once they learned. From then on, their lives, fortunes, grievances, and enmities would be their own affairs. Yet, Tao Mian found himself concerned. He did not know how other immortals fared, whether they remained detached and untouched by the mundane world. From the beginning, he had only himself, one person, one mountain, and 1,000 blooming flowers. Over that millennium, he fed chickens, patrolled the mountains, tended to the flora, and fervently prayed to the heavens for a disciple. To put it nicely, he was indifferent to worldly matters. To put it bluntly, he was simply numb. Eventually, a drifting wooden tub brought him a dog, and the chicken-thieving area was caught by him. Santu and Cdui held hands, gazing up at the majestic mountain gate. Tao Mian was an immortal cultivated from humanity, having not endured the harsh tribulations of celestial trials, flourishing alongside the flora of the mountains, inadvertently entering the path of immortality. He had heard tales that to become an immortal, one must first forget their emotions. Yet, he always found himself entangled in a myriad of feelings and connections. Perhaps this would lead to suffering, but Tao Mian mused, should he forget the pain, he would also lose the ability to love. He was unwilling to let that happen. I have never regretted meeting my disciples. Each one is unique. The immortal raised his hand to caress the drooping branches of flowers, nourished by the mountainous waters, flourishing splendidly, clusters vying to reveal their beauty. Each had followed their own path. Though Peach Mountain was enchanting, they were all born bearing missions, and I cannot forcibly retain them. I understand they possess obsessions, desires, either lost or wandering, but they are all my disciples, Tao Mian. Life is akin to a journey against the current. I am but a fleeting passerby in their lives. Yet, each one of them is a unique vista in my eyes. Fortunately, the heavens grant longevity, the immortal does not forget, and humanity remains eternal. As long as I live, they shall endure alongside the mountains. The immortal's words resonated with the girl, though she only partially comprehended. Yet she likely understood why the little boat carrying Chu Liuxiu held such affection for this land. even in the final moments of life. Still whispering the name of this mountain, she slapped her thigh, making a momentous decision. I have made up my mind. I too shall stay. Not possible. Silence enveloped the air as the two exchanged wide-eyed stares. Why? I want to be your disciple. I am incredibly talented. As a distinguished immortal, do not take on disciples as casually as picking up a stone by the roadside. I do not easily accept disciples. What then is your standard? The immortal closed his lips, mysteriously raising his right index finger. It is up to fate. The girl, impatient, stood and dusted off her clothes. What fate? I believe it is just based on mood. Never mind. If you want to accept me, that is fine. You will regret missing out on such a gifted cultivator. You will weep when the time comes. Tao Mian lazily brushed off the fallen petals from his garment. The mountain gate is over there. Take care on your way out. Do not underestimate the young and poor. One day, you will come to seek me. With a huff, the girl stormed out of the courtyard, while Tao Mian took a hurried sip of wine, its intensity burning his throat. He grasped the teapot handle, preparing to pour himself a cup of warm tea to soothe his discomfort. At that moment, the long-absent golden finger abruptly made an appearance. Tao Mian's tea-pouring motion hung in the air, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Detected qualified candidate for apprenticeship. Apprentice name: Rongjong. Background: Shadow Guard of Floating and Sinking Pavilion. Qualification: Superior Fire Spiritual Root. Background: The Floating and Sinking Pavilion is one of the major forces in the demon realm, and the 12 Shadow Guards are a group of highly skilled assassins who have long served the Pavilion Master, shrouded in mystery and obeying only the Pavilion Master's commands. Rongjong was originally the leader of the 12 Shadow Guards, known by the alias Fengzhong, chosen by the old Pavilion Master at a young age. She excelled through rigorous training and was sent to serve the young Pavilion Master, Du Hong. Rongjong remained fiercely loyal, risking her life for Du Hong. Unfortunately, during an unfortunate incident, she sustained a grave injury while shielding Du Hong from a sword strike that struck a vital point, rendering her unable to regain her previous agility and preventing her from using her spiritual powers for extended periods. Upon witnessing Rongjong's injury, Du Hong ordered her to withdraw from the Shadow Guards and work at the Misty Pavilion, where she was tasked with gathering intelligence. The force behind the Misty Pavilion is indeed the Floating and Sinking Pavilion, renowned in the demon realm for its brothel. Abandoned, Rongjong felt despondent and fled from the establishment, wandering the world. The above is an introduction to the apprentice Rongjong. Please nurture her with care. Congratulations on unlocking rewards. Burning Jade Sword Technique 1. Communication Technique 1. Kind reminder, due to Rongjong's old injuries, if she indulges excessively in cultivation, her life expectancy is limited to 35 years. However, if she moderates her use of spiritual power, her lifespan may be extended. Yet, there is a poisonous curse within her, planted years ago in the Floating and Sinking Pavilion, which remains unsolvable. The upper limit of Rongjong's lifespan is 55 years. The specific method of cultivation is left to the host's discretion. Chapter 56. The fifth disciple of Peach Blossom Mountain. The Immortal received new information transmitted by the Golden Finger. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and immediately descended the mountain. The test was to gauge the speed of his regret. When he found Rongjong at the foot of the mountain, she was sulking, squatting by the roadside, pulling up grass in frustration. Tao Mian, if you keep pulling, they will become bald. Who has the time to be a weed-pulling immortal for this girl? To his surprise, it was Tao Mian who had come after her, and Rongjong's mouth fell open in astonishment as she sprang up lightly. The immortal has come down the mountain again. Did you not suddenly? She recalled his earlier adamant refusal, puffing her cheeks and crossing her arms. Did you not say you would rather pick stones than accept me as your disciple? Regretting that now, are we? This is a misunderstanding. Tao Mian corrected her earnestly. I merely stated that I do not easily take on disciples. But never did I compare you to a stone. Am I not even worth more than a stone? Is that what you mean? Tao Mian silently questioned the golden finger in his heart. Is this truly the disciple he wishes to take on? Why does she seem rather dim-witted? Is her identity genuine? The legendary 12 Shadow Guards cannot possibly be drawn by chance, could they? Or did that poison impair her intellect? A series of questions received no answers, as the golden finger showed no intention of responding. While Tao Mian was lost in thought, Rongjong vented her frustrations, her grievances abating significantly. When she turned back, she noticed Tao Mian in a daze, and her anger flared once more. Immortal, did you not hear what I said? I did hear, did I not? You said you despised having such a gifted disciple, and that you had nowhere to cry. If you wish, I can cry for you right now. His readiness to comply left Rongjong momentarily speechless. She mumbled something inaudibly, and Tao Mian failed to catch it. What? I said. Rongzheng took a deep breath, as if all her previous complaints had vanished, revealing a radiant smile. It would be wonderful if someone could always remember me. I agree to be your disciple. Her temper, swift to ignite, was equally quick to dissipate. With her extroverted and sunny disposition, she bore no grudges. Were it not for the precise information from the golden finger, Tao Mian would find it difficult to associate her with the identity of the leader of the Shadow Guards. In his mind, assassins trained from a young age led dark and bloody lives. Moreover, Rongzheng's experience was extraordinary. She sacrificed herself, yet became a discarded pawn. Immortal? Immortal. While Tao Mian was deep in thought, Rongzheng had already wandered far ahead, raising her arm to beckon him to follow. Are we not going back up the mountain? Let us go. Tao Mian shook his head, casting aside his chaotic thoughts. Never mind, some matters are better left unexamined, as overthinking only brings unnecessary distress. He quickened his pace to catch up with Rongzheng, walking side by side with her. What is your name, Immortal? My name is Tao Mian. Oh, like the soft and fluffy cotton? The Immortal's steps faltered for a moment before he feigned indifference and continued forward. No, it means peaceful slumber. Rongzheng immediately understood which character it was, tracing it in the air with her finger, likely attempting to write his name. Tao Mian knew he should not ask. Yet he could not help himself. Have you ever heard the line from a poem, "Cotton thoughts linger far away"? Is that sleep in the poem? Never mind. From an external perspective, Rongzheng appeared to be rough around the edges, yet she possessed a delicate sensibility, detecting the melancholy in the Immortal's tone. Oh dear. She lifted a wildflower she had picked by the roadside and offered it to him. I do not understand poetry, nor am I well versed. However, you are quite adept at reading letters. Well, someone once forced me to learn characters. Learning to read was so painful that I wished I could devour all those books. Recalling some unpleasant memories, Rongzheng's brow furrowed, her features knitting together. Seeing her reaction, Tao Mian couldn't help but chuckle. Fear not, at Peach Blossom Mountain, we do not study poetry and prose, nor will we force you to do anything you dislike. That is wonderful. Rongzheng perked up again, exclaiming, it seems I have come to the right place. Upon returning to the mountain, Rongzheng asked Tao Mian what her duties would be. Tao Mian gazed into the distance toward a certain direction of the mountain. According to custom, I will introduce you to your senior brothers and sisters. Rongzheng felt a surge of excitement. I have senior brothers and sisters? Where are they? Where are they? Take me to meet them, little Tao. No need to rush. Follow me. They walked a short distance, turned around several bends, and passed through peach orchards before arriving at a graveyard. Tao Mian raised his hand. Come, apprentice, meet your senior brothers and sisters. The silence that followed was deafening. She gazed at the several tombstones before her and quietly took 2 steps back. Little Tao, I just remembered there are pressing matters down the mountain. I must leave first. Leave? Did we not agree that you would take me as your disciple? Rongzheng was on the verge of tears. No one mentioned that all the disciples of Peach Blossom Mountain are buried in the ground. Little Tao, you might as well throw me away like a stone. It's too late. The Immortal smiled slightly, the expression ominous. You have already ascended our thieving spirit mountain. It won't be easy to descend. Tao Mian reassured her. As long as she did not court death, she would not easily attract death's attention. Everyone lives until they die. Rongzheng stiffly nodded, believing his nonsensical words. Then Tao Mian continued. I am an open-minded person and never force others. If you truly do not wish to be my disciple, I can let you go. Little Tao, before we discuss letting anyone go, could you kindly release my neck? In summary, after a series of coercive persuasion, Rongzheng became the 5th disciple of Peach Blossom Mountain. With her holding a small purple flower, they nicknamed her 5 Flower. Come, little flower, greet your 4 senior brothers and sisters. Tao Mian waved, prompting the reluctant Rongzheng to take a couple of steps forward. Next came the lengthy accounts of the lives of the 4 senior disciples. As Rongzheng's ears grew weary from the tales, Tao Mian finally resolved to release her. You have come to Peach Blossom Mountain as your master. I assure you will not leave empty-handed, and I shall naturally teach you techniques. Tao Mian cleared his throat, focusing on his 5th disciple. However, your condition is special, and you must not overexert yourself in cultivation. Xiaohua, master has 2 cultivation techniques. Whether to practice or not is now for you to decide. Chapter 57, Burial. Rongzheng did not rush to make a choice. She first asked herself how many years she had left to live. Tao Mian spoke the truth without deception. You have a goo worm buried within you. If you do not excessively consume spiritual energy, you may live until the age of 55. What constitutes excessive consumption? It is akin to a vat of water left out in the open. Each morning, you draw a ladle, and by night, you refill it. If you merely practice with moderation in your daily routine, there will be no significant issue. However, if you engage in battles, duels, and seek revenge, quickly depleting the water in the vat without replenishing it, then your lifespan will shorten by several years. How many years? 20 years. As Tao Mian spoke, he observed his disciple closely, noting her subtle expressions. Based on his past experiences, it seemed unlikely that someone with such a tragic background would not seek revenge. His previous disciples had all walked similar paths, and as for Xiaohua, she declared, "I choose to live until 55. Tao Mian was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a response. Yet, Rongzheng's tone was resolute. "I wish to live until 55. Do you not seek revenge? Perhaps because your heart is free of obsession? Is it only those with deep-seated desires who may enter this mountain gate?" Rongzheng retorted with a smile. Her voice was calm and gentle, as if she truly bore no resentment for the past, letting bygone matters dissipate like smoke. However, the immortal dared not take her words at face value. "Each of you, upon entering the mountain, spoke so eloquently," he remarked, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "Eventually, when the time is ripe, one must leave this place. It is inevitable. Little Tao, your tone is rather mournful, is it? Have your senior brothers and sisters deceived your heart and mind?" "Not to that extent." "Very well, since this is your choice, I shall not impose further. However, I must still teach you what is necessary. Learn at your discretion." Tao Mian retrieved 2 volumes of techniques from his sleeve, brushing off the dust. "Xiaohua, listen closely. The first unparalleled sword technique I shall impart to you is called Burning Jade." "Master, I already know this." "What did you say?" "I know it." Tao Mian's words faltered abruptly, caught in his throat. The 5th disciple blinked rapidly. "You must be quite skilled. You have left your master at a loss." Rongzheng chuckled, saying she had no other talents, only this sword technique. Tao Mian pondered, suspecting she had learned it previously at the floating cloud pavilion. Since the disciple had acquired it herself, he wondered why the golden fingers still compelled him to teach. Could it be a moment of conscience, intending to relieve him of the burden of teaching? Tao Mian entertained fleeting thoughts, but it was indeed a good thing that Rongzheng could self-learn. "Then, do you wish to see if you can learn the other book?" He hurriedly handed her the remaining volume. "Spiritual Communication Technique." "What is this? I've never heard of it," Rongzheng exclaimed, flipping through the thin booklet, attempting to discern its significance. "It is a technique for summoning spirits. Mastering this art will allow you to communicate with both this world and the next, dispatching spirits and souls. Of course, you may also encounter those who have passed." Upon hearing his explanation, Rongzheng's eyes sparkled. "Can I meet any deceased person?" Tao Mian shook his head. "Reincarnated individuals, those whose souls are incomplete, and high-ranking officials in the underworld cannot be seen." "Oh," Rongzheng nodded. Compared to poetry and prose, her comprehension of techniques was on an entirely different plane. "In other words, it is a matter of luck and fate? You could say that." Rongzheng weighed the technique in her hands, sighing. "Then master, can't you see our senior brothers and sisters? Can't you all gather at night for a game of mahjong?" "I can only say that this is the first time I have seen this manual." "Then master, why not learn it and teach me later? If you learn it, then master will have learned it as well." Rongzheng was perplexed. What kind of reasoning is that? "It is fate." Tao Mian had grasped the essence, attributing the inexplicable to destiny. Rongzheng shook her head. "Where is the disciple who teaches the master?" "How about this, master? Let us study it together." She opened the first page of the manual. To practice this technique, one must share a space with a ghost and contemplate the mysteries of heaven. Rongzheng read aloud. "Master, does our Peach Blossom Mountain have any ghosts?" "Peach Blossom Mountain is filled with celestial energy. How could there be ghosts? Does that mean we cannot cultivate?" "What a pity." "Disciple," Tao Mian hesitated, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Regrettably, the bowed Rongzheng did not see the expression on his face. "Do you truly wish to practice this technique?" "Since I have come, and besides, the ability to command spirits is quite marvelous." "Very well," Tao Mian gritted his teeth, as if making a significant decision. "Since you wish to learn, I shall take you down the mountain to find a place haunted by spirits." "Little Tao, do not force yourself. It's not that I must learn it. I am not forcing you. Master has his connections. After we properly bury your 3rd senior sister and 4th senior brother, we shall set off immediately." Tao Mian spoke with conviction, promising not to go back on his word. He first took Rongzheng to tend to the graves of Lu Shui and Sui Yan, just as Lu Shui had mentioned in her letter. She entrusted Rongzheng with returning her and her brother's remains to Pear Blossom Village. Rongzheng fulfilled the task entrusted to her by her 3rd senior sister without fail. All that remained for Tao Mian was a letter. "I have brought back all my senior brothers and sisters to Pear Blossom Village." "Little Tao, what else do we need to bury?" Rongzheng asked, puzzled. Tao Mian did not directly answer her, but instead mentioned the other 2 disciples. Strictly speaking, among the graves on Peach Blossom Mountain, only your second senior sister, Lu Yuendi, is truly buried here. As for the grave of the eldest brother, Gu Yuan, it only contains his belongings left on Peach Blossom Mountain. Oh, Rongzheng exclaimed, seemingly surprised. Did little Tao not leave those belongings outside? Those are precious memories. While chatting with his disciple, Tao Mian continued his task. He laid out several items belonging to Chu Lu Shui and Chu Sui Yin: clothing, wooden hairpins, jade pendants, a childhood tiger doll, and a few skewers of candied hawthorn he had accumulated over time, arranging them in the grave. Initially, I thought the same. To leave a few items at the temple to reminisce. Rongzheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, everyone does that. However, after Gu Yuan's passing, I felt sorrowful seeing the traces of his life left in the house. I cried at the sight of the wooden basin, wept at the small vase, and sobbed over the knife he used for chopping vegetables. Day after day of mourning, night after night of grief. One morning, I awoke feeling utterly dried up inside. Thinking that this was not a solution, I resolutely decided to erase Gu Yuan's shadow from the temple and bury everything here. This way, I only need to cry heartily on the annual memorial days and during Qingming, without being overly burdened by sorrow. This habit continued after each disciple's passing. I would do the same, becoming quite adept at it. The immortal recounted his past experiences, and at last, he placed all the belongings of the two siblings in the grave. Rongzheng quietly approached to help him cover the soil. After assisting for a while, she cautiously glanced at the immortal's face. Upon seeing no overwhelming sorrow, she asked, "It seems little Tao has become able to calmly do these tasks. I'm not saying you lack feelings for the third senior sister and fourth senior brother. I just struggle with my words. Forget it. I shall remain silent." Rongzheng lowered her head in disappointment, but then heard the immortal softly say, "Do not worry. Before me, you may speak freely. Master will not impose many restrictions upon you." Then came a gentle sigh. "Have I become calm? Time treats me. It is unclear whether it is harsh or merciful." He sighed, rising nimbly and brushing off the dust from his hands. "Now let us not delay. Master will take you down the mountain to meet my connections." Chapter 58, Shuihan's Reminder. Is this your newly accepted disciple? Shuihan was checking accounts in a spacious study, while a pair of uninvited master and disciple sat side by side before him. He left them waiting for quite some time. Rongzheng was an impatient soul. As time dragged on, she felt as though the chair beneath her was filled with nails, causing her discomfort. Unable to resist, she leaned closer to Tao Mian and whispered, "Master, are you truly good friends? Surely you haven't crossed paths with an enemy here?" Just as Tao Mian was about to clarify, he was interrupted by Shuihan. The innkeeper looked up with a smile. The young lady is quite adept at discerning character. Rongzheng's mouth fell open in surprise. "So it truly is an enemy?" "Don't listen to his nonsense," Tao Mian interjected, waving his sleeve to cut off the unfounded conversation. "Shuihan, you are quite capable. I would like to ask for your assistance." Without a moment's thought, Shuihan flatly refused. "No," Tao Mian protested, "but I haven't even explained what the matter is." Whatever it is, the answer is still no. Their acquaintance had not been brief, and both were well aware of each other's dispositions. Shuihan's refusal was not genuine. He was merely setting the stage for negotiations, as he was a man who would not rise without a reward. Yet, Tao Mian dreaded the prospect of bargaining with him. "What do you want me to do this time?" The immortal had vowed to teach his disciple the Tongyu technique, and he could not break that promise. He did not wish to be the kind of adult who makes commitments to children but then fails to deliver. Typically, immortals were unreliable in speech but fulfilled their obligations. Moreover, he recognized that Rongzheng was a person of extraordinary integrity. Observing Shuihan's unwavering response, he set aside his account books with a smile. "I haven't yet devised a task for you." "Well, that is fortunate," Shuihan continued, "but do not harbor any illusions. I require a promise from you." Tao Mian fell silent. Compared to a specific request, he dreaded such an ambiguous commitment even more. "Are you saying that if you asked me to die, I would have to comply?" "You won't die. I know that," Shuihan replied, reclining comfortably in his Zeton chair. "Rest assured, I won't impose anything too arduous, including taking you as a disciple." "You certainly know how to hit the nail on the head," Tao Mian retorted, realizing his oversight. Shuihan, being an immortal, was astute, understanding the world better than most, and was quick to discern the situation. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, seemingly searching for an appropriate topic. "You arrived at an opportune moment. Recently, a friend of mine visited this place and mentioned some disturbances in a mountain villa under his name, asking me to think of a way to find a skilled individual. Since you have brought it up, I won't waste any more effort. I will draft a letter for you, and the steward there will surely accommodate your stay." Tao Mian was taken aback by how smoothly things were progressing. while Rongzheng nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes, let us go with this. Tao Mian had no choice but to comply. Xuehan advised them not to rush their departure and to wait until dawn. They would rest at Xue's residence, allowing him time to prepare transportation. Rongzheng was pleasantly surprised that her master's friend was indeed such a reliable person. She was escorted away by Xue's maid to change and rest. This left only Tao Mian and Xuehan in the room. After Rongzheng left, there was a knock at the door from a servant of the Xue family. Xuehan stepped out for a moment, engaging in brief conversation with the visitor, who seemed to have given him something. Tao Mian heard the sound of paper rustling. Moments later, Xuehan returned, dismissing the visitor, and re-entered the study with a stack of papers in hand. Tao Mian noticed that Xuehan seemed intent on speaking to him privately. Before Xuehan could say anything, Tao Mian spoke first. Let us spare ourselves the cliches about taking on disciples. Xuehan, instead of that, let us discuss something else. Xuehan's smile faded, reflecting his momentary displeasure. You wish to hear, yet I am reluctant to speak. After all, you never heed my advice. The only thing I am grateful for is that no matter how reckless you are, you seem to escape unscathed. Tao Mian shivered. Perhaps you should retract that statement? To speak so bluntly was indeed a talent, and who knows? Perhaps one day it might truly come to pass that it is your own disciple who brings about your demise. Xuehan responded without hesitation, unaware of the implications of his words. Suddenly his tone turned harsh. If you were truly killed by your disciple, I might as well reduce your remains to ashes right here. What has gotten into you? Tao Mian said, feeling a chill run down his spine. Let us discuss serious matters. Then let us talk about your new disciple. Why are we returning to this? Did we not agree not to mention it? I did not say I would obstruct you. I merely discovered some information and wanted to alert you. With a flick of his wrist, Xuehan revealed a freshly issued warrant, unrolling it from its scroll form. The likeness depicted therein was one that Tao Mian recognized all too well, complete with inked dimples. Indeed, it was Rongzheng's visage. The floating dust pavilion had made a grand announcement, proclaiming that Feng Zheng, the leader of the 12 Shadows, had betrayed the pavilion master and was now a fugitive. Those with information were being offered a handsome reward. Tao Mian, the floating dust pavilion operates within the demon realm, and to say it moves with impunity would not be an overstatement. The new pavilion master, Du Hong, is a troublesome character, not one to offend lightly. Your disciple has a background more significant than you realize. Frankly, when I first heard from my subordinates that this young girl was the leader of the Shadows, I was not surprised. But this situation is unlike any past occurrences. In previous instances, your disciples grew up beside you, remaining ever loyal and sincere. This time, however, you have taken in a traitor. Not only could she bring you trouble, but she may also betray you. Her ties with Du Hong run deep, and the situation is not easily articulated. Speaking broadly, the demon realm is part of the abyss. You have seen the items up for bid at the Thousand Lantern Pavilion. Although we agreed not to discuss taking on disciples, as a longtime friend, I feel compelled to give you this warning. Otherwise, I fear that the next time I see you, it will be among the auctioned treasures at the Thousand Lantern Pavilion. Chapter 59. Journey to the Mountain Villa. Xuehan's warning was well intended. Though he could be sharp-tongued at times, he had never caused Tao Mian harm over the years. The Immortal remained silent, absorbing his friend's kind advice. Xuehan pondered that having just sent off 2 disciples, Tao Mian must be feeling melancholy, and he was reluctant to speak too harshly. In any case, consider it carefully. The path you choose must ultimately be your own decision. Tao Mian remained silent, leading Xuehan to reflect on what he might have said that was amiss. If I were sold to the Thousand Lantern Pavilion, Tao Mian mused slowly, as if contemplating his words, what price do you think I might fetch? Ultimately, Xuehan ushered him out the door. Such a foul temper. Tao Mian mumbled as he stood outside. Weren't we having a pleasant conversation? Why the rush? He looked around, hoping to find someone to guide him in search of his disciple. Just then, an elderly steward appeared before him, beaming. Please, Immortal, allow this old servant to escort you. Following the steward, Tao Mian arrived at a side room within Xue's residence. His recently accepted 5th disciple was engrossed in her meal. Xiaohua, Tao Mian said, standing before her. After just a brief separation, your face seems a bit rounder. Rongzheng rolled her eyes, unsure if she was more annoyed or choked. Her frantic search for a cup to drink water indicated she had likely swallowed too hastily. After gulping down 2 large mouthfuls of water, she sighed contentedly. Xiao Tao, your friend is truly delightful. The maidens of the estate are beautiful, the food is delicious, and they speak so charmingly. While you are busy admiring the pretty maidens and indulging in sweets, shouldn't you focus on more serious matters? Tao Mian's gaze wandered among the colorful pastries on the table, pondering which was the tastiest. This lily pastry, and the dragon beard candy with osmanthus cake is delectable. The two indulged in the delights of Shue's mansion. With Tao Mian sampling a few treats before wiping his hands with a napkin, Rongzheng continued to devour the pastries. And nearly half of the confectionery on the table had vanished into her belly. Tao Mian could not help but advise, Xiaohua, these pastries are quite sweet. Overeating can lead to discomfort. If you enjoy them, I shall buy you some in the future. Or perhaps we can return to Shue's residence for another feast. Rongzheng seemed to suddenly realize that she had unwittingly consumed quite a lot, and she shyly wiped the sweet residue from the corners of her mouth. Oh dear, how rude of me. These delicacies are simply too delectable. I couldn't resist. Tao Mian found it peculiar. Although the pastries from the Shui residence were indeed delightful, they were hardly of a nature to incite gluttony. I had never tasted them before. Rongzheng's right hand lingered over a piece of soft, glutinous osmanthus cake adorned with pale yellow petals, reluctant to part with it. Pastries are rather fattening. If I gain weight, my movements will be restricted. Someone forbids me from indulging in such treats. Rongzheng spoke with an air of nonchalance. Yet Tao Mian was acutely aware that her past was far from the carefree facade she presented. In my childhood, I longed to indulge, but my master would not allow it. One day, as I passed by a young lady's chamber, I spotted a plate of shiny, flaky pastries on her table. After sampling one, she deemed it too rich and ordered her servant to take it away. She then took a group of people outside to fly kites, while I, peering in from the window, could not help but crave those pastries. Did you manage to eat them? Yes, I did, and they were truly delectable. Rongzheng squinted her eyes in reminiscence. Although the chefs at the Shui residence prepared even better fare, those pastries were the most delicious I had ever tasted. However, happiness often comes at a price. That night, I faced punishment for an entire evening. For merely eating a few pastries? No, it was because I had stolen the lady's belongings. Even if they were items she discarded, it was not appropriate for someone like me, kept within the confines of the chamber, to indulge. Rongzheng cradled a cup of hot tea with both hands, gently blowing to cool it down. Tao Mian remained silent. It was not until she waved her hand before his vacant gaze, calling his name repeatedly, that he snapped back to reality. Before he could speak, Rongzheng pushed his hand away. No, please, do not pity me. I am quite content with what I can eat now. Tao Mian shook his head. I do not intend to pity you. I have lived for over 1,000 years. I have heard many such tragic tales. The past cannot be changed. Although it cannot amend your history, wallowing in it will only lead to misery. In the future, your master will ensure you enjoy delightful feasts. Little Tao, I cannot eat spicy food. For the first time, Tao Mian realized the importance of his disciple's education. Upon returning to the mountain, I shall enrich your cultural knowledge. What? You promised not to force me to study. I had underestimated you before. Your ignorance has severely hindered our communication. How vexing. I have missallocated my affections. I now intend to gorge myself on pastries until I burst, thereby resolving everything. What a blissful demise. Your master desires that too. Little Tao, how despicable of you. You dare to compete for food and drink with your disciple. Ah, my dragon beard candy. Rongzheng was incensed when Tao Mian snatched the last piece of dragon beard candy from the plate, and she earnestly attempted to reason with him. Although all dragon beard candy is the same, the last piece holds a unique significance. In what way is it different? Rongzheng's understanding was vague. Articulating it was challenging, as she had suffered the consequences of her ignorance. It simply was different. Logically speaking, Tao Mian, however, let her words drift in one ear and out the other, responding only with the phrase, "That makes sense," before devouring the last piece of butterfly pastry. After this amiable exchange between master and disciple, the following day, Tao Mian and Rongzheng finally ambled out of the Shui residence, carrying a letter penned by Shuehan himself. Their destination was a place known as Qihuang Mountain Villa. They were not in a hurry, enjoying the scenery and blossoms from their carriage, thoroughly relishing the journey. By the time they arrived at Qihuang Mountain Villa, it was already dusk. The villa, built against the mountainside, perched precariously atop a sloping cliff, resembled a prowling tiger. Tao Mian squinted at the villa. As a celestial being, he possessed an innate sensitivity to certain energies and the flow of nature, even without the aid of spells. Whether it was a mere illusion, he could not shake the feeling that the place was steeped in malevolent aura. Before their arrival, Shuehan had not mentioned whether his friend was human, and it was highly likely that he was not. If he were non-human, would he still fear these phantoms and spirits? Little Tao, lost in thought, he realized his disciple had already taken several steps outside, cupping her hands around her mouth to call his name. Coming, Tao Mian replied, temporarily setting aside his unease. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, his ominous premonition deepened. Perhaps due to Shuehan's prior arrangements, Before they even reached the grand entrance, they spotted a plump steward awaiting them. He must have been waiting for quite some time, as beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and he could not help but dab at it with a handkerchief. The steward, with keen ears, had heard their footsteps long before and approached with a smile. However, when he recognized the faces of his guests, Tao Mian noticed a brief stiffness in his smile. Clearly, they were not the guests he had anticipated. Then who was he waiting for? Chapter 60. An invitation from the host. Who might you be? The steward, though puzzled, maintained a warm and welcoming demeanor, inquiring about the identities of the two unfamiliar visitors. Tao Mian retrieved the letter from his bosom. Upon seeing Xue Han's personal seal, the steward's expression shifted, as if he had deduced their purpose. After carefully reading the letter, he folded the paper and returned it to Tao Mian with both hands. So, it is a distinguished individual invited by Master Xue. I have been remiss. Please, allow me to escort you both inside the villa for a brief respite. The villa's master will arrive shortly. The steward's attitude was exceedingly respectful, hinting at a close relationship between the Xue residents and the villa's proprietor. Tao Mian expressed his gratitude, nodding in acknowledgement, and was just about to lead his disciple inside when a sound of a sedan chair setting down reached them from behind. Another guest? The steward, unfazed, first ushered the servants within the villa to guide Tao Mian and Rongjung inside, and only then did he attend to the new arrival. Judging by his expression, it was likely that this new guest was the one he had truly been waiting for. Curiosity piqued in Tao Mian's mind, and he was about to turn to glance back when a hand tugged at his sleeve, gently pulling him down. It was Rongjung. His fifth disciple appeared flustered, her face devoid of color, and she continuously pressed against him, seemingly attempting to shield herself from the approaching guests. Little Tao, let us go in first, quickly. Tao Mian cast a sidelong glance at his disciple, refraining from questioning her, and turned to the waiting servant, whispering, My disciple is unwell. Please escort us to the guest room promptly. Thank you. The servant bowed slightly, extending his arm to indicate a path for them to follow. Rongjung kept close to the wall, fearful of being discovered by the incoming guests. Tao Mian was utterly perplexed when he suddenly heard the steward outside say, Master Du. A long journey. Master Du? Duhong. Tao Mian was taken aback. It turned out that the owner of Qihuang Mountain Villa had dealings with the Floating Cloud Pavilion. This revelation was completely unforeseen for Tao Mian, and it was likely that Xue Han was unaware as well. However, Tao Mian mused that given the villa's vastness, and since they undoubtedly did not share the same purpose for their visit, the likelihood of them encountering one another was minimal. He was just about to reassure his disciple not to worry, and that he would help her disguise herself if necessary, when he heard the steward say, Master Su, you have arrived as well. Su Tianhe. This time, Tao Mian's expression changed. He silently cursed his bad luck and trudged forward alongside his disciple. How could he be here? The name Su Tianhe was one that Tao Mian was most reluctant to utter. The deaths of his third and fourth disciples were directly and indirectly tied to him. Yet, Lu Xue had not expressed any hatred towards him in her letter. Instead, she had entrusted Tianjin Valley to his care, making it inconvenient for Tao Mian to take any action. After all, Tianjin Valley was also one of Lu Xue's legacies, and Tao Mian was reluctant to see it fall into the hands of outsiders. It was just that the mere thought of Su Tianhe was enough to make him wish to avoid any memories of the past, preferring never to cross paths with him again. This man was inscrutable. He was adept at concealing his true intentions and harbored great ambitions. Tao Mian could scarcely fathom that a chance encounter from the past would lead to the current predicament. Back then, he had regarded him as a guest who had mistakenly wandered into Peach Mountain, sharing freshly picked celestial peaches with him. Had he known, he would have refrained from sharing and simply sent him away from the mountain. Tao Mian thought to himself in indignation. The voices of conversation outside gradually faded away, and soon after, the servant brought two guests to their respective rooms. Tao Mian took a cursory glance at the furnishings of his room and, finding no significant issues, proceeded to the adjacent chamber, gently knocking on his disciple's door. The earlier state of Rongjung had been quite concerning. A voice responded from within, and soon the door opened. The fifth disciple had managed to compose herself, regaining her usual vitality, and greeted Tao Mian warmly. However, the sage's keen perception quickly discerned that she was putting on a brave face. May I enter? Tao Mian inquired. Rongjung stepped aside, allowing her master to enter. The sage's discerning gaze fell upon her palm, where deep teeth marks lingered, evidence of her recent attempt to control her emotions by biting herself too hard, the marks still fresh. It seemed that the leader Du had left her with a profound psychological scar. Tao Mian sighed inwardly, reflecting on how a killer could appear so cheerful and extroverted. A stark contrast to the reading experiences he had gathered in his past life. Finding a vacant seat, he settled down, inviting the distracted Rongzheng to sit opposite him. When he spoke, his words were imbued with genuine intent. You know, we are both bona fide deceivers. I have never dealt with matters involving spirits in my over 1,000 years of existence. After all, Tao Mountain does not require me to master such skills. But now that we are here, it is evident that they will not let us leave easily. What shall we do? Tao Mian adopted a serious tone, customary for discussing significant matters, and laid out his thoughts. When night falls, we will capture the ghost if we can. If not, we shall escape over the wall. What a brilliant yet troublesome suggestion. Rongzheng was momentarily at a loss for words, making their conversation seem less absurd. Tao Mian noticed her disdain and felt displeased. What? Do you look down upon your master's wall-climbing skills? Young people should not be too arrogant. One day you will learn this truth. Living long is more valuable than fighting well, and speed and escape is superior to skill in combat. I believe you, master. Please put away your convoluted reasoning, she retorted. These are merely the essence distilled from years. Tao Mian, delighting in his own fabrications, poured himself a cup of tea. Feeling parched. Throughout this, Rongzheng did not miss a single expression on his face. She was acutely aware that she had just lost her composure. As long as that person existed, even in silence, it felt as though her heart was being crushed, with no avenue of escape. She found herself seeking help from this immortal whom she had known for less than 3 days. The sage pointed out a path forward without asking any questions. Rongzheng could hardly believe such fortune existed in the world. Xiao Tao, she hesitated, finally voicing her thoughts. You truly want to pursue this matter? Just now. Tao Mian quietly regarded his disciple. It's not that I did not want to ask, he said. I simply became so engrossed in discussing my life philosophy that I forgot. He then leaned in closer. Can we speak of it now? I wish to hear. Rongzheng struggled against the inexplicable anger rising within her. And she began to understand why Tao Mian's friend often appeared irritable. Indeed, the sage had a certain talent for inciting annoyance. Noticing her prolonged silence, Tao Mian clicked his tongue in disdain. If you do not wish to speak, so be it. I have lived long. I am never short of stories. Actually, Rongzheng began, and Tao Mian once again leaned in closer. Did you not say you did not want to listen? It does no harm to hear. Yet you need not speak. As their conversation continued, Rongzheng found herself feeling somewhat helpless. Though the sage was exasperating, her previous complex and somber emotions had dissipated. Very well, let us discuss your ludicrous plan, she finally relented. How can it be ludicrous? It is the most practical approach. As the master and disciple conversed, Tao Mian, feeling thirsty, reached for water. At that moment, a hand extended from the side, pouring him tea unbidden. Initially, he thought it was his disciple, finally showing filial piety. But upon looking up, he found Rongzheng across from him, munching on snacks, each hand grasping a piece of pastry. Whose hand was that just now? As he pondered this, suddenly, the door was knocked from the outside. It was the same servant. Esteemed guests, my master requests your presence. Chapter 61. Candlelight dinner. The master of Qingmiao Mountain Villa was a young man in his 30s, appearing exceedingly amiable and treating others with calmness. Moreover, since Tao Mian and his companion were invited by Shui Han, who shared a deep friendship with him, it was only natural that they received special attention. Upon entering the main hall, Tao Mian immediately noticed a hint of distress in the young man's brows, as if he were troubled by some pressing matter. Seeing them enter, he looked as though he had spotted a savior. Tao Mian subtly inhaled. The young master was surrounded by a ghostly aura that felt foreign to him. As he approached, the feeling intensified to an uncomfortable degree, yet he chose to endure in silence. The master introduced himself as Qi Yun, and he humbly presented himself. Showing great respect to Tao Mian, the sage returned the courtesy, refraining from disclosing his origins, merely stating that he was a wandering Taoist. Do not be modest, immortal. Qi Yun complimented. Master Shui has mentioned this matter to me, saying he would invite a distinguished person to assist me with my troubles. Anyone whom Master Shui regards as distinguished must surely be extraordinary. Tao Mian thought to himself how Shui Han had elevated his status outside, wasting no time on pleasantries. He urged Qi Yun to share the specifics of his dilemma. Upon mentioning the issue, Qi Yun appeared particularly troubled. The situation is as follows. Qingmiao Mountain Villa was completed 2 years ago, and I have primarily resided in my estate in Lin City. It has only been 6 months since I moved here. The first 2 months were uneventful, but from the 3rd month onward, every night past midnight, I hear someone weeping beside my bed, the sound mournful and filled with unresolved grievances. I would awaken to find nothing there, yet as soon as I close my eyes, the wailing resumes, relentless and preventing me from finding peace. Over time, my body could not withstand it any longer. I became listless during the day and restless at night. I tried various methods, including staying awake all night beside my bed, but nothing happened. I even had the steward lie in my place, yet he reported hearing nothing, while I, in the adjacent room, was tortured by the cries for half the night. Eventually, I had no choice but to return to Lin City. This, however, only worsened my circumstances. While I could no longer hear the cries, everything went awry. There were plumbing issues, accidents when I went out, and family members who had previously coexisted harmoniously began to bicker incessantly. Most alarmingly, my business started to suffer losses. Other matters were minor, but financial losses were significant. Left with no options, I moved back to the villa, but the nightly cries were truly tormenting. I sought the help of numerous Taoists and immortals, yet none could resolve the issue, leaving me in great distress. One day, while drinking with Master Shui at a tavern, I casually mentioned this matter. Master Shui said he would help me find someone, and shortly after, you, Immortal, arrived. Qi seemed to place considerable trust in Tao Mian, his eyes gleaming with hope. Immortal, those previous individuals were all imposters. You are surely different. Dealing with ghosts must be a breeze for you. Tao Mian felt a twinge of anxiety. He might just be more of an imposter than they were. Fortunately, his millennia of accumulated audacity allowed him to make a bold guarantee in such a moment. Rest assured, Master Qi, since I am entrusted by Master Shui, I will exert my utmost efforts. Rongzheng, standing behind him, rolled her eyes. What a crafty little Tao. Promising to do his utmost without guaranteeing a solution. Qi Yun was deeply moved, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, Immortal. After the matter is resolved, I will certainly reward you handsomely. With a grand gesture, Tao Mian waved dismissively. Money is of little concern. I mainly wish to make a friend. Rongzheng could not help but cough in the background. Tao Mian pretended not to hear and continued to inquire about the details from Qi Yun. Did you have any unresolved romantic entanglements that might be causing this lingering attachment even after death? The Immortal was preoccupied with tales of the past, revolving around the themes of untrustworthy wealthy merchants and the lamentations of ghostly women. Qi Yun seemed to be haunted by some unresolved matters, as if the departed could not find peace and tormented him nightly. The Immortal had his suspicions, but Qi Yun's countenance revealed his discomfort. I discerned what the Immortal wished to convey. However, the weeping was evidently male. This revelation took Tao Mian by surprise. If it were not the wailing of an old lover, then there must be other hidden truths. Tao Mian resolved to investigate further that night. Master Qi, allow me and my disciple to remain in your chamber tonight, awaiting the arrival of the restless spirit. However, we require some time to set the scene properly. Qi Yun nodded earnestly. Of course, everything shall proceed as you wish, esteemed Immortal. Dinner will be delivered to your room, and if you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to ask. Thus, Tao Mian and Rongzheng entered the master's quarters. The room was spacious yet simply adorned, indicating that Qi Yun was not one to indulge in extravagance. Fortunately, they did not encounter Du Hong and Su Tian along the way. Upon entering, Rongzheng sighed in relief, stretching her limbs. She had been concerned that Qi Yun might recognize her in the main hall, which would have jeopardized their plans. Relaxing over the four-immortal table, she rested her cheek on one arm, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed Tao Mian moving about the room. Little Tao, what are you busying yourself with? Setting the stage, as I mentioned before, he replied, holding a palm-sized cloth bag, its opening ajar. With his fingers, he pinched some white powder and sprinkled it around the room's perimeter. His demeanor was meticulous, as though he were undertaking an immensely significant task. Rongzheng squinted, and as she discerned the nature of the substance, she found herself at a loss for words. While others used rice to ward off evil, was it excessive to scatter crumbs? Well, dinner has yet to arrive, so we must make do with this for now. After emptying half the bag of crumbs, Tao Mian lit 2 candles of substantial girth. The green glow from the candles cast an eerie atmosphere, filling the room with an unsettling energy that made Rongzheng almost unable to sit still. What is this? Is it the rumored Qizhao that reveals spirits? Not at all. Tao Mian replied as he took a seat opposite his disciple, the candlelight casting a green hue across his forehead, primarily to enhance the ambience. The atmosphere grew awkward as both remained silent. When a young maid entered with dinner, she was startled to find 2 still figures resembling little green beings staring at her, causing her to scream and nearly drop the food tray. Rongzheng swiftly steadied the tray, placing it securely on the table. Tao Mian offered an apology and politely dismissed the maid, who, trembling, exited while attempting to excuse her clumsiness. Amidst the green glow, the master and disciple enjoyed their candlelit dinner. As the hour of the rat approached, The room fell into such silence that even the sound of breathing was imperceptible. On the bed, Tao Mian lay fully clothed with his eyes closed, his ears twitching slightly. Rongzheng's breath had nearly vanished. After they assigned their respective tasks, Tao Mian settled on the bed to await the ghost, inquiring about Rongzheng's plans. She reassured him not to worry. Once the master was prepared, a shadow flickered within the room, and the disciple's figure vanished. It was no wonder he had once been an assassin, reliable indeed. They each found their places, waiting for the uninvited guest. Suddenly, the ghostly green candlelight extinguished of its own accord, swirling smoke filling the air. Yi arrived. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter. Half an hour later, two figures stumbled out of Master Qi's chamber, one after the other, both breathless and disheveled. The Immortal and the former Shadow Guard leader leaned against their knees, gasping for air. Rongzheng spoke first. Little Tao, did you not say you could handle this? Why did you flee before even engaging? And yet you blame me. Tao Mian wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow. At my age, should you not, as my disciple, display respect for your elders and step forth? Rongzheng paused, taken aback by her master's audacity. This is my first time, and I lack experience. The ghost was horrendous. I couldn't bear to confront it. Realizing something, she glared at him. And yet, little Tao is supposed to be a profound immortal. You ran faster than I did. Well, even a master can feel fear, he retorted. Rongzheng found herself speechless at Tao Mian's audacity. He was not one to put himself in difficult situations. When faced with uncertainty, he would often choose to sleep it off. The previous situation in the room was what he deemed troublesome. Disciple, Tao Mian finally caught his breath, offering a clean handkerchief to Rongzheng to wipe away her cold sweat. Did you see any spirits while you were inside? Spirits? I only saw one. Rongzheng trembled as she took the handkerchief. Were there more than one? Tao Mian fell silent before revealing a statement that sent Rongzheng's cold sweat cascading anew. You think I escaped? In truth, I was squeezed out. The room could hardly accommodate anyone. Rongzheng felt tears welling up. Little Tao, is this your excuse? No. It's nothing. A son does not scorn his mother's appearance. I do not mind your cowardice. Please do not frighten me so. Tao Mian inexplicably produced another green candle. Lighting it. Isn't this candle meant to create atmosphere? It can also illuminate spirits invisible to the naked eye, he replied. Rongzheng felt a mix of fear and irritation, unsure where to begin her complaints. Holding the candlestick, the flickering flame cast shifting shadows on the courtyard walls. Gathering her courage, Rongzheng stepped closer. What shadows? Those are clearly ghostly figures. Uncertain of the candlelight's allure to them, Tao Mian raised the candlestick and walked along the window. A series of loud thuds echoed as countless black handprints followed the light's movement, pressing heavily against the glass. Rongzheng held her breath, watching in trepidation. Look! Tao Mian finally halted in a corner, where all the ghostly handprints converged. Half of his profile was illuminated by the candlelight, his expression one of resignation. It seems we must inquire with Master Qi tomorrow about which male spirit whispers to him each night. The room had become unbearable. They could hardly remain. The master and disciple settled at a stone table in the courtyard, hands tucked into their sleeves, keeping vigil until dawn. During the night, Rongzheng dozed off several times. And once, when she opened her eyes to find her companion absent, she searched around in a daze, only to succumb to sleep once again. When she finally awoke, Tao Mian sat in the same spot, as if he had never left. The following morning, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Master Qi. He was taken aback by the dark circles under the eyes of the Immortal and his disciple. Esteemed Immortal, have you encountered trouble? Tao Mian nodded. Master Qi, I can only say that you have been fortunate to survive this far. Qi Yun, flustered and confused, pleaded, Esteemed Immortal, please guide me. Tao Mian proceeded to inquire about three matters. First, the location of Qifeng Mountain Manor and its previous use. Second, whether Qi Yun had any past enmities, particularly with those knowledgeable in geomancy. And third, the remarks and actions of any Taoist priests who had previously visited the manor. Qi Yun, not daring to conceal anything, recounted the truth to Tao Mian. He revealed that the site for Qifeng Mountain Manor had been chosen by his forebears, and he had dutifully followed his father's last wishes, investing a considerable sum to construct a grand manor in this remote, perilous location. Although the area had been uninhabited, he had consulted a geomancer before breaking ground, who declared it a rare auspicious site that would bless future generations. As for rivals, being a merchant, he valued harmonious relationships and preferred to incur personal losses rather than offend his peers. Therefore, it was unlikely that he had any enemies who would seek to disturb his peace. At last, Qi Yun handed a roster to Tao Mian. detailing the Taoist priests who had previously visited Qingmiao Mountain Manor, including their titles, backgrounds, duration of stay, and methods of practice. Tao Mian swiftly scanned the first line of the roster, only to find that he recognized none of them. However, a peculiar feeling arose within him. All these priests had only stayed at the manor for 3 days. Where did they go afterward? Did they leave alive? Qiyin shook his head, then nodded. The Taoists wander far and wide. It is not my place to inquire further about their whereabouts. Yet, they all mentioned the restless spirits haunting the manor, urging me to seek more capable assistance. Tao Mian acknowledged this, but felt even more perplexed. If it were just 1 or 2, it might be understandable. Yet, over a dozen names adorned this roster. Could they all be charlatans? Apart from the malevolent spirit that filled an entire room, what horrific entities might they have encountered in the manor that compelled them to depart? These questions remained unanswered for now. It seemed he would need to stay for 3 days himself to uncover the truth. Tao Mian briefly expressed his intention to extend his stay, and the manor's master readily consented. There is no need for formalities, esteemed guest. Feel free to remain for as long as you wish. Subsequently, when Tao Mian proposed to explore the manor, Qiyin offered to send someone to accompany him, but he politely declined. Rongzheng also expressed a desire to join him. Yet, again, Tao Mian did not agree. Once Qiyin departed with his attendants, he turned to his disciple and said, Du Hong may or may not have left. You need not follow me aimlessly and risk your life. Rongzheng could only nod in compliance. If you encounter trouble, be sure to call for me. Tao Mian reassured him, rest assured, if such a moment arises, it will surely be dire, and I will certainly summon you to flee. Tao Mian said little more, offering a few parting words before setting off alone. He had no specific destination, relying purely on instinct to investigate several areas steeped in ghostly energy. As fate would have it, he collided with someone at a corner of a corridor. The individual stepped back, and upon recognizing Tao Mian, a look of astonishment crossed his face. It was Su Tianhe. What are you doing here? Su Tianhe spoke before Tao Mian could respond, then quickly seized his arm, urging him to leave. We must go. You cannot remain here. Tao Mian, realizing something was amiss, pulled away. Wait, what do you mean I cannot stay here? Su Tianhe halted, clearly concerned, glancing around as if wary of being overheard. He furrowed his brow and asked, given the secluded location of Qingmiao Mountain Manor, it is unusual for you to wander here. Who brought you? Tao Mian answered honestly, naming the esteemed manager Shui Han. That cunning fellow. How could you be associated with him? You two, brothers or not, share the same cunning nature. Alas, you have caused the demise of my 2 disciples. How can I converse with you calmly now? From this moment on, let us pretend we have never met. Let us depart. Still taken aback by the unexpected encounter, Tao Mian struggled to process the grievances that had arisen. When he regained his composure, he cursed himself internally for his overly familiar demeanor. As Su Tianhe turned to leave, Tao Mian recalled the words of Chu Liuxue and Chu Suiyin. My master, Tao Mian, though possessing a millennium of cultivation, has the heart of a child. While he may find solace in the mountains, should he venture beyond, he risks being exploited by those with ulterior motives. Though it seemed premature to say so, if you encounter him outside the mountains, please watch over him. The kind-hearted young master cannot bear to witness suffering. While he claims to avoid entanglements, he cannot bear to see anyone suffer before him. A sincere heart ought not to be trampled upon. As a disciple of Taohua Mountain, I have accrued numerous karmic burdens and feel unworthy to face him. Su, should you ever cross paths with my master, kindly convey my regards. This is my humble request. As Tao Mian vanished around the corner, Su Tianhe spoke up. Your 2 disciples have both mentioned me, asking that I support you while you are outside. Tao Mian paused. The verdant branches in the courtyard draping over his back, harmonizing beautifully with his azure robes, exuding a calm and unadorned elegance. We 3 each have our desires, each with our own pursuits. When desires intertwine, they form an inextricable knot, which can only be severed with a swift blade. Tao Mian, I do not seek your forgiveness. Even if you were to draw your sword against me here, I would harbor no resentment. I will always remember the kindness you showed me at Taohua Mountain. I am not one to confuse gratitude with enmity. After a long silence, Tao Mian finally replied with a sigh, his voice echoing forlornly in the dim corridor. I merely offered you a few peaches, and you speak of kindness. My 2 disciples have entrusted you with their hearts. How could you bear to conspire against them, leading them to mutual destruction? The world is filled with treachery, and Tao Mian had simply refrained from obstructing Su Tianhe's path, inadvertently complicating matters. Now, his seemingly benevolent warning may have been little more than an attempt to atone for his own conscience. The silence now fell upon Su Tianhe. The past has faded. The dust has settled. Tao Mian did not wish to dwell in sorrow, so he turned away and waved his hand. I appreciate your kindness. I will take it to heart and remain vigilant. Su Tianhe felt compelled to speak again. Tao Mian, even if you do not trust me, there are matters we must discuss. Whether in the domain of demons or the realm of monsters, we stand on opposing shores from the immortals. While a rare few demons and monsters may form bonds with the celestial beings due to fate, they are indeed exceptions. Qingmiao Mountain Manor is perilous. It is unwise to linger here. Take care of yourself. Tao Mian politely listened, nodding in acknowledgement, before ultimately departing. Only Su Tianhe remained, standing among the deep green and white walls, lost in contemplation. In truth, Su Tianhe's words validated certain suspicions. Tao Mian had already harbored doubts, prompting his solitary exploration of the manor. The chance encounter with Su Tianhe was fortuitous. His warnings saved him some effort. The candle he had used the previous night was extraordinary. It had been brought from the temple. He had taken it with him to use. When lit, it emanated a celestial aura, deterring any ordinary wandering spirits from approaching. Yet, despite this, the souls within the manor had closely pursued him as he circumnavigated the windows. Reflecting on the inked names on the roster, Tao Mian felt a profound sense of regret. Qingmiao Mountain Manor was like a greedy maw, insatiable and never satisfied. In a secluded spot, he paused, retrieving a segment of a protective peach branch from his sleeve and gently tapping it against the wall twice. A faint light shimmered at the tip of the branch, radiating pure spiritual energy. As he raised his hand and walked slowly, a straight white line was left upon the wall, gradually fading as he moved away. After spending half a day traversing the manor, a vast and intricate formation quietly took shape, ensnaring the entire Qingmiao Mountain Manor within its confines. Having completed this, Tao Mian returned the peach branch to his sleeve, adopting a relaxed expression as he set out to find his disciple. The master's courtyard was seldom frequented, with only a few young, robust attendants and a couple of maidservants for cleaning. A solitary peach blossom tree stood in the courtyard, and Tao Mian felt an innate affinity for it, lingering beneath its branches for some time. Regrettably, the flower did not thrive in good soil. It emanated an aura of enchantment. Tao Mian lamented this and pondered a question. Where had the little flower gone? Upon returning, the courtyard felt desolate, devoid of any presence. The maidservants and attendants had been instructed by the master not to disturb his peace, yet Rongjang should have been present. He had distinctly cautioned his disciple not to wander off, but it appeared this newly received apprentice had a rebellious streak, treating his master's words as mere whispers in the wind. Concerned for his disciple, Tao Mian resolved to search the premises, hoping fortune would lead him to a chance encounter. It must be said, the immortal had a touch of luck on his side, thanks to the busy afternoon. He had a general understanding of the various locations within the Qingmiao villa, making it easy for him to discern directions. He navigated through the pavilions and towers, deliberately concealing his presence to avoid detection. As he passed by the villa's servants, Tao Mian discreetly brushed away the fallen flowers from his shoulder, which the servant merely attributed to a passing breeze, looking up in confusion and sneezing. After some searching, Tao Mian heard the voice of the fifth disciple coming from an idle guest room. Originally just passing by, he unexpectedly encountered Rongjang. At that moment, the fifth disciple was inside the room, and through the window, he could vaguely glimpse her figure. Tao Mian felt a surge of joy, relieved that she was unharmed. He was about to push the door open to share his latest discoveries with her, but before he could do so, Rongjang spoke first. Master, please grant me a little more time. Chapter 64. The Burden of Possession. Who is Xiao Hua speaking with? Master, is it Du Hong? Doubts flooded Tao Mian's mind, but it was evident that one should not alarm the unsuspecting. Feeling somewhat obstructive at the door, he nimbly climbed onto the roof, sitting cross-legged in a comfortable position. The voices within the room came clearly to his ears as he listened intently. Master, I have successfully infiltrated Taowan Mountain and become your fifth disciple under Tao Mian's tutelage. As you foresaw, Tao Mian is simple-minded and did not inquire about my past. Instead, he is directly imparting two techniques to me: the burning jade sword technique and the communication with the ethereal. My visit to Qingmiao Villa was facilitated by my friend Shui Han, who specifically sought a suitable location for me to cultivate these skills. Although Tao Mian is easily trusting, he possesses profound abilities. A reckless attack would likely be futile. In my humble opinion, we must gradually approach him, allowing him to lower his guard over time. Rongjang meticulously detailed her recent actions to Du Hong. She had successfully infiltrated Taowan Mountain, and the majority of her mission was nearly accomplished. It was only a matter of time. In her conversation with Du Hong, her tone was markedly different, cold, calm, and imbued with deference. Initially intending to simply observe, she found herself entangled in her own predicament. The little celestial being perched on the roof found the situation amusing yet perplexing. His expression remained unchanged, devoid of any shock or anger upon learning the truth. To put it bluntly, he considered his initial rapport with Rongzheng to be quite favorable. She had fulfilled the dying wish of his third disciple and traveled far to deliver the message back to Tao Mountain. At that time, Tao Mian thought to himself that this young lady was commendable, a person who honored her promises. However, it now appeared that all her laborious efforts were merely paving the way for her entry into Tao Mountain. The celestial being mused that none of his disciples were particularly easy to manage. Rongzheng continued to methodically recount her recent deeds. While Du Hong remained silent for an extended period, a small thrush fluttered down from the willow branches, and the celestial being opened his palm, allowing the clever little creature to hop up and peck at him. The chirping of the bird filled the air, and the atmosphere in the room shifted. At last, Du Hong spoke up. "Xiaozheng, it has been a long time. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." He sighed as he spoke. "It is I who have caused you suffering." Rongzheng remained silent, though she must have been quite moved. With her silence, Tao Mian, perched on the roof, grew bored and decided to provide her with a voice. After all, his movements were inaudible to the two below. When Du Hong remarked on Rongzheng's weight loss, Tao Mian mimicked his voice from above. "Oh, master, you say that. If you hadn't thrown me into the Misty Tower, how could I have endured such hardships? The villa is undergoing turbulent times. At that moment, I had no other options but to send you to the Misty Tower to gather intelligence. Master, you have a way with words. With so many shadow guards at your disposal, why must you rely on me, the leader? If it were impossible, why not have my brothers disguise themselves, men dressed as women? A simple order, and I would have regretted it. But your trusted aides assured me it was only temporary. Sooner or later, I would personally bring you back from the Misty Tower. What a strange matter. I haven't even eaten yet, and yet I feel full." One must admit, Du Hong's skill in painting illusions was impressive, and Xiao Hua held him in high regard, bowing in admiration. This time, Du Hong in the room did not respond, while Tao Mian continued his banter from above. "Master Du, why are you silent? Have I exposed your hypocritical facade, making you feel uneasy?" The celestial being entertained himself for a while, disregarding the others, finding joy in his own amusement. Unfulfilled, he finally pouted and muttered a soft curse at the man. It was not that he was biased towards his disciple, but rather, if he were in Rongzheng's position, he would have set fire to both the Misty Tower and the floating pavilion without a second thought. Was it really Du Hong, or his father who had saved her life? How could Xiao Hua endure such humiliation for so many years? Tao Mian listened for a while, completely forgetting that he was the main character in this scenario. His own life was at stake, yet he found himself lost in reverie. Regarding Du Hong's concern, Rongzheng merely responded with a polite thank you, and then shifted the conversation towards Tao Mian. Du Hong desired Tao Mian's abilities. This statement might have sounded somewhat awkward. To be precise, he sought Tao Mian's heart to refine elixirs, aiding him in overcoming his next heavenly tribulation. As a demon cultivator, he too faced formidable tribulations during breakthroughs. The higher the realm, the more severe the tribulations. If fortunate, one might suffer mere injuries. If unfortunate, one could perish entirely, leaving no trace behind, not just in this life, but in the next as well. Tao Mian was a rare being in this world. He had transcended to immortality, nourished by the mountain spirit of Taohua Mountain, becoming one with this place. This unique bond allowed Taohua Mountain to protect him from heavenly tribulations, while he, in turn, reciprocated with his cultivation and virtuous deeds. The union of man and mountain birthed a celestial being. The peach blossom fairy stood alone in her realm. Such a rare situation and celestial body should have remained concealed. But once exposed, it would inevitably attract malice. If his body were refined, the perpetrator would gain the path to immortality. Through snippets of dialogue between Rongzheng and Du Hong, Tao Mian pieced together the situation. Well then, had he not become a walking treasure sought after by others? Originally, Tao Mian resided in the mountains, indulging in his own pursuits without concern for others. He later took on a first disciple. However, Gu Yuan had only sought his assistance a few times in earlier years and had not met him for many years due to guilt. At that time, Tao Mian's reputation was not yet significant. When Lu Yuandi ascended to the throne, he had stirred some waves as the royal tutor. However, after the new emperor's accession, many facets of the previous emperor's history were deliberately erased, leaving Tao Mian buried in the dust of the past. To say that certain interested parties truly began to take notice of him was primarily due to an incident during the banquet at the Demon Domain's Underworld Hall. Tao Mian, unwilling to see his two disciples clash, took the initiative to intervene. By chance, he caught the attention of some guests, who discreetly investigated his identity. Possessing a treasure can be a crime. Tao Mian merely wished to see his disciples, and had thus attracted unwanted attention. Ultimately, it was the peculiar nature of the demon domain that played a role. The Thousand Lantern Tower dared to present the remains of a celestial being, revealing the attitude of demons and monsters towards immortals. Subsequently, Tao Mian learned that Rong Zheng's original plan was to poison. Although poison was a convenient method, Tao Mian had mentioned in casual conversation that his third disciple was a master of toxic arts. If the disciple was this formidable, the master would surely not be lacking. Master, the matter of poisoning requires careful consideration. Although Rong Zheng did not intend to boast, Tao Mian felt a twinge of self-consciousness. When it came to poison, he could not compare to Lu Shui. After listening to Rong Zheng's explanation, Du Hong contemplated for a moment before responding. His tone held a hint of veiled questioning. Xiaozheng, do you find poisoning inappropriate, or are you unwilling? Rong Zheng was momentarily at a loss for words. The thrush in her palm had pecked for some time, without yielding any reward, and flew away with a flap of its wings. Tao Mian reclined on the rooftop, gazing at the vast expanse of the dawn sky, murmuring to himself, alas, life hangs by a thread. What shall I do now? Chapter 65. The beginning. Rong Zheng returned to the master's quarters, her face weary, and caught a glimpse of a flickering oil lamp through the moon gate. The dim, yellowish light cast a small patch of warmth outside. Even from a distance, she felt the chill on her skin dissipate slightly. She pressed her hands together against her forehead and took a few deep breaths, a habitual gesture she employed to soothe her emotions. In the past, whenever she embarked on a mission, she would isolate herself in a dark, deserted corner, doing nothing but listening to the sound of her own breathing. A promise remained unfulfilled. Du Hong had assured her that upon completing this task, she would receive 3 items that rightfully belonged to her, allowing her to escape to a distant place. From then on, all remnants of the floating dust pavilion, the darkness, the murkiness, the sordid past, would have no bearing on her. She steadied her emotions and summoned her resolve. When Tao Mian heard a knock at the door, the vivacious little flower had returned. Xiao Tao, I fetched dinner from the kitchen. It's warm, come quickly. Tao Mian sat on a high stool, legs apart, bending slightly as he held a particularly thick peach branch. He was sharpening one end of it with a dagger. What are you busy with? Rong Zheng inquired, setting the food box aside and curiously peering over. Tao Mian blew a breath, squinting one eye as he surveyed his work. Preparing in advance. Should the vengeful spirits within decide to unleash their fury, we must be ready to resist, lest we be drained here. Are the things in this house truly that formidable? Rong Zheng asked, shivering at the thought. My master can only say, if we cannot prevail, then we shall join them. She dared not ponder further. Tao Mian invited her to fetch a stool and eat first, insisting she need not wait for him. His meticulousness and patience were evident as he carefully trimmed the unnecessary small branches from the peach twig, smoothing out the scars until they were round and smooth. The only sound in the room was the soft rustle of wood. Rong Zheng found herself immersed in his focused state, resting her chin on her hands as she observed his every movement. The immortal was always serene, his garments flowed to the ground, and his posture was casual, resembling a tranquil mountain meeting water. As she watched, she became entranced, as if gazing through him into a more distant past. Xiao Tao, how do you survive alone on the mountain? She pondered, unable to imagine such a life. Her existence was forever tumultuous, swept along by the surging tides of chaos, leaving her too busy to feel lonely. In contrast, Tao Mian thrived in solitude. As long as he had a place to land, whether in the bustling city or deep mountains, even without tea, wine, or flowers, he could find contentment, comfortably coexisting with himself. Before witnessing it firsthand, Rong Zheng could scarcely believe such a person existed in the world. The world is bustling, all for profit. The world is chaotic, all for gain. Rong Zheng had read little, but this was a phrase often spoken by Du Hong. Look, little Zheng, whether among the high-ranking officials or the commoners, the throngs that traverse the streets cannot escape the pursuit of profit. At that time, Du Hong was the only name etched in her life. She understood well that he was no paragon. He harbored desires for conquest and immense ambition. To inherit the position of the former lord, he had resorted to treachery, eliminating his rival's heir and usurping everything. The true young lord met a tragic end in the wilderness, while the illegitimate son returned, brazenly claiming what rightfully belonged to the latter. As for Rong Zheng's role in this, she was the executioner alongside him. The fatal blow was struck by her own hand. Du Hong's hands remained untainted by blood, leaving her to shoulder the sordid deeds. The image of the young man looking back at her in his final moments lingered in her heart. She could not comprehend how one could direct such a sorrowful and nostalgic gaze at an executioner. Kite, oh kite, who will cut your string? Who will return your freedom? By eliminating Du Hong's greatest obstacle, she naturally became the most trusted confidant of the new lord. He personally promoted her to the head of the 12 Shadows. No matter where he went, regardless of the importance of the matter, the first to come to mind was always Rongzheng. Du Hong often jested that without Xiaozheng, he would be akin to a man without arms and legs, merely a thinking shell. Such praise from the lord was rare. Even the most flawlessly executed tasks garnered only scant commendation. Rongzheng cherished those few words like precious treasures, hoarding them in her heart. They emboldened her, propelled her to drink poison to quench her thirst, and sharpened her into a formidable blade. If not for the upheaval at the Smoke and Mist Pavilion, if such events had never transpired, Rongzheng tightly shut her eyes, her lips twitching slightly. When she averted her gaze from the Immortal, he quietly regarded her. The sound of sharpening the peach branch had ceased at some point. Little flower. Tao Mian did not inquire where she had been or why she bore such a restrained expression. Instead, he merely made a pact with his disciple. Once we resolve the matters at Shihuang Mountain Villa and return to Taohua Mountain, I shall make a promise with you. A promise? Rongzheng was perplexed. If Xiao Tao needs my assistance, just say so. I will certainly fulfill my commitment. A promise is unilateral, whereas a pact is a shared endeavor. The master has tasks for you to undertake, as well as things he will do for you. Rongzheng felt somewhat at a loss. In the past, she had always acted unilaterally for Du Hong, receiving rewards in return. Those rewards were merely treasures and silver, inconsequential to Du Hong. The Lord would never do anything for her. Hurry and agree, for once this village passes, there will be no shop left. He added, I am getting older. My memory falters, and I might forget by tomorrow. All right. Under Tao Mian's urging, Rongzheng reluctantly nodded. Upon seeing her acquiescence, he smiled broadly. As for the question you posed, when you return to the mountain, the answer will naturally reveal itself. There is no need for me to elaborate. Now, night is falling. First, enjoy your dinner and rest well tonight. Rest. Rongzheng regained her energy. The entities in this house are not easy to deal with. How can I rest? I am terrified. Moreover, what is your plan? Share it, and I will assist you. Tao Mian lightly tapped the edge of the table with the peach branch. The mountain man has his own clever schemes, just watch closely. Though she did not fully grasp what the Immortal intended, Rongzheng obediently complied. Eating dinner before leaning back in her chair to wait, Tao Mian remained in meditation, legs crossed, seated in the center of the bed. He did not touch his dinner. And when Rongzheng urged him to eat something to stave off hunger, he politely declined. As night enveloped them, Rongzheng yawned, her head bobbing. Perhaps the exertion from her daytime interactions with Du Hong had drained her energy. She felt particularly fatigued that evening. She wished to say something to the Immortal, but found she lacked the strength to articulate coherent words, surrendering herself to the embrace of slumber. Soft, even breaths filled the air, and the Immortal within the tent quietly opened one eye, observing his disciple. Once he confirmed her slumber, he retrieved the prepared mustard seed bag, gently placing the sleeping fifth disciple inside, tightening the bag's opening until it returned to its original size, and then discreetly stowed it back in his sleeve. With this, no matter how much noise erupted outside, Rongzheng would not suffer a whit of harm. After completing this task, Tao Mian brought out all the incense candles he had prepared in advance, spacing them evenly around the room. He lightly tapped the peach branch against the ground twice, and all the candle flames ignited simultaneously. In the chilling, ethereal light, the spirit of each monk shone behind every flickering candle. All souls gazing at the figure standing foremost, Tao Mian. With an air of confidence, his demeanor was serene, his brow relaxed. He faced the assembled monks, adjusted his sleeves, bowed slightly, and clasped his hands in greeting. I appreciate your presence, fellow cultivators. Today, the Shihuang Manor faces a trial. We shall not return until it is overcome. The spirits returned the gesture, and the atmosphere turned solemn and quiet. Once the formalities concluded, the monks sank to their knees, adopting various postures, silently reciting their incantations. Tao Mian cast a glance at the moonlit night outside. The peach branch touched the ground once more. This time, it was not a gentle caress like the tail of a swallow skimming the water. The first strike resonated like a mountain bell, fissures appearing in the earth. The second strike was akin to thunder ripping the heavens, as the furnishings within shattered and tiles fell, causing the structure to tremble. The third strike resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, enveloping the entire manor in a colossal net that seemed to vibrate with a mighty force. A barrier emanated from the Lord's residence, clashing with another force converging inward from all sides of the manor. two opposing energies from the same source threatening to obliterate the estate. Amid the cacophony of continuous ruptures and collapses, a piercing cry rent the air. The structure had collapsed significantly. Through the gaping roof, Tao Mian glimpsed a dark red giant phoenix soaring above him, though it bore the visage of a phoenix. Its wings were drenched in blood, its eyes clouded, and heavy shackles bound its feet, imprisoning it within the manor, unable to flee. As an immortal, witnessing a divine bird in such a wretched state filled Tao Mian with sorrow. Both man and bird were bound in chains. With a heavy sigh, he raised his gaze toward the figure atop the phoenix's back. Chapter 66. Mayflies. The Qingmiao Manor, as its name suggests, was once a sanctuary for the phoenix to alight. The divine bird's fleeting favor was initially a blessing from the heavens, yet it had been ensnared by those with ulterior motives. Tao Mian stepped out of the dilapidated house, tilted his head, and called out to the figure above, "How fares my friend up there?" No response came. Perhaps the distance was too great. Or perhaps such a shout across the void seemed foolish. What a cold and aloof friend, Tao Mian muttered to himself, gripping the peach branch tightly. His exterior calm, but his grip unwavering. Since his distant companion did not approach, he took it upon himself to bridge the gap. Just as Tao Mian prepared to move, the phoenix, as if anticipating his actions, let out a hoarse cry and launched toward him with its enormous wings. Even after years of confinement, the phoenix's oppressive presence had not diminished. No other technique was necessary. Each feather imbued with spiritual energy could easily bring a mortal to their demise. Tao Mian crouched low, narrowly evading the onslaught, appearing remarkably composed as he expelled the sand inadvertently swallowed. Cough, how rude. He waved away the dirt, attempting to discern the opponent's position. At that moment, a powerful gust swept from behind. The divine bird surged again, aiming to slam him into the ground. With this pass, the house collapsed further, leaving behind a scene of ruin. Yet, amidst the debris, Tao Mian was nowhere to be found. The person atop the giant phoenix scanned the surroundings, searching for the immortal's trace. "Are you looking for me?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind, startling the figure. Tao Mian smiled warmly. "Master Qi, you are more suited to be a merchant than a cultivator." Master Qi Yun had not anticipated Tao Mian's unpredictable movements. Before he could react, Tao Mian was already upon him. "Why must the immortal disrupt my affairs? As a mere mortal, I have but this small wish." Tao Mian replied, "It is not my intention to thwart your desires, but if I do not act, I too shall be consumed by your manner." He shook his head in disagreement. Qi Yun, with one hand behind his back, secretly drew a weapon while feigning indifference. "The immortal is an eternal being. How could you understand the wishes of us mortals? It is precisely because of our fleeting existence that we must hasten our pursuits, unlike you, who have an abundance of time to squander." "To squander, you say?" Tao Mian chuckled softly. "Perhaps it is more akin to passing time." The giant phoenix cried out again, seemingly agitated by the additional presence on its back. It flapped its wings, attempting to soar higher, only to be restrained by the shackles on its feet, stumbling and crashing down pitifully. Tao Mian crouched down, gently stroking its feathers. Unfortunately, it had been force-fed the blood and flesh of cultivators, rendering its spirit dulled, unable to perceive the pure spiritual energy Tao Mian offered, instead thrashing about even more violently. "I pity you, Master Qi. The phoenix is the king of birds, possessing spirit and divinity. To offend a deity invites retribution from the heavens, leading to eternal suffering and separation from the cycle of reincarnation." Qi Yun scoffed. "I desire only to live this life, not to reincarnate." "Such arrogance," Tao Mian remarked. "Since you refuse to comprehend, there is no need for further discourse." The immortal from Taohua Mountain, gentle and unassuming, was often mistaken for a feeble scholar who merely enjoyed moonlit nights and wine due to his aversion to conflict. Yet, his disciples were each unparalleled in their prowess. If they were so formidable, how could their master be weak? Qi Yun, having obtained the phoenix's divine power through dubious means, had established his own faction. He wielded his sword with a chilling intent, infused with endless malevolent spirits. In contrast, Tao Mian relied solely on a mere peach branch. 3 moves. The first dismantled Qi Yun's protective miasma, rendering him visible. The second disrupted Qi Yun's sword intent, breaking his rhythm and exposing his vulnerabilities. The final move disarmed Qi Yun, sending his sword crashing to the ground, while the peach branch poised at Qi Yun's heart, ready to strike. Tao Mian's gaze was cold and resolute. "I do not wish to increase the cycle of killing, but your transgressions are too many. This action serves not only the phoenix, but also my fellow cultivators. Master Qi, longevity is not a blessing. It is the tranquility of enduring peace." The cruel methods you employ to gain eternity will inevitably backfire upon you. With empty hands, Qi forced a smile. Immortal, you are not a fish. How can you know the joy of a fish? You stand high above, viewing me as nothing more than a mayfly struggling through life. Tao Mian pursed his lips, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into the peach branch. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and only Tao Mian remained standing atop the phoenix's back. Chapter 67. Aftermath. Despite Qi Yun's cunning, he was ultimately immortal. Engaging with an immortal, his defeat was merely a fleeting moment. Tao Mian did not need to exert much effort to subdue him, yet he had much to attend to afterward. The first order of business was to guide all the innocent souls who perished to their next life. In his possession was a thin booklet of names, the only remnant left to him. Grateful to have it, he realized that the sudden turn of events left little time for preparation. He could only utilize the items already stored in his mustard seed bag to arrange the rites. He set up an altar, hung banners, recited spells, and called forth the departed souls. All beings reside in one realm. Life and death are but two states. Life is but a fleeting journey, while death marks the beginning of a new cycle. The immortal, with closed eyes reciting incantations, slowly opened them to find the spirits of the wronged standing before him. You, fellow cultivators, have accumulated virtue in your lifetimes. May you proceed to the pure land of eternal bliss, free from suffering. The souls bowed in unison, bidding farewell to Tao Mian, their forms transforming into stardust that scattered into the heavens. After sending off the souls, Tao Mian turned to regard the fallen phoenix. The giant bird lay pitifully on the ground, its feeble body barely rising, clearly at its last breath. Sensing someone approaching, it struggled to escape but soon lost strength and collapsed heavily, showering the immortal with dirt. Tao Mian spat out the sand from his hair, extending a hand to tentatively touch the phoenix's head. Please, don't bite me. If you do, no one will rescue you. Perhaps due to exhaustion. The phoenix glanced at him before ceasing its struggles. Tao Mian smoothed its feathers, feeling the surprisingly coarse texture. After calming the divine bird's distress, he approached its talons. There. Heavy chains of ice bound tightly, the shackles entwined, and the phoenix incessantly struggled to break free. Old wounds compounded with new, deeply embedded in flesh. A ring of bruises surrounded it, continuously bleeding. It hurt, but one must endure. Tao Mian gently placed his hand upon the shackles, an icy chill instantly transmitting from his palm to his heart. He furrowed his brow, channeling his spiritual energy, creating a fissure in the shackles that fell to the ground with a clatter. The phoenix emitted a low cry, its eyelids drooping, on the verge of closing, revealing its exhaustion. After freeing the divine bird from its years of bondage, Tao Mian took 2 steps back, facing the phoenix, which resembled a small hill. Such a large creature, difficult to transport. Leaving you here, you lack the ability to fly away. Is there any chance you could shrink? Tao Mian patted the phoenix's wing, which let out a soft call, as if in response. Suddenly, before the immortal, a flash occurred, and the massive divine bird vanished. In its place lay a chicken on the ground. The immortal fell silent for a moment. To be honest, he had considered the possibility, but never imagined it would be so strikingly similar. He steadily lifted the chicken from the ground. Well, it fits perfectly with my yellow favorite. From this day forth, you shall be called Lady Xin. Xin, dawn, the sun will rise. Tao Mian bestowed upon it a beautiful hope. You must recover quickly, then soar high, bearing the azure sky, returning to where you belong. Lady Xin fell into a deep slumber in the immortal's embrace. The last thing Tao Mian gazed upon was Qi Yun's body, just as he had previously stated. Those who defy the path of life and death and offend the divine must face the punishment of heaven. The soul of Master Qi was likely already suffering, leaving behind only an empty shell. After some contemplation, Tao Mian decided to perform a spell, erecting a simple grave for him. The immortal was adept at such tasks. This was no challenge for him, and he completed it swiftly. Though this act held little significance, Qi Yun's final words had touched him to some extent. The mayfly in the pond, born in the morning, dies by dusk, fleeting in an instant. Qi Yun claimed he stood as a transcendent being outside the pond, possessing a much longer life, able to look down upon the struggles of mortals from a lofty height. But what was Tao Mian's perspective? He pondered that beyond the pond lay lakes, and beyond the lakes lay mountains, and beyond the mountains, the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Viewed from a broader, more distant perspective, he was nowhere near qualified to look down upon anyone. He was merely a mayfly in the universe. Rongzheng was fortunate to have slept soundly. She dreamt for a long time, the content of which she could not recall, but it was not a nightmare. She seemed to be carried on a small boat, drifting upon the mirror-like river, flowing aimlessly. When she reached a riverbank adorned with blooming peach blossoms, a blue butterfly landed at the edge of the boat, its wings fluttering. As she reached out to touch the butterfly's wings, her dream shattered. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a person and a chicken. "Little flower, are you awake?" Tao Mian asked, holding a frail hen, both pairs of eyes fixated on the fifth disciple lying on the bed, fully clothed. "Little Tao, how could you steal someone's chicken?" Rongzheng initially felt groggy, but upon recognizing the chicken, she sat up immediately, triggered by an unknown impulse. Tao Mian stepped back 2 paces. "I didn't steal it. It wandered to my door, and I merely picked it up. Isn't that still stealing? Wipe your drool before accusing me. Can it be eaten?" "No." As soon as Rongzheng opened her eyes, Tao Mian urged her to pack her belongings. They needed to leave Qingmiao Mountain Villa promptly. "Aren't we supposed to exorcise ghosts? Did we fail? Little Tao, hurry, let's run quickly, or they will come to settle the score." Rongzheng conjured a reasonable explanation in her mind, which Tao Mian had not considered. However, he decided to go along with his disciple's words to avoid the trouble of explaining. Yes, just waiting for you to finish packing. If we don't hurry, it will be too late." The two scaled the wall to leave Qingmiao Mountain Villa, avoiding the front entrance. Rongzheng genuinely believed that Tao Mian had not accomplished his task and was fleeing. She had been in a deep slumber, unaware that Tao Mian had already taken care of everything here, including infiltrating the residence of the plump steward and receiving enlightenment from the peach branch on his forehead. By dawn, his memory naturally included the segment about the master passing away due to sudden illness, and he was clear about what needed to be done. As for Su Tianhe and Du Hong, who were also at the villa, Tao Mian had quietly checked on them. These two had long since gone into hiding, perhaps leaving upon noticing the unusual happenings at the villa. Other than the chicken, Tao Mian took nothing with him and returned to Peach Blossom Mountain with his 5th disciple. Once back on his territory, he placed the now somewhat spirited Lady Xian in a small courtyard within the temple. Huang Danying noticed he had acquired a new chicken and arrogantly ignored the Immortal. Lady Xian, however, was extremely curious about it, following closely and mimicking its movements. This irritated Huang Danying greatly. After finally losing 2 brothers, it had dominion over the coop, and now an unexpected wild newcomer appeared. It flapped its wings, urging Lady Xian to keep her distance. Tao Mian instructed both of them to get along well, then pointed out the disciples' quarters. "These 2 rooms have been tidied up. Choose one. They are both places where your senior brothers and sisters have lived, with excellent feng shui." Rongzheng looked around and casually pointed to one, which happened to be the room previously occupied by Chu Liuxue. "Then this one it shall be." "Agreed." Tao Mian had no further objections, nodded in agreement, then stretched lazily, preparing to return to his room to sleep. Hey, little Tao, don't go." Rongzheng tugged at his wide sleeve from behind. "Now that I've joined Peach Mountain, shouldn't I be practicing my skills? Didn't you already master half of it? Don't force the remaining half. What should I do then?" Tao Mian paused, turning his back to her. "If you find yourself with nothing to do, chop the firewood in the courtyard." "Chop firewood?" Rongzheng turned around, indeed noticing a sturdy wood stump, an old but sharp axe, and a tall stack of firewood. "It's neither winter, nor is there a shortage of firewood here. Besides, little Tao, you're an immortal and don't fear the cold. Why chop firewood?" Tao Mian chuckled. "You are the first disciple to ask me why chop firewood. Consider it a means of self-cultivation. Perhaps you might even comprehend some truths. You're not trying to trap me, are you?" Rongzheng was skeptical, but her feet were already moving toward the axe. Tao Mian heard the awkward sound of firewood being chopped behind him, thinking that the game between him and this 5th disciple had only just begun. Chapter 68. Better to trust me. Tao Mian mentioned within the villa that he wished to make an agreement with Rongzheng. She had not once hesitated to inquire about the contents of this agreement, yet he always skillfully evaded the topic, never revealing a word. Consequently, Little Flower was displeased, accusing him of deceiving her. Tao Mian merely stated that the time had not yet come. When would that time arrive? During their days at Peach Blossom Mountain, Rongzheng had never forgotten the mission resting upon her shoulders. She often exchanged playful banter with the Immortal, discussing trivial matters, chopping firewood, and preparing meals. Tao Mian had said that what his disciple needed to do was precisely these matters, to align more closely with the image of the disciple he held in his heart. Rongzheng took the initiative to handle many chores. Most of their daily interactions involved Tao Mian reclining in a sunlit chair while Rongzheng diligently attended to her tasks, all the while chattering away with him. She observed the Immortal, and he, in turn, observed her. Over time, Rongzheng came to believe that Tao Mian harbored a low level of wariness toward his disciples. After all, when he mentioned his previous disciples, he inadvertently shared numerous indulgent stories about them. Perhaps the immortal did not view those tales as indulgence. However, in Rongzhang's eyes, Tao Mian truly cherished his disciples, treating them with utmost sincerity. Undoubtedly, this sincerity would be reciprocated. Even if his disciples forsook everything, they would never allow the mundane fire to encroach upon this place, remaining eternally loyal to the mountain. Yet, Rongzhang had ascended the mountain with selfish intentions. As she gradually earned Tao Mian's trust, she began to implement her plan with caution, taking small, tentative steps. The poison she carried, known as Immortal's drunk, was given to her by Du Hong, its origin unknown. But he claimed it was effective against immortals. Tao Mian, who had a habit of drinking tea, received a few drops each time she prepared his tea. Initially, Rongzhang added 5 drops, then 4, 3, and eventually just 2. The longer she lingered on Peach Blossom Mountain, the more difficult it became for her to proceed. She understood that Tao Mian treated his disciples exceptionally well, and as one of his disciples, he was particularly kind to her. She had once thought that once the immortal was dead, she would be free forever from the burden of harming others. However, this final task proved to be as daunting as scaling a mountain for her. Tao Mian seemed oblivious, never taking any action. One day, as Rongzhang routinely brewed tea for her master and added a drop of Immortal's drunk, Tao Mian took a sip, his complexion suddenly paling as he coughed up blood. Rongzhang was frozen in shock. Little Tao? Her hand trembled, causing the teapot to crash to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Tao Mian could no longer support himself, leaning heavily on the stone table as he coughed relentlessly. Little Tao? Rongzhang quickly knelt beside the table, feeling for his pulse. The immortal's pulse was alarmingly erratic, and it felt as though her hand had been scalded. She pulled out her pouch filled with medicine for both internal and external injuries. Little Tao, hold on. I will find a way to save you. Bottles and jars scattered across the floor as she frantically searched for an antidote. Yet, there was none for Immortal's drunk. A sense of emptiness filled her. She was not thinking about the completion of her final task, nor of escaping far away. Instead, she mourned another person who had shown her kindness, now lost because of her actions. Her eyes reddened, and she nearly broke down in helpless tears. The kite would not shed tears, but the little flower would feel sorrow and sadness. She could no longer be the kite, nor become the flower. She was nothing. A soft tuft of dogtail grass appeared in her blurred vision, brushing against her forehead and causing an itch. Rongzhang raised her tear-filled eyes, only to find that the person who had been bleeding profusely was now smiling at her. His clothes were pristine, and the stone table was spotless. There was no trace of the horrifying blood that had just flowed. Little Tao? Tao Mian lifted the tip of the dogtail grass, twirling it between his fingers, the heavy green fluff swaying in rhythm. You're all right. You were affected by Immortal's drunk. Tao Mian supported his head with one hand, displaying a look of helplessness. If it had been a different poison, I might have lost my life. But that Immortal's drunk was carelessly leaked into the world from my formula. It was only supposed to induce hallucinations. Somehow, it morphed into a tale of causing immortals to perish. Rumors can be terrifying. Tao Mian clicked his tongue, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Rongzhang's gaze was vacant, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. She suddenly lowered her head, concealing her expression from Tao Mian. Yet, no matter how much he disliked her, he bent down to catch a glimpse. Are you truly crying? Rongzhang was momentarily choked by his teasing. Unable to produce any tears, she suddenly shifted her posture from kneeling to the ground, bowing her head in reverence. Hey, don't bow like that. I don't want to lose years off my life. Tao Mian hurriedly helped her up. However, Rongzhang shook her head. Since my trick has been exposed, I no longer deserve to remain. This bow is to repay your previous kindness. After this, you may do as you wish with me. Is this how assassins speak? Always talking about life and death, Tao Mian complained, waving his hand. If I wanted your life, I would have acted the moment you poisoned me. Besides, why would I want your life? That would only diminish my own cultivation. An immortal would not wish to engage in such self-destructive acts. You, a solitary figure, ventured to Peach Blossom Mountain, risking everything to slay an immortal. Surely someone has promised you something. Rather than seeking their help, why not trust me? Share your desires with me. I can assist you in realizing them. Rongzhang hesitated, and Tao Mian, sensing her reluctance, feigned anger. What? Am I? An immortal who has lived for over 1,000 years, not worthy of your trust? I assure you, my capabilities are genuine. Who knows what promises have been made? Rongzhang's fingers intertwined unconsciously. Little Tao, why do you choose to help me? Although I have become your disciple, my intentions are not pure. Didn't I already mention? Tao Mian sighed. I wish to make a pact with you. You will reveal your heart's desire, and I will help you achieve it. In return, You must agree to do something for me. I still do not understand. Little Tao, why propose this pact now when you previously refused to discuss it no matter how I asked? Because the time has come. Tao Mian spoke mysteriously, revealing the terms of the pact, but refusing to explain why now was the moment. He promised to clarify later, but insisted on hearing Rong Zheng's desires first. Very well. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Rong Zheng finally resolved, I seek 3 items. The first is the bone reflection mirror, the second is the hidden jade altar, and the third is the snow-embroidered sword. I only require these 3, and then I will fulfill my agreement with you, little Tao. Chapter 69. The heavy inkstone. The 3 items Rong Zheng sought were rare treasures in the world. The bone reflection mirror reflects one's self in myriad forms. The hidden jade altar contains precious medicines capable of curing severe ailments. The snow-embroidered sword, true to its name, is a blade that appears frosted, slicing through jade as if it were clay, forged by the renowned elder Hong Yan. The bone reflection mirror was once a treasure of the floating and sinking pavilion, but was stolen by a servant, and its whereabouts are now unknown. It is rumored that it was recently acquired by the Thousand Lantern Tower from a dying old demon, though it has yet to be publicly displayed. The hidden jade altar is sealed within the secret chambers of the Misty Tower, heavily guarded. As for the snow-embroidered sword, it was once Rong Zheng's favored weapon. Or rather, it used to be. Since it was your weapon, how could it have fallen into someone else's hands? Tao Mian inquired. Rong Zheng pressed her lips together, her hands forming hollow fists. It was taken from me. She paused for a moment before revealing to Tao Mian that the snow-embroidered sword was a gift from Du Hong when he appointed her as the head of the 12 Shadows. Stripped of her title, the sword also met the same fate, forcibly changing masters. Rong Zheng was determined to reclaim it. It seems the last item is the easiest to retrieve, Tao Mian pondered. How about we first recover the sword, then steal the hidden jade altar, and finally wait for the Thousand Lantern Tower to announce its sale of the bone reflection mirror? Rong Zheng had no objections. Tao Mian then meticulously inquired about the whereabouts of the snow-embroidered sword, asking if his disciple had any insights. Rong Zheng quietly contemplated, mentally eliminating various suspects. Although the snow-embroidered sword was not unparalleled, it was a treasure that Du Hong had labored to procure. At that time, Feng Zheng and the young master had a close relationship, and though Du Hong spoke little, he was generous with his rewards for Rong Zheng. In his early 20s, Du Hong held a sincere regard for his loyal shadow guard, and the snow-embroidered sword was personally sought from Elder Hong Yan. The elder forged only one sword every decade, and this rare opportunity was granted to the eldest son of the former master of the illusory, true pavilion, leaving the floating and sinking pavilion to wait another decade. However, Rong Zheng had just resolved a significant threat for Du Hong and sustained severe injuries that required her to rest in bed for over 3 months. Even if Du Hong were cold-hearted, he could not remain unmoved. He thought that if Rong Zheng possessed a sharper sword, she would not suffer such grave injuries again and could better protect herself. Thus, Du Hong undertook what could be considered the most daring act of his life, leaving the recently stabilized floating and sinking pavilion for several months to work menial jobs at Elder Hong Yan's, enduring considerable hardship until he finally managed to persuade the elder to make an exception and forge the snow-embroidered sword for him. He personally named the sword. The name Embroidered Snow was chosen because it was on the day of their first encounter that the snow fell thickly, marking the depths of winter. The slender girl, as fragile as paper, turned back amidst the swirling snow, clad in white garments and boots, her raven hair adorned with large snowflakes, her skin mirroring the color of the snow-covered ground, save for her nose, which was a vivid red from the cold. As she sneezed, her forehead inadvertently collided with the shoulder blade of her companion. Just as she intended to apologize, another sneeze escaped her, causing her to bow her head in embarrassment, her eyes downcast, feeling quite aggrieved. At that moment, she was not yet a kite. She was on the verge of becoming one. Du Hong retrieved his sword and approached the bedridden Rong Zheng, explaining the sword's name and recounting that bygone tale. Rong Zheng's face turned pale, her lips slightly curling as she forced herself to listen despite her fatigue. She thought to herself that perhaps the master had mixed up the details. They had clearly met in the midst of summer. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, having grown accustomed to not contradicting Du Hong. Years later, as she reflected upon it, she self-deprecatingly realized that Du Hong had occasionally shown his sincerity in those early years. However, that was no longer of consequence. She merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully hers. This sword had likely been passed to the current leader of the 12 Shadows of Floating and Sinking Pavilion, a man named Chen Yan, who was once her junior. The 12 shadows were aptly named for their elusive nature, making it no simple task to trace their movements, especially that of their leader. Nevertheless, Rongzheng was confident, asserting that she knew Chunyan's whereabouts. Tao Mian assumed that his disciple would lead him to some illicit place, yet she merely guided him to an unnamed mountain at the boundary between the realm of demons and the human world. This mountain was neither lofty nor continuous, marked only by an exceptionally large stone at its peak. How large was this stone? Standing at the foot of the mountain, one could glimpse its imposing presence. It resembled a perfectly balanced salted egg, impervious to the winds and undeterred by thunder. Because of this stone, Tao Mian whimsically named the nameless mountain Big Stone Mountain. The two ascended the peak with little effort. Upon closer inspection, the stone's surface was relatively smooth, a brownish hue that further resembled a salted egg. Rongzheng mentioned that her junior enjoyed coming here to wash the stone when he had no tasks. Wash the stone, indeed. She searched around until she unearthed a copper watering can nestled among a cluster of low bushes. It was with this that he washed the stone. She then stood up and pointed to the spring they had just passed, indicating where they could fetch water. Tao Mian couldn't help but rub his temples, struggling to comprehend the immense pressure faced by the assassins of Floating and Sinking Pavilion. The former leader exhibited signs of a fragmented personality, while the current leader displayed a strikingly rigid demeanor. Nonetheless, Rongzheng was resolute, confident that her junior had no friends and did not indulge in frivolities. Whenever he was not on a mission, he would invariably appear here. They merely had to wait patiently for him to come. Tao Mian sought to further understand Chunyan's stance. Though he was her junior, he was still a member of Floating and Sinking Pavilion. Little flower. Regardless of Du Hong's thoughts, you are currently wanted by Floating and Sinking Pavilion. Will you not walk into a trap? He advised her to inform him in advance if she anticipated a confrontation. While Tao Mian had her best interests at heart, Rongzheng firmly shook her head. The task of capturing her had been assigned to another shadow, not Qingyan. As long as it was not his responsibility, Qingyan would not intervene. That was simply his nature. Very well. Initially, Tao Mian thought his disciple was being overly simplistic and placing too much trust in her former colleagues. However, upon meeting Qingyan in person, he found him to be quite different from what he had imagined. Qingyan was diminutive, barely reaching the height of an average adult man's last rib, yet he was lean and clearly someone who dedicated himself to practice. His right foot was lame, the cause unknown, either a congenital condition or an injury sustained later. However, this affliction seemed not to impede his foundation. Otherwise, the meticulous Du Hong would not have elevated him to the position of leader of the shadows. He was remarkably silent, showing little surprise at the presence of two outsiders beside the great stone on Big Stone Mountain, instead appearing indifferent as he retrieved his watering can from the bushes and limped down the mountain to fetch water. Given his skill, navigating down the mountain with a few leaps would have been trivial, yet he seemed intent on making it difficult for himself, adhering to the uneven path. Tao Mian exchanged glances with Rongzheng, who shook her head and placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Once Chunyan's figure vanished from sight, Rongzheng began to explain. Little Tao, do not rush. We need not declare our intentions. Once Chunyan considers the matter carefully, he will reveal the answers to us. In that moment, Tao Mian understood the kind of person Chunyan was. He was methodical in his actions, opting to walk down the mountain to fetch water, unconcerned with the tasks of others, which illustrated that he followed his own principles with unwavering determination. Although they could have queried him directly for clarity, disrupting Chunyan's routine might cause him to withhold information. Thus, Rongzheng wanted to afford him the time to ruminate. Stripped of his identity as an assassin of Floating and Sinking Pavilion, Chunyan resembled a hermit born of the mountain. He methodically fetched water, ascended, washed the stone, and returned to fetch more water. The watering can had a limited capacity, only able to moisten a small area with each fill. When the wind blew, the sandy soil adhered, rendering his efforts futile. Yet, Chunyan was indifferent to the outcomes or significance of this task. He simply engaged in the act itself. The gentle stream washed away the sand, which then settled again, only to be washed away once more. Chunyan's soul, much like the stone, developed its own texture through this process. As intruders, they could not disrupt his practice. After several repetitions, the stone became alternately wet and dry, revealing a section roughly the size of a person. Meanwhile, Tao Mian busied himself with uprooting the nearby flora, leaving patches of bald earth. Time slipped by in their silence, and as dusk approached, Chunyan finally spoke his first words. Sister Zheng, the embroidered snow is not in my possession, nor is it in the hands of the other 11 brothers. It has been given to another. Chunyan's speech was slow, punctuated differently than others. Yet each word was articulated with remarkable clarity. Even without Rongzheng asking, he had thoroughly answered all her unspoken questions. Once he finished, Rongzheng's expression darkened. I understand. Thank you, junior brother Qingyan. She had discerned the fate of the embroidered snow sword. It would only be bestowed upon the one whom Du Hong favored. Chapter 70. Moss and Mud. Having received her answer, Rongzheng was intent on departing without delay. However, the taciturn Chun Yin suddenly felt the urge to engage her in conversation. Sister Zheng, are you still in pursuit? Rongzheng's steps faltered, though urgency coursed through her. She responded to Chun Yan's inquiry. No longer in pursuit. I only wish to reclaim what is mine. To reclaim is also to seek. Chun Yan slightly inclined his arm, and the clear stream trickled from the watering can's small holes, creating a gentle patter. The previous leader of the 12 Shadows was known as the Kite, or Sister Zheng. The code names of the Shadows were passed down through generations. When one kite perished, another would arise. However, Sister Zheng's case was unique. Hence the master had temporarily set aside the renaming. Chun Yan did not seek to usurp Sister Zheng's title, but rather recalled something. Before Sister Zheng, the title of the leader of the Shadows was simply Struggle. Why was it changed to Kite? The master's thoughts were inscrutable, not for them to speculate upon. Yet, I dare to ponder that whether it be Struggle or Kite, both are destined to ensnare oneself. Therefore, Sister Zheng, having resolved to sever the long line, do not linger. Sir hie and away. This was the first time Rongzheng had heard Chun Yin speak at such length, and she was taken aback yet heartened. It seemed her past care for juniors like Chun Yin had not been in vain, as he was indeed considering her well-being. Rongzheng smiled faintly, refraining from directly responding to Chun Yan's words, instead suggesting that they find time in the future to water the stones together. Chun Yan sighed. It is only in a state of untroubled mind that one can engage in a singular task here, perpetually. The senior sister, burdened by a multitude of thoughts, would find herself ensnared by the very stones of this mountain, unable to venture far. As he spoke, his dark eyes flickered briefly towards the seemingly indifferent Tao Mian beside him. That one indeed could manage. Tao Mian grinned widely, feigning ignorance, exuding a charming simplicity. Chun Yin could only shake his head in resignation. Very well, very well. Your fate does not lie here. With a contented reply, Tao Mian and Rongzheng departed, their journey marked by silence. Rongzheng pondered, and Tao Mian too was lost in thought, one gazing at the ground, the other at the sky. It was not until Rongzheng sensed an imbalance in her emotions that she sought to lighten the atmosphere. She tilted her head to observe Tao Mian walking beside her. Little Tao, if you keep staring at the moon, you might just bore a hole through it. What occupies your mind? I was contemplating, Tao Mian began, as if to impart some profound wisdom, that the Great Stone Mountain is truly named as such. I knew it. He struck his palm with a fist, pleased with himself. No one would fail to name the mountain after the prominent stone it bears. Rongzheng's concerns proved unfounded. She rubbed her cheeks, attempting to revive her spirits. It was then that Tao Mian recalled the matter at hand. By the way, apprentice, you mentioned knowing where Xiaoshui has gone. Where? Rongzheng's gaze shifted towards the end of the road. We are returning to the mortal realm. The mortal realm? I thought we were in the demon domain. Rongzheng shook her head. Du Hong has a woman whom he treasures like a precious jewel. She is immortal. To protect her, he never allows her to enter the demon realm. With just a few words, a wealth of information was conveyed. Even the well-informed Tao Mian struggled to absorb it all. A woman? A mortal woman? His first thought was that Du Hong, a man whose very blood bore the chill of ice, could actually possess the capacity to love. And, moreover, to love someone so forbidden. Does this news bear any truth, little flower? This is truly unexpected. Du Hong has a beloved? I would sooner believe that your disciple Chun Yin will shatter that great stone. Rongzheng replied helplessly. Chun Yin will not break the stone, nor will Master Du ever waver in his affection. Du Hong would gladly present the finest treasures in the world merely to elicit a smile from her. And what of the Xiaoshui sword, which he cherishes as his very lifeline? It is of no consequence. If that woman demanded her life, Du Hong would likely not hesitate to command this capable subordinate to take her own life. Alas, her kindness prevents her from proposing such an absurd condition. Rongzheng once pondered why the world seems perpetually unjust, requiring shadows to illuminate the light and mud in the pond to highlight purity. She, a mere moss, exists as the dirty silt beneath the lotus flower. The clearer Du Hong sees the blood on her hands, the more he cherishes her innocence. No matter how many times she tells herself that it is all in the past and not worth fretting over, she still clenches her jaw, her hands and feet growing cold. She owes Du Hong nothing. Why must she always be forced to stand in comparison with another? What of the moss? What of the silt? Little flower? Tao Mian called, jolting Rong Zheng from her reverie. She realized he had taken several steps away, lost in his own thoughts. I was thinking of some moss and silt. Oh, Tao Mian nodded, having picked up a twig from somewhere, waving it about in the air. When we return, let us use that empty water tank in the courtyard to create a simple landscape, grow some moss, and place a few red fish. No flowers. Is moss not good? We could arrange a few stones in the tank and fill it with water. Once the moss grows, my mountain will be thriving in the water. He raised the twig high, gesturing to an imaginary point in the sky, perhaps a star, smiling brightly, as if his water-bound mountain were already a reality. Rong Zheng gazed at his profile for a long moment before breaking into a smile herself. Then we must hurry back. Quickly, quickly, little Tao. I have already surpassed you. Tao Mian exclaimed, dropping his twig and hastily catching up. Their destination was the human realm, the Furong Mansion. Chapter 71. Furong. The Furong Mansion is situated in Jiangnan, said to have been built by a wealthy merchant for his childhood sweetheart. The estate is modest in size, yet every detail reveals exquisite thoughtfulness. Pavilions and waterside pavilions are all intricately carved. Sculptures and paintings abound, each concealing its own mysteries. In front of the house, beneath eaves, by the pond, and along the courtyard walls, blooming hibiscus flowers greet the eye, like pearls adorning delicate branches amidst verdant leaves. Under the wooden hibiscus in the courtyard, the slender branches sway with a faint blush. The current master of the Furong Mansion bears the surname Hong, his origins shrouded in mystery. Yet Rong Zheng confided to Tao Mian that this residence was purchased by Du Hong for his beloved Ming Fu. Having spent a fortune on it solely because her name contained the character Fu and she adored hibiscus flowers. As Rong Zheng recounted the mansion's origins, her expression remained neutral, betraying none of her true thoughts. Tao Mian, however, stood beside a cluster of hibiscus flowers that had somehow bloomed in the wrong place, sneering in disdain. Gifting hibiscus flowers just because her name contains Fu? If her name contains star, would he have to present her with the heavens? How vulgar. Rong Zheng's mood was interrupted, and she chuckled. And what of that peach blossom mountain and you, a celestial being of surname Tao? Do you disdain others for being trivial? Huh. I don't need gifts. I have my own. Tao Mian muttered, bending to tighten his pant legs, hands resting on the wall as he prepared to leap. What are you doing? Climbing over the wall, as per usual. Rong Zheng facepalmed. Could you not find some other method to enter just once? The owner 1T let me in. They 1T even opened the door for me. What is the reasoning behind that? He passed the blame onto others. Don't climb over here. I'll take you to a better spot. Otherwise, how could they say that only family can enter the same door? The master leads the way in mischief, while the apprentice follows, supporting him. The two successfully scaled the courtyard wall. The Furong Mansion appeared as a plump lamb, lying defenseless before its predators. Even the most inept thief would not leave empty-handed. Yet this was merely its facade. Du Hong, trusting enough to leave people in the mortal realm, would naturally not be lax in his defenses. Tao Mian casually counted and identified 3 different groups of guards. They concealed their identities, posing as gardeners, maidservants, and stewards, appearing at various corners of the Furong Mansion. Rong Zheng led them to the only blind spot for surveillance. After entering from the wall, she skillfully guided the way, their destination being the treasure vault of the Furong Mansion. Designed to house various treasures Du Hong had gifted to Ming Fu. Rong Zheng moved gracefully, familiar with her surroundings, as if she were entering her own backyard. I oversaw this estate. Rong Zheng spoke as she walked. At the time, Ming Fu was dissatisfied with the existing furnishings, so Du Hong instructed me to replace them all. I asked her what she preferred, but he remained silent, leaving me to decide according to my own tastes. Rong Zheng reflected, feeling somewhat speechless. I can only say that I transformed this expensive place into a representation of my own preferences. Tao Mian detected a hint of something amiss. Isn't your master supposed to cherish her deeply? How could he not even know what she likes? He is burdened with countless affairs. Perhaps he lacks the energy to attend to such trivialities. Upon mentioning the phrase burdened with affairs, Rong Zheng suddenly grew indignant. But where would I find the energy and leisure for such things? Struggling to meet deadlines, and then having to argue with carpenters and masons. Little Tao, you still laugh. Tao Mian stifled his laughter and cleared his throat. Little flower, you have changed so much. He vaguely recalled when he first met Rong Zheng. She had donned a lively and cheerful facade, while her soul seemed to be dying, driven merely by the instincts of an assassin to complete her tasks. Now, following a celestial being, her once suspended heart slowly found its peace. Although it is not yet fully settled, it has already brushed against the soft, verdant tips of grass. Little flower, the master may not teach you much, but he can impart the wisdom of living lightly. Xiao Tao, you may deceive me, but do not deceive yourself. While you bask in the tranquility of those distant years, enjoying the harmony of all things, it is I who labor tirelessly, chopping wood and cooking, bearing the burdens of the day. Two intruders, akin to thieves, merrily converse within another's courtyard. After evading several guards, they finally arrive at the hidden treasure within the estate. The two-story pavilion exudes an air of opulence, with treasures that seem ready to spill forth from the cracks in the walls. Even through the windows, one can glimpse the treasures haphazardly strewn about, piled to dizzying heights. Du Hong has nothing but admiration for his one and only beloved. The difference between what is cherished and what is disregarded is stark. Rongzheng's rewards are hard-won. While Ming Fu requires no effort at all, these riches gather here as naturally as water flows downhill. Reflecting on the time spent toiling, Rongzheng wishes she could slap herself awake to rouse the self she once was. It matters not. She can now face Ming Fu and Du Hong with calmness. If there is any lingering grievance, it is for her past self, for she has found the one who will forever remember her name after her demise. Perhaps this is the person she has long sought. She was sent to the floating pavilion as a child for rigorous training, emerging under the name of a kite. She once believed that aside from Du Hong, no one would ever recall her name. She was aware from the very first day of her entrance that her time was limited. All she hoped for was that someone would remember her. Just once a year would suffice. While Rongzheng's mind wandered, the keyless Tao Mian managed to unlock the treasure chamber. Rongzheng's thoughts momentarily ceased. How could this celestial being scale walls and pick locks? Is this celestial being truly serious? I have lived long. I must learn some skills to pass the time. Dare I ask what other unlawful activities you might engage in? I learned these skills from the text above. The two entered the treasure chamber, their success far exceeding Rongzheng's expectations. They rummaged through mountains of gold and silver, exerting considerable effort. Rongzheng discovered several individual cabinets showcasing exquisite bronze and jade artifacts, as well as renowned weapons and blades. She beckoned Tao Mian to have a look. The items in this cabinet appeared to be the most valuable, and the surfaces were devoid of dust, suggesting they were frequently admired by their owner. Rongzheng casually lifted a jade bracelet, holding it up to the light, and suspected that Xiuxue might be among them. However, after searching meticulously 3 times, they found no sign of Xiuxue. Oddly, Tao Mian returned a large antique open jar to its place, even placing a vase inside, yet still no sign of Xiuxue. Little flower, have you discovered anything? Rongzheng stood with her back to Tao Mian, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, her neck bent, and her back hunched, as if fixated on something. Sensing something amiss, Tao Mian rose to investigate. They approached where the famed sword, once wielded by the kite, lay carelessly discarded in a corner. They had not noticed it before, obscured by the clutter surrounding it. The blade of Xiuxue was slender, barely the width of 2 fingers slightly apart. Covered by dust on the ground, it was nearly impossible to find. It lay forgotten and buried in solitude. It was hard to believe that it had once been cradled in someone's hands, embraced through many long, cold nights. The sorrow emanating from Rongzheng at that moment was not merely for a sword. It felt more like mourning for her only friend. Chapter 72. Run. The eloquent Tao Mian found himself at a loss for how to comfort his disciple. He felt somewhat helpless when Rongzheng took a deep breath. A forced smile curving her lips, her eyes transformed into crescent moons by the flesh of her cheeks. An unnatural smile. She half-squatted, one knee kneeling on the ground, undeterred by the dirt, as she unearthed Xiuxue from the thick layer of dust. She stood the sword upright, carefully wiping away the remnants of dust with her sleeve. The grooves of the hilt were difficult to clean. She blew gently and then rubbed with her nails. She was intimately familiar with every detail of the sword. Where the scratches lay, where wear was evident, where it dulled easily, and where it was quick to show signs of use. These details flowed through her heart like blood, which is why parting with the sword caused her such pain. In her naivety, she once believed that even if Xiuxue was no longer by her side, it would still find a good home, perhaps with one of the other 11 assassins. But she never anticipated that Xiuxue would be left forgotten in a corner, gathering dust. The best way to kill a sword is to abandon it. Having cleaned the blade, Rongzheng, however, could not find the scabbard. Unable to sheath the sword, she cradled Xiuxue in her arms. "It is enough that you have returned," she murmured, repeating the words. "It is enough that you have returned." Rongzheng turned to face Tao Mian. "Let us go, Xiao Tao." Tao Mian observed the facade of calm on his 5th disciple's face, feeling a pang in his heart. Little Flower needed no words of comfort. Rongzheng shook her head, indicating she did not require solace. "I did not expect it to be this way. Yet I can accept it. I have grown accustomed to it. Moreover, this spares us some effort." If Ming Fu truly cherishes it, we shall reclaim it, which will require some exertion. Rongzheng rarely allowed emotions to sway her. Perhaps there had been moments of rebellion in the past, but they had all been worn away by Du Hong's repeated pulls and evasions. Now, she only wished to engage in pursuits that would benefit her. The two could not linger. Since Rongzheng had made her decision, they departed immediately. However, as they descended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Ming Fu, accompanied by a maid. Entering the pavilion, quick to react, Tao Mian pulled his disciple into the shadows. Ming Fu seemed to be a rather irritable young lady. She sharply commanded the guards to halt their footsteps, capriciously ordering them not to approach, before slamming the door behind her and creating a cacophony. Du Hong's beloved turned out to possess a temperament that starkly contrasted with Tao Mian's mental image of a gentle and graceful beauty. Perhaps it was precisely because Du Hong was of a reserved nature that he was drawn to such a headstrong and rebellious woman. Regardless, Tao Mian held a strong dislike for her. No matter how one looked at it, his capable and witty disciple was far more vibrant. After shutting the door, Ming Fu proceeded to throw objects around in a fit of rage. It was no wonder that when Tao Mian entered earlier, he found the place in disarray. The gold and silver were indestructible, so Ming Fu targeted the delicate jade and glass, the sounds of shattering echoing continuously. The treasures Du Hong had bestowed upon her were evidently meant for her to vent her frustrations. After a prolonged outburst, Ming Fu had smashed 7 or 8 jade bracelets and hairpins before finally managing to catch her breath. The maid dared not intervene, waiting until her mistress had finished her tirade before offering a handkerchief for her to clean her hands. "My lady, please do not be angry. Lord Du is simply preoccupied with his duties. Whenever he has time, he always visits the Furong residence first. Do I care for that?" Ming Fu's voice was sharp. "He purchased this grand Furong residence, seemingly devoted to me. Yet what of it? He has the Yulan and Mudan residences as well, favoring no one. Am I not merely a beautiful ornament displayed in his residence?" The more Ming Fu pondered, the more her frustration boiled over. Sweeping a jade plate and wine vessel off the table with a flick of her sleeve, the maid remained silent, holding her breath. As if breaking items was not enough, Ming Fu continued her rant. "Where is his heart for me? I truly do not understand. He appears to care for me. Yet he does not come to see me when I am ill, celebrates his birthday alone, and sends his shadow guards to handle matters for him. What do I need his shadow guards for? I wish to see him." Ming Fu's emotions surged, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. She expressed that she had never felt sincerity from Du Hong, feeling instead that he regarded her merely as a vessel for his futile emotions. Before her, Du Hong was forever an impeccable and flawless facade, his tenderness akin to chewing on paper, dry and devoid of substance, for it was merely a facade he had meticulously crafted. His attention was solely fixated on the kite. Ming Fu bit down hard on her lower lip, deeming him cowardly and selfish. He harbored feelings for her that transcended friendship. Yet he desired the kite to be his capable subordinate. He feared that should he allow himself to become emotionally invested, he would be reluctant to send her into the most perilous situations, unwilling to command her to risk her life for him. The kite was the one who stood by his side, while what was I? He kept me outside the walls, merely tossing me a few wilted flowers as if to dismiss me. He was delusional. I might as well perish alongside him. As Ming Fu spoke, her emotions surged, tears causing her to gasp for breath, her voice laden with profound grievance. In the shadows, Tao Mian observed Rongzheng's expression. Rongzheng had been listening to Ming Fu's words, transitioning from calm to shock, then disbelief and self-doubt. Ultimately, she returned to a state of tranquility. "Let us depart, Xiao Tao," she signaled with her lips. The master and disciple quietly exited the treasure pavilion, a task not daunting for an assassin and an immortal. Rongzheng carefully wrapped the embroidered snow sword and secured it on her back. Tao Mian borrowed 2 horses from the market, not solely for travel, but also to clear his mind. They walked along the lakeside, the autumn hues deepening, a painted boat quietly anchored in the center of the lake. Rongzheng remained silent until she caught sight of the sunset on the horizon and suddenly remarked, "It resembles glistening braised pork." Upon witnessing Tao Mian's awkward expression, Rongzheng burst into laughter, startling the horses, which galloped ahead in a frenzy. She did not rein them in but allowed them to meander aimlessly. A year ago, Rongzheng might have felt flustered, lost, and saddened by the overheard words. Yet now, she simply wished to leave them far behind, unbothered by their truth or falsity. "Oh, noble steed, run swiftly. Traverse through the willow-lined banks, shattering the clouds and mist. Head towards the horizon, run even further." Chapter 73. The Mystical Pavilion. After acquiring the embroidered snow sword, Tao Mian did not immediately proceed to their next destination, but took a moment to lead Rongzhang to the Mystical Pavilion. The Mystical Pavilion is the largest repository of magical artifacts and weaponry in the mortal realm, housing artisans skilled in wood, stone, iron, gold, silver, copper, jade, and felt, collectively known as the 8 Great Craftsmen. Its renown echoes not only throughout the human world, but also across the realms of immortals and demons. Tao Mian's intention in bringing Rongzhang was to consult an expert regarding the state of the embroidered snow sword. Swords and blades dread idleness. Hanging on walls or being confined in boxes is a gross misuse of their potential. In truth, we should seek out the elder Hongyan. For the swordsmith knows every blade he forges best. However, if he were to learn that the embroidered snow had been neglected in a corner for over a year, it would likely incite his ire, and he would refuse to acknowledge us. As Tao Mian spoke, he retrieved a jade pendant from his bosom. This jade was translucent and exquisite, far from commonplace, bearing a dragon and phoenix design along with the character Lu, suggesting it was a token gifted to him by someone of significance. Rongzhang, curious, leaned in to admire the beautiful pendant. I have heard of the Mystical Pavilion's esteemed reputation, but Xiao Tao, I understand they do not accept impromptu requests, and one needs a connection to enter. Do you think we can simply barge in? Tao Mian was unfazed. Allow me to introduce you to another esteemed acquaintance of mine. You have friends at the Mystical Pavilion? Wasn't it said that you only had the shopkeeper Shui as a close friend? Ah, my dear master, I have lived for over 1,000 years. How could I possibly have only one? You underestimate me. And how many do you have? Tao Mian extended one hand, fingers spread wide. 5. That's quite a few. He then folded 3 fingers. Upon counting, it still amounts to 2. Quality over quantity in friendship. Xiaohua, you are mistaken. Regardless, you make a valid point. I shall not dispute it. As the master and disciple engaged in light banter, they navigated through the bustling crowd and arrived at the entrance of the Mystical Pavilion. This location is situated in the most prosperous area of the entire capital, where every inch is precious. The pavilion's owner, however, boldly claimed a substantial plot of land, even excavating a sizable artificial lake whose waters were exclusively for the artisans' use in crafting weapons. From an external perspective, the Mystical Pavilion exhibited remarkable symmetry and meticulous design. The entire structure was cast in pure copper, with 8 copper serpents coiling around towering pillars, reaching skyward. The building's surface had mostly turned black, not appearing aged but rather exuding a dignified and steady aura, a distinctive feature of the Mystical Pavilion. 2 heavily armored guards stood sentinel at the main entrance, requiring visitors to present a unique black and gold document. Tao Mian, being an uninvited guest, naturally did not possess such a document and was halted by one of the guards. The guard wore a heavy silver helmet that obscured his expression, enhancing his imposing presence. They were exceptionally tall men, blocking the entrance and creating a formidable barrier. Rongzhang had initially trusted Tao Mian, but now it seemed his jade pendant was ineffective. He spoke with conviction, likely having convinced himself. She sighed inwardly, wishing to pat Xiao Tao on the shoulder and suggest they retreat and return later to scale the walls. Those behind them were growing impatient, their tone quite irritable. Yet Tao Mian remained unmoved, calm and collected. The guard before him was momentarily taken aback by his assertiveness, unable to respond. The other guard, apparently more seasoned in his duties, recognized the token hanging from Tao Mian's waist, quickly pushing aside his companion and respectfully bowing, extending his arm to usher Tao Mian inside. This jade pendant was a token exclusively reserved for the Mystical Pavilion's closest friends, with no more than 3 in existence worldwide, granting immediate entry to select any weapon of their choosing. Tao Mian had no interest in weapon selection. He was there for repairs. Rongzhang was astonished that this deceitful immortal's token was genuinely effective. She quickly followed him, and indeed, no one obstructed their passage. Rongzhang, surprised, whispered to Tao Mian, "Xiao Tao, is that thing really not just a bluff?" Ah, Tao Mian was still dissatisfied. Next time, I should request the pavilion's owner to grant me a plaque for unrestricted passage. I shall carry it and see who dares to stop me. Rongzhang was so engrossed in her conversation with Tao Mian that she failed to take in the grandeur of the pavilion's interior. When she finally regained her focus, she realized that the Mystical Pavilion was even more magnificent than she had imagined. The pavilion was divided into 8 levels, and they walked along the outer circular staircase. At the center stood a colossal bronze lotus, surrounded by several open lotus leaves, each bearing a casting platform where renowned artisans and apprentices busily toiled, the sounds of hammers and the shouts of masters echoing continuously. More remarkably, the casting platforms were not fixed but operated through gears and chains, capable of moving within a certain range, resembling a true lotus blooming amidst molten iron and copper, swaying gracefully. Rongjung couldn't help but ponder what manner of person the owner of the mystical pavilion must be to harmoniously blend strength with delicacy. Under the guidance of the steward, their mystery was soon unveiled. The owner of the mystical pavilion turned out to be a stunning woman. The location they were brought to was not a lavish chamber as one might imagine, but a plain casting platform. An elderly blacksmith was hammering a sword glowing red-hot, while a modestly dressed individual, with patched clothing, stood with their back to them, observing the master at work. Initially, Rongjung thought this was merely an apprentice and paid little attention. However, when the steward announced, "The owner has arrived," she gasped in astonishment. The seemingly unremarkable and somewhat impoverished apprentice was, in fact, the owner of the mystical pavilion? What was even more astonishing was when the figure turned slightly, revealing a beautifully contoured profile. The owner, just like her, was a woman. Rongjung was momentarily overwhelmed by the influx of new information, her mind racing, leaving her momentarily stunned. The woman appeared ageless, exuding a myriad of enchanting charms. Her allure was not contrived through flimsy garments or ostentatious makeup. Even clad in coarse fabric and without a trace of cosmetics, her smile evoked images of peonies, half-opened and blooming in the breeze. Her gaze first fell upon Tao Mian's face, then gracefully shifted to the side, landing on Rongjung, accompanied by a gentle smile. "Tao Lang, is this the renowned Yuandi girl?" Rongjung was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this figure to be the memory of an old acquaintance of her mentor, lingering since the days of the second disciple on Peach Blossom Mountain. It seemed the other party not only remained oblivious to worldly affairs, but had also lived a considerable span of time. Tao Mian cleared his throat, feeling somewhat awkward. "Yigou, let me introduce you. This is my fifth disciple, named Xiaohua." "A young girl? She does not bear the surname Xiao. Miss Hua? You may simply call her Xiaohua." Chapter 74. Yigou. Though Yigou was undeniably alluring and sentimental, according to Tao Mian, her thoughts were rather simplistic, untroubled by worldly matters. Aside from her and the 8 craftsmen, Xuanji Tower also employed various attendants to maintain its operations. As the master of Xuanji Tower, Yigou was not burdened with trivialities. She spent her days in the company of weapons, feeling no loneliness. Yet, she was also lonely. Yigou sighed softly, her voice a wistful melody. A beauty is a beauty, even her frown is exquisite. At this moment, the three had departed from the casting platform and arrived at a secluded corner designated for receiving guests within Xuanji Tower, with only 3 such areas in the entire establishment. Business thrived at Xuanji Tower, where distinctions of wealth were irrelevant. No one received special treatment, not even if the emperor himself graced the place. Thick bronze doors isolated them from the clamor outside, providing a tranquil environment. Hearing Yigou's melancholic sigh, Rongjung cast a glance at Tao Mian, reminiscent of a scornful gaze directed at a scoundrel, to which Tao Mian responded with an innocent expression. It truly was not his concern. Yigou rested her chin on one hand, the other idly toying with an empty teacup, her gaze drifting over Rongjung's face as if brushed by a feather. "Is this the second disciple of Peach Blossom Mountain? My, how you've grown. Come, Yigou will prepare a red envelope for you." "Sister Yigou, I am the 5th disciple. My name is Rongjung." Yigou paused in her search for a money pouch. "Ah, my memory fails me again. Tao Lang, where's the Yuandi girl? Did you not say we would surely get along, and that you would introduce us?" Yigou spoke softly, pondering as she went, revealing her lack of frequent interactions with others. Moreover, her memory was not particularly sharp. Many things merely lingered momentarily in her mind before fluttering away. She could capture the fleeting shadow of a goose, but could not truly pursue its flight. Tao Mian seemed accustomed to her manner of speech, displaying no impatience as he patiently reiterated his earlier response. "Yigou, Yuandi has passed away. This is my new disciple, Rongjung." "Passed away?" Yigou blinked slowly, her eyelashes fluttering. How could she be gone? Alas, I had saved a fine sword for her. It took me 3 years to forge this blade, waiting for its rightful owner. Yigou claimed she knew little else, but she excelled in crafting these iron and copper trinkets. Tao Mian was her dear friend, and naturally, his disciples were also her friends. Her circle was small and precious, and she had prepared her finest gift for Lu Yuandi. Upon hearing of Lu Yuandi's demise, Yigou, despite never having met her, felt a profound sorrow. When she forged a sword, she became one with it, murmuring the name of the recipient, envisioning their visage. Every blade that flowed from her hands was imbued with the blacksmith's immense dedication. Thus, even without prior acquaintance, Yigou felt as though she had known the individual for a long time. Seeing her dear friend in such grief, Tao Mian felt a pang of sadness. How could he not be saddened? Both possessed genuine natures. Yigou mourned for his disciple, while he cherished the many years spent with the departed, leading to deeper reminiscence. Yet, Tao Mian could not allow himself to wallow in despair. He poured Yigou another cup of hot tea, encouraging her to warm her hands. Yigou was someone who could easily become ensnared in her emotions. Perhaps it was this very trait that bestowed upon her an unparalleled talent in crafting swords and tools. In the end, Yuandi returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, finding peace. Yigou, as long as one lives, a reunion can be awaited. She will eventually come to claim this sword. Although Yigou often immersed herself in her own world, she was also receptive to counsel. Trusting Tao Mian, she never questioned his words. She gently caressed her cheek, allowing the sorrowful emotions to dissipate. Very well, I shall keep the sword for her. Tao Lang, what brings you to Xuanji Tower this time? What assistance do you seek from Yigou? Yigou was aware that he would not visit without purpose. She, Tao Mian, and the distant manager Shui shared a long-standing friendship, each understanding the other's true character. Tao Mian did not indulge in pleasantries. Xiao Hua possesses a sword that has, through unfortunate circumstances, been left to gather dust in a corner for an extended period. Once a spiritual sword departs from its owner, it begins to lose its essence, becoming a mundane blade. Yigou, I specifically came to Xuanji Tower to request your expertise on this matter. Yigou's bright, clear eyes first fixed on Tao Mian as he spoke, then turned to the silent Rongzheng. Tao Lang. Yigou's tone became hesitant, as if debating whether to speak the truth. Yigou was forthright with her words. Miss Rongzheng's body can no longer endure further tribulations. Is there any need for this sword to be restored? Now that it has become commonplace, perhaps that is a blessing. If it were to regain its vitality, it would draw upon its owner's spirit. Miss Rongzheng, is this truly acceptable? Her final inquiry was directed at Rongzheng herself. Rongzheng remained silent, not immediately providing a response. Tao Mian and Yigou were unhurried, patiently awaiting her deliberation. After a considerable pause, Rongzheng spoke. Although its restoration would render it reliant on me for existence, I must still trouble Sister Yigou with this. Tao Mian furrowed his brow slightly. Rongzheng understood his thoughts and smiled. Rest assured, Xiao Tao, I promised you I would not seek vengeance. My word is my bond. I merely wish to reclaim 3 items that rightfully belong to me. There are gaps in the earlier part of my life that I must complete. While it may be better to keep this sword sealed away, what difference would that make compared to leaving it to gather dust in the Farong mansion? It has accompanied me through countless days and nights, and has become half an old friend. I cannot bear to watch it lose its former brilliance, for that would feel like my own demise. Death will ultimately arrive. One cannot forsake many resplendent days simply out of fear of it. Thus, Sister Yigou, this is my request. Please restore it. Yigou glanced at Tao Mian, who closed his eyes momentarily, nodding in resignation. What choice did he have? This was his disciple. Yigou acquiesced. The process of retrieving the sword would take time, and Yigou asked Tao Mian to await her news. As they parted, Rongzheng quietly inquired of Tao Mian whether he had ever wronged the enchanting Yigou. Yigou, with keen hearing, caught Rongzheng's question and jested, Tao Lang. Even your disciple believes we are a perfect match. Tao Mian feigned ignorance. My disciple has the reincarnation of the matchmaker. She wishes to pair men and women. Yigou sighed softly behind him. You see, I was merely jesting. Alas, Tao Lang, when will you pause for a certain someone? Tao Mian ultimately remained silent. In this seldom visited corner, a window opened, revealing a lovely courtyard across the street. 2 young girls frolicked, and one spotted the boy outside the moon gate, pausing her antics to quietly hide behind a flowering tree to observe him. Chapter 75. Xiao Hua's choice after departing from Yigou. Tao Mian asked Rongzheng where she wished to go. The embroidery snow could not be retrieved at the moment. If she preferred to wait until it was restored before proceeding to the next destination, that was also an option. Or if you wish to proceed immediately to the Misty Pavilion, I harbor no objections. At that moment, they stood amidst the bustling marketplace, their striking appearances drawing the gaze of many passers-by. Rongzheng remarked that there was no rush. She felt somewhat fatigued and desired to return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Tao Mian agreed. The 2 boarded a carriage, heading towards the direction of Peach Blossom Mountain. Along the way, Rongzheng inquired why Tao Mian did not opt for a quicker method of travel, suggesting that as an immortal, he should possess some means of teleportation for swift journeys. Tao Mian's arms were filled with an assortment of fresh flowers and fruits, along with fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs, which had been tossed at him by young maidens as they passed through the market. He selected 2 plump fruits, wiped them on his clothing, and offered one to his disciple while keeping the other for himself. If I desired, we could simply count to 3 and be home. But where would be the joy in that? Little flower, One should not always strive to accelerate through life and bypass experiences. Some carry memories upon their shoulders, while others perceive them as burdens. In our haste, at the end, we may find we have gained nothing but the destination itself. Tao Mian stated that one must live until death. Is the essence of life merely in dying? It is in living. Rongzheng, no longer a child, had faced death on several occasions and understood the wisdom in Tao Mian's words. She candidly expressed that while it may seem impolite, she could somewhat comprehend the pain Tao Mian endured from the loss of a disciple. Separation and death are matters worthy of a lifetime of contemplation. Tao Mian took a large bite of the fruit, its sourness causing him to grimace, his speech becoming indistinct. Though I am immortal, this fruit is so sour it feels as if my teeth may fall out. Rongzheng laughed and split her fruit in half, tasting it first to find it sweet before sharing it with Tao Mian. He coughed while accepting it, crunching into the fruit to alleviate the sharp sourness. The carriage creaked and swayed, moving leisurely along the quiet country path. Once Rongzheng finished her fruit and wiped the juice from her fingers, she suddenly recalled something. Oh, little Tao, have you abandoned your studies in the mystic arts? We seem to have set it aside last time, and it appears we have not mentioned it since. After satisfying his hunger, Tao Mian grew languid, reclining comfortably in a corner. A lazy person has their own ways, no matter how confined the space. He could always find a cozy nook to nestle into. It may appear unremarkable, but it was indeed quite comfortable. Upon hearing his disciple mention the mystic arts, Tao Mian seemed to finally acknowledge its existence. Ah, that? It's simple. If you wish to learn, I can have the driver change course right now, and you can learn it in one evening. Rongzheng looked at him skeptically. Little Tao, is this accelerated learning truly reliable? Absolutely reliable. In 1,000 years, you shall find no one more dependable than your master. They cannot outlive you. Rongzheng murmured, and Tao Mian pretended not to hear. Disciple, do you genuinely wish to learn? I must forewarn you, your body cannot endure excessive strain. Then I shall take it easy, she replied, no longer concealing her intentions. Little Tao, I have someone I need to meet. A gust of wind swept through, lifting the carriage's curtain. Rongzheng, glancing carelessly, caught sight of a round tattoo on the back of the driver's neck. Her expression instantly tightened, and Tao Mian sensed something was amiss. The driver posed a threat. Rongzheng silently signaled to Tao Mian. Under the midday sun, the driver wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. His ears were attuned to the sounds within the carriage, and upon hearing Tao Mian mention turning back, he called out, "Esteemed guests, where do you wish to go? The road ahead is treacherous and requires a detour. If you wish to turn back, now is the time." Silence enveloped the carriage, devoid of any response. Guests? The driver lifted the curtain with one hand, only to find it empty. Just 2 fruit pits rolled to the ground as the carriage swayed. The driver's complexion paled drastically. He tightened the reins, causing the horses to rear and come to a halt. A small mechanical bird was released from his bosom, which circled twice in the air before flying off toward the demon realm. Tao Mian and Rongzheng used their magic to arrive at the foot of an unknown hill. After Rongzheng's warning, the two had silently departed from the carriage. Tao Mian did not question anything. He trusted Rongzheng. She voluntarily explained to her master the situation. It was someone from the floating and sinking pavilion. That tattoo is their mark. Her complexion paled. Little Tao, Du Hong is a meticulous individual. After I fled from the misty pavilion, he no longer trusted me. Therefore, he will certainly dispatch other shadow guards to monitor you. What treasure could I possibly possess that warrants such obsession? There is no enmity between us. Why pursue me relentlessly? Tao Mian pondered, still somewhat perplexed. Rongzheng shook her head. Little Tao, you are unaware. Immortals are already exceedingly rare, and most conceal their whereabouts, elusive and unpredictable. The Lantern Tower dares to auction items at such high prices because they possess the means to do so. Demons and monsters despise immortals, yet pursue them fervently. For they too bear their own calamities that necessitate the refinement of an immortal's body to successfully transcend their tribulations. Through Rongzheng's explanation, Tao Mian began to grasp Du Hong's intentions. Yet, one matter remained unclear to him. Most immortals have already attained the heavenly Tao. To offend an immortal invites retribution from the heavenly Tao. How could the demon realm elude the eyes of the heavenly Tao so easily? That is because, Rongzheng bit her lip, they have mastered ways to conceal the aura of immortals, thereby escaping the sanctions of the heavenly Tao. When an immortal is captured, they often first bleed to extract their spiritual energy, followed by the cutting of flesh, tendons, and the extraction of marrow, culminating in the refinement of their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Immortals typically possess formidable self-healing abilities, which renders their torment more prolonged. Some demons and monsters do not complete all these steps at once. Instead, they prolong the immortal's suffering, nurturing them slowly. Furthermore, until the final step, the immortal remains alive. Tao Mian could not help but hold his breath. He was not concerned about his own fate. Rather, he pondered how many immortals had been forced to become sacrifices. Given that these demons and monsters could delineate such a clear and secure process. Little Tao, do not be disheartened, Rongjung said, somewhat at a loss. Rest assured, true immortals are exceedingly difficult for demons and monsters to capture. After all, they are immortals. How could they be so easily defeated? The ones they can capture are merely fallen immortals who have broken heavenly laws and faced the consequences of the heavenly Tao. These immortals are not like you. So do not worry. As long as I am here, I will ensure that the floating and sinking pavilion cannot harm you. Truly, truly, Rongjung reiterated, emphasizing her determination. Fearing Tao Mian's skepticism, she proactively explained why she had defected from the Misty Pavilion. Though I was raised in the floating and sinking pavilion and spent those years following Du Hong into life and death situations, those sacrifices ceased the moment he sent me to the Misty Pavilion. I am a person of my word. I promised Du Hong I would assist him, and I delivered on that promise. However, he failed to fulfill his end. Placing me in the Misty Pavilion appeared to be a continuation of my mission to gather intelligence. But in truth, it was a means of abandoning me. My body can no longer wield a sword for long. He intends for me to employ another method. I escaped from the Misty Pavilion, but I have something of great importance held in his grasp, which I need to reclaim. Thus, I made a bargain with him. And you are already aware of what transpired after I arrived at Peach Blossom Mountain. Little Tao, I am not one who cannot discern right from wrong. I can differentiate between those who treat me well and those who do not. I promised you that I would no longer torment my fragile body. However, if Du Hong dares to harm you, if anyone else dares to harm you, I will ensure that they do not escape unscathed, even at the cost of my life. At this point, Rongjung smiled, her countenance bright as spring sunshine. The immortals of Peach Blossom Mountain are formidable, but I am certainly not without merit. While I desire to live long and prosper, I will never forsake you, Little Tao, simply to survive. Between the floating and sinking pavilion and Peach Blossom Mountain, I will choose the latter. Therefore, Little Tao, I will not place you in a difficult position. Rongjung had only met her third senior sister, Chu Yoshua, but had yet to encounter her senior brother, second senior sister, or fourth senior brother. But she thought, if her senior brothers and sisters were here, they would have made the same choice. Or perhaps among them, someone had already made a similar decision. On the small boat, the regrets of the third senior sister filled her with sadness. She wished that if possible, the grudges from beyond the mountains could be carried away by the wind. She was willing to venture into the mountains, to guard a single person, a mountain, a tree, and the bloom of flowers. Chapter 76. Perhaps you should just bury me. Rongjung exerted all her effort to comfort her master. Tao Mian finally emerged from the heavy atmosphere, offering a reassuring smile to her disciple. With her own troubles piling up, she still thought of saving her master. Rongjung puffed out her cheeks. I've come to a realization. The bone mirror and the hidden jade altar can be sought out gradually. But I cannot allow Du Hong to bully us at our doorstep. I'm frustrated with him and do not wish to see his face. She counted on her fingers. Even if I only live to 55, I still have 30 years ahead of me. 30 years may seem brief to you, but for me, it holds the potential for countless endeavors. To me, 30 years feels long, Tao Mian replied with a sidelong glance. If you were to die, I would be unable to move on for the next 30 years. Oh dear, that simply cannot happen. Rongjung waved her hand. How about you just consider me dead from now on? Then, when I truly pass away in 30 years, you will be able to accept it. What kind of reasoning is this? It sounds somewhat logical, yet feels peculiar upon deeper reflection. Stop thinking about it. Rongjung began to scrutinize the unremarkable mountain before them. The sparse vegetation and lack of spiritual energy made it appear to be an unremarkable bald mountain. She didn't understand why Tao Mian had chosen to bring her all the way here. Because, Tao Mian stepped aside, raising her arm to display. This is a grave mountain that I painstakingly sought out, one that is exceptionally suitable for your cultivation. Rongjung took 2 steps back, turning away coldly. When Tao Mian seized her collar, her legs continued to move aimlessly in the opposite direction. Little flower, didn't you say you would protect me? Master is so heartbroken. Little Tao, the wind was strong just now. You must have misheard. We won't stay long, just 3 nights here. Is it an outer room or an inner one? Are there any vacant rooms? This place seems quite full. Little Tao, should we leave? Stop, stop. What a wonderful place this is. Don't waste my master's efforts. Rongjung felt like crying without tears. She was genuinely frightened. Resistance was futile, Tao Mian enthusiastically led her to the most impressive grave in this desolate land. This grave appeared the largest, and once the brother inside arose, he would surely be formidable. Tao Mian was quite pleased, stating that once they practiced before him, if they managed to enlighten him, it would signify their own mastery of the art. Rongzheng was left speechless. This mad immortal, little Tao, actually intended to impart spiritual wisdom to a vengeful spirit. What if he were particularly fierce? What if he didn't heed their words at all? Anxiety gripped Rongzheng, prompting her to voice her concerns. At that moment, Tao Mian responded earnestly, "Then we shall simply have to perform a preemptive exorcism." As dusk descended, the sky gradually darkened, and it was time for the nocturnal activities of this desolate mountain to commence. Tao Mian's eyes sparkled with an intensity that almost illuminated the darkness. Next to her, Rongzheng wished she could bury herself on the spot. Soon, the last glimmer of twilight faded, and the night enveloped them completely. Rongzheng endured a night she would never forget. After darkness fell, the two sat facing each other as cold winds howled all around. Rongzheng anxiously awaited the unknown. And after half an hour had passed, Tao Mian grew impatient. "Why can't we even see a ghost? Look at your own identity. Would an ordinary little ghost dare to appear?" After a brief complaint, Tao Mian fell silent. At that moment of stillness, Rongzheng's ominous premonition reached its peak. He was definitely about to cause trouble. Sure enough, when Tao Mian saw that no ghost had emerged, he conjured a long spirit-calling banner from somewhere and struck the ground 3 times. Strike the mountain, summon the spirits. At this, all the restless souls, whether fully departed or not, were compelled to emerge. They had been peacefully resting, but now they had no choice but to get to work. As the first ghost materialized, Rongzheng bolted. Consequently, those spirits, intimidated by Tao Mian's celestial aura, did not bother him and instead pursued Rongzheng. "Little Tao, quickly, retract your powers. Why are they all chasing after me?" Tao Mian leisurely settled into a cross-legged position, even finding the time to converse with his disciple. "Little flower, don't just run. You must reason with them. Reason with ghosts." Rongzheng exclaimed, "We can't even think straight. What could I possibly say that they would understand?" "Thus, you must devise a plan," Tao Mian suggested, shifting his posture while watching his disciple dash about. "Little flower, you need not be taught lightness skills any further. If you can elevate your lightness skills, that would be fine too." The first night passed in a whirlwind of Rongzheng's frantic running and shouting. By dawn, she was nearly breathless. "Didn't you say we shouldn't casually use our powers?" Tao Mian smiled. "Rest assured, little flower, if it's merely a frantic run, your poison will not be triggered. I can control this measure. Then you might as well bury me right here." Chapter 77. The attack. On the morning of their final day at the Grave Mountain, Rongzheng felt as though she had shed a layer of skin. "Is this what you meant by knowing one's own limits?" She leaned on her knees, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The world spun before her. Yet the Immortal's smiling face was blindingly bright. Though the journey was somewhat arduous, the outcome is splendid. "Little flower, you have succeeded." Rongzheng forced a grin, her pride shining through her stubbornness. "Of course, I, Rong Xiaohua, will never admit defeat." It seemed she was truly so exhausted that she could accept the haphazard name Tao Mian had given her. Tao Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his head high to observe the flickering flames of karma still burning behind Rongzheng. Truly worthy of a high-grade fire spiritual root. Even just using a fraction of your strength yields such astounding results. Achieving this in 3 days is indeed exceptional. Once you master the soul-calling technique, even if you only grasp half of it, you will have the ability to see those who have passed. Rongzheng took a deep breath, finally regaining the strength to straighten her back and converse. "Little Tao, if you truly learn to call souls, is there anyone you wish to see?" Tao Mian was busy selecting the most aesthetically pleasing branches within half a meter, intending to break one off and write a message commemorating his visit as Little Tao, the invincible immortal in all realms. Upon hearing his disciple's question, he tilted his head back to look at her. "Why do you ask? I can help you. Which one do you wish to see? The senior brother, the second senior sister, the third senior sister, or the fourth senior brother? I can summon them to meet you." "That sounds rather strange. Just focus on yourself. I'll handle my own matters." Rongzheng crossed her arms and peered at the evasive gaze of Tao Mian with suspicion. "You wouldn't be afraid to see them, would you? Or are you worried you won't be able to find them?" Tao Mian's lips were as unyielding as stone. "Impossible. As the brave and fearless immortal of Peach Blossom Mountain, I have lived for over 1,000 years. What experience have I not encountered? Then why not give it a try?" Rongzheng inched closer to him, hands clasped behind her back, her smile radiant. "The brave and fearless little Tao immortal, why are you afraid at this moment? It's all right. I also have someone I wish to see. If I meet them, that would be wonderful. If not, then she must have been reincarnated. Wouldn't that be better than wandering the world, lost and aimless? Tao Mian's lips twitched. And ultimately, he conceded. All right, let us give it a try. Let us try. We'll agree in advance that if we don't meet, neither of us shall feel disappointed. What kind of reasoning is that? No disappointment allowed. Oh dear, cheer up. Rongzheng gently tugged at her own cheeks, making a comical face. I hope little Tao remains happy every day. You are an immortal being. If you embrace each day with joy and ease, you shall possess countless radiant and blissful moments, far exceeding those of us with finite lifespans. When Tao Mian first heard someone interpret his immortality in such a manner, he was inevitably intrigued and somewhat moved. Even after many years, until later when Rongzheng and her fellow disciples were laid to rest beneath the same peach trees. As the blossoms bloomed and withered through several seasons, he could vividly recall the moment at dawn when his fifth disciple advised him, "Little Tao, may you find happiness." Her life had been fraught with regrets, and her sole wish was for the last cherished person she encountered in this life not to fall into an endless abyss or be ensnared by memories. Though her heart bore many unresolved grievances and regrets, the verdant mountains outside remained unchanged, and the flowing waters continued their course. Perhaps it was time for little Tao to cease confining himself in the mountains. Rongzheng, rubbing her flushed cheeks, thought it would be delightful to venture outside and explore. Previously, she had been ensnared in the floating and sinking pavilion, diligently working as an assassin, rising with the dawn and toiling late into the night. She was utterly disinterested in the worldly pleasures around her. Now, she was finally ready to sever the ties that bound her ankles, yearning to live freely and without restraint. At this moment, the master and disciple had resolved to embark on their journey, with Tao Mian leading the way, turning back to flash a smile. Let us proceed. But as an immortal, I require companions wherever I go. Little flower, take good care of yourself. Let us wander together. Rongzheng's eyes brightened, and she briskly followed. Very well, very well. Do you have any money? I am without funds. No matter, we shall mooch off Master Shui when the time comes. Is Master Shui so generous? A wealthy man, yet somewhat stingy. However, he won't be overly harsh. At worst, he may press you into service at his shop for a couple of years. Little Tao, as your beloved disciple, how could you possibly deceive me? Nonsense. How could I betray you, my disciple? Once you take up the work at the shop, you may even catch a glimpse of me washing dishes nearby. As they exited the graveyard, Rongzheng complained of fatigue, prompting Tao Mian to take her back to Peach Blossom Mountain for a few days of rest. The esteemed phoenix, able to discern his footsteps, fluttered out of the courtyard, followed reluctantly by the reluctant rooster. Oh my, esteemed phoenix, have you grown plumper since our last meeting? Tao Mian embraced the approaching bird, weighing it in his arms. Indeed, the nourishing fruits of Peach Blossom Mountain were beneficial. In just a few days, the esteemed phoenix had gained some flesh. As for its injuries, under the mountain's spiritual aura, they were healing at a visible rate. The phoenix, a creature of spirit, recognized its savior and drew close to Tao Mian, while remaining indifferent to the disciple. Nevertheless, it must be noted that their kind was inherently proud and rarely interacted with others. This particular phoenix had likely been separated at a young age, captured by Yigou, and had endured many years of torment. Rongzheng remembered the bird, salivating at the thought. Little Tao, if we nurture it further, might we not dine upon it? She still contemplated this matter. Tao Mian chuckled. This one cannot be consumed. Doing so would bring misfortune. However, you may stew the rooster. Rongzheng fixed her gaze upon the rooster at her feet. The innocent bystander, the rooster, expressed a strong desire for the right to converse in human language. After resting in the mountains for several days, Rongzheng continuously exclaimed her exhaustion. This time, she need not pretend to be a dutiful disciple. She refused to chop wood or cook. The courtyard now boasted 2 loungers, and the 2 lay like 2 exhausted fish. Tao Mian turned his face towards his disciple, breathlessly uttering, "Little flower, I am parched." "It's nothing, little Tao. You are immortal. Thirst cannot claim you." Tao Mian irritably turned away. The nameless insects chirped in the courtyard, and the master and disciple fell into silence. Outside, however, a rustling sound emerged, akin to footsteps, at least 10 individuals. The village at the foot of Peach Blossom Mountain was distanced from the bustling city, with only a modest settlement nearby. The villagers understood the wisdom of not seeking beyond their means. It was not that they possessed fewer desires than those outside the mountains, but rather that they realized the Peach Blossom Temple was home to a rather muddled immortal. The villagers earnestly sought answers at the temple, but often left empty-handed. Occasionally, during casual evening conversations, minor troubles would be effortlessly resolved without any deliberate effort. Eventually, they chose to live contentedly, not aspiring for too much. Under the protection of the mountains and the immortal, they experienced fewer worries and troubles, leading peaceful lives. The villagers at the mountain's base did not gather casually at the temple's entrance, for they understood the immortal's preference for solitude. Only the rash outsiders would dare to do so. Rong Zheng's ears perked up, and although she appeared lethargically sprawled on the lounger, she was keenly discerning the number of individuals outside. 11, 12 people, with a leader, likely one of the shadow guards from the floating and sinking pavilion. Tao Mian turned his face back. Little flower, it seems we are surrounded. No worries, little Tao. You are immortal. Even if killed, you will not die. Tao Mian, once more irritated, turned away again. A mortal would die if killed, you know. The shadow guard from the floating and sinking pavilion stood outside the mountain gate. Awaiting a moment, none emerged. The leader slightly raised his head, gazing towards the temple concealed within the peach grove. He raised his hand, and the 11 others silently followed. They encircled the small temple, 4 or 5 entering the courtyard, where the immortal was absent, leaving only Rong Zheng lounging on a chair, her booted feet tapping against the ground in leisurely rhythm. Upon recognizing the leader's face, Rong Zheng was taken aback. Chen Yan, I did not expect you to come in person. Chen Yan, sword in hand, maintained a silent, stoic demeanor. Sister Zheng, forgive me. I am merely here to fulfill my duty. Is your duty to little Tao, or to me? Both. Rong Zheng chuckled, her response not entirely unexpected. It seems Du Hong has overestimated you. Chen Yan opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, several piercing screams resounded from outside the walls. The attendants within the courtyard were thrown into chaos, astonished by the swiftness of their adversaries. This time, although only Chen Yan had come as a shadow guard, the others were also elite fighters. In an instant, these elites, while managing to retain their lives, had lost all capacity to fight. Reduced to lying on the ground in a desperate struggle for breath, Chen Yan tightened his grip on the sword, a dark red spiritual energy coursing into the blade. A gust of wind swept past his ear, and drawing on years of experience, he swiftly turned to defend himself. The clash of blades rang out, and in the midst of the fierce exchange, Chen Yan glimpsed a pair of eyes as desolate as a cold moon. He had always known that Rong Zheng, raised as an assassin, possessed a character that belied her outward demeanor. Yet, once she drew her sword, she transformed into an imposing and unstoppable force. Her burning jade sword was unparalleled. Chapter 78. Uninvited guest Rong Zheng executed a move that fell short, using the momentum of the close encounter to gracefully retreat a step. Chen Yan, caught off guard by her strike, steadied himself, declaring, Sister Zheng, your old wounds are not yet healed. You should not wield a sword. Rong Zheng smiled, her expression tinged with irony. Then, as your senior, should you not direct your blade towards me? Chen Yan, where lies the distinction of what should or should not be? As a member of the floating and sinking pavilion, you have chosen to betray us. This is not in accordance with ethics. The concept of ethics, when articulated by you, Chen Yan, holds little persuasive power. You regard your mission as merely a task. This time, it is merely Du Hong compelling you to act. If you truly held any sense of ethics, you would have acted long ago at Stone Mountain. Rong Zheng directed her sword at Chen Yan. Enough with the pleasantries. Simply fulfill your mission. Let us rely on our own abilities. Then, I must defend you, sister. The burning jade sword technique is not solely the creation of Rong Zheng. Every shadow guard of the floating and sinking pavilion must master this fundamental swordplay before delving into other skills. While the foundation remains essential, this sword technique is unparalleled in its prowess. Among the 12 individuals, Rong Zheng possesses the greatest talent, and mastering this singular set of moves suffices for her to assume the position of leader. Despite a shared history, their allegiances have diverged. Chen Yan strikes with lethal precision, and Rong Zheng does not hold back. The 7 forms of the burning jade emphasize grand movements, eschewing minute details to impose pressure on the adversary. Rong Zheng's innate affinity for fire complements this swordplay impeccably. A casual swing of her sword ignites a blaze that scorches all in its path. However, Chen Yan, seasoned and well acquainted with this technique, and with Rong Zheng's style, appears to struggle, yet is genuinely conserving his strength, seeking to exploit any opening she may present. With a swift flick, Chen Yan's sword energy grazes the shoulder where Rong Zheng bears an old injury, prompting her to frown slightly as her long sword dances, deflecting his assault. Despite the passage of time, that wound can still evoke a dull ache when provoked, and she grits her teeth in annoyance. Just as she contemplates switching to her less familiar hand to change her sword stance, a branch of peachwood suddenly slices through the air, forcing Chun Yin to retreat from an unexpected angle. Cold sweat beads on Rongzheng's brow. That strike-S angle is so cunning that it exploits the very moment she attempts to shift her grip, an instant too fleeting to defend against. Yet, assistance arrives. Without a moment's thought, she knows who it is. Tao Mian perches casually on the wall, one leg dangling while the other rests atop the courtyard barrier, overseeing 4 or 5 of their fellow floating and sinking pavilion members below. The Immortal retrieves another piece of peachwood from his sleeve, as though they were in ample supply, tossing aside as many as he pleases without a care. Tao Mian disregards Chun Yin and speaks directly to Rongzheng. Xiaohua, you've sufficiently exercised your limbs today. It's time to take a break. Rongzheng, still eager for more, protests, I've only just begun. Why deny me the continuation? That's cruel, Xiao Tao. Don't be stubborn. Your wound must be aching by now. I anticipate you will realize how poorly you treated me today and bring me tea tomorrow. Tao Mian taps the peach branch lightly against the wall. Reluctantly, Rongzheng sheaths her sword. Very well. Seeing his disciple obey, Tao Mian turns his gaze toward the quietly standing Chun Yin with a smile. You are better suited to washing that large stone. That is the life meant for you. Chun Yin remains unperturbed. There are things to be done, and things one must do. Alas, then there is no helping it. I shall pretend not to see you. Take your little brothers and return. Tao Mian appears unwilling to expend further energy on the fight, covering his eyes as if to ignore it. For a moment, Chun Yin is taken aback by this response, but quickly regains his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, he must fulfill his mission. Chun Yin knows that without overcoming Tao Mian, he cannot confront Rongzheng. He sidesteps, intending for a swift resolution. Aware that, as a mere mortal, he cannot hope to compete with an immortal, he resolves to perform to the best of his abilities. Yet, to his astonishment, when he attempts to raise his sword, his right hand is utterly immobilized. The immortal seems to have done nothing at all, still lounging on the wall. With the bright full moon illuminating his back, he taps the peach branch rhythmically against the courtyard wall. Since I said to act as if I cannot see you, I must personally escort you uninvited guests away. Chapter 79. Farewells. The immortal of Peach Blossom Mountain appears languid and lethargic, lacking even a proper weapon, often using a branch from the mountain to demonstrate. Witnessing such an unremarkable peach branch, anyone might think they could contend with him on equal footing. Tao Mian is unconcerned with how others perceive him. Acquiring a suitable weapon is an effortless task. One of his closest friends is the illustrious master of the Xuanji Tower, capable of crafting even the most challenging items. Even if the Xuanji Tower cannot provide, another dear friend would readily pay a handsome price for it. His choice to utilize local materials is merely for convenience and practicality. Moreover, he does not blindly pursue renowned artifacts for their purported world-altering effects. Those legendary swords and treasures may not outlast him. What Tao Mian seeks is a state of transcendence, a communion between heaven and man, a unity of self and object. Within the confines of Peach Blossom Mountain, he has no rivals. Chun Yin, however, never anticipated falling into such a predicament where he could not move at all. He sighs inwardly, realizing the pavilion master has underestimated Tao Mian's capabilities and overestimated Rongzheng's loyalty to the floating and sinking pavilion. His fingers loosen, and the sword clatters to the ground. I concede. Chun Yin is a person who understands the limits of propriety. The immortal has extended ample opportunity for retreat. Pressing further would be impolite. His aim is to complete the task assigned by the pavilion master, and since it is clear the mission cannot be fulfilled, he must return and accept the consequences. The tone of the immortal's final words is decidedly ominous, while he himself may not care. The lives of those within and outside the courtyard, his fellow members of the floating and sinking pavilion, must not be sacrificed due to his reckless pride. Thus, he relinquishes his sword. Chun Yin is the only one still capable of resistance. The others have long since lost consciousness. Upon witnessing his surrender, the master and disciple exchange glances, both aware of the calculating intentions reflected in each other's eyes. Rongzheng has already sheathed her sword and approaches eagerly. Ah, Chun Yin. It has been so long since we last met. Why don't we take this opportunity to converse? The immortal also leaps down from the wall. Indeed, Chun Yin. A guest is a guest. Stay for the night, and you can set off in the morning. The atmosphere, once charged with tension, now shifts as the hosts of Peach Blossom Mountain warmly welcome their guest. Chun Yin, bewildered, cannot fathom the intentions behind their seemingly cordial behavior. Alas, having approached them voluntarily and outmatched, he can only submit to the arrangements of Tao Mian and Rongzheng. In a daze, he prepares a meal, brews tea, and ultimately finds himself seated on a stone bench, drinking and dining with the two, while their fellow pavilion members lie sprawled about. It is only when half the pot of tea has been consumed that Chun Yin raises his cup and realizes something is amiss. Sister Zheng, this is hardly the time for tea. Having feasted adequately, Rongzheng revels in the free dinner, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Relying on Tao Mian to prepare a good meal is akin to expecting Huang to climb a tree. Rongzheng boldly voices this in front of Tao Mian, who, instead of being offended, retorts, "How do you know Huang de wouldn't climb a tree?" At that moment, the slumbering Huang de is forcibly extracted from the chicken coop by Rongzheng, compelled to ascend a tree. Chun Yin observes the entire scene, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of coercing a chicken to climb a tree. When he finally comprehends the situation, a cold sweat begins to bead on his back. Peach Blossom Mountain, a truly terrifying place. Here, one's will can easily be eroded, and before one knows it, the past is forgotten, and the desire to leave the mountain dissipates. Feigning nonchalance, Chun Yin wipes the sweat from his brow and inquires about Rongzheng's plans. Since he is now at their mercy, he might as well seize this rare opportunity for a meaningful dialogue. Rongzheng reclines between two trees on a swing, her hands clasped behind her head, a blade of grass nestled between her teeth. Plans? Merely to survive. Rongzheng's assertion of merely wanting to live is not lost on Chun Yin. They, as unanchored orphans, have willingly ingested the poison of the curse since the day they were bought into the floating and sinking pavilion. This curse is insurmountable. It enhances their abilities as Shadow Guard seedlings, but correspondingly shortens their lifespans. Historically, none of the 12 Shadow Guards have lived past 35. They are the 12 blades of the Master of the Floating and Sinking Pavilion, MO. When the blades become worn and dull, they are naturally discarded. The 12 Shadow Guards are not entirely loyal to the Master. In their youth, they were forced to ingest a poison that would gradually destroy them, all in a desperate bid for survival. Once they reached adulthood and awoke to their predicament, some chose to defect, others succumbed to despair, while many, like Chun Yin, yielded to their fate and accepted their circumstances with resignation. However, Rongzheng discovered a different path. She found a new home for herself. Sister Zheng, you are unlike us. You have always been so, Chun Yin remarked. Although Rongzheng entered the pavilion at a tender age, just as he did, and similarly lost her parents, she was like the warm sun in winter, the sole light in their bleak existence. At that time, they were under the strict supervision of the previous head of the Shadow Guards, who often admonished Rongzheng to behave and refrain from frivolity with her brothers. Rongzheng was punished to stand, her frail arms holding a water-filled iron bucket, pleading for mercy with cries of "Oh dear." Her master stood beside her with a discipline rod, threatening that she would not be allowed to rest until 2 full hours had passed. Rongzheng sighed, lamenting her fate, while her fellow disciples snickered nearby. Eventually, the stern master who often threatened to discipline Rongzheng was no more, and Sister Zheng had transformed into a serious figure. She inherited her master's position, becoming the head of the Shadow Guards. Time had ravaged her memories. Even Chun Yin had forgotten that Rongzheng was once a girl who loved to smile. Setting aside all my own biases, Sister Zheng, your departure from the floating and sinking pavilion was undoubtedly the right choice. Rongzheng crossed one leg, causing the rope beneath her to sway. The moonlight illuminated her gentle profile, and Chun Yin beheld her smile. What is right or wrong? It's merely a matter of not regretting, she said. Chun Yin, from a young age, you were the most sensible among us children. Back then, you were short, just as tall as you are now. At first, Chun Yin listened intently, but as time passed, he felt a sense of helplessness. Sister, please do not jest at my expense. Rongzheng withdrew her hand, which had been measuring their heights, and gazed towards the moon on the horizon. The position of head of the Shadow Guards is rather burdensome. Chun Yin, while I anticipated this, I know you are the only one capable of succeeding me. Yet, reaching this point weighs heavily on my heart. You have never liked the machinations of men. Yet you have ultimately been thrust into this role. The other 11 Shadow Guards, alongside Du Hong is certainly the most troublesome. As Rongzheng spoke with deep emotion, she could not help but sigh, for Chun Yin, as well as for herself. Yet, Chun Yin had long since seen through the intricacies of the world. In this life, one drifts like the wind passing through a window. Sister Zheng, having lived 22 years, I have done good deeds and made mistakes. I am neither a towering figure nor an extraordinary person, merely an ordinary individual. However, I have no regrets about the floating and sinking pavilion that sheltered and nurtured me. He expressed that his conversation with Sister Zheng had been fruitful and thought-provoking. If there is a future, I hope we can forget all grievances and share a drink in peace. Shortly after Chun Yin departed, the usually slumbering Tao Mian suddenly remarked, Your junior brother has a mouth of ill fortune. Whenever he speaks such words, disaster is sure to follow. As anticipated, not long after Chun Yan returned to report, Rongzheng learned of her junior brother's demise due to a grave illness. It remained uncertain whether it was the poison within him that had flared up or yet another scheme from Du Hong. The stone on the mountain would no longer await the ascetic to water it, and Rongzheng would not find a companion to share a drink with. Tao Mian merely observed her standing at the mountain gate, facing westward, from dawn until dusk. In the crimson glow of the evening, Rongzheng stated, "Junior brother must have known the outcome long ago. Knowing the end, one must express all that they wish to say and do without reservation." Chapter 80. The Misty Building. After Chun Yan's departure, the floating and sinking pavilion dispatched several groups to Peach Blossom Mountain. Although they were capable of fighting back, they could not withstand the persistent harassment. This inevitably vexed the Immortal. Rongzheng adapted well to this life of conflict. She had previously undertaken missions as frequently as one drinks water. However, the Immortal, who cherished tranquility, could not endure it. Tao Mian was not one to endure grievances. Rather than suffer internally, he preferred to torment others. This left even Rongzheng unable to find peace. All right, little Tao, no more nagging." Rongzheng clasped her hands in a plea, genuinely intimidated by him. "Shall we go and eliminate the entire floating and sinking pavilion?" Tao Mian fell silent in thought, actually weighing the feasibility of this proposal. "I think it can work. First, you must confess Du Hong's weaknesses to me, and then I will infiltrate his quarters under the cover of night to assassinate him. You, an Immortal, have even studied assassination techniques? Assassination is simply killing him stealthily in the dark, isn't it? Quite simple. I had a disciple who knew how. I learned from her. Your students truly are exceptional." Despite the chaos, the issue needed resolution. Rongzheng suggested they retrieve the hidden jade altar, conveniently located atop the Misty Building, thus eliminating the need for a prolonged search. The Misty Building also served as a pleasant diversion, allowing her to accompany her master in leisure. The Misty Building was situated in the realm of demons. And since Tao Mian had never ventured there, his interest piqued, and the two decided to explore together. The broader demonic realm is a vast expanse, distinct from the human and immortal realms, equating to the latter two in magnitude. It comprises the narrower demonic domain, the territory of demons, as well as the realm of beasts and others, all marked by intricate power dynamics. Both the floating and sinking pavilion and the Misty Building lie within the realm of demons, differing from the demonic domain. Demons, born from the essence of flora and fauna, particularly enjoy mimicking the appearance and actions of humans. As Tao Mian disguised himself while walking through the streets, he encountered demons concealing their ears and tails, imitating the gait of young men and women, yet exuding an awkward charm. The streets' buildings, pavilions, and structures mirrored those found in the human realm. Were it not for the overwhelming aura of demons that was impossible to ignore, Tao Mian might have believed he had not yet departed the mortal realm. The Misty Building is one of the largest brothels in the realm of demons. Your fifth disciple has brought her immortal master to visit a brothel. I wonder how her senior brothers and sisters will react when they hear of this, Tao Mian mused. Little Tao, Rongzheng also donned the attire of a young man. Once we enter, we must keep a low profile. This place is filled with my old acquaintances, and it would be quite awkward if our identities were revealed. Tao Mian recalled Rongzheng once mentioning that she had escaped the Misty Building, unable to endure the humiliation. Little flower, are you truly all right entering? If not, just tell me where it is, and I shall retrieve the altar for you. Rongzheng patted her chest. Rest assured, while I may have a poor impression of this place, I will not engage in any inappropriate behavior that might expose our identities. Come on, let us follow this group in. Rongzheng pushed Tao Mian forward, and at the entrance, a charming fox demon approached them, greeting them with a flirtatious demeanor. Welcome, esteemed guests. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit? Rongzheng felt at ease, as if she were in her element. Perhaps due to the numerous past missions she had completed in such lively settings. I have heard tales of the unparalleled songs and dances of the Misty Building, and I have come to experience them for myself. The fox demon's eyes squinted into slits as she smiled, though her shrewd gaze hid within those narrowed slits, casting an uncomfortable scrutiny upon them. I am not boasting, dear guests. Once you have come here, you shall find it hard to enjoy the music and maidens of others. With a wave of her hand, she summoned two beautiful maidens to them. The maidens, adorned in vibrant attire, each took one of them and led them upstairs. Be attentive and serve our guests well. If you dare to slack off, beware of my wrath. The fox demon warned sweetly from behind, causing the maidens to shiver. Clearly accustomed to her methods, Tao Mian and Rongzheng listened to the music in a private room on the second floor. The maidens initially intended to accompany them, but were promptly dismissed by Rongzheng, for the reason was simple: Tao Mian had vomited. This incident was indeed quite embarrassing. Before entering the building, they had resolved to act discreetly. Yet, Tao Mian, a mere celestial lord, found himself in the most heavily infused area of demonic energy within this realm. Even with the fragrant pouch bestowed by Rongzheng, he could not suppress the urge to retch when the young lady insisted on approaching him. Her face, a blend of vivid hues, displayed both beauty and distress. Rongzheng was utterly bemused, simultaneously ushering the aggrieved young ladies out of the private chamber while seeking water and a handkerchief for Tao Mian to alleviate his discomfort. Could he truly have ventured in here on his own? He might very well succumb to nausea along the way. Rongzheng gently patted his back to ease his breath. Did your master consider this? Oh, take it easy. You're nearly rattling my stomach out of place. With no one else in the private chamber, the two could deliberate their plans. Rongzheng proposed that shortly, the renowned Xiang Yi would emerge from the misty pavilion to perform a melody, captivating the guests who would be entranced by her playing. This would present the perfect opportunity for them to ascend to the upper floors. Tao Mian, intrigued, inquired what piece Xiang Yi would perform that could draw such a crowd. Rongzheng waved her hand dismissively. Her skills are mediocre at best, inferior even to mine. However, her beauty is undeniable. The true intention lies beyond mere music. Tao Mian nodded, comprehending her implication. As they conversed, the lights outside dimmed, leaving only a solitary beam illuminating the center, where a veiled woman in orange sat serenely with a pipa. Tao Mian cast a fleeting glance in her direction before averting his gaze, disinterested. Rather than dwell on the lovely maidens, he deemed it more prudent to strategize their entry into the upper levels. Rongzheng continued to elaborate on the pathways leading from their position to the loft. At that moment, the sounds of bidding echoed from outside, with the highest bidder gaining the privilege to invite Xiang Yi to the chamber for an exclusive performance. Tao Mian readied himself to depart, as the cacophony of offers surged, escalating from hundreds to thousands of gold pieces. Ultimately, someone audaciously wagered 10,000 gold, solely for a single song from the beauty. The name of the bidder rang out, piercing through the raucous symphony of strings and winds: Shunboizhou.